shearing competition and building a specific board and putting it in a stadium in Masterton so that you could have 2,000 spectators. Now that was a new concept, to actually put shearing in a sports stadium. Well, I was told later on that at one part of it in the latter 60s, there was actually a move to make it more sports orientated and to capitalise on that sport aspect of the shearing, which as far as shearers are concerned is very much it. But
Atamarie to all the early birds, or good morning from Masterton, New Zealand, as we start to just think about and then very shortly engage in the very last day, the last day of the 2020 Golden Shears 60th anniversary. And I thought to myself, well, if I have to get up early, there's a couple of others I think who should join me here. And but first of all, I thought, let's just have a chat about last night. That was a pretty intense program last night. Toma, how did it roll for you?
It was good. We started off with the wool pressing pairs, and it was brothers on brothers, the Goodyears versus the Gordons. And the Goodyears, too big, too strong, but the Gordon boys are only teenagers.
Yeah,
they're going to be the next big thing, Mavis.
Yeah, no, they were pretty cool, wasn't it? It was, those Goodyears just took the whole thing. They cleaned the blinking shelves out, didn't they, with that?
Yeah, it was interesting to see how the weight progressed from the qualifying to the semifinals to 180 kilograms last night. That's a lot of wool to fit in a wool press.
It is a lot of wool, but actually that's about the industry, that's what the industry best practice is telling us, isn't it? 180. And you could tell last night, those guys, they struggled to get that 180 down.
Yeah, it made them fart a little bit, didn't it?
It was a bit tough, Tom. I think that's what you meant, yes, and you're quite right. It did. And then, of course, we got into the top 30, and that was pretty blistering as well. Is there any surprises for either of you in terms of who did or who didn't?
For me, Wairarapa Abraham, I thought he would have made that top 12. He's been shearing really well. We saw him in the speed share on the Thursday night, absolutely creaming the opposition. 19 seconds. I thought he was a shoo-in for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think about sheep number 5, he went to go in his pen. I think his pen boy may have been holding the door, and then when he went to open the door to walk in, I think he might have walked in and hit the old woo-woo. And then you just could see it. He just lost all power, all momentum, and it kind of took him a couple of sheep to recover, but by then it was a little bit too late. But that's just what I observed. I could be wrong, but...
Well, you're as close as anyone to the action up there, Toma.
I was up there, yeah.
And poor old Jack Fagan next in.
Yeah, that's the worst position to be, and I think he was in that position 2 years ago as well. It's absolutely gutting by 0.6 of a point as well, so that's devastating. No surprises, though, that Roland Smith was in the top. Number 1 position, it's where he likes to be. He hasn't been shearing as much this season, but he's definitely still got it.
Yeah, but he's just a bit of a freak of nature at the moment, isn't he? They come along every now and again, and it's just like, whoa.
Yeah, Blair Shortall from FMG, one of the sponsors here last night, was presenting the quality points for the heats, and he said, look, I've done this for the last about 4 or 5 years, and Roland Smith has been that person who's had the least points awarded in the heats every year. He said he's just so consistent.
Yeah, I was talking to Roland, he said he's actually shorn 100 sheep this year.
Oh, he's
Amazing.
Such a show-off, isn't he? Blimey.
And in 2 hours, I was like, good on you, mate.
That's the last thing everyone else wants to hear.
Oh, it's been a busy year on his Hastings farm, to be fair.
No, awesome, Rolly. So we're going to look forward to that, the next iteration of that, the semi-finals, where they've gone from 30 now down to 12.
Yep.
Whew, that's a big cut, and then from there tonight we'll see the top 6. But we also had that the Trans-Tasman Woolhandling tests.
Yeah, that was exciting. She was fairly fired up in there. I know the Kiwis were fired up. The Aussies, I don't know, I think they kind of held back a little bit just by the looks of it. But, yeah, no, it was a wonderful test to watch. The crowd, they were into it, weren't they, Rowie?
Yeah, they really were. They loved that kind of battle between the Trans-Tasman, as we do in any kind of discipline, no matter what the sport is. But it felt like the Kiwis, they're just old hands together. We saw them compete at the World Champs in France in July, deservedly winning that. And it felt like the Aussies maybe hadn't worked together as much, which is also understandable. It's a huge country. We don't know if they're from the same part or not. So
Yeah, well, what Pagan did say to me is that her and Sheree really worked their plan because they knew that this Aussie team was going to be one of the strongest that they've come across for a long time. They have worked together, Aroha and Rachel. They're both absolutely competent and confident. They've got all the, everything it takes. But yeah, there was just... Maybe it was just something, that little X factor from the wool handling.
Yep.
And obviously we're being hurried along here. We've got the blade shearing. That was, sometimes sorry blade boys, it can feel like this takes a long time. But last night, don't do that, Tom.
Oh, sorry.
So rude. But last night, that was enthralling to watch, wasn't it?
Oh, it was, and it was great to see out of the 6 up there on the board, 2 were representing Scotland, including
Yes.
Katie, having a female up there, who then beat her fellow countryman.
Yes.
The surprise on her face when her name was called in 5th and he was left for 6 was actually quite cool.
Yeah, no, she's a real jack of all trades, that Katie.
And she worked for you for a couple of seasons.
She did. Tuma sort of tutored her up, in machine shearing. She's very handy with the machines.
Yep.
You can put her on the end of a broom and she just slots into that. I was surprised to see her in the blades, but wow, she was impressive.
She
felt,
was.
you kind of feel very proud of these guys, but
And of
Alan
course-
Oldfield.
Just an absolute legend in the sport, and he's so young as well. Interesting, he said 10 years ago he competed against his father at this very event. His father took it out last night. He was the victor. How cool.
Yeah. And he kind of put the wet or the challenge out to Golden Shears to say, yep, don't forget us, we're here.
Missing Tony Dobbs last night, though.
Yeah, yes, actually, there were a couple of there that you kind of thought, oh, where's he? But nevertheless, what we had in front of us was top class. Peter Casserly, he's just you can't even call him an evergreen.
He's a
just,
legend.
Yeah,
He's a
Shearing in
legend.
jeans as well.
yeah, that was so cool. So it was a great night last night, but today is the day. This is the day when the dreams do come true for some, and then for others, it's back to the drawing board. So our morning this morning, we start in a few minutes. Tuma, where we heading?
Okay, we're starting off with the open Woolhandling quarterfinals. That's going to be exciting. There's all the open wool handlers all starting to turn up, so they'll be starting to prep themselves, just go in their minds where their baskets, etc. will be, so they're not looking for their baskets with their oddments. And then we roll on with the young farmers. The young farmers has been here, I think, from the start too.
From the start.
Yeah. So that'll be really good as well. And then later on we'll get into the big stuff.
Well, before that though, we do have a women's invitation event, which is going to be quite topical because it's been a big theme somehow of this past season and even this Golden Shears, the women's input.
And I think we really saw this kind of come to the fore at the Hawke's Bay AMP show in
Yes.
October last year, where we had that women's just event, and the work they'd put in behind the scenes, people who'd never picked up a handpiece before, were out there every Saturday morning under expert tutelage, just really getting amongst it, and just so proud of themselves when they managed to pull it off and actually put on a good performance for the crowd and be really competitive. And it's been great to see some of the names like Maureen Chaffee competing at some of the shearing competitions around the country ever since. It's really ignited a passion in them.
Yeah, well, she won the Pahia Tour novice.
Fantastic.
Amazing.
Fantastic. And I guess the thing about that, they've been asked to, I think this is going to roll on into the next season. So we're looking for, 6, 8, 10 professional women.
Yes.
Just putting it out there.
Also a shout out to Sally Jackson from the Hawke's Bay AMP
Yes.
show for really having that conversation that kicked it off now probably 18 months ago.
Yeah, that's right. So just winding up, we've got to, again, just be very mindful of our sponsors. What an amazing event we're able to put on because of them. And so this morning, the Open Woolhandling is sponsored by Shear Expertise. This is Paddy Mason. He's a stalwart. He's here. Half of Masterton are his family. They're all in the audience helping as volunteers as well.
Shearing for the wool handlers, aren't
Shearing
they?
for the wool handlers. Those are his aunties that are the resident wool handlers. So, you know, a big footprint here at Golden Shears. MSD Cooper's Animal Health. They've been long-time supporters of young farmers, and I'm sure they will continue to. And then another shearing contractor, local, Abraham Shearing, have stepped up to support the women shearing. So to Kushla and Pairata, again, another family related to the Masons. You know, it all sort of works in, but the way these local businesses step up and lean in to ensure that we can run a fabulous Golden Shears. Well, thank you for joining me, you two. I know you've got to get out there. This is your gig now.
Yep, we're up.
You're up?
Yep.
So hopefully we get to talk sometime soon, and to the rest of you out there, I hope you're up. What's the time? It's time you turned your TV on or got your phone out. www.goldenshares2020 360 view. That's us. We'll talk to you again soon.
Kia ora. Testing 1, 2. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to kick off the morning with the Shear Expertise Open Wool Handling quarterfinals. The sheep are supplied by White Spurs. Each competitor will be handling 4 long wool fleeces. That's okay. This morning with me, co-commentating with me, is Rowena Duncan. Welcome, Rowena.
Thanks, Tuma. Fantastic to be here. What a brilliant event. The 60th annual Golden Shears. Really looking forward to the wool handling tonight. We saw where it was at with that Trans-Tasman test last night. Fantastic effort from both the Aussies and the Kiwis, with Shearing and Pagan taking out that test. They'll be really fired up heading into this morning's quarterfinals.
Yes, you did right. We're just filling up the pens with sheep. We're going to be a couple of minutes away. So last night we had the Trans-Tasman, and no surprises, New Zealand won that. It's good to see Laura Bradley, our novice wool handling champion, here this morning. I think she's found a new lease on life with the wool handling. She's just loving the feel of the wool in her fingers. So the first heat up, we have Sarah Higgins from Blenheim. Sarah Higgins is one of the world record holders when we had 4 young ladies shear over 2,000. What an amazing effort that is. We have Emerina Braddock from Eki Tahuna. Just up the road, there's a big family of Braddocks, and they're all wonderful competitors. Oh, we'd like to thank our judges for being here. Some of them look like they had a few gin and tonics last night, but they'll be all right. Here's Rachel Hutchinson. She was part of the Australian team last night. They performed very, very well. I know that when we do the return test over in Australia, she may be a different story. And we have Candy Hiddy, table number 4.
I'll just announce heat 2, Pagan Cambodia, Chelsea Collier, Monica Potai from Waihappy. Heat 3, Logan Kamura, Cherie Alabaster, Sam Gordon, Marianne Beatty. The final heat will be Wynnum Highway, Joel Henare, Ash Boyce and Lani Morell. Over to you, Tuma.
Okay, we're just waiting on the green light, Nuki, and we will fire us up. The final day. This is a big day, Rowena. We've got all the finals, and like Mavis Mullins said in the green room, this is where dreams do come true.
Absolutely, and where you also go back to the drawing board and come back next year refreshed, having learnt from this event, and also trying to make your way up onto that board for the finals. You've thanked our judges, Tuma, but also thank you to our shearers, who some of them were competing last night as well. It's a big day for them. A lot of pressure on them from the wool handlers, though. Make sure they get that fleece nice and right for them. They don't want it to be falling apart on the table. Of course, the throw being so important, but we'll come to that in a second as we've got a green light.
We have the green light. Timekeepers are ready. Shearers, get set, go. Okay, we have 9 baskets around their tables, all of these wool handlers, and in every one of those baskets should be a line of wool except for one. Now, these wool handlers are only to take out the bird nests. Okay, there is a lot of seed in these fleeces, but you're only to take out the bird nest. There's a bit of rattle on some of their backs. These wool handlers are aware of that after the heats. But all of these wool handlers, this is the open class. This is the best in the world. So we should be able to throw anything at these wool handlers, and they should be able to handle the jandal. So down here, table number 1, Sarah Higgins working away with her shearer. Top knot comes off. At the moment, what she's doing is she's grading the wool from around the crutch and the undermine. We have a lot of short wool. There's some sock wool. Now, the wool in the socket does not accept the wool dye, so that needs to go into a separate basket. It's a modulated fibre. It's like a straw. The wool around the head is exactly the same, so that needs to go into its own little basket as well. So the shearers will turn to the last one side. Sarah probably had the best throw out of these wool handlers, but by the looks of things, she probably had the smallest fleece as well. Rachel Hutchinson from Australia, table number 3. That was a good fleece. She maybe made a little bit of a hash of it. But these wool handlers, you know, they're not ones to dwindle on things. They just keep moving along. The shearers will not stop. So these wool handlers, you know, you need to be physically able to do this job, Rowena. You can't sort of have a bung leg or whatever. You've got to be physically able, and these wool handlers all look like they're well able.
Yeah, they do indeed, Tuma. And of course, it gets really warm up there in the lights as well. So they used to need to be pretty fit. Now, one thing you said, Sarah had a really small fleece there. We know that with some of the shearing, they can order which number sheep they want to come out first, second, third, fourth. Can they do that in the wool handling as well, Tuma?
No, the wool handlers just have to handle what comes out. So looking at Sarah Higgins, she's rolling her fleece, and we roll from breech to shoulder, okay, which is the bum end to the top. So Sarah Higgins, nice, tight, compact roll. These rolls need to be nice and tight. They get judged on the roll as well. But we've got another fleece coming off. Geez, these shearers are putting some good pressure on these wool handlers.
They are indeed, and of course about 1 minute 10 to process every single fleece. As we see, our second throw out of 4, not as good as the first one, it must be said, Tuma, but Sarah Higgins again looking to have had the pick of the bunch.
Yes, that's right. There's a lot of bunching up the top here. Some of these fleeces are very, very well grown, and because we haven't had a lot of rain in the main shear over the summer, a lot of them can be quite flaky. When you get a bit of rain and a bit of wind, it kind of binds the fibres together and makes them hold together a bit more. But these fleeces are very well grown. These wool handlers working their way around the top of the table, up this end of the table, closest to the crowd. That's where the neck wool is, and that wool's got to come out as well. But working their way around the undermine, these shearers are shearing very well, shearing together. So just looking down the board, having a look at these pieces, Rowena, just seeing, because sometimes when the wool handlers get under pressure, they pull out a little bit more than they should, and they're actually devaluing the farmer's income. You only want what is essential to come out from the main fleece, because the main fleece is where the money is at. It's not great money at the moment, but you know, I've got a good feeling, I've got good hopes that it will come back.
Yeah, absolutely. When we have companies, especially like Allbirds as well, working to find use for the wool and create a bit of added value, which is fantastic. As we see the roll-ups from tables 2 to 4, fleeces in the baskets, they're ready and back to their shearer who's on to the third sheep, making sure they can pull as many of the oddments out as the shearer goes as possible. Very soon they'll start also turning their heads and their attention to the clean-up as well. That'll be underway very shortly in between sheep if they can manage some of it.
Lovely throw.
Fantastic throw. Sorry, Tom, a fantastic throw by Candy Hiddy on table 4. Bit of overhang from Rachel Hutchinson on table 3. She won't be impressed with that one.
Just watching this Sarah Higgins, watching her move around the fleece, fingers going flat out. You don't want to be holding too much wool in your hand at one time because you end up over-skirting. But Sarah, she's got quite a neat way of, she puts some wool underneath her armpit so that her hands are a bit more free. She's moving around the top of the table, she's pulling out a bit of bird nest, the neck wool, and then look at them, they run back to the shearer. 2 steps and they're back to the board.
Could we have the YFC Blue Ribbon entries? Could they come and check in, because this is following the open quarterfinals. So all the teams for the Blue Ribbon, could you come and register and get your t-shirts and singlets? Thanks so much.
Thank you, Nikki. So how the judging works, ladies and gentlemen, is if anything the size of an A4 sheet of paper, whether it is hanging over the table or bunching up on the table, these competitors get banged 1 point for it. So that's why it's very, very crucial to make sure you throw properly. And there's another reason, isn't there, Rowena, about why you should throw properly?
Yeah, absolutely, because as I started to say before, when you're in a woolshed situation, you've got 2,000 fleeces coming at you. You don't have very long to process every single one of them. So if you can get that fleece nice and square on the table, it means that the wool handlers aren't having to go and search for the edges to find those oddments. They're able to process it really quickly, get it into the press and get onto that next fleece because they're just still coming at them. And as we see, the shearers have pulled the cord on that 4th sheep. 1 minute 10 men they've got for the seals. So we can see most of the wool handlers just clearing off their board, making themselves in a good position for that clean-up at the end, because once they get outside that 1 minute 10, it's a competition point for every single second after that.
Well, looking down the board, you can feel the pressure. A couple of these wool handlers, a bit of an overthrow. Sarah Higgins pulling that wool up. 1 minute 10 seconds, and this Australian, is she angry about last night and really taking it to the Kiwis?
Yeah, channeling that anger at coming second last night, not taking out the title. She is absolutely flying. A very good effort from all four of them. Just, you can see them really beavering away. They know that time is ticking down. They know the pressure and the points are coming, and they're doing everything they can to finish as quickly as possible and get less points than the person next to them.
Yes, you're right. Sarah Higgins is the next in line. She's got the brim in hand. Come on, Sarah. This young Braddock here on table number 2. Look at that. She throws the table through the floor, wanting to get every little piece of wool. Anything the size of a credit card that's left behind after their clean-up, ladies and gentlemen, is 1 point. Rachel has finished. She's hands up, and now she's watching these other wool handlers. Come on, wool handlers. You need to pull your finger out if you want to make it through to that semi-final.
Andy Hurry just quickly getting everything off the table. Of course, that counts as well. It's not just what's left on the floor. Maybe going to fluff it up. Nope, just throw it into the basket. And there, all 4 competitors have finished. What a fantastic quarterfinal.
Okay, we're just going to wait for these judges to judge before the next heat goes up, Nuki.
Thank you, Tuma. If you can wait till all the walls are away before you head up on the stage, we'll just wait for everybody to be finished, I think, Tuma. So the next heat will be Hagen Kalodia, Chelsea Collier, Monica Potai and Funi Waihapi. And just another call for the blue ribbon entries. Could they please check in, as that is following this quarterfinal. That's heat 4 up there, guys, up top. That's heat 4, we need heat 2. Are you guys up here? That's heat 4, we need heat 2. Hagen Kanolia, Chelsea Collier, Monica Potai and Trudy Waihapi.
Just a little recap on last night. The blade shearing. The blade shearing went fairly well last night. I thought that Isaac, he was giving the champ a real good go. Good to see Katie Reid up there. And the look of surprise on her face, wasn't it, Rowena?
Yeah, it was absolutely fantastic when she was announced as 5th ahead of her fellow countrymen from Scotland in 6th position. It was just a really nice one to see. Brilliant to see also Alan Oldfield, just father versus son, with son coming out on top, whereas 10 years ago it was father coming out on top. So that was another great competition in itself.
We have the green light. Timekeepers are ready. Shearers, get set, go. Okay, table number 1, we have Pagan Claudia Alexandra. One of our team members last night that proudly got the red ribbon. Part of the team that won at the World Champs over in Les Durats in France. And also winner of the overall award at the Māori Sports Award here in Shearing. So that's a wonderful, wonderful achievement. This young lady here, she can do anything. She's sure, I think, in the senior class as well, and she had one of the fastest times. So awesome to see that from Pagan. One heck of a competitor. And Chelsea Collier from Ngor down in the deep south. She's on table number 2. Pretty sure Chelsea was a finalist here last year in the open class, and she'll be wanting to repeat that. Monica Portai, one of our co-commentators, she was down in the pressing arena helping Gerald for the last couple of days. Another wonderful competitor, she's a mentor to a lot of young wool handlers coming through. So that's Monica Portai on table number 3. And on table number 4, we have Funi Waihape from Alexandra. Last time I saw Funi was right up north. And they were up there doing some work up there. So up past North Auckland was where I seen this young lady at the Mangawhai Speed Share. So they get around these competitors, but we're about to have the first feast hit the table, Rowena.
Yes, we are indeed. And also just on that, Tom, nice to see all bottom of the south in this quarterfinal. They've come a long way, these 4 ladies. Funi Waihape, the first to get the fleece on the table. Little bit of bunching at the top, a little bit of overhang at the bottom, but overall not a bad effort as we see the other 3 hit the table. I think Monica Portai with the best throw so far. But all of them, again, not too many points they've picked up. That'll give them a lot of confidence heading into the next 4 fleeces.
Yes, you're dead right. It does give you a boost of confidence when you do throw that first fleece right. It means that all the oddmans are on the outside. You don't need to go looking for them, as you were saying a little bit earlier on. We've got Pagan. She skirted one side. She skirted the neck. Back to the shearer she goes. All of these wool handlers, they would have dissected who the champ is, and that is the Joel Henare. So they would have, really studied the way that he does things, and they would have taken what they want from how he rolls and put it into theirs to make it work for them. So these wool handlers all working away, go around behind their shearer, making sure that the shearer has a nice clean work area. Chelsea Collier, the little blue-eyed lass from down in Gore, working away on the table. First piece is coming out. Monica Portai, very, very focused lady. Look at her, the intensity on her face. She's working away well. And Funi's quite a relaxed wool handler. She doesn't look like she's over flustered. You see some of these wool handlers, they run around like a chicken with its head cut off. And then you'll get these others, they're a bit more of a cruiser. So here we go, Chelsea Collier, she's rolled up. Pagan Kurodia rolled up as well. They're ready for fleece number 2. Let's see how they go.
Interesting to see a lot of the wool handlers employing that bang of the table timber. If they made a noise like that in the shearing shed, they'd not be taken too kindly to by the shearers. But it's something we're seeing a lot more in the modern competition in this wool handling, is that bang of the table rather than picking out the oddments that are left behind.
Yes, you're dead right. If they did that in the wool sheds, they'd be getting a bit of a growling, I tell you. So here we go, Pagan. Fingers working away profusely. Her little sister Lani here got her phone out. They might be live. Working away well. This Pagan, she is one heck of a competitor. I don't think she's anywhere near reached her max limits yet. I think there's still plenty left to go in the tank. So Chelsea working away with her shearer into the undermine. She'll be focusing on getting that sock wool out and the short wool from around the tail. Now, sometimes around the tail there can be a few dags, maybe a little bit of stain. So they need to go in their own little bins as well, their own little processing faults.
And of course, all of those bins will be rejudged when they make their way out to the back. I've had a look in there last night. There's an absolute army of judges out the back, looking through every skerrick of that fleece, pulling out anything that the wool handlers have missed out here on the tables, and then going through every single bin, bin by bin. That's why they're all colour-coded, so they can make sure they know exactly which competitor has put what in every single one of their 9 bins.
Yes, you're dead right, Rowena. We call that the dungeon. So we have all the good-looking judges out here and all the not-so-good out in the dungeon.
But we have all the ones who can dance out in the dungeon. That's one of the requirements. If you go out there, they've got the music cranking, you've got a boogie.
I love it. Okay, here we go. These wool handlers throw... Ooh, they've really upped the tempo, these South Island girls.
They have indeed, Toma. They'll all be pleased with these throws. As we see Monica Porte with her 3rd throw as well. Not a bad one. Yesterday we saw a lot of overhang, especially from those front shoulders. We saw some fleeces even touching the ground. Today they've definitely stepped it up. We're not seeing as much of that.
Yes, you're dead right. You'll see Chelsea Collier. She's flicking the fleece as she moves around it. She's shaking out any second cuts that may be in that fleece pool. And that's what the judges out the back, that's what they're looking for. So here we go into the undermine work. These shearers, the wool handlers working profusely. These wool handlers, they'll be starting to get a little bit of a glow on their faces. You know, it's really going to start kicking in the physicality of what they are doing. The shearers working their way up the neck. Wool handlers right there. Now the wool handlers, Rowena, they'll be thinking about the clean-up.
They will indeed, yeah, making sure that once their 4th fleece hits the table and they've got it all rolled up, that they're not going to take a lot of time to get everything into their baskets and get that broom up at the end. Every second counts in the clean-up once the seal commences.
I was just thinking it was about this time that Joel Henare, he'd grab his broom and start sweeping under the table.
Yep.
That man, he didn't get anywhere. I think he was 47 seconds was his clean-up.
Wow, that is just phenomenal. And that's the thing, that if you can replicate that in a wool shed, you are worth absolute gold to the shearing gang you're working with.
It's all about having a good system, being confident in your system and believing in it. But here we go. We are going to see Chelsea. She's going to rock the boat. Get in behind your favourite. We've got Chelsea Collier, Pagan, Monica, and we have Funi. All these wool handlers, come on, you need to get down and dirty. Funi, oh, lovely Funi. She just places it down, walks backwards. Rowena, look at the tempo.
Yeah, we've
really upped it.
We've seen the cool, calm, collected wool handlers. Now we see the frantic ones making the most of every second. 23, 24 and counting towards that 1 minute 10 they've got before they start ramping up the competition points. Roll-up time for Chelsea Collier on table 2. That'll put her in good state. She'll be onto the clean-up before the rest. Monica Porte close behind her as well. Absolutely frantic, trying to get every skerrick of wool into their baskets and get that broom up.
This Monica Porte, she's got a big smile on her face. She's loving it up there. She loves the pressure. She thrives on pressure. But Chelsea Collier looks like she's going to be the first one to put her hand up. Anything the size of a credit card, they lose a point left behind. So you do not want to have too much wool left behind. Well done, Chelsea.
There we go, managing to do that within the 1 minute 10, as does Monica Porte on table 2. They'll be thrilled with that. 1 point every second now for our final competitors.
So we've got Pagan down here. There we go. Pagan puts her hand up. She's happy. Just Funi left. Funi hasn't got a lot left to go.
There we go.
There's a few credit cards left under these tables though, Rowena.
Yeah, well that's the kind of judgment you have to make at that point. Do you take the time penalty or do you take the wool penalty there? And these are seasoned campaigners. They're able to make that judgment and take that risk.
Vicky. Logan Carmody. just waiting on the green light.
And of course, Tuma, every competitor has a different setup with their table, with their baskets, making sure everything is aligned to their plan and how they've practiced it.
Yes, you're dead right. Some are left-handed, some are right-handed, some are ambidextrous, is that the word?
Absolutely, yep, and they're the ones you want as well. Makes it nice and easy. If anything goes wrong, they don't have to realign themselves.
We have the green light. Timekeepers ready. Shearers, get set, go. I think this bird nest thing has got these Woolhandlers a little bit worried.
Yeah, indeed, and of course it's really challenging conditions out there. It doesn't take anyone to be able to work that out. We are in a drought down here. It's been a sustained one now. So I mean, full credit to White Spurs, the farm, who's managed to provide all of these sheep to make them a nice and even line of long wool in these conditions. That have been wanting to get that off long before now, but they've managed to keep it on for this competition. But as you say, really challenging for our wool handlers. It's not potentially what they're used to.
Yes, you're right. These Woolhandlers working on this young guy on table number 1. He was the second qualifier, and the reason that he was second qualifier because his outback points were better was because of his time. So that's something that he would have thought about, Rowena, you know, when he had a look at the points, because the points always tell a story.
Yeah, they do indeed. And as we've touched on so many times, that's coming in with a plan, not panicking when something doesn't go the way you want to, sticking to that plan. They've worked out, they've made that judgment call if they're going for time or quality points, or if they're trying to do a mixture of both, and they stick to their plan up there. They don't just rock up and kind of wing it.
Yes, you're dead right. Sheer Expertise are the sponsors of this event, Paddy Mason and his crew. And we've also got Paddy and the Pens. If you guys can just give Paddy and his boys a bit of a round of applause. Way to go, guys. Thank you very much. They share about 1,000 sheep for these Woolhandlers over these 4 days. Huge effort for these guys. So Logan Carpenter, he's got the fleece, squeezing it up. Cherie turned as well. Ooh, little wee bit of overhang, but a beautiful throw. Cherie. Ooh, lovely throw down there too, Rowena.
Yeah, Marianne Banksy, just a little bit of bunching and just a little bit of overhang from Sam Gordon. They'll be very impressed with these first throws. As we've seen right throughout this quarterfinal this morning, they are quite consistently good, and I think that's why they've made the top 16 here this morning.
The top 16, and we're going down to 8. Whoa, that is a big drop. Watching Logan Carpenter flicking the fleece, getting all those second cuts out of the main line. Look at this guy, he is very, very fluent. I'd say he'd be one of the ones that's watched the Joel Peanut, probably videoed him, watch him slow motion down, watches every single move, which way he holds his tongue, what way he wiggles his bum. You know, these are all the things that these Woolhandlers do. It's like assessing, you know, people doing other, you know, rugby and that. You know, they go through, they watch the other rugby team, see where their weaknesses are, see where their strengths are, and that's how these Woolhandlers do the same thing. Cherie Alabaster here on too, part of the New Zealand team. Cherie, you are a true gladiator, my girl. She doesn't even work in the sheds, does she, Rowena?
No, indeed. She's a teacher from Taihape, and she'll be sure to school those sheep if they start kicking her shearer up there. But fantastic to see her still so involved in the sport here, and just such a world-class athlete. She truly is. On table 3, we've got Sam Gordon from the Gordon family here in Masterton. Again, a very well-known name in shearing and wool handling. And also Marianne Beatty on table number 4. You were talking about Logan following on from Joel Henade, watching what he does. Well, Marianne has competed alongside Joel and the teams here at the Golden Shears many times and around the world at different competitions. Here we go with our second throw from the 2 end tables. It's a really good one from Marianne Beatty. Sam Gordon a little bit of bunching there and a tiny bit of overhang, but all in all, not too many points picked up.
Yes, it's all about the points, ladies and gentlemen. The lower the points, the better. If you've just come in and you have no idea what's going on, go to page 20 in the program and it will give you a breakdown on how the point system works. Logan Carpenter, a little bit bigger fleece that one, but look at him, his eyes are roving. looking for anything that may be in there. There may be some rattle. There may even be a bit of pen stain. You know, that's what these wool handlers are doing. They're having to make snap decisions on the spot. And if those decisions are wrong, they get heavily out the back from these judges that are in the dungeon. So we've got Cherie Alabaster working away, trying to minimise the time it will take for her clean-up. Working away with their shearer. Logan Carmen back to the fleece. Marianne Beatty, yes, you're right. She was a New Zealand representative a couple of years ago. Samantha Gordon on table number 3. Good little wool handler, this lady. She's been up doing prize giving up and down off the stage, working tirelessly. I know her father's very, very proud of her. He's over there. He should be on the commentary table, but that fella always goes walkabout, Rowena.
Funny that how that sometimes seems to happen. Marianne Beatty has managed to roll up really quickly, given her a lot more time at the board with the shearer, able to just kind of work out those oddments as the shearer goes, which puts her in a much better position when the fleece hits the table. She's already done so much of the work at the board as she gathers the fleece, make sure those shoulders are tucked in nice and tight, and makes the fleece over the table. Not the best throw from her. I think that's the most overhang we've seen so far from all of our competitors. The same thing for Sam Gordon on table number 3 as the shearers bring out their 4th and final sheep. They're starting to think about the clean-up as well, while also keeping an eye on the table, keeping an eye on the shearer. There's so much going on at this point in the event.
Yes, you're dead right, Cherie Alabaster. She's nearly skirted this whole fleece. She's really giving it heaps. She wants to make the top 8. Runs back to the shearer, frib that belly. Make sure the frib goes in the right basket, the belly goes in the right basket. Logan Carmenter, he's pulling out a truckload of wool up here. There must be a eagle nest in there because he's pulled out a heap of wool. Up the neck work these shearers. Logan working profusely. Cherie Alabaster doing a little bit of homework now, just pushing a lot of those oddments wool, the locks. She's pushing the locks up against the board so she's not standing on it. A little bit slippery. Goes back to her fleece, just having a look. Deep concentration. Samantha Gordon there, table number 3, looks at her shearer, runs back, gets that cheek wool. Marianne Beatty gliding around that table. This lanky lady here, I think she's about nearly 6 foot, this Marianne Beatty, and she's looking sharp. Logan Carmenter, he's still got the fleece on the table. Is he getting a little bit left behind? That fleece looks like there's a lot of work in it. Roller time from bridge to shoulder. The shearers are nearly finished. This is how it is in the shed. Sometimes you'll have fleeces lying on the ground because they're getting walled up. Samantha turns. Oh, that's a good throw, Samantha. Lovely throw from Cherie. Logan looks like he's got another big fleece. Oh, Rowena, what's happening there?
So it was a bit of overhang from Marianne Beatty that's made its way that front shoulder, just one of them managing to trip her up, touching the ground there as well, which is a no-no in wool handling in terms of potential cross-contamination. But again, as we've seen so many times, these wool handlers have a plan. They're going to absolutely stick to it. They don't let something like that get to them. It's done. They've just got to move on and concentrate. We've seen Marianne put herself in the best position possible for this clean-up, doing a lot of the work as she's gone along. Roll-up time completed for Cherie and Sam Gordon. Their fleeces are in the basket. It means they can focus solely on that clean-up. Marianne Beatty just making the roll there nice and tight, picking up anything that needs to go as well.
Well, Logan Carmody, he's a bit behind in time, so he's going to need to make sure his quality is extra good. Roll-up time from Cherie Alabaster and Samantha Gordon about to put their hands up. We've got a little race there. Ooh, Cherie gets there first. Samantha, good time for her. Logan, he had a monster of a fleece, that last one. Very, very well grown. Good for the farmer, not so good for the wool handler when you're in a competition like this. But that's just how the cookie crumbles. He's got the brim in hand. Time for Marianne. He's not going to be too far behind. He did a lot of homework earlier on. Logan Carpenter down there, table number 1, working away. He won't be too far behind. Puts the brim down. He'll have a good look around. When he's happy, hand will go in the air. There we go. Well done, Logan. I don't think he'll get penalised for that bit of wool in his beard, no.
Bit of an occupational hazard there.
Okay, we'll wait for the judges to do their thing.
Oh, this is the seat.
So following on from this event, we will have the MSD Cooper's Animal Health New Zealand Young Farmers Teams. What a mouthful. So you young farmers, you guys should be all reported in.
Any names?
Following on from that, we have the Abraham Shearing Women Shearing Invitational. It's going to be one to watch. I'm not sure who's all in that yet, but I know that we will have some pretty sharp young ladies. After that, there is a presentation of the Women's World Shearing Record. So hopefully all those young ladies are here. Lovely to see Gwinan Power here this morning. We have the green lights. Timekeepers are ready. Off the stage, mother. Shearers, get set, go. So table number one, we have Gwinan Power, hails from Wales. Her daughter Tessney was shearing earlier on in the week. I didn't know Tessney was shearing, and it was wonderful to see the little cousin up there having a good old blast up. Table number two, this man needs no introduction, does he, Rowena?
No, indeed. Joel Hennard, absolute legend in the sport, master wool handler, world champion as well, and just a fantastic sight to see him still competing. He tried to retire, but like so many, the bug is still there, so he managed to make a comeback and has been doing well this season, Toma.
Is that one of those right moments when you try to retire?
I think it must have been. He just loves it so much, and he's been such a big part of the sport for so long as well, and mentored so many of the young bull handlers coming through along the way.
Well, I mean, he's only young. You know, I think retiring, I think he was wanting to spend a bit more time with his children.
I think that's the only excuse we would have accepted, as you say. He's still young, still had a long future in the sport, but maybe, yeah, the kids do need you at home. And that's the thing with this sport, there is so much time away, refining your skill and then competing as well, which is a whole different skill from being in the Woolshed as well. So it does take the toll on family time.
Yes, you're dead right. It is one of those things, it can be a bit of a double-edged sword at times, but you know, you can't help the animal inside you, and if you have to go, you have to go. So here we go. We're about to set up these fleeces. Looks like Joel's got quite a big fleece there. Ash Boyce from good old Danny Vegas turns around. Oh my goodness. Lani Morale. Lovely throws down. tables 1 and 2. How's it down there on 4?
Yeah, not a bad throw from Lani as well. Just a wee bit of overhang on this side, but definitely not the overhang that we saw from Ash Boys, just getting unstuck. As we saw yesterday, these can be really loose fleeces. It's part of the drought conditions, and if you don't get it really well tucked in, you are going to cop a lot of those competition points.
You should be right, the drought conditions. You know, the sun has killed all the grass, killed all the weeds. The sheep walk through the weeds, get stuck in the wool, and it ends up in the processing faults in the wool store. But you do not want it in the fleece, it needs to be in the oddments. I'm just thinking the last time I saw Gwinan was on the live stream for the Shearing records. She was the wool handler for Matt Smith when he set his shearing record over in the UK. So that's the capabilities of this young lady here on table number 1. Joel Henare, concentration, working away, small steps, fingertips just working away. We've got a young lady here filming him. She'll be ready to analyse that later on and work it into the way that she works. The shearers are turning to the last side. Ash Boyce, roll up time for him. Lani Morel, that's Pagan Claudia's little sister. Roll up for her. Down to the flank work, these shearers, all the pressure's on. Gwinan reaches around, cleans the table, gives it a big old bang Rowena. Let's see what these wool handlers do with this fleece.
Yeah, we're starting to see the pressure ramp up a wee bit now. They've got it into their work. Third sheep just being brought out onto the board with our second throw for our shearers. Better one from Ash Boyce, just still a bit of overhang at the end, but not all along the side like we saw in the first fleece. Lani Wairarapa just getting unstuck by these loose fleeces. You can see a lot of air through there. You can see how they haven't held together very well, and that's why it's just so important to tuck them in, get your balance, and make sure you have some control in the release.
Well, I think Ash Boyce needs to stay in the gym because he doesn't know his own power anymore. He's just throwing these fleeces everywhere. Here we go, Joel Henare. But looser fleece, that one I noticed that he didn't really throw it, Rowena. He just placed it on and then pull it back. I think that's the safest way to go with throwing these big old fleeces here in the Wairarapa. Gwinan working away with her shearer. She had another good throw. Joel also had another good throw. So the experience really showing through on these top 2 stands as from the bottom stands. The stands, the tables 3 and 4. But we got Ash Boyce, back to the fleece he goes. Doesn't look like there's a lot of work left in there, Ash. Don't go looking for something that's not there. That's what can happen, Rowena. These wool handlers, they start overthinking.
Yeah, it's definitely a mind game, this one. You've got to remain in control. You've got to not panic, because once you do, small mistakes become big mistakes and they start to creep in more and more. As our shearers at the moment, they've just got so much on their mind. They're starting to think of the clear up. We saw Ash Boyce sweeping under his table, making his way back to his shearer, giving those oddments a bit of a shake to cut that second shear out and make sure that goes into a separate bin again. Roll up time for Lani Morel. She's got her third fleece. Second fleece in the basket, starting to make her way to the shearer, get some of those oddments before she gets ready for her big third throw.
Hurry up, Gwinan.
Lovely throw from Joel. He had a little bit overhang. Oh, the boys must have heard me. I think he heard me, the young Danny big boy, and he just gave it just probably half cocked that one and landed sweetly for him. Gwinan down here, a little wee bit of overhang. Joel Henare, nothing but the best from this man, Rowena.
Yeah, indeed, another fantastic, consistently fantastic throw from Joel Henare. Really impressed with Lani Morel's third throw as well. The crowd really got behind her on that one as well. They recognised the excellence and it much more improved on her second throw. Same with Ash Boyce. They really are improving as we make our way towards that fourth and final sheet.
Okay, you watch the tempo go up now from the Henare, the Joel Henare. That's the last fleece coming off. Now he's thinking about the cleanup. That's all he's focused on. So it's just go, 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 roll up time. These other wool handlers are nowhere near him. Broom in hand, here we go. The Joel Henare show was about to begin. Ash Boyce rolling around like a man possessed. There he goes. Look at the shearer. Don't worry about the shearer, Ash. You know what you need to do. Lani Morel, she is the same. We got Gwinan here. Gwinan's wondering what the hell is all the fuss. Well, you will find out once the shearer pulls the cord, Gwinan. Shearer's coming down the last side. Look at Joel, there's nothing left under his table. That's the winning formula. You guys should be videoing that because that's where he takes it to the cleaners. Last row, Rowena, let's see how they go. Let's watch the fireworks.
Yeah, and we see the fireworks, but also Joel, you know, they're just managing to stay so composed, and I think that's something you can't, just no matter how many times you video it, you can't always replicate. Beautiful fourth throw as well, and a lovely one from Lani Morel as well, just a little bit of bunching along the side and a tiny bit of overhang. Bit of overhang for Ash Boyce. I think his third throw was definitely his best one. How's Gwinan looking on table one?
Table one, lovely throw, not even a point lost on the overhang. Joel Hinare, oh, he's nearly ready for the roll-up. Gwinan is working her way around the top. Here he goes, Joel Hinare, ladies and gentlemen, it's time. Here we go, roll up for Joel Hinare. It's only been 20 seconds. He's getting the broom in hand. Gwinan working away. Oh, this Lani, she's right there too, Rowena.
Yeah, she is indeed, frantically working that broom underneath. She's put herself in a good position, starting to lose a little bit down the stairs there, but will all be counted at the end.
Wow, it's time down here on table number 2, the Joel Hinare. Gwinan, roll up time for her. Lani down there, table number 4, she's nearly finished. Gwinan's just picking up her broom, it's a lovely pink broom too. We'll see how she can make that pink blur. There you go, well done Lani.
Yeah, fantastic, just managing to finish within that 1 minute 10, so not picking up a whole heap of extra points on the time penalties. Fantastic work from her. Young Woolhandler will go a long way in this sport.
Yes, you did right. Ash Boyce, he's nearly done. I thought he was going to have a quicker clean-up. He might have been hiding some wool somewhere, but he looks around. Well done, Ash. Sits on the board, has a look at the shearer. Thank you, Mr. Shearer, for shearing wonderfully for me. Gwinan Powai, just finishing touches here. Wonderful for her to make the quarterfinals. She's such a long way from home. Well done, Gwinan. Give them a hand, ladies and gentlemen. What an exhibition of wool handling. I'd like to thank you, Rowena, for helping us out this morning. We'll be back on a little bit later on with, I think, the circuit.
Yeah, indeed. Thank you, Tom, my pleasure.
And we'll hand the mics on to the great Gerald and the great Akiri.
Yeah, thanks very much, Tuma. Thank you, Rowena. Brilliant stuff, and thanks to all those quarterfinalists in the wall handling. So, yeah, super stuff. Actually, really good view from up here. When you don't think about anything else, you can sit here and actually, watch it undivided attention. And yeah, it's a super skill when you watch it. Normally, you're watching and talking at the same time. You're basically thinking about 3 things. So great.
Yes,
So, yeah.
men can't do that.
Right, then let us Luke to bring up the young farmers' teams, please, mate.
I must take some talk to me about how to multitask.
Competitors are assembled to the left of the stage, one of the judges, or the woman who's ready. Sorry, it's the young farmers' team. Okay. Young farmers. Okay. Sarah Higgins, Equal Handlers on 1, Daniel Season with Brandon on 2, Marshall Guy, David Gordon on 3, Paul Andrews, Sam Gordon, Duncan Higgins on table 1 and 2, Samantha Baxter, Summer Pritchard on table 4. Can we get John Walker, please?
not people can see it, but also try and explain what they can't see. It's some of the history behind the competition, because there's a lot of people watching these Golden Shears that would normally watch the Shearing competition. You know, they don't always have that knowledge of Shearing or Woolhandling, but the Golden Shears just brings everyone together. It's one of those iconic events, and that's why it's celebrating its 60th anniversary today. So what we're trying to say, you know, how the competitors have been in this competition season so far, has been a fun, and it's always going to that idea. He's trying to retire, he's come back, you know, for someone who's watching at home and has been following along with the news, we've kind of given them that depth so that they feel that they can connect with the world from the table, starting with the row and the nice even spread across the table of the women's bunch up, they score points, and the overhanging table, they score points. And why that is rather in a Woolshed situation as they do for their work every single day. If the people handling will have to look for the hard as the organs, if they have to search underneath for it, it takes up a lot of time. And when it's coming from this year, there's no music, they're not going to wait for the wool handlers to catch up. So they've got to process it as accurately and as quickly as possible, and a good even flow helps them with that. Then what we're looking for is the different ones involved. So different parts of the sheet, like around it, the feet and around it, the head.
Okay, just so you're all clear, okay, for you teams in the Blue Ribbon teams, Young Farmers teams event, the wool handlers, here's this way please, the wool handlers have to touch the button. One wool handler, okay, to stop it. You're all good, thank you. Wool handlers must stop it.
There's other types of wool as well.
Thank you, good luck.
It's been shared twice. They don't want that to be mixed up. That cross-contamination is what we're really looking for on the board. And then that goes out and to be judged to pull it all apart and make sure that there's none of the wool in the wrong basket. They'll also unroll the flicks and they'll check that the wool hammer hasn't missed anything as well, and then we get sure that it's been scored I'm a dairy farmer, so absolutely no knowledge here of sheep. I've never short a sheep in my life. I've never actually probably bought one into the sheep. But no, I got involved through friends of mine who were sharing, and also made it so as an absolute legend of woolhandling. Went across with the New Zealand team to France for the World Cups and just fell in love with the sport. And because I was here today, and I usually commentate rugby, and said, oh, shearing and woolhandling is not so different to rugby. Jump on the microphone, you'll be fine.
Rightio, we've got the green light. Judges are ready, timekeepers are ready. Teams, on your marks, set, go.
Absolutely, we've seen a lot of our fathers absolutely love their rugby as well.
All right, here we go, the second event of the program here this morning on Saturday. MSD Cooper's sponsored event, Animal Health, and the New Zealand Young Farmers teams. So, one, thank you very much to Cooper's and then all their veterinary products that they supply to the rural part of New Zealand for, you know, farm livestock as well as pets and the like, so domestic stuff. So it's absolutely brilliant, and we appreciate your long-serving commitment to helping to run the Golden Shears. Right, so we've got two teams up here, Kerry. I've got 6 of these long to handle. Okay, so this is going to keep them honest, 3 each. No benefit, of course, the shearers, you know, taking it easy. They'll probably stagger themselves, I suppose. But in general, they want to get those wool off. We want to get it on the table. So it's going to be very much like a sheared atmosphere, isn't it? A sheared style.
Yeah, well, what we're going to see, Gerald, is, as you said, it's going to be very much a workplace environment where these ball handlers work with these shearers day in, day out, and you'll see these ball handlers just working their way around the shearer, being mindful of where the shearer is, what position he's in, but then also the ball handler has to be very mindful to keep their fingers out of the cutting zone of the shearer too. So down and out the flank goes Team Tasman. Sorry, Nikki.
50 consecutive years, and I don't think you get that in a lot of sports. There's something that's just so special about shearing and wool handling that just
just gets everyone back year after year. They love it, and it is like quite elegant in some cases. And what we see also is
Yeah, so we've had the first throws, and we'll notice here that we've got the staggered. So it is a team. We've got 2 shearers, 2 wool-handlers per team. You'll see up the top here, have a look up there, we've got Sarah Higgins and Sam Gordon and Tasman team, and their teammates are Ethan Pankers and Duncan Higgins. And then work your way down, Daniel Seeds and Samantha Baxton. Someone's thrown a real good throw there. Tegwin Bradley, Summer Pritchard, that's the East Coast. Marshall Guy, Ricky Stevens, East Coast, David Gordon, and Angela Stevens, East Coast. So really good stuff, really. And of course, Young Farmers as a whole, very much an integral part of young people, you know, as a group, learning off each other and then sharing ideas and you know, hassles and problems of dry weather and the likes too, Kerry, of course. Yeah, so really, really good that way.
Yeah, for sure, Gerald. And Young Farmers, they do have a really great clubs throughout New Zealand. And as Gerald was saying, that they are a footpath for our young members in our community to join a group and make good friendships too. And it's a stepping stone for into the shearing world for sure, but agriculture as a whole, New Zealand young farmers, they look after our younger members in our community very well. So we get ready for the next fleeces to come over the table, or a little bit of bunching up the top there on the middle table. Sarah Higgins, not a bad throw there, just a little bit over the top of the table, but as a whole, pretty good, pretty good. Nice throw down there on table number 3, down the end. So this is when these wool handlers have to manage these shearers. You'll see ones at the table, you'll see ones at the board preparing the fleece. It's all about teamwork and timing for these wool handlers.
Come and go, come and stay. It just happens that way. So no,
Once again, not too bad a throw there by the Tasman team. Up and over the table they go. You'll see the wool handler, she'll be quickly working their way around the table. And there will also the fellow wool handler will be at the board. It's very important, Gerald, that these wool handlers, one big thing that they don't do is miss that crutch ball, isn't it?
Yeah, that's part of the big picture, right, Kerry? And that's got to come out, and they've got to work as a team. And we've mentioned that right out. You know, it's been a theme of ours, I suppose, as a team of commentators. But it's a team effort. Okay, you can't get these sheep shorn and the wool and the bale and the wool to the wool store without all these facets happening. Okay, we've got to get them shorn. We've got to get the wool sorted. This is the best and only time, well, not only time, but the best time to be sorting odd bits and pieces and taking out the lesser valued wool. So there's a bit of action starting to happen now. The East Coast down the bottom there. Angela and Ricky Stevens on the table. They're going to some stick. Sarah Higgins says, right, that's that fleece on there. The shearer jumps out of the way. Sweep, sweep, sweep on the board on the front stand. Round. Shearers staggered. Part of the teamwork as well. What's happening in the middle? Oh, there's a bit of hanging wool there. Don't be too happy. The cavalry arrives. Oh, they're staggering well. They're coming off. They're putting a bit of pressure on the middle table. Come on, darling, get that table clear. It's still a Golden Shears ribbon. We're not going to give it away. You're going to earn this, baby. She's in for the roll now. Rolly, rolly. Right now. Oh, yes. That is a good throw. Higgins. Good tight roll there. Shearer comes off here in stand 2. That's the sheep shorn for those two teams. Gary, we've got a throw here on the front table. Puts a lot of air time in it. It's a very heavy fleece, but tremendous job in it.
Beautiful throw there on the first table here from the Tasman team as we see these competitors finishing off this heat.
upskilling and training.
They'll still got one.
Wanting to do better.
Pleased to throw down the East Coast team down there on the end. And up part of the table, whoa, tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, I'd say that is one of the best throws of the morning. Very, very good throw down there. Rightio, Team Tasman with their roll up. Out with the broom, you'll see the broom. Sweep, 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 sweep they go. Now the time clock has started, ladies and gentlemen. Now the time clock is these teams' worst enemy. And there we go. East Coast team on the middle stand, they finish. There'll be finishing touches here for Team Tasman.
Yeah, I've been here 40 years. This is my 40th.
David Gordon and
I started
down the end here.
This year I did my first year in the
Finishes, and Team Tasman will come through as well.
But I spent the last
And finishing touches for
the top men.
Ricky Stevens down there. And there we go. Well done.
Record many years ago.
And we'll, who's heat number 2 there?
All around the world, judged around the world. What makes this really special is the atmosphere that captures people. So I saw some strangers yesterday who've never been here before, and they just can't believe how many people helped make it happen. The town, the community, the volunteers, on our committee, so I'm on the committee, it's about 26 people on the committee. Wonderful voluntary what is your group? Shearing, it's very good.
We will have the Abraham Shearing Woman Nation. We need everybody to cover to check in, please. Everybody to cover on the Abraham Shearing Woman
There's 2 heats of this. This is the last and final heat.
No, well nowadays I'm a judge and I'm a volunteer.
And once again, thank you to MSD Cooper's Animal Health. And thank you to all these teams. Okay, it's so good to see these young farmers. Okay, they've got to go to certain amount of young farmers meetings and the likes where, as we discussed, they get together and have little farm visits and see, innovation and what's working, what's not, all the tough times. Because farming, it's it's a tough job. It's probably not quite as romantic as it once was. And we got the green light. So you can discuss all those things and then see improvements. But like coming to a shearing show, really, you share ideas, problem shared, problem halved.
Reed, who shore the woman's blades last night, was she's actually a trained as well.
We've got some fancy dress going on here too, Gary. I think we've got the tiger headbands. Tiger, leopard, that same family anyway, I'm sure of it.
This is something they love.
I thought the Woolhandlers might play their game as well too.
Oh, true. Yeah, they colour coordinated, eh? Sorted these girls.
Accountants, the whole shebang, investment lawyers,
We're good for it.
Venture capitalists, they...
You're right. Okay, timekeepers are ready. Judges ready. On your marks, get set, go.
We've got 12-year-olds here in here, and they have the years.
The old caller timekeepers normally gets all the competitors to their toes. It's the old favourite for the commentators. Right, you've got to take us through these teams, Kerry, and where they're from.
On stands number 1. We've got Jimmy Samuels and Catherine Mulledy from the South Waikato, Brownell. Denise St. George. Cam Hicks and Anna Braddock. And Ruki Braddock. Marika Braddock as well. Team Wairarapa. So here we go. Once again, this is the second heat of the MSD Coopers Animal Health Young Farmers Team Competition, ladies and gentlemen. Heat number 2 we are on. Up and around the shoulders, these shearers go. These Woolhandlers have their little baskets set up. So as you see these shearers, these Woolhandlers will work with the shearers. There's some crutch ball to come in. There's some top knot to take out. And of course there'll be first pieces, second pieces, and some floor sweepings as well. So down and over the brisket they go. Team Wairarapa, first one's into the pen. You'll see these shearers, they'll be a little bit stagnated. So the reason they do this is so that the girls don't have two fleeces come off at once. They're able to have one fleece on the table, deal with that fleece, take those little pieces and all those second grade fibres out of that fleece. And you'll see Team Wairarapa did that very well too. That first fleece was just wound up, and then the second one come over the table too, and it was a very good throw from the Team Wairarapa. South Waikato, not too bad a throw in there, up and over the table, just a little bit off the side there, a couple little points. I'd say as a whole, pretty good throw there. Sir Ronnie King to the announcers table, please.
Right, she's all going down here, so Catherine Maluli clears the table in her cool, calm style, and the colour-coded, the boys have got the leopard headbands on. As Jimmy smiles and says, come on, you get those leopard bands around the place, let's get it, some action. Thank you. And we've got wool flying down there, Kerry. We've got a lot of paperwork flying around here, and that's nothing unusual. It's just we don't expect anything less from a World Premier Shearing and Woolhandling Championship. There's a lot of pieces of the cog that need to be put together very accurately. So we've got a whole lot of us on the coalface, and you've got a whole lot of management in behind that, and the so-called the helicopter view of making sure things tick away and just keeping everyone, the ducks lined up, as if to say. Right, this is not about ducks and duck shooting down in south. This is about shearing sheep in Masterton. So the table is clear for the Wairarapa team. So there we go, make some noise if you want, folks. Round the Woolhandling goes, getting those little wedgie bits. The shearers have dived in for another one. Once again, they've got the staggered thing going on, so they had a bit of a debrief at some stage. Now that both Woolhandlers are onto it, round they flick their shearers are Cam Hicks and Ruki Braddock. And they've had you mentioned these names, and you've been mentioning them from Brigus to Woolhandling to Shearing to teams. Some of these competitors have had I'll hand it over to you, Nikki, but Kerry, big few days, haven't they?
Yeah, we just leave it out in front. But you see what happens is the live feed doesn't match with the commentary that the boys are doing. So that boys are commentating today. So what we do is, no.
Can you put that into the class?
So we see South Waikato roll up by that first time. Jimmy Samuels down and out the flank he goes. As you see how Woolhandlers back to the board, setting that piece up. This is very, very important, ladies and gentlemen. The setup of this fleece. Well, let's have a look on table 1. How are we going to go? Oh, not too bad, not too bad. A bit of a challenging fleece, that one, actually, to be fair. Some of these fleeces stay together a little better than others. But that's just the nature of the game. This is what some of these ball handlers will discover within the shedded situations. Different farms they go to. Some places the fleece will stay together a little better than the others, but it's a skill that they need to learn. You can't always have the best of it. Down in stable number 2, not too bad throw, a little bit of punching on the top there, Gerald, but as a whole, pretty good.
Yeah, some great skills on the show here the last few days by Jolly Dickens. And it starts before here, as you just mentioned, Kieran, you know, White Spurs have been involved in supplying these full wool and really dry conditions, and they've had to work really hard to keep everything right, and their presentation has been second to none. And I know the wool handlers, the shearers, anyone that's been involved here would have really appreciated the hard work that has been going in, not just for the last couple of days to get this all lined up. It's been going on for weeks to months. So here we go. Get back to what's happening right here. We've got Jimmy Samuels doing the finishing touches on the last side. The Wairarapa team, well, they've even got much to go, folks. Anyone here from Wairarapa? The girls are hard at work there, one on each side. That's going to cut it down a wee bit. Throw that there. The other ones are back to the board now. Bit of a tidy up the big sweeper. Got the big broom so they can lean right over that. All forward has to be nice and clean. Now they're onto the floor. One's on the broom, one's on the sweeper. Come on, South Waikato. Oh, a little bit of panic there and give it a bit of muscle. Bit much porridge, only a tablespoonful, though all the same. Just a wee bit on the corner. Many of the oddments that she's going to get out of there still sitting up in high view. Catherine Maludi working on the far side. Onto the broom goes the Wairarapa team.
Did you see me give it an eye?
They're having a very busy time, a lot of these names. Look at them go, they're both just about ready. The table wasn't clear. We've got to have that right. Wrap up time for the Wairarapa team. South Waikato, they've got the leopard headbands and the leopard tights on. And they need to be wrapping their dags now. Get that broom working. Make it talk, as they will say. Use the broom, the shake of the table will make some noise. They've got time to have a yarn to their mates sitting in the front row. No time for that. Get to work, darling. Okay, it's like my start. When I see them on the cell phone, this is important, don't answer it. Do that tonight, please. You're at the Golden Shears. No time for talking to the front row. It's shakedown time. Oh, jolly, she says. You've got yourself distracted. Your heart's in two places as well as your mind. Get back up on the board. There we go. Bit of a light-hearted moment at the Golden Shears, and that's okay. They're all dressed up for the occasion. Give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, that's very good. On a serious side, of course, young farmers, very, very important part of farming in general through New Zealand. We've got young farmers, we've got farmers, of course, and a lot of them are farmers. And, of course, we've got rural women. So those are three of the big sort of aspects in the rural communities. And then there's discussion groups and all sorts of things sort of folded in there as well. So that was really good, Kerry, wasn't it? A bit of fun, wasn't it? And there is a serious side of this. Is the ribbons and the lights to go with the Golden Shears name written on it.
Yeah, that's right, Gerald. It was nice to see the teamwork that's required. So far in the competition, we've seen the individual events really, to be fair, but obviously the team pressing. But what we just seen was pretty much a general day in the Woolshed. As I was just saying, obviously these competitors, it really is teamwork in the Woolshed. It's all about the team. As we wait for the start of the Woman Invitation, proudly sponsored by Abraham Shearing, and we thank you for their sponsorship. be just the way to start. I'll hand it over to you, Gerald.
Right, so we're just having a wee tidy up here. These are the oddments of the oddments.
Yeah, I've got Dick coming in too.
We just arrived, a very warm welcome to you on behalf of Sam Saunders and the committee at the Golden Shears. Settle in for the day, we've got plenty of action, plenty before now and plenty still to come. So you would see this in a shared situation when they arrive. They may arrive in a van, as most shearers and Woolhandlers do, and they'll walk into the shed, and sometimes the farmer's been dagging some lambs and doing sorts of things, and it's a wee bit untidy, and this is their initial sort of setup. Okay, you'll see they'll come in there right here and they'll get their brooms out and get their fedges out and a big tidy up to get it back to the standard that they would expect, you know, so there is no cross-contamination and the likes.
Yeah, that's right, Gerald. And of course, the highest level of standard will be set here at the Golden Shears. We expect nothing else. Of course, this is a world-class event, ladies and gentlemen. To be fair, it's the best shearing competition in the world.
Okay, let's get them up there, we're ready to go. So it's the Abraham Shearing, a woman's shearing invitation. So down on stand 6, Catherine Maluli. Make your way up there, Catherine.
Yes, she did.
And on stand number 5, ladies and gentlemen, Emily Tikapa.
Stand 4, Pagan Gararia.
Stand 3, ladies and gentlemen, Sarah Higgins.
On 2, Laura Bradley.
And on stand number 1, Emily Welch.
Right, so they've got some 6-second shear to work their way through. It's an instant prize giving. Thank you very much to Abraham Shearing, of course based here in Masterton, so that's brilliant, and what a great event to be involved in.
So, Woolhandling
Women's shearing.
quarterfinals have just finished, and we wait with bated breath for that. We've had the young farmers, and again, some pretty strong teams in there. I want to welcome Jules Burney to the green room. Welcome, Jules. We've got a pretty special event coming up next, haven't we?
Good morning, Davis. Yes, we do. This is the Invitation Women's event at the Golden Shears. This is the 40th year that the women's event has been run. They don't hold it every year, but they do hold it when they've got time in the timetable. And being the 60th Golden Shears, it's a very prestigious event because this year we've got the finest field we've ever had at Golden Shears in women's shearing. We have 20 in novice, about 15 or 16 in junior, a handful in the intermediate. We had 7 in the senior. I've never seen so many senior women shearers compete in one event.
So many women shearers, full stop, Jules. It's brilliant. And it was interesting, we had a chat with Snow Quinn, and I said to him, you know, what's changed in your 60 years of hanging out here? And he says, well, nothing really. And I thought, okay, so I went a bit further to say, well, you know, you saw all the women shearers in the lower grade. And he said, well, there's no reason why they shouldn't. You know, which kind of stopped me in my tracks. I said, okay, that's true. So in some ways we see this as as a great step up. They see it as just as it should be.
Well, I think it's part of the course now. I mean, if you go back to the 1980 women's shear, Barbara Marsh and those women, they were pioneers in the field. They started out in the 1960s when it was very, very rare. But, by the 2000s, there's been some very, very good women shearers.
Okay, Jules, I wonder if we should introduce these women. They're up there, they're waiting for the referee to start them off, but stand one, we have Emily Welch. Now, she doesn't need too much of an introduction, but I'm sure you've got some real data around Emily.
Look, Emily's the current world women's solo world record holder. She did 6:48 lambs at 9 hours 13 years ago. She's unchallenged 13 years ago. She's also second in the senior the year before that. First time a woman made a semi-final. So she's an exceptionally good shearer. She's semi-retired, contracting, and she has a pretty busy family. She was one of the stars of Shearing, the movie that came out 18 months ago.
Yep.
And then we have Laura Bradley from Woodville, who's a young shearer from your stable.
She is, and we've come through the ranks not just with Laura but with her mum and dad. Wayne Bradley, he was a pretty fine shearer in his day. Her mum, Helen, I'm just trying to remember what her surname was, but an amazing Welsh girl with so much energy, and you can see that in these kids, Tegwin and Laura,
and Laura's got a really bright future. She's done very well, very high up in the senior. She'll be shearing later today as well. Yeah. Behind her is Sarah Higgins from Glenham. Sarah is just one of the 4 women that just did the world record a month or so ago, and she stepped up. She's won a senior event. She's done a couple of good events. And she's placed well over the last year at Wairarapa as well.
Yeah, so Jules, let's just go to the screen so that we can get in sync with what the visuals are. So we're now looking at Sarah Higgins from Glenham. She's not mucking around on that stage, is she?
No, Sarah's on the long blow already on her first sheet. They're shearing 5 sheep, I understand, 6 sheep. And it's really good that she's got in and she's going to drive a really good competition here. I think that having Sarah's experience will come through. She's recently done a pre-shears shearing school just to get her quality up. And, I think she's a very, very confident, very confident shearer.
Great job.
And her and Payne Kaverdia are going in together on this event. Next sheep in, and they're on the belly, they'll just lead up.
So here we are now with Pagan.
Pagan's won this event before. She's not a full-time shearer, but she's got a wealth of experience, and she made the senior final at the World Championships 3 years ago, so she's no slug when it comes to shearing speed and quality.
No, and Jules, just to go along the bottom, if you see the dials down there, it's an interesting innovation, and some people are looking at it and not understanding it. Some they don't even see it. But really, what it is obviously green is good, red is not that great. But we're on Pagan at the moment. It shows that she's getting through her second sheet. In terms of her time, she's about on par with the average of the others. In terms of her board, she's right at the top end. She's doing a lot better than the others. And so her total is showing that, she's sitting at the right end of the spectrum. So there's some interesting visuals there just to help people who aren't fully engaged in how the scoring happens to keep on the game with it all.
And Emily de Carper's a young shearer originally from Scotland. She's got very strong roots here in New Zealand. Her father, Joe de Carper, was an open finalist many, many decades ago. And she shears around the world, so she's quite a character. She's really quite confident at clean shearing and small numbers. She's only just gone up into the senior and she's holding her own there. She's just a wee bit behind the other 2 girls, but she's coming along quite well.
I'll tell you what, Emily is a lot of fun, Jules. She's, and it's in her day-to-day work. There's never a real bad day with Emily.
No, she's a real character. She's one of those characters in the industry. She'll be around for a long time, and they'll remember her because she's not shy. She enjoys a good time, and she puts a lot of work in. She's actually the secretary of the Scottish Shearers Association, so she's putting something back into the industry already. She's only been around maybe 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, real global traveller, global traveller. And now here we go to Catherine. Catherine hasn't been around for a little bit, has she?
No, Catherine's gone back to the family farm beginning of last year. She put her handpiece down For a while, she's not full-time shearing. She still does a bit of shearing, and she's been involved in the competition in Woolhandling and triathlon, and she's also been involved in the Young Farmers today, which is really good actually to see her step up. Catherine was one of the stars of She Shears, and she's won a few senior shows a couple of years ago, and she did very, very well here overseas. She's very good intermediate shearing at times. She's no slug either, and she's changing a handpiece. She's obviously not so happy with that cut.
So Jules, just talk to people about that when you say not happy with the cut. What do you mean?
Well, she's obviously decided that that comb was not cutting. It might not have been entering into the wool right. It might have just held it back a bit, and you can feel that through the handpiece that the comb was not going through the wool easily. And so most shearers, when the cut goes off, the two pieces of steel are worn. If they lose their cut, then the shearers will change the handpiece. And when they've got 6 sheep like these young women, they're halfway through now, they're on to their 3rd or 4th sheep, they're really doing well. Well, look, here we've got Emily is just ahead of Sarah, and Paige and Emily are probably about blow to blow. And
Jules, here's some more graphics. That just gives a bit of a snapshot of where they're all sitting, and this is without the outside points. So this is just time and board points, and we can see that Catherine, although her time is, she's right up there with the time. Look at her quality points.
she's
absolutely excellent.
It's very good to be able to. So over 3 sheep, it looks like she's only got about 2 second cuts. So that's pretty good data really in terms of the quality. Because as they shear, the quality is really important. The judges are watching them for mistakes or faults as they shear, and those judges are walking down the board and counting each of those individual mistakes. So Emily's got a bit of a struggle there. She's just having a bit of problem holding the sheep, but she's away now. And
she'd be the most experienced shearer up there on board.
Yes, she is. Yeah, I mean, she's been around probably for about 17 or 18 years now. She started her career after she finished her university degree, and she went straight into shearing full time. She hadn't been shearing that long, maybe about 4 or 5 years, but she did the world record. So she's probably nearly 20 years actually, and of course, her family's been involved with shearing. Her father.
Seen Phil here.
Yeah, she's had Fiona Middleton was the first woman to win a Golden Shears title in 1988. She grew up, Emily grew up idolising Fiona Middleton and the women shearers that were young, that were of my generation.
Yeah.
And it looks like Emily's got a bit of a struggle there, so she's just having a wee bit of a struggle on that one. And it's not helping her.
No, so if you look up on the board above the shearers, you can see, you can start to also, again, just get an indication of how everyone's sitting relative to each other. What you do have to remember is what isn't there are the outside points. So we've got judges on the board here who are judging the number of times they second cut the wool, Jules, or make a mistake in that manner, but then when they go outside, any little nicks or ridges are then judged, and those points are not on that board. So, it just maintains a little bit of suspense for a bit longer, doesn't it?
It does indeed. Look, Pagan's on the last sheep. She's going up the neck. She's really proud ahead of the other women. Looks like she's going into the long blow now, and because she's so far ahead, she could end up with just a little bit of extra time to advantage points over her job, and if the others are catching up on the quality, she might just come out quite good at the end of that with just being ahead on the last sheet. So she's on the last side, and both Sarah and Emily are on their 6th sheet, and the others are on their 5th sheet, just going into their 6th sheet now.
Interesting thing about Pagan, you can see her strapping, and I did say to her last night, "Are you okay?" And she said it's not a remedial strapping, it's more like a proactive, positive, helping blood flow. And I mean, the science of sport these days is amazing, and it's great to see it being lifted. But yes, Pagan, she's turned off very quickly. Left the other girls there. There's Catherine, she's able to now turn off. look at those points.
Catherine and Sarah very close together finishing, and Emily's still coming on that last one.
Yeah.
This could be really interesting. It could be a new champion here. We've had Emily win this a few times, and we could have a new champion on board. You know, obviously Catherine Maloney's had some very good quality, so people can sneak through on quality at a small number of sheep like that. It can give them that boost when it comes to the points being put together.
Yes, that's right. So it'll be interesting to see. This is going to be what we call an instant prize giving. So this is where they will, they won't wait to an official prize giving. They're going to come up and give these, they'll have the points all worked out, and this will be done pretty much as we see it. As soon as the last shear is finished, they'll get themselves organised, and then we are going to have that instant prize giving, Jules. And you're going to be then heading down onto the stage, aren't you? Oh, okay.
No, they're just doing a presentation.
Oh, I thought you were doing that. Okay.
The Women's World Record have an opportunity to have their world record frame presentations here at Golden Shears. That's shortly.
Okay, so they've all finished comparing, chatting, checking out what the judge's last counter says.
It's really exciting to see so many young women. There's been talk that the movie has really inspired young women to get up there. But, you know, to get into the senior, these women are senior and open, you've got to be around for 4 or 5 or 6 years even just to get that experience. And it's wonderful. We've now got a stable, probably a dozen, 15 women in New Zealand that are at that top of the senior level. They're very good shearers, and they can come into a competition and hold their own at the higher level.
Yeah, that's right. So, and you know what, regardless of what people say, women do add a different vibe in a working shearing shed. I've been into a number of the sheds, and you know, there's just a different calmness often. I can say this as I don't shear, you probably couldn't say it as you do.
No, I think it does. I think what it adds is a flavour that, you know, there's women seem to be quite clean shearers. They're often start off very, very neat and tidy, and you know, as they gain experience, they combine that with speed and quality as they go. But what I see now, which is really extraordinary, is the young ones getting up and getting a go. You know, the young men that are competing in Woolhandling, and the young women who are competing right through the grades and shearing. There's a fluidity between them. This generation don't really mind who does what. Like, you know, the old days of boys shearing, girls would come after them. And, you know, it's a bit like, you know, boys in the household, you know, your mum's always cleaning your room. And it's a bit like that scenario. But it doesn't actually look like that anymore. So you do get young women who are walking into the bullshit with a shearing box. And the farmer thinks she's carrying her boyfriend's gear, and she's, oh no, this is Mikey, I'm a shearer. I'm here for the day, I'm here to do some hard work and nothing, so
yeah. Hey, look, Jules, thank you for joining me. I think we should cross the stadium, but it looks like Thomas going to be having a chat to some of those ladies, so thank you very much for joining me, Jules. Awesome.
Were they a little bit dry cutting?
Very dry, and some that hasn't held, they're quite skinny.
So, anyway, you won the novice Woolhandling. Are you weighing up whether you should be shearing or Woolhandling? You know, what's in the future for Laura Brandley?
I think you better give up shearing.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this is Laura Brandley. She hails from a little place called Woodville, just down the road. Good luck to you, Laura. All the best. Catherine Maloney.
I thought we were kind of watching the screen, because you can see they close in on it. It's quite.
How was it down there hiding on the end stand? Did you come into this with a game plan? Like, do you farm your pen whenever you shear up here on the stage?
I haven't done a show for a long time.
I seen you competing in the precinct. How did you end up in the triathlon?
We just started farming, so we've been shearing our own sheep and dressing and getting up and browsing for ourselves.
Yeah, good on you. That's Catherine Maloney, ladies and gentlemen. Very good young shearer. I think Kieran's ready for the prize giving.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have the results. This, of course, is the Abraham Shearing Women's Shearing Invitation. And presenting this is Kushla Abraham of Abraham Shearing.
Thank you, Kieran. My name is Kushla Abraham, and on behalf of my husband, Wairarapa, our two children, Ariana and May Marie, and our amazing crew, we'd like to thank the Golden Shears for giving us the opportunity to sponsor. I've been coming to the Golden Shears since I was a baby, so it's a huge honour and a privilege. It takes a lot of guts to get up here just in itself, but to separate yourself into the top 6 women shearers is a huge accomplishment, and amazing job, woman, it's awesome. And we're going to be here for a few more years to come, so make sure that if you're wanting to give it a go, just do it. So thank you, let's find out who the winner is.
The winner of the Abraham Shearing Women's Shearing Invitation receives $250. Winners' penalty points were 35.3. Second place, 37. The winner, Sarah Higgins.
Go, Sarah.
Well done, Sarah. You can hear from the crowd how excited they are about this. You've come to the Golden Shears in the 60th year and you've taken this out. Congratulations.
Thanks, Kieran. It was definitely one of my goals, so I'm pretty happy. Thanks to the girls for putting up a good shear. It was good fun. And to the sponsors and everyone who organises Golden Shears, my family and my fiance have been contributing to support me. Thanks.
Well done, Sarah. You deserve it. Second place at $160, Pagan Karoria.
There's a boom pole and there's whatever that is. That's 3 poles.
Third place, $140, Catherine Maluli. Fourth place, Emily Welsh. Fifth, Laura Bradley. And put your hands together for Emily Te Kapa. And just while we take the photos for that presentation, we have a very special presentation coming up now.
Morning all. On the 23rd of January 2020, 4 women set a 4-stand 9-hour strong wall record. They did it at Wairarapa Station in Turangi. Shearers were Sarah Higgins, Talia Ringiafa, Amy Silcock and Megan Whitehead. They were outstanding. They should hold their heads high the way they shore the sheep, their attitude towards it. As the day went on, they got stronger and stronger and cleaner. It was a real honour to be a judge that day. The judges for the day were Martin David from the UK, he was the convener, Paul Harris, Robert McLaren, Ian Buchanan, Neil Fagan, myself, Ronnie King. The event organiser was Jules Angus Burney, and farm manager Colin Gates had to be congratulated. Him and his staff presented 2,400 beautiful Romney lambs for these girls to do the record on. The sheep had to have an average of 0.9 to be eligible for the record. They surpassed this with 1.7 kilos of wool, so well within the wool weight. They were big, beautiful Romney lambs. Megan Whitehead did the most for the day. She did 608 lambs. Sarah Higgins did 528. Amy Silcock did 423. Natalia Ringarfield did 507. Combined total of 2,066 lambs, averaging 10.6 for a rating, which is an extremely good rating. So the thing that stood out to me the most about this record is the girls' attitude and how they got stronger as the day went on, proving that they really put a lot of time into this record, got fit enough, and gave their best. So congratulations, girls. So if Amy Silcock, if she'd like to come along and receive her award, that'd be great. But Sarah Higgins might come along.
She's such a boy. Down there. She's such a guy,
Thanks, bud. Congratulations. You know, this is something that caught the imagination of any shearing fan across the country. To do this with your peers when women's shearing is going from strength to strength, you really have helped build the profile of the sport, so you must be very proud.
Yeah, definitely. It was a pretty awesome day. I think all of us surpassed most of our expectations in the day, and it was really cool to reach our goal of 2,000 and lay down a solid challenge for the next group of women coming through. That's all we want to see, eh? We want to see more girls coming through and having a go at it. So don't be shy, go hard. Everything's zero.
Well, look, you really are doing exactly what you want. You're setting an example for the next generation coming through. So how about another round of applause for our world record holders? Well done. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That concludes this presentation. We'll hand you back now to the commentators.
Coming through because they come into the lower grade, but you know they just don't quite cut up.
Thanks very much, Kieran. Right, that leads us on to the blue ribbon individual, okay? So the sponsor there is MSD, Cooper's Animal Health. So thank you once again to you guys and being sponsored with the teams as well as the individual. Now
Somebody has mistakenly picked up a black briefcase and a grey backpack from in the little room underneath the Dignitary sign. So if you've accidentally picked this up, if you could please drop it off to the commentator's desk. Okay, that's a black briefcase and a grey backpack. It belongs to one of the shearers that's been shearing for the Woolhandlers.
This is Toby and Ben.
Great, thanks, Toma. Let's get that back. That'd be very, very good. Appreciate that.
I just thought I'd come and see you.
Right, so yeah, there's two heats of this, and it is going to be a straight final. So once you've shorn and everything, guys, just remember it is a final, so treat it as that, a two-heat final, and there is an instant prize giving after it. So don't go too far away. I just want you just hanging around here, please, around the commentary box within reason, so we can have an instant prize giving. Judges on the board, please.
Can we do this one?
Yeah.
So who's coming back to that?
Big one. Cam.
And who? Oh yeah.
All right, if we can have them up, please. Marshall Gray, stand 6.
Do you know how many of these guys?
Sorry, Marshall Guy, that is, and Daniel Seed, Duncan Higgins, Cam Hicks, Tequin Bradley, and Ethan Anchorst on the front stand. Thank you.
It is kind of a national final. It's the YC.
And Heat 2 after this will be, stand 6 will be David Gordon, Joseph Winders, Hemi Braddock, Floyd Neal, Sarah Higgins, and Jimmy Samuel. So we'll just have you ready down here to keep this game moving. It'll be really good. Appreciate that, guys. 6 of these.
Hi, welcome back. So we've I hope you watched that women's event. Pretty impressive. And that's Sarah Higgins. She knows her way around a handpiece, doesn't she, Digger?
She certainly does, Mavis. I was lucky enough to be at the four-stand women's world record. And Sarah showed really, really well that day, and she's got a big future in front of her.
Yeah, well, she's certainly put the challenge down to other women wanting to do this stuff. But look, thank you for joining me. We're now ready to start the, what the heck is it, sorry. It's the MSD, Cooper's Animal Health, New Zealand Young Farmers Blue Ribbon Shearing Final. So Dick, you've been part of this, haven't you?
I've done this many years ago, Mavis, and it's a great event. It's actually really good for these young guys that are, just gives them a lot more experience. They can shear in the final. These sheep down in Masterton are quite tricky some years, and this year they are really, really tricky. They're harsh cutting, dry cutting, so it's good to see these young guys, and they'll get up there, and I think they'll probably be shearing 10 sheep maybe in this final, so it's a great experience for them.
Yep, that's right. They're actually shearing six second shear. And these sheep come from Ngātamarua station. They've done a great job, Digger, of bringing these sheep through, haven't they?
Oh, the sheep are a fantastic order considering how dry it is down here in Wairarapa.
Yeah.
And I was talking to Ken McPherson last night, and he said as long as they've got plenty of water and plenty of room to move about, they seem to hold their condition, and they certainly are. They're just pretty hard shearing this time of the year down here, so dry cutting.
Yeah, well, welcome to our world, is what we would say from the Wairarapa to all these shearers who have green pastures. Welcome to our world. But Digger, they're getting ready to, I see the referee just going in, but take us through. Who have we got here in this final?
Down on stand one, we've got Ethan Pankhurst. Ethan spends local Masterton boy. He spends a lot of time in Australia. Loves shearing over there. He said the pay rate's pretty good, but he comes back every year, especially for Masterton.
Yes.
Stand two, Tegwin Bradley, pretty much a local boy from Woodville, just up the road. Tegwin, I think it's his second year in the Open. He's coming along pretty well.
He's not long out of varsity and decided, no, I want to have this.
That's right, following in the family traditions of his dad.
Yeah.
Stand three, Cam Hicks. Cam's from Martin. Don't know a lot about Cam.
He's active in this, the Lower North Island shows. I mean, he's everywhere, often hangs out with the Samuel boys, and they're good fun.
Yep, and Duncan Higgins on stand four, that's Sarah's younger brother, Sarah Higgins, who we just saw in the women's event.
Yeah.
Daniel C from Woodville, or player two now. Another young, I think he's just a senior boy. And Marshall Guy from Kyo way up north on stand six.
Nice to see the guys back in the frame of it. They kind of all moved out for a little bit, didn't they?
They did, and they're a great shearing family and great shearers. I think about 5 boys, and they're all very talented shearers.
So what we're looking at right now is Ethan Pankhurst from Masterton. He's not mucking around. He's in there with the hiss and a roar.
He's straight into his work. Ethan Pankhurst up and around the back of the head he goes. Great honour to win this one. So they'll all be trying very, very hard, no doubt.
Yeah, that's what they're there for.
So Ethan Pankhurst just down into the long blow. First sheep, 6 to shear, so quality's going to play a big part in this one. Only 6 sheep.
Yeah.
The time points won't be a huge factor, but Ethan's done a turn for the last side now. Top of the shoulder for him.
Hey Digger, while you're doing that, look along the bottom. So this is sort of a new innovation. And what this is showing, that the red-green shows the average of what the whole board is. Where the dial is where Ethan's sitting. So he's about right in time. He's
right on the pace.
Yeah, he's right on the pace. His board is average.
Probably just under the average for the board, so he's doing really well there. And he's right on the average. So that's a great thing you've got up on the screen here, Mavis.
Well, these guys are looking at how we make this more user-friendly to an audience all the time. It takes a bit of explaining, but once you've got it, it can be really helpful. Here we are on Tegwin now. He doesn't muck around either, does he?
No, he's times into his work, young Tegwin. Up the neck he goes on sheep number 2.
And he's right on, his board's actually up a bit. He's at the moment.
Yeah.
So he'll just have to watch his second cuts. We've just got can see Cam coming into the picture now. Cam Hicks down at the longbow, but it looks like Ethan Hankhurst is still leading him at the moment.
Yeah. So here we go with Cam. See again, look at our little dials down the bottom.
Look at Cam's board, Moses. He's only made 1 second cut over 2 sheep, and he is way below the average of the other guys.
Yeah.
So if he's doing a good job outside, which we haven't got on our screen at the moment, he'll be right at the money at the end.
Yeah. No, it's a great little tool actually. So no, Cam's, I think he'll be very pleased with where he's sitting right now.
Yeah, now down to Duncan Higgins. Duncan's got a very good board too. So he's only a senior shearer, so again, great experience for these 2 young senior shearers, Duncan and Daniel, to be up against the open boys in this blue ribbon event.
Is the young farmer still as active as it used to be, Digger? I mean, a lot of us have come through that and it's sort of waves around a little bit, but it's still hanging in there, isn't it?
It is still hanging in there. Yep, I think each area is, it varies a little bit.
Yeah.
I know down this way it's very strong in the Wairarapa.
It serves a great purpose. It's a great forum.
We've actually been seeing the national, regional nationals that have been held at the moment.
Yeah.
And we've got a local boy from Tikawiti who's going to represent Waikato Bay plenty. Mitchell Hall, and I think Mitchell might have even shorn down the Golden Shears in the novice. And now he's gone shepherding.
Yeah.
So he's representing the area of the nationals coming up in June or July.
Daniel's done well. He's put that sheep out pretty quickly.
Yep, we're down to the Marshall guy. Say Marshall would be my pick to win this, him or Ethan.
Yeah. They're the most experienced, I think, in just terms of name recognition for me anyway.
They certainly are, Moses. They probably 2 name shearers in that final, but names don't always mean too much.
No.
But Marshall's board's actually just a little bit high, so he's going to have to rely on pace and quality out the back. He certainly is. He's leading the field, Marshall. He's coming down the last side, just under the front leg, and the closest one to him is Ethan Hankhurst. He's just at the top of the shoulder now.
Yeah. No, I think Marshall will be disappointed. Perhaps like you say, the dry cutting of the sheep just kind of throws them a little bit at the moment.
Yeah, Marshall was unlucky. He didn't make the top 30.
He wasn't far off, was he?
I think he was very, very close. He might have even been next in.
Oh, terrible.
31st, maybe. Check on that. But but no, he'll be using this event to a bit of experience for him and try some combs. If he can get a couple of combs going this morning, he'll probably put them away and put them in a pouch and put Golden Shears on them 2021 for next year.
Wow, that's how it happens, Digger.
Yep.
Put them away.
You do. Yeah, different gear down here to a lot of the other sheep in New Zealand.
Well, it's good to have that kind of insight. Certainly not something I would know, but obviously, you guys have been there, done this all the time. Some of the tricks of the trade, probably not even secrets, it just happens.
Yeah, it's just common sense, I suppose. Yeah, you live and learn.
Yeah. So here we would go with Duncan again.
Duncan's, we're looking now, his board's just up a little bit in the red, so he's probably making a couple more second cuts than the average through the field.
Yeah.
And his total, we can see on his total, he's a little bit higher too.
Yeah.
So again, it's going to come down to that outside job, and with these sheep, certainly pick up a few faults outside on them.
There was here's another little innovation. So that just kind of gives you the overall picture, the time, the board, and of course the lower the better. Actually, there's not a lot in it.
It's very, very close, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's over 6 sheep. It's really going to come down to your quality up the back.
Yeah. Oh, but they look like they're shearing well. So, you know, I mean, that's a bonus. Sometimes in my mind anyway, if it looks like they're shearing well, you kind of assume that the back job will be
pretty good. Yep. Yeah, I know what you mean, mate. That's right.
But you're laughing at me now. I can see you go, oh, what do you know?
Oh, I think you know Kenny Moses. Been around a long time.
I'm pretty.
So we're back on Cam. Cam's still got a very good board. Cam, I actually like reading Cam's posts that he puts up on social media.
Yeah.
About a few of his friends and that.
Social media, can't run away from it.
No, it's here to stay.
Yeah.
Just looking at Cam, Tegwin, we've got a good shot there of the wall. Duncan Higgins down there on stand up on 4. So we've got another.
So some have clicked off. These are the last guys to the first 3 have all done their day. We have a quick look at those points. And see on the left there's their total stand one.
Yep, so Duncan's a little bit higher than the average because he's a little bit slower. But remember, he's only a senior shearer, so he's gone pretty well. He wasn't too far behind, and now we just got Daniel Seed here with the last one finished. We're down that last side now.
But your predictions are pretty right on, Diggy. You kind of said you it'd be somewhere with Ethan and Marshall, and just having a quick scan across that board, you're right on the button.
Well, I've got the last points with the time and board judging.
Yeah.
So if they've done a reasonable job, I still think it will come down. The winner will come down between Ethan and Marshall. But I'm happy to be proved wrong.
No, very cool. Well, thank you for that. That was, I wonder how many heats. We don't have the full list. That was a final, so I would assume that it's probably just the one heat. And it is an instant prize giving.
No, we've got another heat coming up.
We do have another heat. Good. Love it when you get...
So it's going to be a 2-heat final.
That's going to make it even more interesting, isn't it?
So these guys have had the advantage. We've got a lady in here too. Great to see.
Yes.
So these shearers have got the advantage of seeing their first heat go, the time. So they'll slight advantage, I suppose.
Is it an advantage when you see that, Digger, if you're coming out next?
I think it's really only in your psyche.
Yeah.
You know when you get up there, even if you're the first heat, you've just got to go as fast and as good as you can.
Yeah. And to other people's points, it's interesting, but actually...
You've just got to do your own thing and achieve the best that you can.
Yeah.
So in this heat we've got, I haven't quite got the names up. Yep.
Not yet, we're just waiting for that. But, so Digger, you know, you came through Young Farmers, and again, you know, we're grateful to MSD Cooper's Animal Health for their continued sponsorship on this, but, you know, you're a farmer. So, I mean, other than the social aspects of Young Farmers, which I remember were pretty cool, what were some of the big wins for you? Did you really engage? I mean, because I remember that debating and stop judging and stuff like that.
No, mate, so I didn't really get too much into the Young Farmers side of it, I suppose. I just used it so I could come down here and share. Be a member of Young Farmers so I could come down here and share.
Yeah, well, that's a good enough
But we have used the Young Farmers at home. We've had the Young Farmers come and pick up our hay.
Yeah.
And they do a lot around the community.
All right, so I see now they've finally got the names up. Do you want to take us through who we've got on the board?
Down on stand 1, we've got Jimmy Samuels, the Superfly from Martin, Sarah Higgins, who we saw in the women's event just earlier. Great to see Sarah up here, she's from Glenham. Lloyd Neal from Tingwoody, Hemi Barrett from Ekanahuna, Joseph Winters from Rotorua, David Gordon, a local boy from Masterton. So another good lineup of shearers here, mates.
Absolutely. So I just took a quick look at the points. You know, we did say they make no difference when you're coming over But 23 and 24-ish is where they're going to have to...
Oh, here we go. Jimmy's got one on a piece of wire in his back. Oh.
Yeah, that one slipped through.
Oh, they've got it out. Yeah, that one slipped through, but that's a hard luck for Jimmy. But he'll get a time allowance put on that because he did lose probably 7 or 8 seconds.
Yeah.
But Jimmy, he's actually made the top 12 in the Open in Shearing, so that's great to see. So
That'll be his first time?
First time for Jimmy, and first time for Leon, his brother as well. So to have 2 brothers in there is great for the seniors fun out.
Yeah, how cool.
And yeah, Jimmy really one of the top speed shearers in New Zealand, so no doubt I'd say he'll make up that little bit of time that he lost at the start. Shearing really, really well, Jimmy.
Beautiful.
So he's right down, he hasn't made a second cut yet, but he's right on the time, he's caught right up, Jimmy.
Yeah. In fact, he's jumped in, he's almost led the field a little bit.
He has, after that bad start he got, a little bit of wire in the wall of that first sheet. Now we're just looking at Sarah. Sarah short 532, I think it was, for her world record the other day, touring at near Lake Taupo.
Yeah.
Fantastic day. It was her first 9-hour day.
Oh, really?
It was, for her that day, so that was a real eye-opener. She short really, really well. And, she's contracting down around the Blenheim area. So she's got a busy lifestyle. She's got a beautiful shearing sheet there, and up around the back of the head she goes. She's, look at her board mates. She's very, very low.
Well, she's had, you know, mind you, there's a little bit toey, there's little girls, aren't they?
They are. Remember, Sarah's only a senior shearer, so she'll probably struggle with the pace a little bit. See Jimmy just getting a good lead on her there.
Yes.
But great to see her in there.
Oh, she'll be wrapped to be there. I mean, it's pretty prestigious to get through to this YFC Blue Ribbon.
It is, and now we're looking at Floyd Neal. Floyd's from Tigawati originally, but spending a lot of time over in Western Australia.
Is that where he is now?
Yep, and he's only been back a couple of days. Said he's just struggling a little bit to get around the crossbreeds at the moment, and I think we can see that just with his board being a little bit higher. Just not quite getting on the skin, these crossbreeds.
Yeah, they take a bit of time just to get your mind shift when you're going from that, especially those wrinklies, those finals, back into these crossies, isn't it?
Oh, it certainly does. Yeah, different sheet, getting chalk and cheese.
Yeah, yeah.
But you know, you see the top guys, they adjust accordingly. Guys like Nathan Stratford, Johnny Kirkpatrick, they can just go from sheep to sheep. And we'll see that later on when we do the PGG races. Now we're Hemi Braddock, a local boy from Mekanahuna. I got big raps on this boy. The day shearing with him in the shed, and he's got a big motor on him, and I think he's got a big future if he sticks at it, just keeps working away and just tries to get a bit of advice off everyone.
Well, he's hungry enough and he's young enough, and he comes from a family that, you know, the Braddocks, they are full on into it. The girls are all into their Woolhandling, they're all highly competitive. Don't know what it might be around their family when they're having a game of touch or something, but you know,
you think it might turn into a couple of tackles?
No prisoners, no prisoners.
Joseph Winders now, he's a boy from Rotorua, but I think Joseph is actually from Southland originally, part of the famous Winders clan from down there, the Swede Winders family.
Yes, because I thought Rotorua, there's not too much left around Rotorua to share, I wouldn't have thought.
No, I think Jeff Dawson does a lot of contracting around there, and I think that's who Joseph might be working for.
Oh, I haven't seen Jeff for a while.
Joseph, I think he's only a senior shearer too, so again, and you can just see he's getting a little bit behind Hemi there.
Yeah.
But great to see these seniors, great experience for them, and you know, they'll probably be in the Open next year.
Yeah, no, every opportunity on that stage, Digger, just adds to it, doesn't it? Just gives you that little bit more confidence.
Yep. Down there on stand 6 we've got David Gordon, local boy from Masterton, and he's another one I've got big raps on. He's really come of age this year. First season in the Open. He's made a few finals and he's shearing very, very well. And he's just got that little bit of advantage that he's shearing in the Wairarapa all the time. So he knows the sheep, he can get his gear right. Another strong family, shearing family, the Gordon family. So you know how many there are, maybe there's girls and boys and they're all shearing and woolhandling and pressing and we just about need a stadium on their own for that Gordon family.
Well, they're related to everyone else in the stadium from Wairarapa as well, but they're a great role model family, tight and mahi. They work, they love the value of work and they appreciate that they're good people. As most of the farming community, the primary sector is, they're full of people who are looking after each other, which is always a nice thing.
Too right. Now we're down back on Jimmy. Jimmy's got a good board. Look at that board here. Very, very low, well below the average. And look at his total. He's certainly having a great shear.
Yeah, this is last sheep too, Digger.
Last sheep. So I think David Gordon's leading it. He's down on stand 6. David Gordon's in the long blow just as Jimmy comes up around the back of the head. So it's going to come down to the quality. There's David down there on stand 6. Well, boy, his first year in the Open, he's certainly using it. He's going really, really well. Got the pace.
He's got those long arms too, that quick reach.
Yeah, young, powerful boy. He'd make a good rugby player. There goes David. Wouldn't look out of place in the Wairarapa bush. Rugby team, I don't think, mate.
Development, why not?
Yeah. There goes Jimmy. Jimmy's finished. Jimmy's got very, very good points. So it's nothing in it between David and they're both on 23.1. So whoever between those two's got the cleanest out the back will be dangerous. Jimmy Braddock.
So there's a little bit of a visual on.
So that's a little bit more up and down than the first heat, Mavis.
I think so. It was a lot more flatter, wasn't it, that first heat?
That's right. This one's just a little bit more up and down, a few mountain peaks there. Sarah's finished and we're just waiting for Joseph Winter's boy from Rotorua. Long day time for him. Yeah, that's great to see these shearers up there, especially the family. It is a huge family thing with Gordon's, Jimmy Samuels, and as I said, Jimmy and his brother Leon are both in the top 12 later on. So
and their niece did well in the novice Woolhandling. I think she went through to the finals. Shantae Walker, I think. So it just keeps rolling through.
Yeah.
So there was some quite good points in that heat as well. But this is a final. I keep thinking about that. We'll go to a semi, but no, this is a
2-heat final. So we've got Ethan on. Just we're rounding the figures up. Ethan's on 23, and Jimmy's on 23, and David's on 23.
That final one is 21 for David. Oh no, but that's
So it's going to be close. We'll probably, I think it's going to be an instant prize giving.
Yes.
Just getting the stage set up now.
What do you think about these instant prize givings?
I think they're good for some of the events.
Yeah.
People can see, they've just watched the event and then they can see, they think, I hope that boy's won or that lady's won, and they can sit there and in 5 minutes we've got a prize giving.
Yeah.
They can see. A little bit different to the bigger events tonight.
Yes,
we've got to get the shears go away, get washed up, and it's like a short 20 sheep, or the girls will just work for 15 minutes woolhandling and we're hot and sweaty and let them go and get dressed up.
Yeah, no, it's always nice to have them present themselves well, but it'll be interesting to see. But thank you for joining me with this, and you're going to stay with me for a little while.
I can do. I think we've got the senior semi-final coming up next. That'll be great if you want me to stay, Mavis.
I'd love that. So we might just go back to the stadium for the instant prize giving, and then we'll be right back. That not sounding too boring? Okay. So Digger, doesn't so dry. Okay. I know it's hard, eh? Yeah. It's different.
You tell me what it was,
I know. And what are they seeing? When we talk about what are they seeing? You've got to sort of think about it. Yeah. But there's people who are going to see that, they're going to be probably swallowing and take the $30. And you've got some of them, all the families, so the family people want to know and see, have you thought about this as a leader? And it's part of it. So that's what we're going to have, lots of stuff. All right. Okay. So it's right, anyway. Yeah. You know what, I think back, the last time I was probably back with some of the last year stuff, to see what sort of is. Yeah. Bloody hell, I was crying on the water. That's not going to be much good for me. I'm sort of thinking about who this is for and what they will want here. Because how many guys have we had so far? Yeah, and then it'll be like a couple hundred now for the day or more.
We've got between 3 and 4 the way it comes in and out, 12 hours up, get it right over there, especially these
Yeah. Hey, now, the other thing is, that camera stays going on your own. So don't put your nose.
Oh, okay.
It is, it's on the street. I know I'm sitting here thinking my face and we're talking about, oh my God.
Just a thing with a 3D screen, no one wants to watch it.
I'll show you what you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the results of the MSD Coopers Animal Health New Zealand Young Farmers Blue Ribbon Shearing. Presenting this is Joanne Holter, Veterinary Technical Manager.
Thanks, Kieran. So Coopers and MSD Animal Health have a long, proud history of support for this fabulous Golden Shears event, New Zealand Young Farmers Blue Ribbon Shearing. So some of you may be aware, MSD Animal Health produces a large range of vaccines, antiseptics, drenches and active parasiticides based at our manufacturing plant that we have over in Upper Hutt. Products that you may be aware of such as Toxovax, Campivax, Multane 5-in-1, Alliance and Scandus. So some of these products are probably integral to our farming operations here in New Zealand. So it was great to see such a hotly contested event this morning, and well done to all those young shearers involved. Thank you.
First place in the MSD Coopers Animal Health New Zealand Young Farmers Blue Ribbon Shearing receives $350 plus the Joe Saber Cup. First place is Jimmy Samuels.
We should get some points, Kieran. Oh, don't be wrecked, old Jimmy. What a day, what a goal he's through.
Jimmy, well done. Well done. Up here yet again with another big smile. Here we are, 60 years, and you're on the top. Congratulations.
Cheers for that, Kieran. Appreciate that. I don't usually get up here as a winner, so it's only the third time I've been in this event, and absolutely love it. I'd like to say thanks to Ashley Greer, the South Wairarapa Young Farmers Club. She sort of helped us set this up, and to all the other competitors, thank you guys very much, and of course our sponsors, thank you.
Second place and $200, Ethan Pankhurst. Third place, $150, David Gordon.
Well, that's pretty predictable, so the potential to hit those three.
Fourth place, $130, Hemi Braddock. Fifth place, Sarah Higgins.
Oh, well done, Sarah.
And sixth place, Floyd Neal. And just while the photos are being taken, the next presentation is for the teams event. So could those competitors that took part in the teams event please make their way down the end here. It's going to be quite tight. We'd like you up on the board.
Well, presentation, and everyone's just sitting there. And I'm sorry, I don't need any names or anything. And I give them the sponsor is there. Later when I'm printing here, I'm not going to email it.
Yeah, we can do it with
Yeah. That's right. But then you couldn't see them when they come.
Can we go to one?
By the time you go,
Well, if I get my little one on the screen for you, you can see it.
oh, thank you.
That's it, I think it's one.
Yeah. Just one of those things that, every year there's something else that is added to what we do about it.
So for those that aren't aware, we have 5 teams here, 2 from the East Coast, 1 from South Waikato, 1 from Wairarapa, 1 from Tasman. All over the country competing for this. It is the MSD Cooper's Animal Health New Zealand Young Farmers Teams event. First place, $400 plus the Lister Trophy. And that goes to Tasman.
Well,
Ethan Pankhurst, Sarah Higgins, Duncan Higgins and Sam Gordon. Well, you're the closest, so you get to speak. Congratulations, this is a lot of work that goes into this, working together like this against some pretty good teams from right around the country, so well done.
Yeah, so we're pretty happy to get the win. We had some very strong competition. I'd like to say a big thanks to Sarah because she usually organises our team, and thanks to my family and everyone else and all the other competitors that take their time to enter. Thank you.
Thank you. Second place, $240, East Coast number 2. Marshall Guy, Ricky Stevens, David Gordon and Angela Stevens.
Great job, mate. Let's keep it up. Kathleen Wyatt.
Third place, $200. South Waikato, Jimmy Samuels, Catherine Maluli, Floyd Neal and Dennis St. George.
And a nice tip from Hugh Condra.
We also have prizes for 4th and 5th, $100 for 4th and $50 for 5th. 4th place goes to East Coast 1, that's Daniel Seed, Samantha Baxter, Tagwin Bradley and Summer Pritchard. And 5th place, Wairarapa, Cameron Hicks, Anna Braddock, Luca Braddock and Marika Braddock. That concludes this presentation. Thank you very much. Let's get back with the action.
Is that on, have you got that on?
That's on Shearing support.
Very good, thank you very much, Kieran.
Simon Goss, how do you
So just while we're getting everything organised here, can we have the first heat of the senior semi-final just reassembled down here at the bottom of the steps, please? And they are Alan Oldfield and Daniel Seed, Braden Maguire, Radama, Joseph Winders, Simon Goss and Laura Jane.
I think it's more like the but I'll,
Joseph Winders.
I asked Jack before he done those for, some of the well, but he's probably beginning with me. Yes, well, he's the Why would you say that? You're not wrong.
Okay, as we just wait for a start. The senior shearing semi-final, ladies and gentlemen. We have 18 competitors. We are looking for our top 6 in this PRK sponsored senior shearing.
Now, we'll try and get it right.
It's just like the sign up exactly. Hi Terry, can you hear me?
Rightio, we just had the shearers on the board.
Yeah, we've got mics over the shearing board, so that it should be hearing people.
8 to be Sean.
I don't think it's big mics are off.
Because I just said hi Kerry with a laughing face, so she can. You can't hear me, Kerry?
Jack Fagan, you around, mate? Jack Fagan, come grab your t-shirt, please.
And he was saying last night, he won the race last night, and his old man won the race.
Audios, we just wait a start. We've got the green light down the back. We're just waiting for our shearers to take the board. As we have the ref in the pen at the current moment.
Hey, back again. Lucky enough to have retained the services of Digger Balm, one of our living legends. Yeah, how's that, Dick?
Oh, thanks, Mavis. Privileged to be back up here and asked to stay for a little bit longer.
No, great.
I haven't got too much to do for the rest of the day, so I'm happy to come up and.
Great. So look, we're just about ready to start the senior semi-finals. So senior shearing semi-finals sponsored by Powerco. Sheep.
Okay, shears the board, please.
Tahuna Station.
Just be mindful.
Really pleased. Thank you for all of that support. Digger, do you want to whip us through everyone before we get going?
Yep, on stand 1 we've got Alan Oldfield, the world champion blade shearer, and he's turned his hand to shearing with the machines. Stand 2, Daniel Seed from Paiatua. 3 is Brandon Maguire-Ratama from the deep south down in Winton. Joseph Winders, boy from Rotorua, who we just saw shear in the Young Farmers. Simon Goss from Mangamahu's on 5, and Claire Jones, the Welshman, is on stand 6.
Okay, so now they're away, Digger, and this is the first of a couple of heats in the semi-final, and this is always a hotly contested one. The seniors, they're just the real goers, aren't they?
Oh, these are the up-and-coming guys that we're going to see in the Open. Probably will see some of them in the Open grade next year, but they've got 18 in the semi-final, and it's going to be cut down to 6 for the final, so it's a really, really hard cut. And these guys are in the first semi-final, so there's still 2 more to come. So just letting them settle into their work, and then we'll get some graphics up and see how they're going. But one of the hot favourites is Simon Goss, and he's shearing in this first heat down on stand 5. He's been winning most of the shows around the North Island, and I think he went down to the South Island and did pretty well down there at Gore and Balclutha.
He top qualified into this as well, didn't he? So, and of course, big whakapapa there. He's the brother of Sarah. Now, Sarah Hedawini, I think, is her married name, but Sarah Goss.
That's right, yes, the captain of the New Zealand Sevens team.
Yeah.
And I think we're fortunate Sarah's coming down today, and hopefully she's going to see her brother in the final.
Yeah, how cool.
Yeah, and Simon's mum, she's a top wool handler, or she doesn't quite do as much now as she used to, but Ronnie was a really, really good wool handler in her day.
Yeah, master wool handler actually.
Is she?
Recognised master.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, great.
So there's some DNA stuff again, happens in every one of these heats. We can link them all back.
Yeah,
even this man here, Alan Oldfield.
Oh, Alan Oldfield. Isn't it great to see him up there shearing with the machines? World champion blade shearer. He last year in France won the blades, individual blades, which to beat those South African blade shearers is a huge effort, Mavis.
Oh, and he said that himself last night. He said, you know, it was like climbing the mountain to be able to even compete against those guys. He's young. He's got a big future in front of him with those blades. But look, here he is now on the machines into the semi-final. That's no mean feat either.
No, he's one busy boy at the moment, isn't he? Shoring the blades last night and won the blades final.
Yeah.
And now trying to qualify for that senior final later on this afternoon.
Yep, I noticed his board were just a little bit high, but it's still early days, eh? It's still early in the piece.
Yeah, he might have just been a little bit nervous, or his first sheep mightn't have quite sat right, and he just came up off the skin a couple of times, so his board was a little bit high, but There we have Daniel Seed, just looking at his graphics. He's right on the pace with the time. His board's very good. He's slightly below average, or right on the average now. And Penn, he's got a good job, Daniel Seed, so he knows that he mightn't quite have the pace, but if he does a really, really good job, it might pull him through.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. So they're showing the Penn, the outside points at the moment on this. Maybe the semi-finals they do that.
Yeah, some of the finals they hold the outside jobs back just to keep us in a little bit of suspense.
Yeah.
But Brandon Wairarapa, boy from Winton, probably the top senior shearer in the South Island. He's come up through the grades. I think he might have even won the intermediates here last year or the year before. And he'd be one of the favourites to chase Simon Goss along.
Cool.
So he's got a very good board. He's right on the average with his outside job. So if he's up with the pace, I'm pretty sure we'll see him in the top 6. Now we're on to Joseph Winders, Rotorua boy. Joseph's just looking at his graphics, a little bit high outside, so but he's right on the pace with the time. A little bit of a kicker for Joseph there. Plenty of life in these Wairarapa sheep.
Yes, and these are the same sheep that they had. He's just finished in the blue ribbon, so they're the same line. So he's already had a bit of a taste of them. He's just got one there that's just a little bit more active. Oh no!
Yeah, and he's changing his handpiece. He obviously wasn't happy with that comb.
Yeah.
It's obviously not quite going, and it's just that's why the sheep are kicking.
I was going to say that, Digger, when you've got a sheep that's a bit kicky, it could be because your gear's just pulling on them a bit.
That's dead right, Mavis. Yep, if your comb's just not running, and the sheep can just feels it, and so it starts fighting, struggling, kicking.
Yeah. So here's Simon.
Simon, boy from Mangamahu. Simon actually learnt when he was a young fella. He sure with my boy when he was when they were coming up through the grades, and I think they were about 15, 16 years old, and then Simon went and did an apprenticeship. So he's a fully qualified diesel mechanic, and he's just come back in the last 12 months, come back to shearing, and he's having a really, really good season.
He's loving it, isn't it? You can tell. Just look at him. He's just got a real flow going on.
So we're looking at Simon's graphics, and his pen's a little bit high, but he's got the pace. So he goes in for number 5 now.
No, it's quite mesmerising actually when you see them, with a really nice flow going on. It's poetry in motion.
So yeah, Simon's now we're down to Claire Jones, the Welshman. Just hope we're saying Claire's name right for all the people that are watching back home in Wales. Look at his pen, Mavis. He's doing a fantastic job.
Tell you what, these Welsh boys, they've just been smashing it here this year at Golden Shears, haven't they?
Oh, they've been cleaning up. We had a Quinella in the juniors, didn't we? With Alice and Sam first and second.
Yep. And great to see Gwinan heading through to, she got out of the heats in the Woolhandling. That's not an easy task for the Northern Hemisphere down here at Golden Shears.
Oh, no, because their sheep are a lot different over there to what we've got in New Zealand, and to make that, to qualify out of the heats.
Yeah, it's a biggie.
It's huge, yep.
It's hard for us when we live here to qualify out of the heats sometimes, Digger.
Yes. So Claire Jones, the Welshman, he's a little bit off the pace, but he's got very, very good job. And if he's sort of within half a sheep of these leaders, now we go to the graphics, and a little bit of a spike there. And actually Simon Goss is a little bit high.
That's his outside job too.
Yeah, so he'll be hoping that he can pull that back. Yeah, with a couple of good sheep towards the end.
Yeah, he's got 8 sheep. He's got 8 sheep to sort of get him through that, so let's hope that happens for him. But the real points benefits, if you like, look like Daniel Seed had it all over the team at the moment.
Yeah, they're just going back to Simon again. Yeah, and he's got a high job, so it's a little bit worrying.
Yeah.
But Daniel Seed, look at Daniel's job, 2.8. He's having a great share.
He is.
Way below the average on the outside scores, slightly above average on the board, and right on the button as far as time goes.
Yeah. Oh, great, those little graphics.
And if you look at his total, he is well in the green. He's certainly having a great year, Daniel Seed, the boy from Paiatua.
Yeah. Well done, Daniel. Paiatua will be jumping around.
Oh, they'll be going off at Paiatua
Yeah.
if Daniel can make their final. Now we've got, looking at Alan Oldfield, the blade shearer. And, yeah, Alan's board's pretty high. Probably just different, I suppose, shearing with handpiece to blades.
Totally.
Because, you know, with the blades, they leave a little bit more wool on. And with the machine, you're not meant to do that. You're meant to take it all off.
You know, I guess too, when the difference between a blade and a machine shearing, you must have to get your eye into that stuff, eh? Because, like you say, you're used to leaving a bit of cover, where with a machine, you know, you.
Great shear. Look at his pen. He's having a
Yeah.
very, very good shear as well. Low board, very, very clean pen out the back by the looks of it, and he's right on the pace.
Yeah. Well, from the, you know, our little graphics at the bottom, he's probably in this heat. He'd be leading the pack, and it shows.
Yep. Yeah, he would be one of the favourites to take the senior title out. So, and he's having a great shear.
There's some pretty well-known names there, you know, Wairarapa. I mean, the Ratamas are shearers well known, the Maguires as well.
Yeah, the Ratamas are a famous King Country name, that one.
Yeah, yeah.
And the Maguires from the Southland.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Here's Claire. Doing well.
Oh, very
He's
good.
applying himself. Look at him.
He can work, this Welshman. Very talented shearer. Look at that. Look at his board. 1.8. That's great shearing. Very clean outside.
Yeah. Just a little bit behind the pace, but nothing to be too worried about, I wouldn't have thought.
No.
Ah, geez, that must be frustrating. Ah. That's when you need control and patience, eh, Digger? You can't...
Yep. A couple of blows to go and the sheep wants to kick, and all you want to do is reach around and hit your little red button, have your time taken.
Well done that first heat. Just waiting now on Joseph. He's had a big morning. Young farmers, and now the senior semi-final, sponsored by Powerco. Thank you very much for that first heat. Well, that's got us off to a pretty good start. Got some overall scores there that can start to indicate exactly
Yeah, and I think
where this is heading.
Brendan Maguire-Rataman might be the top out of that heat.
Yes.
I'm not sure if the points have totalled up, but he was a couple of points in front of everyone. Here we go. Yeah, Brendan on 39.1. Daniel Seed 40. Oh, Claire Jones, the Welshman, 42.8.
Yeah.
Daniel Seed 42.9, and Simon Goss 43.6. So.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed.
Oh no, there's been a rejig there. Sorry, Mavis.
Ah.
Simon's on 43.6. Daniel Seed's 43.8. Claire Jones 43.7. So Simon's sitting in second, but just look at that gap from Brandon back to Simon.
That's substantive, really, in this game, isn't it?
For a semi-final, Brandon's 4 points in front, but his outside job was 5.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Simon's was 10. So you know, Simon obviously made a couple of mistakes.
Yep.
And,
Comb choice, maybe, or just those.
Oh, could well be, yeah.
Yeah.
Could well be, or just unfortunate, you know, he might have just nicked a couple of sheep or...
Yeah, yeah. Oh, well, you know, I mean, that's what it's all about, isn't it? It's about being able to just manage what's thrown in front of you. That was a first great heat from for our open semi-finalists. And again, you've seen these people a number of times, but we now have the second heat in front of us. Digger, do you want to...
Yeah, okay, I'll run you through this one. We've got Geordie Grant.
Yep.
I think Geordie's from Scotland.
Oh, great. Well, it sounds
No,
like
he's not. No. See, there's a New Zealand flag there. Paul Swan from Wairarapa on stand 2. Laura Bradley. Great to have Laura in that semi-final. Ruben Alabaster, the young boy from Taiapi.
Yep.
Isaac Duckmanton from Okuku. And Kyle Mita from Masterton. Oh, local boy Mavis.
Yeah.
You'll be cheering him on.
Well, there's a few in here actually. I mean, I got to be careful, but I did the East Coast. I spent some time at the East Coast Expo, Agri Expo, up in Wairarapa last week, and of course Paul Swan's young fella won the novice.
That's dead right.
14 years old, and now he's old dad, eh?
Yeah, isn't it great to see?
That's cool.
Another family, steeped in tradition.
Yeah, and Paul said he's got twin daughters. And they'll be on a handpiece pretty soon too, he reckons.
Oh, okay. Paul will be able to retire. He'll be able to do the cooking for the shearing at home on the farm.
Oh, that could be interesting. So here we have Geordie Grant. I was just talking to Geordie recently, just out here. He was sitting out here with his young baby, getting himself all prepared. He looks like he's started well.
Yeah, Geordie's from Hastings. And he's right on just as the graphics come up, only half a sheep shorn, but he's right on the graphics, right on the pace with his time, and he's lost a couple more second cuts than the other boys at the moment, but first sheep, he looks to be going pretty well.
Yeah.
They will have seen that time of the first heat.
They know what they have to do.
That's right.
Well, they know what they can't be. They can't get too far behind what's the pace and everything set by young Brandon Maguire-Ratama.
Yeah, and now we move on to Paul Swan. Probably still on a high after watching Riker win the novice. 14 years old. What an amazing achievement for Riker to win the novice. I saw him shear at Wairarapa, and he's only about 4 foot tall. Oh. You can't see him above the catching pen door. No. And yet for him to get around these big Masterton sheep, just fantastic, and it obviously just shows that he's had some great training.
Yes. And, it was lovely. We had him up here in the green room with us. Him, and we got Paula's dad to come up as well. I wanted to ask him how old he was, but I thought I better not, because he might ask me. So I thought, no, I won't risk that. But we had a chat afterwards, and yes, he's just turned 14. Laura Bradley.
Laura, yeah, we saw her older brother, Tegwin, shearing young farmers earlier. Laura's been working out there on the east coast at Herbertville, out that way, Weber.
Yep.
And she's going pretty well. She's come up through the grades, and she will have... Her quality will be there, Mavis. It's just whether she can stick with the pace with these boys in the semi-final.
Yeah, so she's been working with us for the season, Digger, and I'll tell you what, she keeps the shed honest, that's for sure.
Oh, it's good to have someone like that in the shed. Just someone who wants to go and work day in, day out.
Yeah.
You get a few shearers, they'll have one big day, and then they might have a couple of easy days, but you really want someone who's going to go there every day and just keep working and keep everyone honest.
Oh, and that's Laura, and the fact that she's a woman makes it even more honest that they have to be.
Yeah. Hey, this kid here, Mavis.
Yes,
Ruben,
yeah.
I think he's about 16.
Well, we've seen him since he's been about 12 too, though, haven't we? Come up through the grades.
Yeah, he used to be about the same height as Riker and Swan, about 4 foot, but he's actually grown a lot over the last couple of years, young Ruben, and... if he has another good year in the seniors next year, he could be in the Open when he's 17.
Wow. Well, how awesome would that be for the Alabaster family? They're just they're a big name.
That's one of the most famous names in New Zealand, isn't it? You put the Alabasters up there with the Fagans.
Yeah.
And with the Mullenses, I suppose.
Well, now we're pushing it, but thank you anyway. No, you're right though. And his uncle Ray would just be stoked out of this world to see him up here on this stage in these semi-finals.
Oh, he'd be so proud of, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
He's going really well, Ruben. He's had a great season, and and if he doesn't make the final today, it's not the end of the world. He's had a really good season. Now we've got Isaac Duckmanton from Kuku. I don't know too much about Isaac. Mavis?
No, I don't either. And to be quite frank, always more interested in the wool handling, although I love watching the shearing. But no, he's someone that I sort of haven't had too much to do
I'll
with.
tell you what, just looking at his graphics, he's having a good shear. Look at how low at his borders.
Yeah.
He's 0.5 after 4 sheep. His outside, he's well below the average, and he's well below the average for the total. So if he makes the final, we might have to go and do a little bit of research on this boy and just find out a little bit about him. And he's got a really nice style. I don't even know where Okuku is.
Well, I'm a bit embarrassed.
Sorry to plead
So
my...
it's a mainland. It's a mainlander
Oh, okay.
township, not far from Ringiora in Oxford.
Okay. Oh, so he's Canterbury down that way.
Yeah.
Now we've got Kyle Meter from Masterton.
Yeah.
You might be able to help me out on this boy, Mavis.
The Mitters are certainly a big family name. I don't know Kyle myself, but certainly know the name. So, you know, the Gordons, the Masons, they're all just a big whānau hapu. So I would have thought that he would have all the relations out there, all the cousins kind of out there looking at him and helping, urging him along.
He'll have the big crowd support, no doubt, urging him to make that final. And now we can see the mountain peaks, and they're pretty even. Very, very, very even. Just a little bit. Geordie Grant on stand 1 is probably just a little bit higher, but the rest are all very, very even.
Oh, and look at that local man.
Yeah, he's probably leading Kyle Meter. He's
doing real well.
Come on, Masterton, let's do it.
Yeah, yep. Ruben was doing all right too. He's right in amongst it.
I'll change a handpiece for Kyle down there on stand 6.
Yeah, actually there was a spike. I don't know if just before the graphics went off there was a bit of a spike there. So it's really cool because you can see that and then you see what happens because of those spikes.
Yep. So his gear was obviously going off, and he might have just that sheep outside. He knew that the gear was going off, and I wasn't getting a good finish, so he had to change his handpiece to try and get a better cut.
Yep. Come on, Laura.
Laura's doing it for the ladies.
Doing it for the girls.
Yeah, another Woodville.
Woodville.
That's Wairarapa.
Yep.
So
she's got that blinking Wayne Bradley Helen work ethic. You know, I said to you, she keeps things honest, and she just needs to hold that together as well as she works through this semi-final.
I'll tell you what, Mum and Dad will be so proud of her if she can make that final, but they'll be really proud of her just to make the semi-finals. That's no mean feat.
Well, you know what, she took up a challenge from her mum, because Helen was a pretty swift wool handler.
That's right.
Welsh lady. And so Laura said, right, I'll do that then, and ended up winning the novice wool handling.
I see that she won the novice wool handling, so she's had a great Golden Shears already. So this is just a bonus for her.
Yep, she got the invite into the women's, and now she's in the senior semi-final. I mean, geez, it's all pretty cool stuff. And here's Dad, here's Paul Swan.
So we've got Paul Swan, the camera's on Paul at the moment, but over on the right-hand side, Mavis, we've got another graphic come up.
Yes.
And that's their total score at the moment. So stand 4 is actually the lowest.
Yeah.
So
that's Ruben.
That's Ruben, yeah. Come on, Taiapi.
Yeah. Kind of cool. I bet you there'll be Taihape people watching all over the place as well. But I do know also that Wairarapa have been pretty much on the mark on the live streaming as they've watched their boys come through. They've had Lockie Baines, the Swan boys. There was a couple of others too.
Bart Hatfield
Bart.
made the top 30 last night.
Well
done to Bart.
So the Facebook feeds from out of Wairarapa were going crazy. And they will be today too, with Paul having a good share here in these in this Pauco senior semi-finals.
Yeah, just looking at Geordie Grant. Geordie's a little bit higher than the average. Geordie, we saw him. He started off. He was a little bit higher, and he obviously hasn't been able to peg it back.
Yeah.
But it could be his first year in the seniors, and just to make the top 18 is a big feat. And have another year in the seniors next year and come back that much wiser, that much stronger.
Yeah, because when they come through those younger grades, it's all a little bit like all grunt stuff, and it's not until the brain kicks in around the intermediate senior that things start perhaps to fall together a bit better.
Yeah, got to just fine tune your technique and get your gear just going that much better, so you can just get a better finish on the sheep and things like that.
Yeah. Oh, Ruben's having a great shear.
Oh, Ruben Alabaster, the youngster. I'm pretty sure he's about 16, Mavis. That's unbelievable. But he did shear in the novice when he was about 10 or 11, I think.
I remember that. We'd go to Taihape and, he was just this so cute little kid. Now look at him, he's just a young man. I saw his dad, Ricky, walking around out there, and they could almost be twins, really.
Yep, and I think Ruben's got the big Hilux ute, so, he's...
Fantastic. Fantastic.
Yeah, he's having a great shear, all right. Now we're back on Laura. We'll wait for Laura's graphics to come up. Oh, she's right on the average. She's got a very good outside job, but her board's a little bit high.
Sacrificing something there.
Maybe just having trouble, gear could be just a little bit thick and having trouble keeping the bottom tooth down.
Yep, and like everyone's been saying, just a bit dry cutting. That's sort of all...
Yeah, so now we can see with the Mountain Peak graph that Ruben's in front.
Yeah, he's doing real well.
He is, yeah.
Paul's not doing too bad either. His boy's kind of put the whittle down from, hasn't he?
Yeah, I won, Dad, so now it's your turn.
Your turn, Dad.
Yeah, otherwise you'll have to sit on the back in the car on the way home.
I'll be driving home.
Yeah.
Oh, great little shear, Ruben.
He's certainly chucking that handpiece around, isn't he? A lot of confidence.
A lot of confidence.
Gear's obviously going well, and I'm pretty sure Dad, Ricky, will be, pretty experienced open shearer, so he'll be have a big input into that gear selection.
Yep, so our first three stands have already clicked off, so Geordie's off, Paul and Laura. There's Ruben, just waiting on these last two, putting their finishing touches to it all as well.
A couple more to go down there for Kyle. Nita, the local boy from Masterton. Isaac Duckmanton, the mainlander, he's switched off.
Yeah.
So we'll just have to wait and see what their scores are.
Oh, well done, Kyle, well done. Great shear, great learning, awesome. So that's the second heat, and just waiting for some of these scores to come through.
So these senior shearers, they had their heats on Thursday.
Yeah.
So what do you think they did yesterday, Mavis? They had a day off.
I would have thought they'd go and find some sheep, yeah, wouldn't they? No, yeah.
Probably, oh yeah, they probably could have been a few farmers in the Wairarapa that might have got some sheep shorn on the cheap.
Yep, well, this is the time when you want to do that. Okay, so we've got some totals that have come through already. We know that Geordie Grant has ended up on 44.
Paul Swan's had a good shear.
He's had a great shear.
40.9.
Yeah.
Laura's had a good shear too, 42.9.
Yep.
So she's looking pretty good.
Yep. Isaac, 48.1.
It's a little bit high. Kyle's 47 and Ruben 42.1.
Okay, so Ruben's out of that heat, top qualified.
So there we go. We've got the leaderboard put up now. Brandon Maguire is top. And
we might get back to it. No, you're going to be fast or you're last.
Yeah, well, we know. Claire Jones, the Welshman, he was sitting in 6th, so he'll be very nervous watching this, along with Simon Goss. I think Simon was sitting in 5th.
Yes, there it is there.
So they'll be sitting on the edge of their seats.
How many heats?
Three heats.
So one more heat.
One more heat. So we've got another Welshman in this one, Mavis. We've got Gethin Lewis is on stand 1.
Yep.
Stand 2, Jaden Mainland from Wellsford, right up towards Whangarei. Mika Doiki, the Australian.
Yep.
Ross Thompson from England.
Oh, well done, Ross.
Ruka Braddock, Ekatahuna, and Tawira Brown from Martinborough. So, wow, we've got 1, 2, 3 internationals in this one. So, great to see these overseas boys coming over and competing at the Golden Shears.
It's not just competing, but it's getting out of those heats. You know, I mean, to get out of the heats is like winning, I reckon.
Oh, it is. To qualify out of the heats is just, you know,
Yeah.
that's a mission on its own.
Totally a mission on its own. So they're ready to kick off again, Digger, so let's get back into it. Settling those sheep down, they are big sheep.
But I'll tell you what, Mavis, without all these foreigners coming to New Zealand, we wouldn't get all our sheep shorn.
You're not wrong there.
We just haven't got the workforce now, and you know,
It's a worry, isn't it?
certainly is. And you know, there's Welshmen all over the place, and Englishmen, and even a lot of Australian boys. I know back up in Tikawiti we've had 3 or 4 Australian boys working with us during the season, off and on.
Yeah, we've had quite a number of the Europeans too, Spanish and French. We've had a couple of them. Oh, and you're right, they're such lovely people. I mean, I keep saying to our own local people, you don't have to travel the world's coming to you. So it's always wonderful to host them. And here we have Ethan Lewis. He's shearing well. Been
Certainly.
really impressed with these Welsh boys, eh?
Oh, they do a beautiful job, don't they? There's so many young Welshmen coming through the grades, and great for them. They've realised that if they want to become, you know, really good, they've got to come to New Zealand, and look, they've got the world champion now. He's a Welshman, Richard Jones.
Yes.
I know Richard been coming to New Zealand for a few years, and had the privilege of shearing with him a few times up in Tikawiti, an extremely good shearer, clean, and this is what all these young Welshmen can aspire to.
Yeah, no, they are. They're a pleasure to have. They're a pleasure to have.
Jaden Mainland from up Woolshed. A long way for him to come down to the Golden Shears, and not a lot of sheep up around in the Northland area now, and I know they're doing it pretty hard with the dry. So hopefully you guys are getting some rain up there soon.
Yep. I think Jaden's been travelling with, this might be the wrong Jaden, but with Tor Henderson.
Probably has, Mavis.
Yeah.
Yep. So
Shearing well. The pair of them, actually.
they are. Yep. It's great to see these Northlanders. Been some great shearers come out of Northland over the years.
Yeah.
Ivan Rosnovich.
Neat to see Ivan here. Him and Martin and Roger Cox. It's kind of cool when you see all these old names.
Yeah, you still feel, you see those guys and you still feel real nervous going to talk to them and that. You think, oh, gee, those guys were legends.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember I used to work for Martin Artaki when I first started out. And, he was really good.
Very cool man, beautiful man. So just starting to, we've only done a couple of sheep, but we're starting to get the trend on. Oh, we've done 3.
So we're just looking
2 to
at
3.
the graphics, and the Australian, Mika Duiki is
He's doing good.
got the lowest points so far.
He's doing real good. The Aussies, the Australian test last night was great too. You know, we're starting to find that real competitiveness that sometimes gets a bit lost. You know, when we go there out of water, when they come here, they kind of seem a bit out of water. That gap is narrowing, and to have the Australians coming through in these grades into the semis, and you know, it's just showing.
Oh, it certainly does. And when these guys are getting the experience on the crossbreds, so when they come back, you know, if they're lucky enough to make the Australian test team to come to be part of the Trans-Tasman, they can come back and they've got the experience. And we saw it last night with Daniel McIntyre, made the top 30.
Yes, yeah.
You know, and that's an amazing achievement.
Yeah.
For an Australian, you know, I'm not putting them down, but for them to make the top 30 in the Open's huge. And I know Shannon Warner used to do it quite often.
Yep. Another legend name.
Jason Wingfield.
Yeah, Miss Jason. Nice to see his dad here. So we're watching Tawera Brown from Martinborough. Big shearing families from down that way. Big shearing families.
Yeah, local Wairarapa boy.
Yeah.
Come on, Tawera. Do it for the locals.
I'm sure the Martinborough pub will be, and the Tanui pub will have their TVs going right now, cheering them on as well. So this is young Rooker.
Rooker Braddock.
Another one of the Braddock stable whānau lot. They have a very strong whakapapa out to Ohonga as well, the big incorporation on the coast. So it's always lovely to catch up with their mum. She's a huge supporter of these kids, drags them everywhere.
Yep, and we just got back to our graphics now, and it's still the Australian and also the Englishman, Ross Thompson. They are leading the field at the moment. But they've only shorn, what are we, on sheep number 4, so there's still 4 to go.
Yep.
Long way to go.
When you're up there, Digger, and you're shearing 8, does it feel like 8 or does it feel like 2 or 80? You know, how does it... how would these boys be feeling with it at the moment?
Really depends how your gear's going. Like if you shear your first one and your gear's not going too well, the 8 can feel like 80. But if everything's going really well, your 8 just feels like 4 or 5.
Must be a cool feeling when that all comes together like that.
Yep.
You know it pretty shortly. You know it soon, don't you?
Pretty much straight away, yeah. Everything's happening. The sheep are sitting nicely and the gear's cutting well.
Yep, yep.
You just want to carry on. You don't want to stop.
So this is Mika here, Doik, the Australian boy. Have I got the right one? Looks like, yep.
Yep. Yeah, Mika, he's quite a hard case guy. He's actually worked with us up in Tikawiti for a few days.
Yeah.
He's quite fun to have in the shed, never a dull moment.
Now, who does that remind you of, Digger?
Oh, I don't know, Mavis.
Not that I ever worked in the shed with you, but your reputation preceded you, you know.
Oh, don't believe everything you hear.
No, I don't.
No, you don't want to believe rumours.
No, of course not. But he's having a good share. Look at his board and pen.
Yeah, he is. He's
doing well.
He's well below the average, isn't he?
Yeah.
Especially his pen. He's making a beautiful job. He must have been getting some lessons off Damien Boyle or something like that.
I'm sure they all blink and get together, and you know it's all about how we get over there and beat those damn Kiwis.
That's dead right.
Yeah.
Yep. Damien's probably said, look, I've got this comb going really well and try and use one similar to this. And
yeah,
they'll be putting their heads together, and even though like Mika's not in the test team, he's still in the Australian, so yeah, you're dead right, they'll be getting together and trying to take the Kiwis down.
Yeah, how do we do this? Ross Thompson from England, where's he been shearing, Digger?
I don't know, Mavis, no, sorry about that one, I can't help you out, but wherever he's been shearing, they've been teaching him pretty well, because look at his pen points.
Yeah.
1.8.
Wow. Gee, that looks like it's probably the score.
Yeah, look at his total indicator. It's sitting right back on the 0 almost, on the green.
Yep.
Yeah, and he has got the lowest
That's
points.
right.
But now we go to the peaks. Mika's just starting to shoot up a little bit.
Yeah.
Ross Thompson's having a great share.
Yeah.
1.8 outside. Fantastic.
That is fantastic, and hopefully he can take that all the way.
So whatever part of England he comes from, we'll have to find out, and no doubt there'll be a little pub over there where all the locals will be.
What time is it over there?
It'll be about opening time, 11 o'clock, eh? Coming up to 11 o'clock, they might be knocking on the door.
Well, especially if he gets through to the next level, Digger, I'm sure there'll be many of those English pubs tuned in.
Oh no, it'll be 11 o'clock at night over there with Mavis. Yeah, they'll be getting right into it.
Yep,
Sorry,
yep.
I had my wires crossed. Yeah, they'll be settling back in and cheering them on. It's a wonder we can't hear the noise from here.
Oh, how cool is that? It's just a neat thing to think that, you know, here we are right here, but on the other side of up in the northern hemisphere, we're joined by all these family, friends and interested people as well to share with this. So Jaden looks like he's probably a bit high on the board at the moment.
Yeah, he's having trouble with keeping his bottom tooth down by the looks of it.
Yeah.
And his pen's okay, but his total average is up a little bit.
Mind you, happy to be there, I would have
Oh,
thought.
I would say Jaden will be wrapped
Stoked to be there.
Stoked to make the semi-finals. Now we're just back on Ross. Yeah, and this Englishman, he's having a great share.
He's having a very good share. Golly me, these two internationals are gonna put a bit of a cat amongst the pigeons in this heat.
too right. And just the way Ross is going, I think we could well see the Englishman in the final, and maybe another title to go offshore.
Nothing wrong with that. We don't mind shearing them around.
No.
For a little while.
Oh, it's just great to have them all over here helping us share.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
So Ross is on his last sheep on number 8.
He's got a jump on them, hasn't he?
He has, yep. Yeah, Mika was right up with the pace early on, but he's got just finishing off number 7.
Yeah.
So he's over half a sheep behind.
Taweda's just pulling out, is that sheep number 7? He must have had a bit of an upset with his gear or something, because these guys are going to put a sheep around him. He wouldn't be used to that.
Oh, he might have to go to hit the gym, I think, Mavis, for next season.
Nothing wrong with that either.
No.
Iron Māori. Great place to get fit and to be well. So we've had switch-offs now from our from the number 1 and number 2 from Gethin and Jaden. They've finished, as has Ruka.
Ruka Braddock, yep. Ross Thompson's just switched off.
Yeah.
Ross has got pretty low points up there, so...
Yeah, golly me, this is going to be interesting. Very interesting.
Just watching Mika come down the last side, so... His points are just starting to move up a little bit, so I don't think the Australian will make the final.
Yeah, again, I think he'd probably just wrap to be there.
I would say...
Nice job.
I would say so, Mavis.
Yeah.
Great achievement.
Yeah.
And Tawera.
Just grabbing his last one. I don't know if I've seen Tawera in around any of the shows. I haven't done any down this way, but you know, it's just very cool that these guys all come. I love it when I see the locals that are participating, because often the locals are the first ones to get too shy. You know, they know too many, or too many people they know, so they just get shy. So it's great to see the support that they give.
Yeah, too right. Great to see Tawera up there. And you better go back and tell all the boys, well, I made the top 18
Yep.
seniors.
Yep, where were you?
Yep.
While we've got waiting for Tawera to just finish off, I just want to, acknowledge all these resident wool handlers, Digger. This is the 60th birthday, and there's some of these resident wool handlers where their mothers and grandmothers, they almost owned that stand, and it went from the mother, and then she got her daughter, and then the niece, and they're still there.
Do they all have, the families have their own stand, or do they all try and get to number 1 stand? Is number 1 still a pinnacle?
It used to be, that was with Ati Hinaro
That's
Mason.
right. Yeah,
she was
right,
the boss,
yeah.
she was the queen, number 1. But I think now, of course, it's a little bit more collaborative and everyone works together. But there's some really cool stories about all of that.
Yeah, I remember years ago, I always used to like drawing stand number 1 because you knew who the rousey was going to be, and it was really good.
Yeah, cool. So that's that. How's those scores looking compared to the others?
I think we're going to see a couple of qualifiers out of there. We're going to see Ross Thompson's going to
Ross
go in on 38.9, and
maybe Ruka
Braddock 39.
Yeah.
0, so we're going to see a couple drop out. We'll just wait for them to come up on our screen.
Yeah, let's see what these qualifiers are. They'll be starting to put those out. Here we go.
Have our finalists.
Call them out. Oh.
No. Qualifiers. Ross Thompson, Ruka Braddock, Brendan Maguire Rarama, Paul Swan, Ruben Alabaster, and Gethin Lewis.
Oh, wow. There's some
bit of an upset there.
Bit of an
Mavis,
upset.
with Simon missing out.
Yes. But he didn't have a good share anyway, did he? Something just didn't go right for him right at the beginning. Yeah. Oh, well. How cool is that?
Oh, great. Great shearing.
Great shearing.
Yep.
Are we able to have those names back up, those top 6, Ben, just to... Thank you. Okay, so we have you know, an international is our top qualifier out of the senior semi-finals. That's outstanding.
Oh, they'll be jumping up and down in England somewhere.
Yep.
Some little pub will be going off.
We'll have to send a text, eh?
Yeah, hey, we'll have to go and find out whereabouts he's from.
I think we will. We should do that.
Just say hi to Pippa and Matt Smith if you're watching. Pippa, you've got an Englishman in the senior final. How great's that?
She'll be stoked about that. Okay, so what are we moving on to now? Is this the encouragement award? Or are we...
Hey?
Why don't we just head back to... Oh, yes, this is the encouragement. This is the invitation. So this next event is for probably the most upcoming open shearer who hasn't quite made it into the rounds. And it's to give them, I guess, another shot to stand on the stage and to just have a go at stuff, eh, Digger?
Oh, this is a really neat event that Golden Shears have come up with. You know, you see some of these young guys, they just can't quite make the finals. They just can't quite take that next step. And, you know, what a great buzz for them to be up here Saturday morning, you know, packed out hall in front of all these people and sharing in this encouragement event.
It is, and I think what we might do is, why don't we take it back to the stadium for this round, Digger, and we'll come back straight after this.
Okay.
Thank you.
We're ready to crack into it. Okay, timekeepers right, judges, competitors, go. This is going to be a little bit of a rip, shit and bust sort of a thing, as the term says. They like to get into the, used to be lambs, but they're shearing to-dos here. A little bit smaller than some of the sheep we've seen come through this competition, but they will be lively little hill country sheep, and they are well rounded enough for the job here at Shearing at the Golden Shears for the 60th occasion. So Marshall Guy here on the front stand from Kaio. Darren Alexander from Hastings on stand number 2. Another ex-Taranaki Shears. Tegwin Bradley from Woodville on the third stand. Down on number 4, DJ Crawford from Gisborne. Far end on 5. We have the young Gordon down there from Masterton. Young David Gordon and Dean Hurley from Whangamomara in the Naki on the 6th stand. Oh, let's see what we got to go. They're racking it out pretty smartly, this one now. Just over a minute as they step into the pen. The reason why I know that, because the 3 number was up on the board. That tells me that it took at least 3 points in time to shear that first sheep. In they go. Crawford now from Gisborne, right with Alexander. Hurley, he's got number 2 on the board. Who's in front at the moment? It looks like stand 5. David Gordon, the local fella, had a good shear early in the game. Marshall Guy tried to chance his arm as well, Norm, as Tegwin Bradley hits the top knot.
Thanks, Thomas. So back up on the board, Marshall Guy down over the last front shoulder. Right there with David Gordon. Here's these young guys shearing out of their skin, gaining more and more experience as they go on in these sort of finals. This is what they're about, John, isn't it? They're just encouragement finals, so give them a wee bit of finals type experience up there. A few more sheep under their belt in front of a big crowd, in front of the judges and against each other, because to be fair, a lot of these guys are going to be the open finalists of the future. So great to get them with a wee bit of experience under their belt.
Well, you're dead right and correct. They would have been in 1 or 2 finals throughout their career in the shearing, but of course, when you step up under the open grade, it's really tough. But you're shearing at this pace. You've got to shear at this pace all the time to get through to the last 6 in any event around the country or around the world, because the shearers are getting faster and faster. To be in the open grade, once upon a time, you're sure about 360 odd sheep, and then you're up in the open. Now the the open class starts at 406. So, you know, they've jumped at a big number. And they're quite capable of doing it because the sheep are better shearing, the gear's better, there's more health and fitness goes into the training of these shearers, and a better quality, and the style that they're achieving is an easy flow, easy on the sheep, easy on the shearer stuff. Into the pen there, Marshall Guy up on the front. We've got 3 minutes and 30 gone now, and he's got number 4 on the board, so it's about 1:10. So there's still a little bit of work. They're still having to work hard, these guys, these sheep. As I say, they're just a tad smaller than some of them that have come across the board here in the last few days, but they are full of vigour. And they will not hang around the gate, these sheep. They will be up on the highest knob looking down at you from daylight till dark. And out the last leg comes Alexander. Freshman on the board from Tegan Bradley. Dean Hurley battling away in front of DJ Crawford. And Tegwin Bradley takes the belly of Norm. He's keeping it pretty easy at the moment.
He's just cruising along, a couple of sheep left, so they're going to start hitting their straps very shortly. Marshall Guy round onto the last front shoulder on sheep number 4. DJ Crawford just changes steel and hopping in for his 4th sheep. So Marshall Guy from Kyo on stand number 1, just out ahead of David Gordon now. David just slipped back off the pace a wee bit, a couple of kicky sheep, so that's all it takes. Marshall Guy changes steel on stand number 1. Well practiced move as well, and he steps out with his 5th sheep. Marshall Guy on stand 1, leading the field into sheep number 5. The rest of the field just trailing in his wake, but shearing nicely is Darren Alexander from Hastings on stand 2. Winds his way up the back of the sheep. Tegwin Bradley down the last side on 4. In and out for David Gordon this time. So he's belly in the undermine behind Marshall Guy as far as speed goes. Dean Hurley turns for home on sheep number 4. DJ Crawford slides up the backbone, turns around onto the last cheek, wipes it off, down onto the shoulder. Darren Alexander on stand number 2. Good young shearer of the sky, as all these guys are. Tegwin Bradley steps in for 5, and now Darren, away it goes, and he's in for 5 as well. But Marshall Guy wipes the cheek off the last side, down over the front shoulder. Marshall Guy, terrific young sportsman. These guys supremely fit. They're on top of their game, or not quite on top of their game, but they're getting there as far as skill levels and expertise goes. Just a bit more experience, and that's what these finals are all about, John.
Working away is Hurley. All the shearers now look to have changed their steel. As I say, they're a little bit drier cutting the sheep due to the drought conditions around the country. No, very little grass of the green type left to pick from. So a little bit harsher cutting on the gear, maybe a little bit of dust in the head. Not much on the back of the body, and that's a credit to the farmers that have been looking after these sheep as they go round the back of the head. Down on stand number 6, DJ Crawford starting to put in a couple of quick shots now. Into the long blow he goes. Tegwin Bradley's had some unruly sheep as he comes out the last leg. Little bit of dust in that sock. Here on the front stand though, it's Marshall Guy with his 6th and final one on the board. Looking to do it easy. He's out in front by quite a stretch. He's got away from David Gordon down there, the Masterton lad on stand number 5. Alexander going in now for sheep number 6. Sheep 5 still on the board for Crawford. Sheep 5 for Dean Hurley. But Marshall Guy's going to put the whip on, and he's coming down the last side, stoking it off. David Gordon's chasing hard down the far end. But up the front is Marshall Guy, 6 and 54 as he hits the button there and stops his time clock. A beautiful shear from Dayton Gordon as well, who had a little bit of a kicker on about sheep number 2, Norman.
He did. That's sort of back off the pace a wee bit, but that's a challenge these guys have got to face up there on the competition board. One difficult sheep can just set the cat amongst the pigeons. You just got to be able to control yourself and the sheep and get back into it. Last side for Tegwin Bradley, the young fella from Woodville. Down he pulls right out to the toe. Another couple of shots for this lean, mean shearing machine. Over the tail he goes and reaches for the time clock button. Well done, Tegwin. Darren Alexander is probably going to be next, failing as long as the sheep didn't have any say in the proceedings. DJ Crawford turning for home, sweeping up the long blows. Dean Hurley from the Naki. Last cheek, very well-known shearing family, the Hurleys in Taranaki. Right out to the back leg for Darren. Another couple of shots. Ooh, just got to pull the head through. Cost him a second or two. DJ Crawford comes back at him. So does Dean Hurley.
Oh,
And-
could be triplets.
Yeah.
Could be triplets. Hurley, he's going to get there. Oh, no, it's Crawford. And then followed by Alexander and Hurley, all within a whisker.
Give them a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Our TUI-sponsored invitation sharers. They're just going to stay up on the board, and it'll be a instant prize giving. So just waiting while we get set up and get the points down to us. I have the results from the senior, the PowerCo-sponsored senior sharing event, the top 6. We just saw the top 18 share, and the top 6 out of those 18 in qualifying order that will compete in the big final later on are Ross Thompson, top qualifier, Rooker Braddock, Brandon Maguire-Ratama, Paul Swan, Ruben Lewis, and number 6 in there from Wales, Gethin Lewis. So Ross Thompson, Rooker Braddock, Brandon Maguire-Ratama, Paul Swan, Ruben Alabaster, and Gethin Lewis, the top 6 in that senior, and they'll be battling it out for that red ribbon tonight, John. Something to look forward to.
Yeah, we're just talking about how the sheep kick and what have you. But the shearers deal with that in the shed every day, of course. They are wild animals. They are not sedated in any way, so at any given point in time, they can just explode. Sheep tend to have a brain explosion now and again. And if they know what's good for them, they'd actually shit jolly still. But as I say, we cannot control the will of the sheep. And all we're going to do is try and manage it the best we can as while we're up there on the board.
That's right, John. So, yeah, that's the great thing about our sport, isn't it? We can practice, the guys can practice all week for the competition on the weekend. So they learn, about using the top 2 inches. They learn about strength and physical stamina and everything else, mental stamina that's required in this competition shearing game. And that's where they learn it, is in the sheds when they're racing each other day in and day out.
Is that why you and I are just missing that little fella on the top of the head? That's why we're a bit shorter.
Yeah, well, yeah, quite possibly. That's why we're sitting up in this table talking about it, and those guys are up there doing it.
Yeah, well, that's something we do better.
That's right. So Tuma Mullins down there with David Gordon by the look of it.
Okay, guys, I'm here with David Gordon. David, this is your first year in the Open, and you're making these open. You've made a couple of Open finals. Not many people did that in your first season. Tell me the focus it takes to get there.
Oh, just the really luck, really, I suppose. And yeah, got my dad doing my gear, which helps a lot. And yeah, all the family are right behind me, so it's all good. Yeah.
So you practice every day. I know you work for Wairarapa. He must have a bit of influence over how you are, getting on.
Yeah, they're awesome. Kushra and Pye with Abraham Shearing, they're awesome bosses. They look after me great and let me do all the shows and understand when I'm going slow, get my job, but yeah, it's all good.
Have you had to change, anything in your life, your lifestyle, or is there anything that you've changed to actually get you up into this level at such a short time?
Not really, just a bit of fitness, but not too much. Don't try to go too serious. But yeah, not really. I've sort of lived in the sheds my whole life, so yeah, just sort of the same.
Well, good luck to you, David. Give him a hand, ladies and gentlemen, David Gordon.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have the results for the TUI Encouragement Invitation Shearing, and presenting on behalf of TUI is Sam Saunders, the President of Golden Shears.
Hello. Yeah, welcome everybody. I'd just like to thank TUI for the sponsorship. Any show, it takes a lot of organisation and sponsorship to make the job run, and encouragement events are all very good for the industry, as we've seen in the last 2 or 3 days. So thank you, TUI, and congratulations on all the guys in the final.
Thank you, Sam. The winner of the TUI Encouragement Invitation Shearing event receives $300. The penalty points for first were 31.8. The penalty points for second were 31.9. First place, Marshall Guy. Congratulations, Marshall. You seemed a little bit surprised there.
Yeah, well, I was pure luck that I made it into this event in the first place. But no, I'd just like to thank everyone. I've been struggling with my gear here this show, but thanks to Pies for a couple of combs, local knowledge, and that helped out a lot. My wife for supporting me through the season, Mum and Dad for coming down, and good luck to everyone else. Cheers.
Well said, thank you. Second place and $200, David Gordon. Third place, Darren Alexander. Fourth, Tagwin Bradley. Fifth, DJ Crawford. And give it up for Dean Herlihy. Rightio, that's the instant prize giving done. We've got a pretty special event now. I'll hand you back down to your commentators to lead you through it.
Thank you very much, Kieran. These young guys coming through, the industry is in safe hands. Next up is the PGG National Circuit Semi-Final. Now these shearers will be shearing 3 merinos and 3 long wools from second shear. Can we please get heat number 1 to the board? Stand 1, Jack Fagan, Aaron Haynes, Emmy Braddock, Paidata Abraham, Angus Moore, Nathan Stratford.
Our judges up there too, please. So just while these guys are getting themselves sorted, John, I know you're a fine physical specimen of a man, such as same as myself. You must have slept funny. But outside, they got the orange and blue caravan outside, the Global HQ one. If you want or I would encourage you to go out and have a health check out there. They're free, and they do all sorts of different health checks: blood pressure, pulse oxygen, BM, cholesterol, weight, and just let you know how you're tracking. It's a sort of an agricultural sector type health initiative, free health checks for farmers, shearers, fencing contractors, all that sort of thing, that are usually too busy to head into the doctor, like you and I were too busy to get into the doctor. So instead of us going to the doctors are coming to us. I think it's a great thing. They were at Waimate, for instance, and there was about 50-odd people went and got a free health check at Waimate, and apparently 32% of those 50 people needed to address a health issue or two. So that's pretty high, and it just shows that, despite how busy and how fit we think we are, there could be a lot of underlying problems going on there. So Dr. Sue's out there in that caravan.
So welcome back, and it's full on again, Digger. They've just finished the TUI invitation, which was a great encouragement award, and now we're getting into the heavy duty stuff, really. So this is the PGG Wrights and Wool National Circuit Shearing Semi-Final. Talk to us a little bit about this, Digger.
Oh, this is the big boys again, and this is the multi-breeds event where over the season the boys have shorn at Alexandra, done the merinos down there. Waimate, they do the long wool crossbreds. Christchurch, Corridales, or half-breeds. And in Martin, they did the lambs, and in Paiatua on the weekend, the second shear. And we've found the top 12 qualifiers, and they've come here together at Masterton, and we've got a top 12 shootout.
Yeah, so top 12 shootout. So, this is quite a complex event. We've got, as Digger said, we've pulled together the merinos, and we want to just really shout out to Alan Patterson from the South Island, who religiously every year farms these merinos, especially for the Golden Shears and for New Zealand Shears, for just this type of event, doesn't he?
Oh, he does, Mavis. Does a magnificent job, and yeah, especially farms the sheep and then trucks them up here to Masterton. And, you know, many people have told me that you're not a shearer unless you can shear merinos properly. So we're going to find out who the best shearer in New Zealand is, really.
That's pretty...
with this event.
Pretty much, that's exactly it. And then White Spurs locally provide us with the full wool and Ngā Tauhuna with the second shear. So, you know, we've got multiple wools, multiple disciplines. Talk to us, dig a bit then about the gear. You know, you've got these 3 totally different kind of wool types.
Yeah, well, they're allowed three handpieces up there, so they'll have a comb on for the merinos, and then they'll have a comb on for the full wool and a comb on for the lambs. And then tonight, the top 6, it gets even trickier because you've got to shear some half-breeds as well. So they'll, you know, they've got to get a comb which is done to probably shear the full wool and the half-breeds as well, and then a comb which is done to shear the second shear and the lambs. So it's, yeah, it really takes a little bit to work your gear out for these events.
Yeah, yeah. So this is kind of like the super triathlon, multi-sporty kind of section of shearing, isn't it?
This is the Ironman.
This is the Ironman of shearing. So Digger, this first heat, do you want to just take us through who have we got, who can we look forward to following in this heat?
Well, we've got the defending champ on stand 4, Wairarapa Abraham from Masterton.
He's actually from Dannevirke, but we'll say Masterton.
But anyway,
he lives here.
Jack Fagan's on stand 1, Aaron Haynes on 2, Hemi Braddock 3, Wairarapa on 4, Angus Moore, he's a former champion, he's on stand 5, and Nathan Stratford from Invercargill. Nathan's a former winner of this event too.
Yeah, Nathan can't ever discount him. So we're starting here on stand number 1 with Jack Fagan. So he's done well to come through all the way to the PGG. Has he done this before?
He has. He didn't do it last year. He was over in Australia, so he missed some of the qualifying events. But he's been doing it this year, and he's qualified really high up. He got good points at Alex and good points at Paiatua the other day. And he's shorn enough merinos to be able to get around them pretty well.
Yeah.
That's the trouble. Like a lot of these boys, they won't have shorn a lot of merinos, some of them. But Jack's done enough.
He's really multi-talented, actually, Jack, with these sheep breeds, isn't he? You know, I mean, he's see him up in Europe, and he whizzes over those as well. Oh,
he's shearing all around the world, and probably, I would say, of all the shearers, he's shearing the most breeds of anyone. Yeah, he's been France, Italy, you know, and all around the UK.
Yeah.
And there's so many different breeds over there, and he's getting the experience, and hopefully it's going to pay off one day.
Yeah, I'm sure it will for him. I'm sure it will.
But and he's probably getting, you know, he's got a pretty good teacher.
Now, who would that be? Would that be Sir?
It could well be. Yep, yep. Now we move on to Aaron Haynes, Aaron, the boy from Fielding. Aaron's, I think he's done quite a few merinos as well. Worked over in Australia. Very, very clean shearer. And the thing is, you've got to be up with the pace on these merinos. You don't want to be bogged down. And then when you've still got a merino and the boys will start hitting their second shear.
That'd be pretty demoralising, I'd say.
Yeah, well, if you've got a half a merino left, they don't shear at least one crossbred.
Yeah.
So you're going to be even further behind.
He's a lovely shearer, Aaron, and he certainly applies himself well. And again, I remember when we were competing in Young Farmers, God, I hate it when people say back in my day, but his dad was also a pretty smart shearer back in those YFC days. Hemi Braddock, another one of the Braddocks.
Yeah, great to see young Hemi in there. As I said earlier, yeah, he's a pretty talented shearer, this boy, and got a big future. Great to see him chasing the PGG. You know, you've got to go all around New Zealand, chase the shows to gain enough points to qualify.
Yeah, and we just saw his brother Ruka step up into the senior finals later on.
Yeah, so the old pub out at Ekatahuna, if there's still a little pub out there, it'll be going off this afternoon.
Oh, there's a big community at Ekatahuna, a big community, and Pairata.
Yeah, the defending champ, Wairarapa, he surprised a lot of people last year. He won this event, so he'll be desperately trying to defend his title. You can just see him going up the neck there, working up there, trying to keep out of the wrinkles.
Yeah. He's done well, Wairarapa, and of course married to Kushla of the Gordon family. I mean, it's a bit of a dynasty kind of, isn't it?
Yeah, and contracting down here in Masterton and around the Wairarapa, and got his father-in-law Nookie helping out as well. And Wairarapa said Nookie's been doing a lot of gear for the boys, and great to see.
Yeah,
and,
very cool.
Looking after all the young boys.
Yep. Angus Moore. It's lovely to see him back up here because I haven't seen him for a few years here, I don't think.
No, Angus has had a little bit of a break from the competitions. He's settling down in Blenheim. He's contracting down there and got a family, and great to see him back up here. He's very, very good merino shearer, and actually very good shearer on all sorts of sheep.
Yeah, he's just a really nice guy too, and Rātapu, his wife, is here, and their tribe of beautiful children. Really cool to have them back up here.
Yeah, I was when I came in yesterday, Mavis, they was lined up at the doorway behind them, and I said to Angus, I said, there's going to be no room for anyone else to sit down after you take your family in there.
No, they're very proud, beautiful parents, and Nathan Stratford, he doesn't need too much of an introduction at all, really, does he?
No, he
Done
would
it
be
all.
the, he's the multi-task shearer in New Zealand. He can shear all breeds. Does really, really well at Alexandra every year. Waimate, Christchurch.
He's been around a long time, Nathan, hasn't he?
He has, and I actually got a fright yesterday when someone told me his age. But I won't say how old you are, Nathan. You're not as old as me, but you know, to see you at your age up there just doing what you're doing is absolutely amazing.
And again, many times in this hall, I recall sitting next to his mum and dad as they'd be there taking all the scores, and they were the biggest fan club. He certainly had all the support he needed coming through the ranks, so he deserves his place in here, absolutely.
Yeah, he's great with the younger shearers too, Nathan. He's got, if anyone wants any advice on gear or anything, he's the guy that really help you out.
Oh, it's good to know those things. It's good to know, because for some of these young people coming through, who possibly don't have a big support system around them, it's nice to know that they can go to some of the, anyone. Who can I talk to? Who can
Yeah,
help?
well, it's pretty much all the open shearers. They'll pass on their knowledge. It's don't be afraid to go and ask them. I know when I was just a young kid, you were really intimidated, and you used to look up the likes of Jack Dowd, Ricky Pivac, Martin Nartaki, and those guys, and and they were only too happy to offer some advice.
Yeah. Oh,
I didn't always listen, but I tried to take a little bit of it on board.
Yeah, well, I guess that's the thing. You ask for the advice, you get it, and you might take some and might not take other bits. Angus looks like he's having a lovely shear there.
Yeah, he's got a nice big merino there. They're in beautiful order, those merinos. Alan's done a fantastic job, all right?
Yeah, he does do a great job.
So Angus has just finished his merinos. I think they shore 3 merinos. So
Yes.
what's he gonna? He's gonna shear
Full wool
now.
Yep, and I think they finish on their second shear.
So Wairarapa's into his second shear as well.
Wow, look at Aaron.
Nathan's just pulled out his there. So there we go. We've got the graphics coming up, and Aaron Haynes, fantastic, and so same as Nathan.
So these scores are being shown without the time. So this is just their board points that we're seeing at the moment, but it gives a good indicator.
Yep. Boards will be a little bit higher than on the crossbreds. A few more second cuts to come off the merinos. A little bit harder to keep your comb flat on the skin.
What's your preference, Digger? What do you like best? Full wool, second shear, lambs? What's your preference?
Probably lambs now. Just not so hard on the body, but when I was younger, you couldn't beat a really nice full wool shearing sheep.
Yeah.
I used to go down south and work for the likes of Peter Lyons and Stephen Dodds, and just used to love the full wool.
Oh, Nathan's having a good time with that.
Yeah, he's in for another long wool, so he'll be at home on his long wool because that's pretty much
That's his stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what they shear down around in Invercargill.
Yeah.
In the Southland area.
I notice he's strapped. Did you see the shoulder strapping?
Yeah.
And Pagan was strapped like something similar last night as well.
Yeah, and I saw Leon Samuels has been strapped up. I'm just wondering whether they've got the same physio and they're got a few little aches and pains.
No, well, Pagan was saying it was more around a preventative, around a blood flow thing, and I was thinking, wow, isn't it cool that all the sports science that's out there gets applied even in here, and so it should be. I mean, we are a professional sporting body, we are athletes, and it kind of makes sense, but, when you first see it, you kind of go, oh, interesting.
Yeah, it is. No, it's interesting now that you say that, Mavis. Maybe we might see more of it in future because it's certainly a pretty demanding job.
Yeah.
Demanding sport.
He must be nearly on to his last full wool, is he?
Yeah, last full wool for Nathan. I think Angus has got his last full wool. So they've got 9 to shear, three merinos, 3 long wool and 3 second shear.
Yep, that's right. So they're all on to their 6th now. So they'll all be heading into their last full wool.
So we've got the graphics coming up for the time and board, and just looking at Wairarapa, he is right on the average with everything.
Yep. Yeah, well, in this game you've got to be a little bit better than the average, don't you, really?
Well, you do, yep. So it's going to come down to the outside jobs.
Yes.
Especially with the merinos, you can just lose so many faults, so many points outside.
Yep. Yeah, they look round and just a little bit niggly, these girls.
Young Aaron Haynes there, I think he did 700 on ewes, on lambs, earlier in the year.
Yeah, unofficial personal best.
Yeah, just a PB.
Yeah.
Great to see.
Oh, just crazy where these numbers are going. But, if anyone can do that stuff, I mean, look at the physique of Aaron. He's kind of really, you think about the Snow Quins and that, the tall, long reach. You used to be like that, did you?
Oh, not quite as well built as Aaron, I don't think. I think Aaron's got a pretty good gym program going there.
Yeah, what do they say? He's got muscles on muscles.
That's right. But now they're all top fit sportsmen.
Yeah.
At the top of their game. Jack Fagan down there on stand 1. His board's just a little bit high. Probably the merinos maybe let him down just a little bit. So
yeah, he'll
be hoping that he's done a good job on them and he's getting into his full wool. This will be a little bit more at home for him.
Yeah. And then once they get to the second shear, there's that kind of like downhill, home stretch.
Yep.
That's when the horse just goes.
Yep. Hemi's looks like Hemi's onto his second shear now.
Yep.
So he's right over his board. Hemi's board's a little bit high. Again, probably just hasn't quite got the experience on the fine wool.
Oh, that's combing well. Look at that. Nice.
Hopefully he can do it, bring it home for Ekatahuna.
Yeah, the Braddocks have done well. There's a lot of families that have done so blooming well here. It's just beautiful to see. Lovely. We're just going to get something sorted with this wool price, that's all.
Tell me, Mavis, do the wool handlers get paid here at Golden Shears? All the ladies up the front there?
Do you know what? This is voluntary.
Yeah?
This is voluntary. And they take so much pride in their role at Golden Shears doing this. No, everyone's a volunteer here.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
And I suppose there's a waiting list to get up there and become a wool handler at the Golden Shears.
Oh, you have to kind of qualify.
Yeah.
you gotta go through the ranks. You don't just get the call. You've got to You know, I think, as I said to you before, Nanny Hinado Mason, you know, it all stemmed from there. The Nida sisters, Auntie Sally and Auntie Nolene were here last night. They were two of our last remaining of that era. Auntie Rewa Walker. And these are all their kids and their nieces. So, you know, they take great pride in that sort of stuff. It's lovely. That's part of the heartbeat of Golden Shears. But look at Nathan, look at his board.
Oh,
he'll be happy.
He's having a fantastic shear. He's right on the pace with his time. His board is very, very low.
Yeah, look at those totals. So between him and Aaron Haynes, they're probably feeling reasonably comfortable as long as their outside job's up to spec, eh?
Yeah, you'd have to think that those two will be two for the final.
Yeah.
There goes Nathan, he's just switched off. Yeah, so he's on 20 faults without the outside being in. So, yeah, it's...
Great experience for these guys. Awesome, Hemi. You know, they work hard, eh? They got big tickers. They got big hearts. We'll have to ask Russell Knight to move his head next time. Ah,
there
thank
he
you,
goes.
Russell.
Yeah,
He
must have-
heard.
Yeah,
He heard.
good on you, Russell. Yep. As long as his puku doesn't get in the way.
They do a great job, these judges. You know, them two, they're all volunteers.
All volunteers, yep.
Yeah.
But it, you know, be the pinnacle of your judging career to judge down at Masterton.
Oh, these big shows, there's just something magical about it all.
Great honour to come down and be a judge, and you know, and they can be out the back during the breaks and tell a few stories, and
Yeah.
you know, there's Alan Precious there.
Yeah.
Alan's been around for a long, long time.
Yes, he's a kind of an assist for Ronnie King, who is the chief referee. He's kind of his number 2 man who works with him and helps him out. It's a big responsibility. It's a big job.
Yep, there's a few things happen and they've got to make a ruling on it.
Yeah.
And, it's great to have the experience of Alan there, passing it on to Ronnie.
That's right. So that's the first heat. The first heat.
So I wonder if they'll give us some points for that, or...
I think they'll keep them secret.
Keep them secret.
Well, we didn't get the pair, and
no.
oh, hang on, maybe I'm jumping the gun a bit. We've got
Well, I'll pick Nathan and Aaron to qualify out of that first round.
Nathan and Aaron. Yep.
Yeah, and I'll sit on the fence for the rest of them.
Oh.
'Cause there's some
Now,
pretty
how
good-
fair is that? Oh, geez, come
Some
on.
pretty good shearers coming up in that second heat, Mavis. I
All
know
right.
Johnny Kirkpatrick.
Holding
Troy-
your cards close.
Yeah,
Let's just
yeah.
wait.
Troy Piper.
Yeah. Troy's been shearing well.
He has really, really well.
Yeah. So what we'll do now is we might just head to the stadium and just let these guys prepare, and then we'll come back for the start of the next heat, Digger.
Okay.
Cool. Thank you.
Just noticing these new fadge holders that the committee have acquired this year, Norm. What happened to our sponsor? I just can't remember his name, but they are working extremely well. You notice how they just fold away and lie down like that, ready to be resurrected again when we need them as for the change of wool. So that's a brilliant idea, and we must find that bit of paper.
Working really well. They are something, I just can't remember what they're called now. Someone will tell us. We had it here before, but pretty clever stuff, all right. So Troy Piper, ooh, big name from the South Island, and a fantastic multi-breed shearer. We know how good this guy is on merinos. We know how good he is on crossbreds as well. He'll be one to watch, I think. Johnny Kay, always a threat. Doesn't matter what you're shearing. If he's got a handpiece in his hand, John, he's a major threat. Young Brett Roberts from Matoda, well, he's in his sort of second or third season of doing really well, and he's just getting better and better every season, so he's a strong contender. And through from Pleasant Point.
All right, so we're back. They're just about ready to kick off, Digger. But before they do, take us through as you do.
Yeah, the second heat, or the second semi-final for the PGG National Circuit. Troy Piper on one from North Canterbury. I think Winton originally, but Amberley.
Amberley.
Amberley, so people in Amberley will be watching. Johnny Kirkpatrick from Napier.
Captain of the Enterprise.
Yeah, he's former, I think he's won this a couple of times, Johnny.
Yeah.
Young Brett Roberts from Matara.
Has he done this much, Brett? Has he been into the PGG?
I don't think Brett's
No.
qualified for the semis. He may have, correct me if I'm wrong, but hi to everyone down in Matara there. They'll be watching Brett with a lot of interest. Ant Frew from Pleasant Point. Young Ant, he's a good shearer, this guy. He's big future for him too. David Buick from Pongaroa.
Yep, and Pongaroa will be all out there with the flags too. Don't worry about them.
They got power out there, Mavis.
Oh, geez, Digger.
Hey.
You got to get us into trouble.
And Ringakahi Pawai from Gore.
Yep, Ringer, neat. Neat to see these young ones coming through.
So what relation is Ringer to you, Mavis?
He is a nephew.
Nephew, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Yeah, our fathers, my father, his grandfather were brothers.
Oh, you better try not to be too biased towards him,
Oh,
eh?
not at all. No. He knows where I sit.
But
he
he's,
knows.
I tell you what, he'll get around these merinos pretty well.
He's doing well, Ringer. And I'm just looking, you and I are pretty useless actually, because I'm thinking how many of these guys are newbies to this PGG? And you said before you didn't think Brett had been here before. What about Ant?
Yeah, Ants, I'm sure Ants has been in the PGG before.
David has.
David's been there. I don't know if Ants or David have ever made the final, but they've probably shown in the semi-finals here, and so they'll be using that experience. Brett, love to see Brett make their final tonight.
Yeah. Oh well, he's
Great young shearer from down there in Matara.
Yes. Yep, and he's done well. He's come up through the ranks. He's hung in there. He's applied himself. He's a neat young man.
You know what, Mavis? I reckon shearing's quite unique. You've got every body type.
Yeah.
You've got big people, small people, people that are
Tall.
slightly bigger than others.
Yeah.
Remember little James Fagan, how little he was, and
Yeah.
he used to get these big merino weathers
Just
out and
smash them out, didn't he?
Yeah, smash them out completely. He was about 4'12".
Yeah.
Gee.
No, there's something for everyone, and I guess that's the whole thing around technique. Your technique as designed for your body, eh?
Yep. They used to say rugby was a sport for everyone, but rugby's changing now. You've just got to be big and strong, and but shearing, we cater for everyone.
Yeah. Yep. No. Well, they're away, and it always feels a bit like a ease in when we start with the merinos, because they are just a little bit more. You feel like you have to think a little bit, just be a little bit more relaxed and.
Yeah, there's nothing worse when you get up there to shear your merinos. The few that I've done, you get up there and you just try to go flat out. It doesn't really work. You've just got to get up there and just ease into them, just flatten your hand and let your handpiece and comb do the work. So you just look at those two there. There's Troy Piper and Johnny. They don't seem to be rushing. Just letting Johnny especially look at that. Just really just guiding that handpiece nice and slowly around the sheep.
Yeah. That's what I mean. It's almost like a level of gentleness. I know guys don't probably see it like that, but when you see it happening, it's kind of like you just got to be calm, a little bit more gentle, a little bit more quieter in your approach.
Yeah, and it's funny. I think when the New Zealanders shear the merinos, they seem to be just taking their time, but you watch the Australian boys, Shannon Warnest and Jason Wingfield, they absolutely just smash their hand into the sheep.
Yeah.
Big Shannon Warnest, I used to love watching him go up that neck and then he'd just break it out and he's shorn half the sheep.
No, he's one of a kind, Shannon. One of a kind.
So the merinos, they're probably taking, close to 3 minutes to shear these merinos, maybe 2.5. So just watching Brett Roberts. Yep.
Awesome tamoko there. Awesome.
Oh, it's really standing out this morning under the lights, isn't it?
Looks awesome. It's beautiful.
No doubt that's got some meaning to him.
Yep, he'll have a story.
Yep.
look at that, that board, as the red gets more, he's going further to the green. So, he's keeping his board right.
Yep, he's good board for him. No doubt Brett would have been up in Central Otago during the prelim, and he'd be doing a few seasons up there, probably up working for Peter Lyons or someone up there, and doing all those merinos up through Central.
And so here's Ant. He would be familiar with the merinos, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he'd do a lot around the Canterbury area. I think Ants is one of those guys that can sort of share any breed of sheep. They just get so many different breeds through there, the half-breeds, the merinos, crossbreds, all sorts.
Bit of a view with Johnny there as well.
Yeah, still looking at Ant's board.
Yeah.
Really, really low board. David Buick down there on stand 5. David's got a high board, and David probably doesn't share. I would say of all the shearers up there in this top 12, he's probably does the least merino shearing.
Yes, I think you'd be dead right with that.
I don't think he goes. I don't think David does a pre-lamb. I know he went to the UK last year, and sure for the New Zealand team over there. And he's got his own run out Pongaroa, so.
And a farm.
And a farm, yeah.
And a family.
Yeah. And his young boys playing rugby and at school here at Rathgill, so David will be no doubt trying to watch him as much as he can.
Yeah, that's right. But no, and like you said, it kind of shows the experience that you have on these merinos. You can't fake this stuff, can you? You can't get in and...
Not with these real McCoy weathers that they bring up, that Alan Patterson sends up from down there in Central Otago. It's a bit different. You get a merino ewe, and if they're pretty straight, you can fake your way through if you haven't shorn too many.
Yeah.
But when you get these big weathers with all the wrinkles,
Ringer's doing pretty good.
You've got to know what you're doing.
Yeah. Yep.
So Ringer's they've put the outsides up on this one. So Ringer's first sheep went out, and he must have had a very, very clean first merino, which will be good for him. And his board's pretty good, and he's below the average.
Yep. So he's obviously doing a lot more down there based in Gore, but there's a lot more crossbred down in Gore, isn't there?
Yeah, these boys that have to travel up, as I said, up to Central, but it's not far from Gore up to Queenstown and Cromwell and that. It's only 2-hour drive.
Yeah, close to home. Good share, Ringer.
Not too far from the family, about to get back and see the kids at the weekend or something like that.
Yeah, yep.
Brett Roberts, one of my favourites, Brett, good young fella. I just like the way, real positive attitude, and he just chucks the handpiece in. Really good at the speed shares. Brett's coming up to the Rural Games next Sunday, so...
Cool, so Rural Games Sunday, Palmerston North?
That's right, yep. They're having a speed share there, and I've been lucky enough to get an invite. So,
still got it, eh, Digger? Still got it.
I'll try and keep these young fellas honest.
That's the one.
But, the likes of Brett and Jack Fagan and Jimmy Samuels, they take some beating.
Yep. Oh, no, you stay, hang in there.
So there we go with our graphics again, and just looking at Ringa Parway. He's, you'd say Ringa or Ant Frew doing the best, but it's early days. They've only got probably 2 sheep judged.
Yeah.
But it's certainly...
Ant, Johnny, Brett, they were all sort of hanging around there.
Yeah, wasn't a lot on it.
No. I think it's a good place to be, just hanging around that top edge before they get into that, as they move off the merinos.
Yeah, well, they know they've got to do the job on the merinos. You can just lose so many points on them out the back. Like a crossbred, you normally range from a 3 to a sort of a 10 with a crossbred. But with a merino, you can go anywhere from a 15 up to 100. So it's just a bigger range because there's so much more wool and so many more faults to leave on.
Yeah, so the merinos are softer skin, they're softer in the skin, So does that mean you have to have a lighter hand when you're shearing them, or not really, or?
Oh, it's probably more what they call a flat hand. You want your hand flat,
Flat.
so your comb's hitting the skin flat,
Yeah.
not tipped up on its points.
Yes.
With crossbreeds, you sort of
nice.
tip your hand up a little bit more.
Yeah.
Brett's just going to go in for his first long wool. So he's doing pretty well, Brett. Good pen.
Very good pen.
Slightly below the average. He'll love these full wool.
Yeah.
Plenty of full wool down around Matara.
Yeah, they get onto these and that must be like, whew, let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go, baby, let's go.
Hey, yeah, we've got that rubbish out of the way. And just look at big Brett just sharking that steel at them now.
Yeah.
Get out of the way, Neil Fagan.
Yep, anything gets run over from now on, and I'm meaning business.
Yeah, so we're just looking at Johnny. He's coming down the last side on his merino. No, that's Antfru, sorry.
No, I think that.
No, who's?
It looks like
David
Johnny.
Buick. David Buick, sorry. So he's still finishing his merinos. So Brett's almost going to be one sheep in front of him. So
It is Dave, yeah.
Dave will be really, really glad to get rid of the merinos. So he'll be a little bit more at home on these full wool.
Yeah, he's done his job. Now he can sort of relax and just glide into this stuff.
Yep. So
Let it happen.
David's got a high board at the moment, so we're hoping to pull that back on the crossbreeds, which no doubt he will. Ringer Pawai. How's Ringer doing? He's got a good pen. He's obviously shearing those merinos really well, getting a good job.
Yes.
But with a name like Pawai, they
What?
synonymous with the merino shearing, great fine wool shearers.
Yeah, Joseph certainly loved the merino, and Ringer and a couple of other cousins and nephews have done pretty well down there, but most of them have hung around the North Island.
Yeah, didn't want to leave home, eh? But some people just go down and they start shearing the merinos and they just love them. They're not as heavy, not as physical as the crossbreds, and they just take to them and love them.
You don't have to work so hard. Would that be right or not?
Yeah,
really?
no, that'd be right, Mavis. It's more sort of technique and getting your gear right, and but then you get the likes of Johnny Kirkpatrick, Troy Piper. They just they'll shear anything.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what, just give it to me and we'll do it.
He's a very physical shearer, Troy, isn't he? When I just watching him and Johnny there, Johnny's quite still.
Yep.
Whereas Troy is he really is physical with it.
Well, everyone's got their own technique. Some people just move their body a little bit more than others. It's just the way that they've been taught, or just whatever's comfortable for them. But in the end, they all get the same end result.
Yep. I guess the big thing is to get that end result with the less amount of exertion as possible.
Yeah. Well, they talk about David Buick being the Iceman. He just does not move, and you can see David down there.
Yes.
On stand 5. You just watch his head and his shoulders. They hardly move. It's all from the arm. And I suppose if a young fellow was coming through and you wanted to model yourself on someone, like David Buick or Roland Smith would be probably the guys to model yourself on.
Oh, that's pearls of wisdom, Digger. Awesome to hear that for these young people, because often you don't know. You just see a shearer and you like what you see, but to actually be quite specific or purposeful about, okay, so that's it. That's a good way to think about it and look at it. There's some good advice.
Yeah, back on Johnny Kirkpatrick now. He's got his second shear out, so this will be Johnny's favourite type of sheep out of the. Although Johnny would really like the full wool. He's shorn a lot of full wool sheep, and I've shorn with him in the shed on some full wool, and he can really get around them quick. But probably at the moment he'd be really at home on his second shear.
Yeah.
No doubt Raylene's down there somewhere screaming out, "Come on, Johnny, get your A and a G."
Oh, I think she's got the babies.
Oh, she's on a babysitting today?
I don't know. I saw her yesterday outside with the babies, so just what good grandmas do. Good Nans.
Yeah, well, Ricky and Angela have been pretty busy.
Yeah.
You know, with the wool handling and Ricky unpressing, and I think they were both in the pressing. And that was quite funny because they worked in the pairs together, Ricky and Angela, and Ricky said to me they missed out on making the final, and it was his fault because he didn't put enough wool in the wool press, and Angela told him to put more in, and he said, no, we've got enough in there.
It's enough.
And hey, they missed out, and if he'd put another armful of wool in, they would have made their final.
Oh, well, Ricky, you know, you got to listen to the other half sometimes. Well, here's Troy. Look at that pen. Wow. You'd be happy with that. Doing a great job outside.
Oh, is he?
Not bad on
Fantastic.
the board.
Look at his total. He must be one of the leaders in this. Here we go to Troy's clearly leading this this heat.
Yes.
Troy, Brett Roberts, and Frew. Then back to Johnny.
Some of those young fellas.
So you've got David and Ringer just up a little bit. So that can all change on the second shear.
Just great to watch.
You can watch it for. I just watched it for days on end. It's just fantastic. Troy Piper is having a great shear. Look at that pen, 6.9. You have to have the cleanest pen outside.
Yeah, he'd be stoked with that. There's Johnny's.
Yeah, he's just up a little bit, Johnny.
The average outside must be, you know, I mean, he's pretty low, but then it's a 10 out there, so, you know, you're sort of thinking, okay. But then includes all the
merinos.
All the merinos.
So, you know, they could have been scoring 20s to 30s on their merinos, which is still a fairly well shorn merino.
Yes. God, it looks frenetic.
Well, it does get a little bit more frantic when they hit the second shear. They can really start moving that arm. And look at Corny Roberts in the middle there.
All right, so this is their last sheet. They're on to their last one.
Johnny's finished. Troy Piper's finished. Brett Roberts, a couple more blows to go for him.
Yeah. Look at that reach. Awesome.
There goes Brett. And through, he might have one left in the pen, I think, Ant.
Ringer's got one left in the pen. Her man, Ant.
So, just looking at those scores, we could have Troy, Brett, and Johnny maybe go through out of that one.
Yep. I think you've got it pretty much nailed there. There's room for one more from your predictions. I'm not brave enough, really.
I'll have to sit on the fence for that one, I think.
I don't like the way you play this game. Sitting on the fence. Oh, well, we're getting to the end of the second last heat.
Just waiting for Antfrew and Ringapawai. They've got half a sheep left to share.
Yeah, and you know, there's no shame in being last off in this company, is there, Digger?
Oh no, sometimes it's just the merinos. You know, you get one that's not quite as good a shearing as the others, and you just get bogged down, and you can just lose quite a bit of time on it.
Yeah. And then what you were talking about earlier around the gear, you know, just one selection of your gear that's just not quite on.
You get one shot at it and you put the wrong comb on, it's just too thin or it's just too round
Ringer's
or
finished.
too thick, and hey, you can't do anything about it. You
just got to make the best of it.
Yep.
Oh, what a great shear. What a great shear.
So there we go, we've got Brett's totals in, he's on 57.2.
Yeah.
So I'd say Brett will be in the final.
Definitely.
David Buick 65.2. Unfortunately, that might be a little bit high, David, and all the family out at Pongaroa. But David's got he's got the top 12 coming up later on in the open shearing. And he was qualified a little bit low last night, so...
Yeah, not like him, because he's normally at that top end too.
He was down in about 10th or 11th place.
Yeah.
So we got...
And fadges, so you just pull this one out and it's all ready for the next one. You know, there's a lot of thought that goes into everything that happens here. Nothing happens by accident. And
Do they have a boss? Is there a boss?
They
Yeah.
do have
Yeah,
a boss.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've got a GM.
Okay.
They've got a GM.
You don't. General manager. Is
A
it?
general manager, Missy Paku
okay.
is the general manager, and I had to talk to some of the girls about something, and they said, "Oh, well, I better just go and talk." Well, yep, get the hierarchy right.
Okay.
You don't want to muck around with them, but they, like I say, the crew that moves all the wool and the boys out the back, the pressers, the truckies, the penmen. There's just amazing group of volunteers that, you know, do this because they love it. It's fun. I think to myself, gosh, we've got to get a real life sometime, but I keep coming back.
Yeah. Well, it's the same as me, Mavis. I don't know how many years I've been coming down, but it's just like an annual holiday.
It is.
You know, you pack the car up, and I know the kids have been looking forward to it and come down every year.
Yeah.
And it's great, you know. And whether you do well or not, it's not really part of it. It's just being here and seeing all your friends and everyone else, and being part of the occasion.
Yeah, you're right. It's there's something magical, and we're very lucky to be a big part of that. So while we're waiting, we're still waiting for these some of these results. Digger, your boy's been playing pretty well. I noticed you got the colours on and all. You're not shy, are you?
Oh no, I was lucky enough. I got a few hand-me-downs from Josh at Christmas, so supporting the mighty Waikato. He's had a game for Waikato in the pre-season, and then he unfortunately got injured, but he's back now, and he's over in Napier today, playing in the Splain Cup, which is the Maris tournament for the Maris teams in New Zealand.
Yeah.
So he's working away slowly. He's trying to get a Mitre 10 contract, but whether he does or not this year, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah.
But he came down and shore down here years ago, Mavis, when he was
I
a kid,
remember.
and he won the novice.
He did.
Many years ago, but not that many years ago. He's 21 now. I think he won it when he was 13, so 8 years ago.
Very cool. I have great pleasure, you know, because I'm in the kind of rugby circles myself. I have great pleasure when I'm able to tell people that Sarah Hedawini is a Golden Shears champion, and Josh coming through. It's always kind of nice to join all these links together. But look, I think we just have a break and let's wait for the circuit finals to be announced. Thank you, Digger. It's been very cool.
Thank you, Mavis. It's been great.
It's one of the most fiercely competitive markets in New Zealand. And that's why we at Bailey's continue to work to rise above the competition. We pride ourselves on being better, on doing our best to build on our hard-earned reputation every day. Since 1999, we've had a dedicated team of country experts whose skills and know-how have made us leaders in the field. We represent every sector of the rural landscape, from large-scale farms, stations, forestry, vineyards and specialty rural properties to lifestyle blocks and homes in the country. And we treat every single one with our legendary professionalism and integrity, whatever the scale. No one knows this market quite like us. We go above and beyond, time after time, day after day, year after year, to achieve the best possible results for our clients. That's why we're the nation's #1 rural real estate brand. Bailey's Country. We're altogether better.
guys, we've got it pretty professional about it. They have tallies they want to hit, and you know, they generally just work to that tally, and well, they know how to do it. They can set themselves at a pace where they know they'll be within 1 or 2 sheep. It's bloody impressive how they do that, I reckon. I mean, it's bloody hard work though. I mean, they're running a marathon every day.
My main message to farmers would be good toilets, good facilities, maintenance, keeping the maintenance up for everybody. That includes like catching pen gates and holes in walls and springs on doors. It's just common sense stuff. That's all shearers want.
When I was still shearing, I walked into a shed one night about 9 o'clock down in Hunterville, and the place was just gleaming, and it was polished, and everything was just gleaming in the shed. It was the first time I'd been there, and I thought to myself, sure, I've got to do a good job here, mate.
Business, it's all about the people. If we don't have good people, well trained, with good facilities, good resources and clean operating going forward, put stress on them, all of a sudden they might get injured or something might go wrong there, then I'm left high and dry because I don't have people running our business.
In relation to performance and everything like that, I would start with your sleep, okay? Address your sleep, because without sleep we will not perform properly. Second to that, nutrition. Okay, so just making sure that within your nutrition, your hydration is adequate, and then also in terms of eating, making sure that you're eating for performance. So the fuel that you're putting in your body, you can't run a Ferrari on diesel. Okay, so if you want to perform at the highest level like these guys are, then there's an element of that needs to come into it.
You've got to learn your limits, and you've got to learn that you need a certain amount of time in bed if you're going to work long hours the next day. You look after yourself, you eat well, and you make sure that you replace what you lose from dehydration. You've got to rehydrate well.
Main message about training and fitness is take a little bit more time to care for your body. Just do a simple few exercises a day. It's going to take 5 minutes out of your day to do a little bit of strength work, 5 minutes at the end of your day to do some stretching out, and the benefits you'll reap from it will be years and years down the road.
When we're striving to do well in the industry and we're trying to make money and perhaps make a name for ourselves, we lose that sensitivity to our bodies. We lose that awareness to when we're actually in trouble physically. It's time to go and see a chiropractor, time to get some physio, maybe look at our techniques and the way that we're operating, because if people are working well and they're making money and they can feel the growth in their skill set, then they'll look after themselves. It creates a very positive atmosphere and environment for everyone to work, and they want to be there.
Breaks and recovery time are just absolutely key and vital if you want to stay performing at the top of your game in the shed. If we compare shearing and so forth to competitive rugby or competitive netball, and you think about how those guys perform, they're not at a high intensity training every single day. They factor in break times, low level training, and definitely some recovery time. So that's how they stay in peak condition and how they can keep going and keep performing and winning. And so it's no different in the shed.
Sometimes, someone's better off having a couple of days off to rest and recover than like thrashing them through it. And I think that's the main one, is just having that time out to refresh yourself and then come back stronger again.
Look, we all have little things that bug us and that are frustrations on the job, and the Woolshed's no different. So is there some things that are bugging you? The earlier that you can speak up about them, the better, because if you can, then you can sort it out. So let someone know, let your head ganger or your shed hand kind of know, or it might be the farmer, what the issue is, and the earlier you do that, the better. But if it's getting really tough and you need someone else to map out what needs to change for you to be back on track, talk about it. Get some other people and connect with other people, and if you've got a bit on your plate, share it around. Other people can give you a good perspective on things.
People in our industry, if you look back 30 or 40 years ago, we were sort of taught to be hard and push through pain, but it's also being aware of when your body's in trouble and looking after yourself both physically and mentally.
Yeah, looking after your staff is really important. It's probably your number one factor. If you look after your staff, they'll look after you. Finding it very difficult to get young people into the industry these days. So while they're here, we have to show them that we value them. And part of that is being about changing some of the attitudes of the way we did things 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago.
in the end, you know, it is all about the people. We can't operate without having people, and I think the ability to have respect for your contractors, for the people that are working on your property and for your property creates a great outcome for everybody.
It was Bob Chamberlain when the Shears first started out, and he said the committee's going to have to raise, I think, £2,000 in order to run that competition. And that's what I understood they were requiring in those days. And that was a big sum of money back in 1960. But the team went out and got it in those days, which obviously Laurie was involved, Edwin O'Hara's father, Roy, amongst others. And once they raised that money, then they could start the competition. I think the other thing in those days too, which hasn't possibly been highlighted, but bringing the competition, which up until then there had been Woolhandling, or shearing competitions around the country, but they'd probably always been run in woolsheds. Now what this was bringing a shearing competition and building a specific board and putting it in a stadium in Masterton so that you could have 2,000 spectators. Now that was a new concept, to actually put shearing in a sports stadium. Well, I was told later on that at one part of it in the latter 60s, there was actually a move to make it more sports orientated and to capitalise on that sport aspect of the shearing, which as far as shearers are concerned is very much it. But from a farming point of view, it was something that was felt would actually glamorise shearing perhaps a little too much and take away from the actual basic fact that we need a sheep shorn cleanly and the wool to come off nicely without any animal health problems, which just capitalising as a sport might not have happened so well. Of recent time, I think it has been accepted as a sport in a minor way, and certainly we've had one or two celebrities now, the likes of David Fagan is probably the one that springs to mind for everybody, and he actually took it to a new level as far as sporting goes. That Young Farmers Committee actually had an awful lot to do with the Shears moving on to another stage. They'd grown up helping at Golden Shears, and they moved on from that helping stage to actually take the senior executive positions in Golden Shears, and they brought new life into the shearing, into the competition. And the young farmers, as has been highlighted, you had an art competition, you had a make and model competition, you had a Miss Golden Shears competition, and it involved the townspeople probably more again within the Golden Shears itself. And in those days when it was a four-day competition and 650 shearers all up, you started the shearing on the Wednesday. Wednesday night was a young farmers night, and the young farmers took over that whole night, and they ran the Wednesday night totally. And in many ways, they possibly ran it better than the Golden Shears Committee did on Saturday night, because time tended to get away sometimes. Financially wise, it was Les Field and myself. The sponsorship was a most important part of Golden Shears, and always was. But the days of having three major sponsors suddenly started to fall by the wayside, and we had to get a sponsorship for every event at Golden Shears. And I know, working with Les Field through the early 90s, and by the time we'd got into the mid-90s, every competition within Golden Shears had an individual sponsor, and that boosted our sponsorship base, because without that the job would have folded. In those early 90s, if we made $300, we thought we were doing well. And I remember coming to the 96 World Championships, and we'd just been breaking even or making a few $100s. That year there was a sum of $70,000 in cash dropped in at the Secretary's office on Monday morning after Golden Shears. We'd never seen that money before. And our Secretary at the time was quite shocked too, because the Armour Guard people just dropped it off, and here she had $70,000 worth of cash sitting on her desk and no security. So it was quite a concerning time. We upped our game in that regard after that. The first Golden Shears I went to was when I left school and was probably about 16. And to get a ticket on the Saturday night, and I'd got in reasonably early, but I was at the back row of the show. I had help with tipping up earlier in the week, but and that's where a lot of us did start out, was tipping up sheep out the back. And that's something that possibly hasn't been highlighted, is the fact that tipping up out the back was on gravel in those first few years, just in the dust at the back of the stadium. It progressed from that to be under a marquee, and when I started tipping up sheep, we were doing it under the marquee. And then I think it was into the 80s when Golden Shears Committee raised the money to put the building at to put the roof at the back of the stadium and have that area concreted. So we actually had a decent area to tip up the sheep and good pens. Before that, it was quite a major job. And now that the part of it's been streamlined again, that the sheep are tipped up as soon as they come down and judged individually straight away. And that through Kevin Applin and his expertise in actually building things. Kevin's done a great job there, and that has streamlined the outside judging at Golden Shears.
Property. It's one of the most fiercely competitive markets in New Zealand. And that's why we at Bailey's continue to work to rise above the competition. We pride ourselves on being better, on doing our best to build on our hard-earned reputation every day. Since 1999, we've had a dedicated team of country experts whose skills and know-how have made us leaders in the field. We represent every sector of the rural landscape, from large-scale farms, stations, forestry, vineyards and specialty rural properties to lifestyle blocks and homes in the country. And we treat every single one with our legendary professionalism and integrity, whatever the scale. No one knows this market quite like us. We go above and beyond, time after time, day after day, year after year, to achieve the best possible results for our clients. That's why we're the nation's #1 rural real estate brand. Bailey's Country. We're altogether better.
I'm here with Alan from Trust House at the Grill Solway Park, one of the many venues owned by Trust House. Alan, tell us about some of the amazing other venues that contribute back to the community by being part of the Trust House family.
We have a number of businesses throughout the region. We have the Flax and Flaxmere up in Hawke's Bay. In Pahiatua, we have the Post Office Hotel. Here in Masterton, we have the Farriers Bar and Eatery. We also have Jackson Street Bar and Kurapuni Tavern and TAB, as well as, of course, the famous Apache Jack's restaurant. Here today, we're in the very famous flagship of Trust House, the Copthorne Resort, Solway Park. In South Wairarapa, we have the Pukimano Bar and Bottle O, and we also have the E10 restaurant in Martinborough. In Purirua, we have Legend Sports Bar, and we also have some gaming interests in Tawa as well.
And it's not just venues and hospitality. What other community assets does Trust House own?
Yeah, we also own a renewable energy program over in Kurarau and with the Wairarapa, and that's a Kurarau hydro scheme.
I had no idea Trust House was behind that. So how does the community benefit?
In so many ways. We provide employment and training for over 200 staff. And of course, all the surplus profits that Trust House generates goes back to the communities in which we trade.
So when you're supporting a Trust House venue, you really are directly supporting your community. Cheers.
Cheers, mate.
Property. It's one of the most fiercely competitive markets in New Zealand. And that's why we at Bailey's continue to work to rise above the competition. We pride ourselves on being better, on doing our best to build on our hard-earned reputation every day. Since 1999, we've had a dedicated team of country experts whose skills and know-how have made us leaders in the field. We represent every sector of the rural landscape, from large-scale farms, stations, forestry, vineyards and specialty rural properties to lifestyle blocks and homes in the country. And we treat every single one with our legendary professionalism and integrity, whatever the scale. No one knows this market quite like us. We go above and beyond, time after time, day after day, year after year, to achieve the best possible results for our clients. That's why we're the nation's #1 rural real estate brand. Bailey's Country. We're altogether better.
Our bodies are the tool that make us our money, you know. Like that's what's making me my money, is me going to work and shearing sheep. And if I can't look after my body and if I don't, you know, go to the mechanics every now and then and get a tune-up and just look after things, and then it's not going to work for very long. You blow your wrist, you might be out for 3 weeks, you know, and that might be the busiest time of your year when you're out. So you spend half an hour watching these videos and doing a bit of research on it and doing the exercise and stuff. You know what, you might save yourself, you know, 3 weeks off work or whatever, you know, and make yourself a bit stronger and a weak point.
We have got a history of injuries and perhaps not looking after ourselves. There's now tools available, and Tahi na Tahi is one of them, where you can get that education without too much grief.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you've been in the game 5 minutes or 50 years, you're always learning, and Tahi na Tahi just reiterates that fact.
The tahi na tahi program, one of the great things about it is we get a little paranoid about maybe being in a group. And so, I mean, you can go online in your own time and sift through it and take what you want out of it or what you may need.
Well, tahi na tahi, from my point of view, is going to be pretty good for our younger shearers coming through the industry. They're looking after them, they're teaching them.
There's a lot of kids out there that they're not too sure what they want to do, but you know, you can make good money, travel. Well, this is a pretty cool lifestyle if you can get up at 5 o'clock every morning and work hard. If you can do that, which a lot of kids out there can, I think we can definitely, there's a lot more people out there that would suit the industry.
Yeah, tahi na tahi will help with our staff recruitment. You know, just letting people know that we are looking out for them. It is a safe, you know, a safe place to work. Yeah, the more we use it, the better it'll get.
For me, it was a good refresher. A lot of those things in those videos you actually forget about. Yeah, I fit it in on the days off. I'm a busy man myself. I like being out on the hill hunting, out in the beach diving. But I used it as a tool to remember things that I forgot throughout my career. Actually real good to have, to be honest. Yeah.
It makes it easier. If you can share easier, you can share more, and nobody likes doing it hard. Tahi na tahi is really easy to use. It's all online, and it's really simple. Everyone can understand it. It doesn't take too long.
I think it'll benefit rural communities by lifting the standard of work in the Woolshed in terms of injury prevention, because there's a lot of anxiety and a lot of frustration when people get injured. So if you can remove all that and people can just get on with the job, which is what we all want to do, without having to get people to fill in and all that sort of thing. So I think it'll really lift productivity in the workplace in the rural communities. Get on board with Tahi na Tahi, sign up. It's as easy as knowing your name and your email address.
Shout out to Tahi Ngā Tahi. Thank yous for what you guys are doing. Get on Tahi na Tahi and check it out.
Head over to www.tahinatahi.co.nz and sign up for your free health and safety certificate.
We charged each person to get into the ram ring 2 shillings, which was a florin in them days, and we collected £80, and you can work that out for yourself. It was so popular that the days after that we went to Federated Farmers, or they did, Laurie and Ian Douglas went to Federated Farmers and said we must get this bigger, and it just grew from that. Yeah, the popularity of competition shearing. It was always around in the earlier days, but never as fine-tuned as it was in the late 50s, early 60s. Young farmers then went to Federated Farmers, who were a bigger body, financially a little bit better off too, and the president of Federated Farmers, and Roy O'Hara, took over organising what they called Golden Shears, yeah, they had demonstrations in town of shearing competitions, and it grew from that. And all of a sudden, that Federated Farmers were, of course, 50% ownership of it, if you like, or members. So it went from strength to strength, and I think possibly it was nationwide. People came from far afield to it in them days. When you look back at the old numbers of people coming across from the South Island, huge. But I think possibly it was a new innovation to have a professional, and Golden Shears were really the first to start off, shall we say, a professional competition, doing things right to the book as such. And more or less today, it's right to the book at Golden Shears after 60 years. It moved in 61 to be in the stadium. Yeah. They had the shearing in front of the Queen and Prince Philip in the hut. That was a demonstration. And then after that, it was in the stadium when it was on TV, and people sat in the swimming baths and watched it on TV. Goodness me, yeah. And everyone was smoking. Not everyone, but a big number were smoking in there, and there was smoke everywhere, and the smell of sheep and that in the stadium. But they came back next year and the next year. But it just sort of revolutionised the shearing world. Godfrey was a big help. Godfrey did commentaries on the radio on the first few years, live commentaries of all the heats on radio. When you were out in the farm or wherever, you turned into 2ZB as it was, or 2XB, and I think in them days, you turned on to the radio, and you would say he was up to heat such and such, and he mentioned the ones in that heat, which it was great, really. The volunteers there put in, and they built, with the help of Reg Shoki, built the shearing board, and it was much bigger, the stadium, because we judged the sheep outside then, so there was more seating. I think the figures of 2,100 seating at the stadium in them days, whereas today it's a lot less. But the sheep was something that was provided voluntary by everyone, and it was a voluntary service. Many outfits in the town volunteered their services, but in them days there was 60 million sheep, 70 million. There's half that today, so there's half the competitors. I had a bit to do with quite a few things, and the sheep that were supplied by a farmer were prepared days or weeks before. They cleaned the crutch out and selected them, and they were kept separate. And this farmer had two lots of sheep, ones that weren't prepared, and some shearing gang went out there to shear some sheep that were sent out there, and actually shore the sheep that were supposed to come into Golden Shears, which caused a bit of a kerfuffle, but never mind, it all worked out in the end. There was a stage there where the door came open in a woolshed, and the sheep got out, and it was pouring with rain, and the sheep got wet outside. The show still went on, and I can recall when we had 4 inches of rain, we couldn't get sheep in from the Wongahu, Malcolm Brown's farm, and the river had come up, they couldn't get the trucks in there. We knew that night at 6 o'clock, John Ramson was the sheep officer, and we rang around, and Massey Riverside had 600 sheep for shearers to practice on, trade shearers. So I rang Smith, the manager, and at 6 at night, and said, any chance of using those sheep? We had to prepare them. So we crutched them at 5 in the morning, and at 8 in the morning they were being shorn in the stadium. And it was pouring with rain. That's when we had 6 or 7 inches of rain. So the show carried on, even if the numbers were dropped back a little bit. And it's all about people packing in to help one another. There has been characters there at the shearing. There has been characters, and I suppose tend to go back when they had bets on, and they had half a bottle of whiskey in the changing room, and they drank that before they got up there to see who was going to be first off, as such. And much more stringent today, but in them days, it was, well, okay. People were getting up in bare feet, and today we've got the appropriate dress and what have you. Yeah. Someone came into the stadium and said there's a sheep on the roundabout. That's only 15, 20 years back. Yeah, the door came open on the back of the truck and the sheep got out. Yeah. And we've been bringing mariners from the South Island, Alexandria, huge cost, just to put a special event on. And okay, they are the best and the finest wool from merinos in the world, merino sheep. So it's great having them on display as such. I think Blatchford was the show president, and he came in with a case of 6 flagons of beer. And we'd done such a good job, he came back with another 6. So we all slept in the sheep yards that night. But that was originally, to me, that was right at the beginning of the competition. There's such a change in the competition scene. Everyone who was there helping ended up being on Golden Shears. I wasn't on the committee until the mid-60s, but I was a volunteer as such, and I've been around now, and I've been in New Zealand for 67 years. And when you get back to the UK, they'll see you're a colonial, aren't you? Yeah. They were allowed alcohol if you had a keg of beer or whatever there for lunchtime, and they filled themselves up on a bit of a beer, and then they're expected to get back on the shearing board and judge at the competition. You know, doesn't happen today. It's more stringent today, which is good.
Para mi gente, con una pasión tan fuerte. Ay, 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 ahora sigo cantando y sigo gozando, yo sigo cantando y sigo gozando.
Guys, we've got it pretty professional about it. They have tallies they want to hit, and you know, they generally just work to that tally, and well, they know how to do it. They can set themselves at a pace where they know they'll be within 1 or 2 sheep. It's bloody impressive how they do that, I reckon. I mean, it's bloody hard work though. I mean, they're running a marathon every day.
My main message to farmers would be good toilets, good facilities, maintenance, keeping the maintenance up for everybody. That includes like catching pen gates and holes in walls and springs on doors. It's just common sense stuff. That's all shearers want.
When I was still shearing, I walked into a shed one night about 9 o'clock down in Hunterville, and the place was just gleaming, and it was polished, and everything was just gleaming in the shed. It was the first time I'd been there, and I thought to myself, sure, I've got to do a good job here, mate.
Business, it's all about the people. If we don't have good people, well trained, with good facilities, good resources and clean operating going forward, put stress on them, all of a sudden they might get injured or something might go wrong there, then I'm left high and dry because I don't have people running our business.
In relation to performance and everything like that, I would start with your sleep, okay? Address your sleep, because without sleep we will not perform properly. Second to that, nutrition. Okay, so just making sure that within your nutrition, your hydration is adequate, and then also in terms of eating, making sure that you're eating for performance. So the fuel that you're putting in your body, you can't run a Ferrari on diesel. Okay, so if you want to perform at the highest level like these guys are, then there's an element of that needs to come into it.
You've got to learn your limits, and you've got to learn that you need a certain amount of time in bed if you're going to work long hours the next day. You look after yourself. You eat well, and you make sure that you replace what you lose from dehydration. You've got to rehydrate well.
My message about training and fitness is take a little bit more time to care for your body. Just do a simple few exercises a day. It's going to take 5 minutes out of your day to do a little bit of strength work, 5 minutes at the end of your day to do some stretching out, and the benefits you'll reap from it will be years and years down the road.
When we're striving to do well in the industry and we're trying to make money and perhaps make a name for ourselves, we lose that sensitivity to our bodies. We lose that awareness to when we're actually in trouble physically. It's time to go and see a chiropractor, time to get some physio, maybe look at our techniques and the way that we're operating, because if people are working well and they're making money and they can feel the growth in their skill set, then they'll look after themselves. It creates a very positive atmosphere and environment for everyone to work, and they want to be there.
Breaks and recovery time are just absolutely key and vital if you want to stay performing at the top of your game in the shed. If we compare shearing and so forth to competitive rugby or competitive netball, and you think about how those guys perform they're not at a high intensity training every single day. They factor in break times, low level training, and definitely some recovery time. So that's how they stay in peak condition and how they can keep going and keep performing and winning. And so it's no different in the shed.
Sometimes, you know, someone's better off having a couple of days off to rest and recover than like thrashing them through it. And I think that's the main one, is just having that time out to refresh yourself and then come back stronger again.
Look, we all have little things that bug us and that are frustrations on the job, and the Woolshed's no different. So is there some things that are bugging you? The earlier that you can speak up about them, the better, because if you can, then you can sort it out. So let someone know, let your head ganger or your shed hand kind of know, or it might be the farmer, what the issue is, and the earlier you do that, the better. But if it's getting really tough and you need someone else to map out what needs to change for you to be back on track, talk about it. Get some other people and connect with other people, and if you've got a bit on your plate, share it around. Other people can give you a good perspective on things.
People in our industry, if you look back 30 or 40 years ago, we were sort of taught to be hard and push through pain, but it's also being aware of when your body's in trouble and looking after yourself both physically and mentally.
Yeah, looking after your staff is really important. It's probably your number one factor. If you look after your staff, they'll look after you.
Finding it very difficult to get young people into the industry these days. So while we're here, we have to show them that we value them. And part of that is being about changing some of the attitudes of the way we did things 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago.
In the end, you know, it is all about the people. We can't operate without having people, and I think the ability to have respect for your contractors, for the people that are working on your property and for your property creates a great outcome for everybody.
Organised here, we have the top six national, the top six out of the semi-final we witnessed before lunch in qualifying order. They are Nathan Stratford, Angus Moore, Brett Roberts, Troy Piper, Aaron Haynes and Pairata Abraham. So well under those six competitors, they will compete in that big PGG Wrightson National Final later on this evening. So right now is the North Island Woolhandling Circuit Final. Cheers. Gives the nod when you're ready, Thomas. Gives the nod when you're ready. Gives the nod when you're ready. Ready now. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's introduce you to our competitors in this North Island Woolhandling Circuit Final. Down on table number 4. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Nio Hansen. Well done, Nio. Big final for this young girl.
On table number 3 will be Cherie Alabasta.
Table number 2, another top young competitor, Emarina Braddock.
And the ever-present Karen Herbert here on the table number 1.
So we're going to go through to Tuma Mullins and Rowena Duncombe for their expert commentary on this one. Looking forward to this big final.
Can we clear the counters, please, Lance? Okay, so to qualify for this, ladies and gentlemen, you had to do 4 long wall shows and 4 second shear. So these wool handlers, they had to travel the country to do this in order to qualify for this final. First prize is $800, so a lot of money up for grabs. So they will be handling 4 full wool, which will be done at the table, and then 3 full wool and 3 second shear fleeces. So she's going to be a bit of organised chaos up there for a little while. We're just waiting for the green light up the back, and that will be given once the counters have been zeroed.
Welcome back. So after a brief lunch, and honestly it was brief after the frenetics of the morning session with the North Island, the big circuit, PGG circuit, having Digger Barn with us, Barbara, that was fun. I'd like to say welcome back to the afternoon session, and as my guest commentator this afternoon, good friend, World Classes Supremo, particularly in the South Island, Barbara Newton. Barbara, tell people who you are.
Oh, well, you've already just told them.
Yeah, I know, but you know.
Yeah, well, I thoroughly enjoy coming up to these competitions, and I've judged here a couple of 3 times, and yeah, I'm looking forward to this North Island. I haven't seen Nio or Emma Reiner competing at all so far, but we've got a couple of master wool handlers there, and Kieran and Cherie, and Cherie's looking pretty sharp, especially after that test last night. Wasn't it fantastic?
Amazing, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was one of the better tests. They looked pretty much on a par, but I saw the points. Oof.
Yeah,
bit of a surprise there.
That's right. So we're about to begin on the Te Papa Station or partnership sponsored North Island wool handling circuit. This is a final. These competitors have competed at up to 17 competitions around the North Island. And these are the final 4. Kieran Herbert, no surprise there. Barbara, ex-world representative. She's been around a fair bit, done it all. Is she a master yet? I think she might be.
She might be. Yeah, she's pretty sharp.
Yep.
She always gives it 100%, does that, Karen? You can see that fire in her eyes. Same as Cherie. She gets pretty fired up.
Yep. But it's kind of, they've got that get out of my road look.
Yeah, don't get in my way. I've got something to do. And the other 2, a little bit less experienced, but yeah, you never know what's going to happen. Somebody could just come out of the woodwork here.
Yeah, so you being a mainlander, you probably haven't seen too much of Emma Reiner and Ngaio. So these girls are sisters. They're based out of Eketahuna. Local girls, they've competed strongly through the competitions, come up through that novice, junior, senior. To see them in this grade now is kind of heartwarming. When you can see that they've really come through the grades. And of course, you've mentioned already Cherie Alabaster, and Cherie needs no introduction. She's a wool handler who has been a world champion. So in this, each competitor is going to handle 3 long wool fleeces and 3 second shear.
Well, it's always an interesting little concept, the 2 types of wool.
The multi?
Yeah, multi-wool. It's, of course, in Belclutha we have the 3 wools in the final there. We have lamb's wool as well, so that really gets everyone confused. But I'm pretty sure these young girls are going to give these 2 older, more experienced competitors a bit of a run for their money. They've had a little bit of experience, and I think Emma Reiner was in the precinct. Well, one of her sisters was anyway. I do recall that. And she did a magnificent job.
And of course, her brothers have come through into. One of them's just competed in the PGG, and the other has gone through into the senior
shearing final, but here we are. Kieran Herbert, you talk us through the start of this.
Well, Kieran's just waiting for her belly to come back with the shearer, and she'll just take the frib off that, give it a wee bit of a shake. You should give it a shake.
Why do you give it a shake, Bart?
Well, we want to get rid of any second cuts. I mean, these shearers are pretty onto it, so it's not really too much of a problem. But then, getting to this crutch wool, then there's some big crutches in these woolly sheep, aren't there? There's a lot of wool to come out. Oh, yeah. She did the old trick there, stick it on top of the wool.
See, we can see.
Yeah, we can see that.
Yeah, the judge probably couldn't see that.
No, I don't know who the judge is. It probably might be the Aussie lady. She might not be able to see that quite so well.
And here we are with Emma Raina. And again, these young Braddock girls have really come through the grades. They're beautiful hands. You know, you just watch them.
Nice fingers. Look at that.
Yeah,
everything with the
beautiful
finger.
hands.
So of course they're doing everything properly with this first sheep because they're under no pressure at all. So it's a bit of a da. What can we do next?
Yeah.
Yes, we'll just twist this around here and.
They look pretty loose, those fleeces.
Yes. Oh, and that makes it so much more fun when they throw them.
Well, it makes it fun for us, not so much fun for them.
So you've got to hold it nice and tight. We've already seen that in the open wool handling.
Yeah.
Got to keep it tight, Cherie. She's having a wee check out there on see if there's any seedy back. She'll just be gathering that fleece up there.
And it is about getting them compact. These full wools have come in from White Spur Station. What a fabulous job they've had of keeping them through such a dry summer. Here we go, look at this, compacted in, round. Oh, a little bit
no,
over
Cherie's
for
not done too
Emma
bad there actually. She's
done very well.
Flipped it over
Oh,
both
look
bits.
at Kieran.
Kieran.
Mind you, look
throw.
at young Ngaio.
No, all good throws.
Good throws.
much.
A little bit of,
Wee overhang there.
yep,
On
probably
table
what,
two.
2-3 points?
Oh no, I'd give
max?
them way more than that. No,
Oh,
way
okay.
more than that.
Oh,
But
geez,
you're
you always
too-
were hard.
You're too bloody soft.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've been out of it for a little while.
Yeah. We're not back in the day.
We're not back in the day, yeah. I've been talking a bit like that lately. It's a bit embarrassing. So they've got their fleeces on the table. They've skirted all the oddments or any processing faults up one side mainly, and they've gone straight back to the board. What's that about? Why do they have to get back to the board so
Well, of
soon?
course, there's penalty points to be lost here if you miss that crutch. I mean, that's a fixed penalty plus the amount of wool that's there. So it's pretty important. And then you want to get that wee eye work, that one on the left side, before that drops or into the fleece, and then get that all tidied up. And then you can whip back, get that wool tidied up, and then back to the table.
I'm going to be the devil's advocate. Ask the dumb questions. Why that head wool? What's the problem?
Well,
What's the problem?
the head wool and around the socks, they contain Kemp wool, and we don't want that in the main fleece wool because it doesn't take the dye, but it is used in things like the Harris tweeds and things like that to create a bit of an effect in the finished product. But we don't want that in New Zealand or in our carpets, which we're going to be selling to America and Canada in huge quantities very shortly.
Great.
Demand's going to be right up there. And Cherie, she's just sorting out, trying to find the neck, getting that all sorted so that when she throws it, the neck will come out at the top of the table and not underneath her fleece. She quickly turns around.
Here we
There's
go,
Ngaio.
Ngaio. We haven't seen her yet.
Zoom
Let's
into
see
her,
what she's doing. Balance.
Oh, it's a bit of a mucky one, and Cherie hasn't really filled that table up, so there's a 15er for me. Oh, and that wasn't too bad.
wasn't too
She's filled the
bad.
table nice. The idea is to fill the table up if you can and not to have anything overlapping or bunched up. But as these fleeces are way bigger than the total size of the table, you've got to just get the balance right.
Yeah, that's right. So some good advice, some good tips there. You know, fill the table. Make sure that your throw is adequate enough to be on the table to fill it, not to overlap.
You don't want to overthrow it. You don't want to biff it. You just got to really just push it. I think that's the secret.
Yes.
Just pushing that fleece onto the table. See there, Miranda, you can see her fleece there. There's quite a lot of spare space down the side and at the top there. So
yeah,
as a good starter, you could even just measure that for the A4 sizes for the penalty points. But she's sorting out her seconds and crutch wool there. Get that all done now because those people out the back, those judges out the back, they'll be going through it with a fine tooth comb. Of course, they've got a lot more time to sort it out than you have when you're on the board and you're competing.
Yeah, so on the board really, they're just getting judged for things like process, getting to the crutch wool in a timely manner, getting that fleece on the table in a timely manner, rolling. But out the back, that's more around the quality of their oddments and the fleece, isn't it?
Making sure they haven't overskirted or underskirted or taken something out or put something, God forbid, if you put it in the wrong basket, put your bellies in with your pieces or get your neck wall in with something that it shouldn't be, well, yeah, that's not great. But it's wonderful if you're out the back and you find things like that. And especially if you found an roll of fleece and there's a neck in there, that's just the highlight of my day. Yes.
You're one of those mean judges, aren't you?
Oh no, I enjoy it. I love it because the skill level of our wool handlers is just amazing.
Turning around. Oh, nice from Kieran.
Oh, nice. Kieran's beautiful flat.
Yeah.
And she's quickly back at the table because what's going to happen is going to be a countdown and wool.
Oh, right, that's right.
Yes.
We're now into our second shear. And these second shear have come to us from Ngātauna Station.
And the boys will come out with
Beautiful,
the second shear.
grown again. And the thing is, reason why they're pushing tables back and moving things to the side is because we don't want to cross-contaminate, eh?
And they need a little bit of room to put their other fleece wool because of course the second shear wool does not go with the full wool for obvious reasons. There's a length will probably be half as long as the yeah. And so Kieran, she's pretty organised there, but she hasn't finished skirting that fleece. She's just getting organised for her second shear. Same as Cherie, she's getting onto it, whereas Emerina, she's already up there dealing with some of her second shear. We'll just see if that's a good tactic or not. So as you can see, Cherie's nearly got her fleece finished.
So it is all about strategy. It's all about how you think this thing through, how you plan to make it happen, isn't it?
These girls are making decisions all the time. I mean, it's just not like pulling out a sheep and doing your 40 blows and go and get another one. The wool handlers, they've got to make a decision all the time. When to go back to the sheep? What I'm going to take out? How much? What are we going to do with it? Better put it in the right place. Oh. They're just multi-talented, of course. There's women are, but we do have males in the wool handling, and I think it's sort of brushing off on other males.
Yep, so this is the start of the second shear. As you can see, because the length is only about half of what the full wool is, where we see on the table for Emerina, it's a different length, so it's handled differently. These won't be put on the table. These will be blended.
Yes, just to make a nice homogeneous blend.
Yeah.
So that when it goes further through the processing, through the scouring, and then through the combing, carding, etc., we'll have a nice even product. And Nao's done really well there. She's already got her fleece off the table, but she hasn't cleaned up for her second shear. So you see, you've got to trade one for the other. Do I do this and then I'm ready for the next bit, or have I got time at some other stage? Now the thing with second shear is you've really got to keep up with the shearer. It's okay when they're doing the crutch and things, but when you're on the fleece, you've got to keep up with the shearer so that you can get out those little pieces and things that shouldn't be there, and you don't have to worry about anything else.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Those good wool handlers, those onto it, they're going to be right on top. Look at Kieran, she's almost sitting right on top of that shearer as that wool is coming off. Every blow he takes, she's right there.
It looks like she's got rid of her fleece, so she's all organised for this. Oh yes, nice clean table. There's a bit of wool under it, I see.
She's still got her second pieces from the full wool under that table by the look, so at some point she's going to have to, I don't know,
I think you could probably put those together. There'll be a similar. Well, they're a carding type of wool, so they're not ultra short like the locks and the socks. So you can probably put those together.
I don't think they'd be allowed to.
Oh, you don't think not out here?
No, I think the only things you're allowed to put together through this would be your socks, your frib, and I think eye clips. And it has to be eye clip, not the neck wool. Yeah. But I don't know how they'd go with the... And you're right, though, from a commercial point of view, the length and colour, if you just classify it that way, maybe could have gone together, but look at Cherie, what a beautiful clean-up.
She's snapped it up there now. She's really into the blend. No, he's got one more sheep to go. But she's just checking her pile there because, of course, you don't get marked for your blend until they're finished. So she can just have a wee check there, and then all she has to do at the end is whip her up and give her a bit of a hurry up.
They've gotten really tight on the blends. I judged at Taihape this year, and if those blends, if it's not all the way around and underneath with the whole fleece blended into whole fleece, these judges, they're pretty blinking tight on it.
Oh yeah.
See that bit of wool there, Barbara, left where the feet are, that's penalty?
Well, it's not contaminating anything at present.
No,
See, she's whipped that out there.
So, no.
As long as she didn't whip it out and onto the floor, she'll be fine.
Yeah, no, she's got it. Well done, Nio. sometimes there's so much going on, it's hard to think, what am I supposed to do with that now?
But they're
All
used to
right,
it. They
look
do
at
it every
Cherie.
day, and that's the thing is you've got to practice these things in in your workplace as well as the competition. If you do it when you're working, then when it comes to the competition, it's only you've
It's a
got to worry
no-brainer.
about it. Yeah.
Yeah,
But it
that's
is.
right.
I mean, it's easier said than put into practice. I mean, hello, this is coming from someone who's never been a wool handler, let alone be a competitor. But I know what you've got to do.
Yeah, that's right. And like you say, it's easy to know, and it's another thing to have the skill and the craft to be able to make it happen, isn't it? The execution of what you know is best practice. All right, now it's time for the clean up and the blend. So these girls...
It's like Cherie, she's off.
She is.
She's going around that heap and up and down, shaking her up.
Yep.
Kieran's a good blender. She gets really right into it. And the facials, they're amazing. We need to get a bit of a close-up on that. That'd be great. Oh, looks like she's finished already. Nearly, just cleaning up. Oh,
Look at
Cherie.
this. Yeah,
and
both
Kieran.
of them.
Oh, I don't know. Unless Kieran got away when we weren't watching. She didn't seem to spend a lot of time
Not
on
as
that.
much time as Cherie.
No, Cherie was first into it, wasn't she?
Yeah.
But that's what it's all about, the pressure. And of course, the commentators are out there, Tom was out there saying, oh Christ, I've got to finish now, I've got to sweep up. Oops.
That's right, Barb. That's exactly how it feels. Look at you, you're all flushed up now. So really intense in there.
Oh, that's the sun we've got today. First time I've seen the sun since I've been here.
Yes, well, you know, you're a couple of days late because it has been hugely hot up in the North Island for the last couple of weeks. So that's the end now of that North Island wool handling circuit. That wool is all going to be taken away and, as
Out
I
to the
say,
dungeon.
tested. Out in the dungeon.
They're going to go through with
whole
a
new
fine
set.
tooth comb.
Yeah, and I guess while we're here, just to acknowledge all these judges, you know, this is a whole group of volunteers given up a whole week to come and to participate. And the interesting thing is, you know, it's actually a privilege and an honour to be here. I mean, we've had that, haven't we? We've had
And it's
that
bloody hard work, I
opportunity.
tell you. When you have a day here, especially on those heats after the open wool handling, you can't wait to get back to the motel, stick your feet in the pool and pull out a cup of tea.
I don't remember the cup of tea, but
you're a coffee person then. No one.
Okay, so that was great. Thank you very much for that. We'll allow them now to get the wool away. We'll let you go back to the stadium, but Barbara and I will be back very shortly to take you through the Te Puni Kōkiri Senior Wool Handling Final.
Rowena Duncan. She's very good. She's keeping it on the side of the right here. Dead south. We're going to get our senior wool handlers up and set themselves up. Then we'll ask them to come to the left of the stage and we'll get the guys to bring them on.
Pete Nicolaisen, the photographer, head out the front, please, for a photo. Where are you, Pete? All the shearing judges to race out the front. That's the grey shirts. You get your best smiles on. You're going to be trying to smash a camera out there. All all shearing judges to the front foyer, please. All shearing judges to the front foyer. Turn your hearing aids up. Use braille if you have to get there. Yeah, Pete's already gone. We're just going to record the partners in crime there as they go and get their photos taken for them. Hang on the wall to say they've been at the 60th celebrations.
So we're back. We're back, and we're just about ready for the Te Puni Kōkiri Senior Woolhandling Final. But before we do that, I just want to introduce to you another guest. It's kind of, we're getting all the special people up here today. But I'd like to introduce you to Fiona Gower. Fiona, welcome.
The juniors.
The
junior wool handlers we've supported, and also the best quality woman shearer over the heats. And that's pretty exciting because these women are amazing athletes, and to see them out there in action, it's fantastic. And we've also been involved in one of the records set this year. So
the women's record, wasn't it?
Yes, it's the 4-stand. And for us, it's really important to recognise that looking after our rural communities is not just the farmers, it's all those who are working and living in our communities to support them. And a really great way to do it is by looking after someone supporting these events.
Yeah, no, thank you very much for that. And you were also instrumental in the Women in Wool project earlier on last year, middle of last year, weren't you?
Yeah, so we helped bring the She Shares movie together and helped get that out there, promoting it to, actually we've got it all around the world as well, which is fantastic. I took it over to Australia with a whole lot of women from around the world, and it's going global, which is really fantastic. And although I have spent some time here at the Golden Shears and many years ago as a young farmer and a junior wool handling. Yeah, young farmers. And so it's really great to be back here and being part of the whānau again.
Oh, thank you, Fiona. And as I say, with the junior wool handling, thank you very much for Rural Women New Zealand for your fabulous support. And you had a wonderful winner here this year, Tianita Phillips, who dedicated her win to her mum, who had tragically passed away a couple of years in a car accident. So that was quite an emotional time for everybody as she did that. Absolutely. But look, we're here now, and thank you for joining us. You've met Barbara Newton from the South Island, one of our most preeminent fine wool classes, who's been invited to come and give her eloquent commentary as we work through this Te Puni Kōkiri Senior Wool Handling Final. Now, we haven't got any names up on the screen yet, but I know the girls down there have been already introduced, so we'll just wait for those names and then we will start the commentary with them. But Barb, anything further before we hook into this?
Well, these are our up-and-coming young wool handlers, and they've been through, obviously been through the juniors and now they're into the senior, and I think all of them have had some experience in the seniors, in finals and that before. So they'll be nervous though. I'm sure there'll be someone not even looking at the front, too busy concentrating. I'm not looking out there. My sister, she's going to yell at me, and I just want to breathe it in. And we've got a very talented young lady down there on stand number 1. I can't see who's on stand number 4. I do have the names. No, sorry, I can't see anything.
But no, we don't have the names yet.
Anyway, they're all ready to go.
They know who they are.
Looks like the green light. And
so these women, these senior wool handlers are pretty much our bread and butter journeymen. These are the ones who provide leadership amongst the team in the wool sheds of New Zealand and actually globally. They help to hold everything together. Our lead wool handlers are the ones who provide the real leadership and direction, but these young women are, they're pretty integral to everything that happens in the shed. So now we have the names up on the boards. So do you want to go along for us and introduce for us?
On table 1 we've got Amber, I'm not sure how to pronounce her surname, sorry.
Amber Poihipi from Ōhai, down your way.
Oh, well, I don't actually live that far down. That's a coal mining area.
That's
have a lot of
the mainland.
And some awesome shearers and wool handlers come from that area.
Yes, Jasmine Tapuki from Martinborough, a local girl. I watched her in her heats and she was just amazing. She just seemed to have it all there. Lashara Anderson from Invercargill. And then lastly, down the end, another local girl, Muriwai Paul from Masterton. So, you know, a good mix we've got going on here.
Southland, Wairarapa.
Yep, Southland, Wairarapa and Southland. That's right, Southland.
Two each.
Sorry, yes.
I thought you played rugby.
It's been a big day. So we're starting, what you'll see in front of the screen for Fiona in particular is what we're commentating to. This is what's going out into the World Wide Web. So we've got Amber, and before we start talking about the wool handlers, just want to give a big shout out to these resident shearers. These guys will shear 1,000 sheep over the 4 days for these wool handling events. You know, no one's getting paid here. Everyone does this for the love of it. And on that first stand, you've got Amber, who's already now been through that crutch wool. Barbara, talk us through where we're going.
She's sorting that out, shaking out those seconds, getting the locks out now, putting that little bit of eye wig out, the little bit with the Kempi fibre, keeping it poured nice and clean. She's already done her bellies, just waiting. As we said before, the first sheep that's always cruisy, that's the one that's always best prepared. And when you're out judging, you know, when you get to the bottom of the fetch, or no, they take them out individually here. So the first one doesn't usually take so long to sort through and look for any faults because they've got so much time here. Like their little heads will be spinning and they'll be thinking, oh, we've got 3 more sheep to go. This will be interesting actually with the 4 full sheep. We'll just see how they manage. They'll all manage fine for the first 2.
Yes.
The third one could be a bit more huffing and puffing, but the 4th one, she'll be hard out. And then of course the clean up will be pretty exciting.
Did you ever go into the Young Farmers Teams event, Fiona?
Yes, I did. I represented the Wellington region a couple of times, actually. It was,
so you would have done some of this?
I would have,
yes. First piece on the table, not bad.
No,
bit of an ogre hanging at the top and one down one side.
That number 2's a great throw on that table there. So good to see not much overhang. It's not always easy to judge.
Not bad throws.
Look at that one.
Yes. Very challenging pieces. There's a lot of wool on these sheep.
Yeah, but the Shara looks like she's probably got the better throw of that heat. What I'll do is when it comes up again along the bottom, we've got some little dials, and the red and green kind of give you the average over all of that heat, and then the dial tells you where they are. Now, obviously, sheep, well, she's right in amongst it. In terms of her board points, she's better than average. In terms of her time, she's right on the button. What's not being shown is what's out the back. So at a bit of a glance, you can see if she's in the green, that's fantastic. If they start to move into the red, oh, there's a bit of an issue there.
If those are only 2, are that points there, Mavis? There's only 2 board points?
I'm not sure if it's actual points. Yes, it is. Sorry, there it is.
Oh, we've gone up to...
Yeah.
Going to say that the judges were being very generous there with those throws. I mean, even though they look pretty good, there's no way...
Stop judging the judges, Barb.
No. I'm just saying there's no way you could get a 2 on those throws.
No, that's right. So, you know, obviously for young Muriwai here, she's got 13 on the board, and that's probably at the top end. The top end of the average that's on that heat.
Needs to get that roll nice and tight and get that shoulder and neck in there. So that when the judge takes it out the back, just going to roll her on the table.
That it opens up really nicely.
So it certainly is a lot of pressure on these girls to get it right when you've got an audience watching. You're thinking all the time. You know, it's what's going through their head as they're getting prepared, going, how is this throw going to go?
Yeah, please let it go well.
Please let it hang together a little bit better. So and that they are, you know, they don't hold together all that well, but they seem to be doing okay.
Not bad, Amber.
Just a little bit off the edge there.
Very
She's
nice.
Filled up the table there. A little bit of
bunching there. Yeah. Some great throws.
Yeah, no, they're doing pretty well actually. These senior wool handlers.
And you were saying before, Fiona, that you know they've got an audience down there. They've got all their mothers and aunties and sisters and mates down there. What they don't realise is that there's probably 1,000 people online also watching from all over the world. So that's pretty scary.
That is pretty scary for them to actually have that in consideration as well. That this is a worldwide event because of the quality and the mana of this event. It's great to have everybody watching to see, you know, the world's best in action. So,
yeah, that's right. That's right. So not a bad board there. See those little bits of wool still on the board? That would be a penalty, wouldn't it?
Yes,
Barb?
definitely. Size of a credit card. Yes, got to make sure everything's spotless.
Yep.
But then if you're in a hurry, you sometimes have to sacrifice a couple of wee points here and there just to do something else. But Amber seemed to be fluffing around here a bit. Come on, girl, get into your work. Just get that side done and up and out.
Yep. That's right. The big thing is to get those fleeces off the table as quick as you can. But she's moving around really nicely there.
But she could be one of those considered
yes,
competitors, a bit like Pagan. You wouldn't know what's going on with Pagan. She's effortless.
It just seems to be so easy, doesn't it, when they're doing it?
Oh, it looks fantastic from here. I think it's really easy.
Very easy from here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, they're getting a bit of tucking in here.
It's quite interesting. A lot of audience out there that have never really been to a show before understand it, and they're wondering how do they win? What are the points for? And it's been really great talking to people that have never been before, and the finer details of how it works, and they're getting a much better appreciation of the whole process and how important it is.
So therefore, we're really lucky to have the services and the skills of Toby and Ben from Noise Productions, who are hearing all of this. They're not shearers either. They would probably make a terrible mess. But they're hearing the talk and they're thinking, okay, well, how might that look? How could we explain that better? So, we've got neat little graphics all we need to do is explain to people what they're saying so that they can start to engage better with the competition.
That was a nice reverse camera on the table there, by the way, guys. Yeah, it's great.
So there's Muriwai working around. I haven't seen Muriwai before. I haven't been to a lot of the shows. But she looks like she's, a little bit tentative, but moving around that fleece, that shearer.
She's definitely very competent.
Yeah.
Well, to get to the stage for a start, so
she'd have to be. Yep.
And if it's the first time on a big stage like this, it can be pretty daunting, can't it? With the competition that they're up against.
Lights and people and names and judges and boxes. What the heck are they for?
Yes.
That can all adds to the stress, to the pressure. But, that's what it's about, isn't it, Barbara? Every day in the shed.
Absolutely. It doesn't change in the shed. The pressure's on you the whole time to do that. And so important they do it right in their shed, in the shows, because that's what makes the difference between a good and a bad wool clip. And
that's right, and then we start talking about our national GDP when we start to talk about the value of a clip. Admittedly, we're being carried by fine wool, and we're grateful for our fine wool cousins. But our role really is to get this strong wool back where it needs to be in terms of its earning potential.
Oh, absolutely, because when we look out at the sustainability of wool compared to our other products, we should be promoting it in everything we do, because it is sustainable, it's really green, and we can use it for so much, and it's a very safe product. So here we go, here comes the next throws.
Here we go, this is our last fleece, all on the table now. Now here goes the panic station.
That's right.
This is where the pressure board goes. Cleaned up, back to the table.
But 3 panic throws really that we can see in front of us. Yeah,
Lashara there just got a bit bunched up there at the neck. Didn't spend the time to set that fleece up nicely. But anyway, she's hurting through it. Just turn over, get that neck out from underneath.
Well, that's the thing. You can't panic. Just get on with it.
Jasmine, she looks like she's on a mission.
She does. Look at her. She's moving with real ease through this thing. She's got that get out of the way look, hasn't she?
Yes. Amber, she's cool, calm and collected.
Yeah.
And Muriwai down the end there.
She's just doing the best she can. She's moving through it, but she's...
give that table a thumb, girl. Yeah, throw that fleece in the bag. Our brooms are out, off we go, and then Summer will be giving the hurry up. Oh God, I've got to finish.
And that's the worst thing, when somebody finishes, you're thinking, oh my goodness, I'm still going to keep going.
Yeah. But so we've got Jasmine who's finished, but you look at her clean up. There's
still bits there.
Stuff. She sacrificed that for time. That was her decision.
Yeah. So Amber's still going there, working away quietly. She's actually done really well this season, that young lady in Belcluther and Gore.
Oh, fantastic.
Well done,
How
girls.
wonderful for them. How wonderful. So this is about the skill base of our wool handling team, in particular the seniors. So we want to just give a shout out again to Te Puni Kōkiri. Thank you so much for this ongoing support. And now let's head back to the stadium, because we've now got coming up to the Wairarapa Moana Māori Pākehā Shearing Teams final.
When we started cleaning up after that third sheet, when we slipped on the board, we think that was the final moment for the cleanup. It's about good luck to you, gentlemen. You did an amazing run there. Good luck to you, gentlemen, and all the other single hands. Well done, ladies. Back to you, Josh.
So you make sure you've got Ruben out back on court one to get this in it, so it'll be called for the senior final. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, we have the Wairarapa event, which we have the three teams, and they'll be cheering 16 sheep per team, so that's 8 apiece. We'll just make sure that's all correct with our stewards. There's prize of $800 in that event, sponsored by Wairarapa. Instant prize giving as well. They're all here at the senior the senior event. So Wairarapa and Moana are going to be sponsoring this Wairarapa event, and we have Shearing gathered down on the side, please. Mason, Stevens, Sakini, Smith, Mackay, and Jensen. We'll get it down to the left of the stage, please. Shearing is a team, ladies and gentlemen. 800 snappers up there. It's well worth putting the best foot forward one. You know where it is, in the back pocket, putting the front step. There's some good young shearers up there. Good line up. And messing out Smith in the front team. Couple of little names, Ricky Stevens and Tristan McCall. To be an organization to good young up-and-coming shearers. We have the Blades Challenge, please, the Blades Shear Challenge. The competitors to step up and get their singers to the best police. Katie Reed, Phil Oldfield, Ellen Oldfield, and Vicky Butler. To the singlet distribution point, please.
All right, so how's that for a quick shift around, eh? Welcome back, Digger. And we're here now for the Masterton Golden Shears 2020 Wairarapa Moana Māori Pākehā Teams Shearing. So this is quite a cool event, isn't it?
Oh, this is a unique event where we combine a Maori shearer with a Pākehā shearer. You know, it's what happens in the shed every day. We all work together. Yeah, and it's just bringing two cultures together, and it's really good.
That's right, it is. But you know what I often smile about, Digger? Sometimes the Pākehās look more Māori and the Māoris look more Pākehā. You know? I mean, we're becoming a little bit homogenised here.
Yeah, sometimes, yeah, it's hard to pick who's in which team, but no, we've got 3 good teams up there.
We do, and just want to acknowledge the sponsors here, Wairarapa and Moana. They came in a few years ago, a large Māori incorporation that has its roots in the Wairarapa, but farms in the Mangakino area district, and they are amazing farmers. They're shareholders in the milk company up there, Miraka. So a great success story, but they're now introducing, and maybe we can ask you to do that for us, Digger, the teams as they come onto the stage.
Yeah, shearers are coming onto the board, so up on stand 5 and 6 we've got Conan Tikeni from Tamaranui, he's representing the Maoris, and Liam Jensen on stand 6, he's the Pākehā.
Yep.
Stand 3 we've got Ricky Stevens from Napier, the Maori shearer, and Tristan Mackay from Wairarapa, he's representing the Pākehās. And down on 1 and 2, Martini Mason, a local boy from Masterton in the Maori team, and Alex Smith from Rakaia is the Pākehā. So there's 3 teams. They'll share 8 sheep each.
That's right.
And this event was used to, back in the days of like Martin Artaki, Eddie Reddy, I remember those guys used to team up and they'd win it. I think you could pick your teams back in those days. Now it's an invitation event in Golden Shears. Pick the teams, and it's to give these younger guys a little bit more exposure. And it's a great event, but at the same time it's bringing the cultures together and all working together.
That's right, and it's really cool to see, some of those who were in those early days. Martin and Tia, they're here. Lovely to see them. Ivan Rosendich and Lynn, seen them here. I mean, if we start mentioning names, I'm going to get myself into big fat trouble, but those are a couple that was just so lovely to see them. Roger Cox and Snow Quinn, and the list goes on.
Yeah, where do you stop?
Where do you stop?
You probably missed someone out, Mavis.
Totally.
You'll get in trouble. You have to buy them a beer later on.
I'll go straight home. But no, it's a great event, and I guess what happened, it went into recess, this competition, because people thought, oh heck, it's not good, we have this Māori Pākehā. And I remember, I think it was Dean Ball and you guys kind of said, gee, why, we don't have that political correctness here, let's just call it like it is.
Yeah.
And so it was reinstated.
Yep. No, it's great, and we've got the Maori rugby team and that, and I think it's still great to keep the uniqueness of it.
Yeah, let's celebrate it.
We're one and all, and we're New Zealand.
Yep.
Aotearoa.
Absolutely. So it's going to be interesting to see. And as Digger said, this is now an invitation event, because what Golden Shears, what we started to see was all the same big names popping up all the time in these events. And rather than sort of fatigue the competitor and the crowd, actually, it was seen as, let's give some of the guys just on the edge. Let's just give those guys just missing out the opportunity to grow themselves. So this is what we're stuck
take
with.
Ricky Stevens, for example, first year up in the Open, had a pretty good year. Seasons coming up through the grades, had a good year last year in the seniors. First year in the Open, and he's straight into this event, getting exposure up on the big stage. And he's done a shear 8 sheep this afternoon. And if he can find a couple of combs that are going on these dry Wairarapa sheep, he can put them away for next year and, come down here in the open heats and smash it.
Yeah. No, that's what it's all about. It's an exciting time for these younger, what you might call emerging.
Yeah, well, we've got Alex Smith, first year in the Open as well for Alex. Son of the great Grant Smith.
Grant and Lynn.
Yep, from Rakaia.
Yeah. He's been doing well. Here they go. These guys won't be mucking around because they're young and into it, eh?
Young and fit. Mavis, what are you trying to say? You're not having a subtle dig at me, are you?
No. Of course not. No, they're there, they're full of it, they're just wanting to get in and show what they can do.
Yep.
So here's Martinet.
So
Great family.
He wouldn't be a Pākehā with all those, the big thing on his arm.
No, although I'll tell you what, we can all put some Pākehā whakapapa onto a paper somewhere, I'm absolutely sure of it. But he's a beautiful young shearer, Martinet. He's been around for a while and kind of in and out of the competitions. You know, whether it's business or family, who knows, but, you know, he's certainly got a skill.
Yeah, he's a guy that I heard of a few years ago. They said, just watch this guy, but yeah, he's just probably hasn't quite got there yet, but I think if he sticks at it hard enough, works away, works hard, he'll get there.
Yep. Easy flow, easy flow.
Yeah, nice style. I know Bill Wurzel used to talk of this guy very highly when Bill was instructing. He said, you watch this young guy, he could go places.
Oh, that's a nice thing to hear for those families. And here's Alex Smith now.
That's Martini's teammate, Alex the Pākehā. He's been up shearing with us in Tikawiti for main shear, just getting the experience on the second shear, and another kid with a big future, I think. He's doing a lot of miles, trying to get a lot of experience. He's got a nasty one there, just giving him a bit of a hurry up. But yeah, as I said, he's the son of Grant Smith, and Grant's the world record holder on the Merino 9-hour record. So plenty of experience in their family.
Yeah, and just such nice people. I had the privilege of going away to Warrnambool with the New Zealand team when Grant was a representative with David, and really lovely to, you know, meet and know him and his wife Lynn a lot better. So great when you see the young fellas coming through.
Yeah, the next generation's coming through.
Yep.
Yeah, Ricky Stevens, he's in the second team. He's representing the Maoris for Napier. Ricky's had a busy Golden Shears. I think he competed in the Woolhandling. I know he was in the pressing final, individual final, finished second in that. So good fit, young, strong Maori boy.
Yeah, and do you know what? I'll tell you what I love is when these guys, you know, they're not too shy to have a go in the Woolhandling as well. And Ricky's been doing that pretty consistently through the season, which ended up on just the past weekend we actually won the Open. He beat Joel.
That's right, he won at Tamaranui last weekend, which was, you know, a pretty huge event to beat Joel, Kieran Herbert, Cherie Alabasta. He beat all the guns.
He did beat all the guns.
They were all there.
Oh, it's a great thing. He's, you know, so look at him, you can see, almost feel the determination on his face, you know, just looking at him. He's very purposeful in the way he's standing and working.
Yeah, now we're focused on Tristan Mackay from Wairarapa, Ricky's teammate. So we've got two of them from the East Coast. Go the Ngāti Porou. They'll be watching it up somewhere up the East Coast there in the pub.
Ngāti Porou, Ngāti Kahununu, Pahowera, all of that lot from up that way. They'll be really proud that these two young men are representing, you know, that bicultural element. And, you know, Wairoa have done damn well in these shears.
Oh, they're going to be the new shearing capital of the world.
Oh, geez, is that coming from you? Wow.
Yeah, we used to think in the King Country we had all the gun shearers and the gun roustabouts and wool handlers, presses, but I'll tell you what, there's a fair few coming out of Wairarapa, and it started with young Riker Swan winning the novice.
It has, and, you know, even before that, gee, they've just been on their game. Conan Tekene. So he's the next team member down.
Yeah, he's the Maori boy from Tamaranui. Conan had a big year in the seniors. It might have been 2 years ago. I think he won, I don't know if he won Golden Shears, but he won a lot of senior shows, so he hasn't been in the Open for too long. Big, strong boy.
No, and, you know, another place where there's a lot of good shearers that come out of Tamaranui.
Tamaranui, a lot of sheep around Tamaranui. Yep.
Nice sheep.
It's one area, you know, in New Zealand, there are not too many dairy conversions that have gone in on the Tamaranui Hills.
No. No, and Liam Jensen, and Liam's from Stratford.
Yeah, don't know too much about Liam Mavis, but tell you what, he's a nice looking shearer. He gets around those sheep pretty well.
Yep, he's not shy up that long blow, that's for sure.
No, he's chucking a bit of steel at them.
Yeah. And not a lot of sheep around Stratford, that Taranaki way either these days. So, he probably has to travel a bit.
Yeah, probably got to get up in the hills of around Whangamomana.
Yes.
Up through there.
Yep.
Plenty of sheep up there, though. They won't be putting too many dairy
Not
sheds
up that way.
No, not up through there.
No.
So we're just having a look at the graphics now, and it's pretty even down there on the first 4 stands.
Yeah.
Martini and Alex, not a lot between them and Ricky and Tristan, but Conan and Liam got a little bit of work to do, just pull that job back a bit.
Yes.
A little bit high on the board.
Yep, they're well over halfway through now. They're on to sheep number 5, and how many are they doing in this? They're doing
8 sheep.
8 sheep each. So, yeah, they got a bit of time, but hard to pull that back, eh?
Yeah, 8's not a huge number. You sort of need to be hitting your straps from the word go.
Yeah. Great shearing.
Just looking at Alex Smith, yeah, he's got a nice pattern, Alex. Obviously studied a lot of people, and I think probably got a little bit of help from Tom Wilson, the shearing instructor down there in the South Island. And look at his board, got a very low board.
Yeah.
He's right on the pace with the time. So he's having a good shear. And we look at on the right hand side of our screen, we can see the guy they've just taken the graphics off. It's Ricky Stevens. Ricky, the son-in-law of famous Johnny Kirkpatrick, so no doubt he's got some good gear that he can get his hands on.
Yeah, he's just really picked this up from day one, hasn't he? Once he sort of became involved with the Kirkpatricks, he used to help down here with points. I remember when him and Angela first got together, and then slowly but surely the handpiece gets a bit of a tickle up, and now look at him.
Yeah, well, he was Woolhandling when I first met him, and then he sort of did a bit of pressing, and then he started shearing. I remember Ricky shearing in the novice, and that's probably only 4 or 5 years ago, and look at him now, he's up in the open, and great to see.
Yeah, he looks fabulous too. So Tristan's there, look at his board.
Oh, gee, he's having a good shear too, so yeah, that's just looking at the graphics now. So who we got?
He's on 4.
Yeah, looks like stand 1 and 2. The team of Martini Mason
and
Alex are going really, really well, but
yeah.
Ricky and Tristan aren't too far behind.
No, there it is. There's not a lot in them,
But these shearers, as you said, Mavis, they're doing shearing, wool handling. Like back in my day, if you weren't allowed, I don't think you were allowed to wool handle if you're a shearer.
I thought you guys were just too stuck up to have a go.
Yeah, no, you sort of got you got too much of a hard time. But now it seems to be the norm. You've got Jimmy Samuels, look at,
Yes.
Jimmy, top open shearer.
Yeah.
He's doing the wool handling.
And doing well at it too.
And then you've got the likes of all the girls like Emily Tsakapa. She could wool handle, shear.
She won the pressing last night.
Did
Women's
she?
Pressing.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Scotland will never be the same.
Oh, but that's a pretty famous name, isn't it? That's Tsakapa.
Yeah. Sure is.
Oh, just so many names that, entrenched in the shearing history.
Yeah. I was saying last night too, Emily's just so much fun. She's just fun to be around. She's got just great energy. Look at Liam. We were talking before how confident he is with that handpiece. Look at that.
Yeah, well, I haven't seen Liam shear before, but he doesn't look out of place up there in this event.
Not at all. Not at all.
It's going to be a great experience for him shearing these dry cutting sheep.
No, he's not far. He's in terms of what we see, the graphics tell us different stories, obviously, but, when you look down the board, no one looks out of place in there at all.
Oh, no, they're shearing really, really well. Some of these guys wouldn't be out of place in the open semi-final by the looks of it.
Yeah. No, I think you're right. You're right. You're dead right there.
And, hopefully next year we'll see a couple of these young boys come through and make the top 30, make the top 12. But I certainly think, guys like Ricky and Alex and Martini.
Yeah, so he's finished, and Conan, so, the time is starting to amp up on them.
Yep, Tristan's just got a little bit further behind. He's just gone in for his last one.
Okay.
Ricky Stevens, he's on the last side of his number 8.
So this is where Tristan, when we saw the last time we looked at the graphics, he had a brilliant board points. But now this time will be starting to erode that away, won't it?
Yep, his time points will be eating into any advantage that he's got with his inside job.
Yeah.
And they've got to go out and get the outside points put in.
Yeah.
They haven't put them up on the screen yet.
Nice one, Ricky. Well done. All right, so we're just waiting now on Tristan and
now we've got
Alex.
the graphics. So it's Martini's the best inside and time-wise.
Oh, this is going to be tight.
Yeah, and then look at Conan. He's shorn really well in the back end of the.
Yeah.
He must have had some good sheep sort of towards the end of his shear.
Yeah.
He's pulled his points right back down. Alex has just had a little bit of trouble with that last one. He switches off.
Yeah, it looks like the last couple he may have just had a few challenges with.
So those points, this is. I'm not have to sit on the fence again, Mavis. I'm not picking this one.
Jeez, Digger. You're not much help.
Look at that, Martini with a score of 30.2, but his teammate Alex is a little bit higher. Ricky and Tristan around about the mid-30s.
Yeah.
And then we go down to Conan, a good score of 31.9, and his teammate Liam, 34.8. So, do I have to pick something? Oh, I'm going to go for Conan and Liam, to sneak this one.
Well, or Martini and Alex.
Yeah, well, going to be close.
Mind you, we're just talking a lot of rubbish, really, because the outside points aren't even on there.
No, well, that's right. So it all comes down to the job, and
I think really what we can say is that it's been a tight race.
It's
been a tight.
And isn't it great? You just don't know who's won it.
Yeah.
Until they put those points in from outside, and we don't have an instant prize giving coming up here, and hopefully we can get the results of the people pretty soon.
That's right. So look, I think we should go down to the stadium. Thanks a lot, Digger. This is getting to be much more fun now that you're loosening up.
Oh well, I went and had a good kai for lunch, and I didn't have a beer, but I just
good man.
Relaxed.
Later.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. Enjoy the prize giving, and we'll be back with you very soon.
Hopefully it's enough, but yeah.
You look fairly comfortable up there. It didn't like you were too far out of your comfort zone.
Yeah, she was just sure within myself. I see Martin was taking off pace-wise, so I tried to keep the job, but yeah.
So did you tell Martini, you go for speed, I'll try and keep the job? Is that how it rolled?
He just said, yeah, do your best, and yeah, tried.
Alex Smith, ladies and gentlemen, he said he had a few too many raros last night, but that happens. Ricky Stevens. Ricky Stevens, you've been a real busy boy the last 4 days. How do you do it?
Bloody tired, Tuma. It's not easy getting out there and doing what everyone does in this industry, so it's a credit to everyone for competing this week. It's bloody awesome to see everyone here.
So you've competed in all the events. You've made finals. How do you train for things like this?
Got 2 kids that keep me on my feet, so there's a start. You just practice in the sheds, try do your best, and just keep pushing yourself as well out of the sheds. So try keep fit.
Tell us about Taumaranui last weekend.
Must have been a fluke. It was bloody awesome just to be on that stage with those guys. It was bloody awesome to get a win too, so it was bloody stoked. Yeah, cheers.
So this is not the end of your wool handling career by any chance, is it?
No, definitely not. Someone's got to push my wife, so I'll keep competing.
That's Ricky Stevens, ladies and gentlemen. He's been in the triathlon, wool handling, hell of a competitor.
Rightio, ladies and gentlemen, we have the results of the Wairarapa Moana Māori Pākehā teams shearing. And presenting this is Sonia Rimene, Director of Wairarapa Moana Incorporation.
Tēnā tātou katoa. Well, 60 years, Golden Shears. What a legend, what a legend. And Wairarapa Moana is proud to be part of that legend. Very quickly to the organisers, to the volunteers, to front and backstage, to the sponsors, to the competitors, who I understand this has been the highest uptake entries this year. Tēnei te mihi kia koutou. We keep coming back because it's about our whānau. E te whānau, your leaders nationally and internationally in this industry. Nō reira, ki te tīma Māori me te Pākehā, congratulations, tēnā tātou katoa, kia ora.
First place in the Wairarapa Moana Māori Pākehā team shearing receives $800. And it goes to Martin Mason and Alex Smith. Well, you got picked on by Tuma earlier and now you're going to get picked on by me, but it's in a different situation because you've won the 60th Golden Shears, the Māori Pākehā Teams event. Congratulations.
Cheers. Thanks, Martin. I think you carried me a bit, to be fair. You had a really good share, actually. Yeah. Pretty cool event. Yeah. Really good. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for the sponsors and.
There you go, not too many beers after all, eh? Well done. Second place, Conan Takere and Liam Jensen. And third place, put your hands together for Ricky Stevens and Tristan Mackay. Rightio, ladies and gentlemen, that is us for the presentations. Let's get back to the action.
A lovely event, of course, as I say, with it. Two people in this country are one when they come to the shearing shed, I can tell you. And it's good to see that its tradition still goes on. Not only here at the Golden Shears, but also in the workplace on a daily basis. Next up, we have the Powerco Senior Shearing Final. And these sheep are kindly supplied by White Spur, who once again have put a lot of sheep up before us at the 60th competition. Each competitor to shear 12 second shear sheep with a $1,200 carrot at the start. Could we have those shearers, please, to the left-hand side of the stage? Braddock, Lewis, Alabaster, Swan, Ratimer and Thompson. There's a bit of congestion down here. People at the entry to the shearing board, would you please make sure if you're not there in official capacity, will you stand somewhere else?
I'll let Martin know.
to go.
Good to see you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our 6 victims down here below the stage. They're not victims at all. They are highly powerful, fit athletes. And could we welcome up onto the board, please, Ross Thompson from England.
Stand number 5 from the deep south, Brandon Wairarapa.
For Wairarapa, Paul Swan on the 4 stand.
On number 3, ladies and gentlemen, Ruben Alabaster from Taihape.
Gethin Lewis from the Welshman on the 2.
And on stand number 1 from Ikitahuna, Ruka Braddock.
Boy, oh boy, they look pretty sharp. Muscly and fit. All muscle and sinew, these guys. To get into this senior competition, you have to shear less than 405 in an 8-hour day. That is a marathon amount of kilos that you drag across the board.
Welcome back. And here we are at, this is kind of a bit of a, we're really heading into the sharp end of things, aren't we, Digger? This is the finals of the Powerco Senior Shearing. And these are the ones that, these are going to be the ones pushing you fellas around very, very shortly.
That's right, we're getting into the business end of it, all right. You know, we're Saturday afternoon, we haven't got too many more events this afternoon, and then the big finals tonight. But yeah, these senior shearers, this is their pinnacle. They've got today and then a couple more shows this season, and then next year most of these guys, I would say, would be in the open.
Yeah, so Digger, they've taken their stands. They're just working with the referee now to sort out any problems. Do you want to just give us a rundown of who's who on the board?
Yeah, on stand 1 we've got Ruka Braddock. Ruka's from Ekatahuna, so we'll claim him as a local today. Wairarapa boy. On stand 2, Gethin Lewis from Wales.
Ryder, isn't it?
Ryder in Wales. It's near Bilthwells, where they have the Royal Welsh Show. Stand 3, young Ruben Alabaster, Taihape boy, famous Shearing family up there. Paul Swan on stand 4.
He'll be famous as the father of the winner of the novice.
Well, just imagine if Paul wins today.
Wow, how cool.
Wouldn't that be a double?
Fabulous.
Yeah, that'd be fantastic. He's probably still on a high, and just using that to get himself through. Stand 5, I'd say this guy would have to be the favourite now that Simon Goss has been eliminated. Brandon Wairarapa from Winton. Very good shearer, has come up through the grades, and I think he's had some success in the junior and intermediate grades at Golden Shears. So, and then on stand 6, another foreigner, Ross Thompson. Ross was a top qualifier into the final. So, you know, it could be his day too.
That's right, from Devon.
Yeah, down in a place called Dawlish. I think so. There'll be a few little pubs down in Devon and Dawlish.
Yep.
So
shout out to Hugh Condren for filling us in some of the gaps, Hugh. Thank you very much for that.
Yeah, and a big hello to all my friends over in Wales. Good to see a Welshman in there.
And an Englishman.
Yeah, yep, that's Gethin Lewis.
So they're on their way, Digger.
Yep.
Now it's begun. The party's begun.
12 sheep, I think, Mavis, is
That's
it?
it, 12 sheep.
Oh, that's a big number on these dry cutting Wairarapa sheep. I hope they've got the right gear on. Ruka Braddock. Well, Ruka probably got the hometown advantage. She is just up the road, so he'll be knowing what these sheep are like, but he's got a little bit of a niggly one there to start off. Plenty of life in these sheep.
Hybrid vigour.
Yeah, that's right.
Good for these hills.
Yep. You wonder where they get their life from, because there's not too much out in the paddocks at the moment, not too much green matter out there to eat.
No, so they're good converters anyway.
They certainly are.
Converting not a lot to something.
So there we go, and just pretty even start by them all there. Just look at Ruka Braddock smashing that wool off down that last side. Famous, as you said earlier, the Braddock family, really well known through the Wairarapa. Great shearing family. Rook has got a very good board to start off. Had a nice clean sheep to start off on. 1 second cut on that first one. Now the Welshman, Gethin Lewis. These sheep certainly a lot different to what the Welsh people shear in their home country. Mavis, a lot more wool around the legs and heads. I've seen many a Welshman come over to New Zealand and really struggle for their first couple of months shearing, just not used to so much wool around the sheep's body, but they're certainly adjusting now, and and they're all making these finals. And what we saw a junior Welshman win the junior event,
First and second.
yeah, amazing.
Yeah, great. But from a New Zealand point of view, these sheep would be open sheep. There's not a lot on the heads. They're reasonably open for the points, but it's even more so in the UK, isn't it?
Yeah, completely different sheep
Yeah.
over there. Just a lot of them haven't got any wool on the bellies. You're just shearing really the body and nothing around the heads.
Here's our young guy.
Oh, this is
our young gun.
Young Reuben, he's probably should still be at school. Hope the truant officer's not down and around in Masterton today. But this kid's got a big future. And when he first started out, I thought he was going to be too small, but he had a little bit of a growth spurt because he used to be really, really tiny. And I think he's obviously been doing some gym work. He's bulked up a bit.
After it's skilled.
Yeah, steeped in history, our family. Ruby's got a little bit of a struggler there. But, that's just the sheep of this year, though. Just unless your gear's really, really going well, they'll let you know about it.
Yep.
And his board's just up a little bit above the average, and he's right on the pace, though.
Again, another one is probably, they're just rapt to be there. They all want to win. Everyone wants to win, but just rapt to be on the boards. And here's the dad of the moment, Paul Swan.
Yep. He'll be just on a high at the moment, and he's probably been getting a little bit of a hard time from Riker, saying, "Look, Dad, I won the novice. Now you've got to win the seniors. Otherwise, you'll have to walk home."
Riker's too cute and young to say that to his dad yet, I think. Eh?
You give him a year or two. Now the favourite, I think, Brandon Maguire, Wairarapa from Winton, and just look at his board, Mavis.
Outstanding.
Outstanding, and his graphics come up in the top right-hand corner there. We can see that he's the lowest at the moment, so he's having a really, really good share.
Pretty tight though, not a lot in it.
No, and it's early stages. Remember, they've got 12 sheep to shear.
Yep. Well, he's doing that easy though, isn't he? No, that's all good.
And now
very cool.
Ross Thompson, the Englishman. Ross top qualified into the final. And he's got a good board. And he's not far away. He's actually, he's right up. Look at those points have changed around now.
Oh, they have.
There's
They
nothing
have.
in it. It's absolutely nothing in it at all.
Although I
they'll
think
do you
Ross will be he'll be a bit disappointed if he saw that board because he had outstanding board points before.
Yeah, well, he might just be settling into it a little bit. First one might have just wriggled around a bit and just a few nerves. But they'll be jumping up and down over there in England, down in Devon.
Oh, very cool, very cool.
Be a big night down in Darlish if he can pull this one off, Mavis.
Yep. Oh, look, you're right. There's just nothing in it, really.
Oh,
nothing in it.
that's a flat. That's all just flat, isn't it? Dead flat there.
Yeah. This is a real competition.
But this shearing 12 sheep for these senior shearers, a lot of them will get through to sort of 7 or 8 and be feeling good, and then it's just that last 4 or 5, gears starting to go off, and they've sort of new territory for them. They've never shorn 12 in a competition before, and shearing 12 of these dry cutting Masterton sheep's a bit like shearing 15 normal sheep in a final. So
right,
they're going into sort of unknown territory.
Yeah.
So we'll really see the experience and the pace. See who's just got their gear going the best towards the end.
Yeah, and I guess who's got the sticker, who's got the real ticker to just hang hard.
Yeah, and who's the fittest, who's been doing that little bit of extra gym work.
Yeah.
Back when I started Mavis a long time ago, not many guys went to the gym, but now all these top guys are cross-training.
Yeah.
They've all got fitness programs. They're watching what they eat. It's just been taken to a new dimension.
Yeah, pretty cool, isn't it, really?
Oh, it is. It's fantastic to see, and these young guys are making a really good career out of it.
Yeah, yeah. No, I think the people of Radar would be really quite stoked at the moment to be watching this this final of the the Power Coast Senior Shearing Championships of Golden Shears 60th anniversary. That's going to be a cool one to have.
Yep, look at Ruben Alabaster just ripping into that pen. 16 years of age. I just can't believe that he's shearing at a senior final at that age.
Yeah. How heavy do you think he'd be? Digger?
Oh, would he be 60 kilos?
Yeah, what about that sheep? If that. So he'd be about 60 kgs, you
Yeah,
think?
and that sheep would be close to 60 kgs, I think.
Yeah, so power weight ratio, he's right there
He's
with
right
it.
on it, yeah, yeah.
And sometimes that can be an advantage, maybe.
Well, they say the smaller you are, the better technique you've got to have. You look at some of the women shearers, you know, they're not quite as strong as the males, but they've all got really good technique, and you've just got to have that sheep sitting in the right position, your feet in the right place. You know, you can't just use your big shoulders and power it off.
Oh my God, look at this guy go.
Now we're looking at Ross Thompson, the Englishman. So he's...
Oh,
he's
geez,
got a bit
he's
of
not having a
niggly one
good
there.
time.
No, it's just-
Come on, Ross, settle it down. You know, that'd be how frustrating, because you'd be thinking, right, all I have to do is what I did first time.
Yep.
That's all I have to do.
Yeah, just sit there, baby. Well, he's got it under control now. Away he
Yeah,
goes.
Yeah. Hard to catch up though, eh? Hard
Yep,
to pull
but,
up.
Brandon Maguire's getting a little bit of a lead on this field.
Yeah.
Ruben Alabaster's not... actually, Ruben's right up with them.
Nothing in it.
Nothing in it. The Welshman's just going in for number 8 now. So just looking across the screen there, it's very even on the board and time points.
So it is going to be all out the back.
Yep.
Should have had one of those roving cameras. We could have gone for a walk and really had a look. There we go. Oh, look how even it is. Oh my goodness. It's going to be a point on the everything other than outside.
Yeah, there's nothing in it. But
Nothing.
in saying that, Brendan and Ruben have got a little bit of a lead.
Yep.
So,
Well,
you know, the other boys' time points are going to keep clicking on while they're finished.
Yes, yes. They've nearly got a sheep on, Ross. Young Ruben.
Yep.
Gee, that happened quickly. That happened quickly.
Paul Swan, he's not too far behind either. He's in for number 9. He's not too far away.
Oh, I think the limelight belongs a little bit to this young fella.
Yeah. Oh, isn't he going well? Well, Taiapi will be the place to be tonight.
Oh, the Greta.
Oh,
The Gretna.
Yeah. Been there once or twice, Mavis.
They used to hold the biggest speed shears.
They did. They had some good speed shears back in the day.
Yeah.
You
All
know,
paying
and
off.
He's not that big a boy, Ruben, so he's got to have the real technique, and just look at those sheep giving him a little bit of a hard time, but
He's holding it.
he's getting it. He's getting it together. Just hope he's holding his job.
Yeah.
His board's just up a little bit above the average.
Yeah.
But no, he's not too far away. He's sitting on 34.3. Brandon's on 33.9, so there's nothing in it. Not even half a point. He's right on the pace. There we go, back to our graphics across the top.
Yeah, she's going to be a tight one.
Yep.
This is awesome.
Oh, I'll have to sit on the fence again.
You're going to have to put your foot down sooner or later. Ah, look at that.
So this is where it's going to start to hurt. Going in for number 10. Couple left in the pen. Gear's probably gone off a bit. Nothing in it. Paul Swan is right there. Are we going to see a Cornella?
I don't think no one would be unhappy if that happened.
I wonder where little Riker is, eh? Be yelling out for Dad. Come on, Dad. Do it.
And then the other son, of course, Keith, he didn't quite get through, but he still got out of the heat, so There'll be a happy carload. Oh, look at Brendan, look at his board points. So he's obviously leading the way there.
Yeah, his board is very low.
Yeah. So he's on 10 as well, you know, so he's not far. He's right up at the pace.
There's three of them there neck and neck pretty much. Brendan's just coming over the last shoulder. Paul Swan's right with them. Ruben's a couple of blows behind. Gethin, the Welshman, he's not far away. He's turned for the last side. But it's Paul Swan and Ruben we're looking at the moment. So Paul's going to go in for number 11.
Yeah.
He had to pull his pants up as he went into the pen. You haven't got time to do that, Paul.
Well, the alternative wouldn't be much fun either, though, Digger.
No. Just looking at Rooker Braddock down there. He's having a little bit of trouble. He's a little bit off the pace, Rooker.
Oh, this is a big step up for him too. You know, he's one of the younger set of the Braddocks. So, yeah, this is a big step up for all of them, I guess.
Just looking at Paul, his board's a little bit higher.
Yeah.
So, and then we've got the points up on the right-hand side of the screen there. So it's still Brendan Maguire slightly in front. Not a lot on it though. It's just going to come down to out the back, which it so often does.
Yeah. This has been a stunning final with these guys. Look at them. You know, there's not a lot in it on there.
Brilliant final. We've got Maguire, Paul Swan, and Ruben Alabaster pretty much blow for blow.
Yeah. There's a little bit of space being created now, though. You know, in those graphics.
Yeah, and we've got to remember that Ross is one sheet behind.
Yeah.
Gethin's right there. There's four of them.
Yep.
Four of them on the last sheep, and I've just taken the belly off. This is a fantastic final. Who's going to be the first one off? Paul Swan first to the top notch. Oh, these young fellas, they will have never worked so hard. They'll be starting to hurt. They'll be giving it everything they've got. Oh, it's Paul Swan. Long blow time for him. Gethin Lewis, the Welshman. They'll be jumping up and down on rider. Come on, Welshman. Gethin turns, but it's Paul Swan. I think Paul Swan's going to win the race.
Oh, I think he might do. Gee, he didn't. Once he turned, he was almost straight down onto that shoulder.
He didn't get a very good start either, but he's come back, has he? What? Oh, what a fantastic shear.
Wow. Like you say, they'll be hurting. They'll be hurting now. Looking for oxygen. No, look at them. They're young fellas. They look like that they could do a few more. Stunning, outstanding effort, guys. Just waiting now for the two at the ends.
Two at the end. We've got Ross. He's on his last sheep. Rooker Braddock coming down the last side on number 12. But hey, if they've done a really, really good job, they might sneak up.
Yep.
The other four boys who are all obviously trying to win the race.
Oh, your man Brendan looks like he's kept the job right though, Digger. Looks like he's kept the job right.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the Deep South. I think Brendan looked to have a pretty controlled shear. He had a really good board.
Yeah.
He is the lowest up there. He's on 46.0. Paul's 46.9. So he's got 0.9 of an advantage, just under 1 point before they go out the back. And Brendan's renowned for his quality.
Yeah, so Paul Swan has won the Whitehall Show. He's won that, I think, this last season. Brendan, he's got a blinking mouthful of wins to his name. Waimate, Ashburton, Pleasant Point and Lumsden. And Gethin's won counties this year. Rooker won Taumaranui.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. And of course Ruben won Rotorua. So, you know, they've all had a little bit of a taste, and now they can go out and rest their weary bones and catch their breath. That was a great final, So now we're going to be crossing to a prize giving. Digger, thanks again. It's been great. I can see now we've got a couple of interviews to come up. We've got our young boys, so we'll just cut out to the stadium while we reset with the Māori Pākehā winners. Thank you.
Cheers, mate. It's been a pleasure.
Ladies and gentlemen, Paul Swan. Paul, he's there. Look at the scene down there. What was that for your mind before you started? Yeah, the other day,
So welcome back, and that was a frenetic couple of events we've just had. We first of all had the Māori Pākehā and then just been through the Power Coast senior finals. But look, I'm really stoked to have with us here the winners of the 2020 Māori Pākehā. I keep saying sometimes it feels a bit wrong saying that, but it's the right thing to say because it is what it is, eh guys?
Yeah.
So look, I'd like you to introduce yourselves, a little bit about who you are and how that all felt. You go first, Martini.
Oh, hi, I'm Martini Mason. I'm from Masterton. Been cheering for a few years since I was a little kid. Love it.
Love it. Perfect. Alex, and you. Welcome to Masterton.
Yeah. I'm from down south, Rakaia. I've been cheering for 5 or 6 years now, full time.
Yep. So actually, I'm going to butt in. I know this is about you guys, but both of these young athletes have parents who are well known in shearing circles. Martinez's father, Paddy, just amazing in the Masterton area, and of course Grant Smith. He's been a world competitor, a record holder, the whole shebang. So you two guys have got some shoes to fill, and you're filling them, aren't you?
Well, trying to. That's the goal.
That's the goal.
Yeah.
And what about you, Alex?
Yeah, I got a few goals, but yeah, not really pretty hard to fill my old man's shoes, but...
Oh, you can do it. You can do it.
Yeah.
They say that kids are the better version of, so keep that in your mind.
Yeah.
So how did it feel to be up there with winning that as a team?
Yeah, it was good. I didn't have the best share. I was lucky Martin, he had a good share, but I didn't realise we had this event and only found out late last night, so I wasn't really prepared.
Okay, well look guys, thank you very much. It's a short interview because I can see that the senior prize giving's being held right now. Thank you very much. All the best for your futures.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Kia
much.
ora.
Kia ora. Thank you, and Goldies, for putting this all together.
Well, he thought he was a bit rough out the back, but he's also won the J.H. Bryant Memorial Tankard for the senior shearer with the best quality points in the final. Second place and $600. Ruben Alabaster. Third place, $400. All the way from Wales, Gethin Lewis. Fourth place, $300. Ruka Braddock. Fifth place, Paul Swan. And put your hands together all the way from England, Ross Thompson. Well done to all our senior shearers, potentially future Golden Shears Open champions. Well done to everyone. That's the end of the presentation. We'll hand you back.
Well, next on the card, ladies and gentlemen, is the Johnson Brothers Blade Challenge.
We actually have one more thing while the gentlemen are still here. We've got one more to announce. That is the John Midwinter Memorial Shield for the best quality points in the senior semi-final. With 6.125 penalty points, Ross Thompson. Congratulations. Good on you.
Righto, thanks very much. We'll move back to the blade shearing now. We have 8 long wool sheep. Must be 2 teams. We have a male and a female in each team. And they're going to be shearing 4 each by the look of it. Oh, we had 2 sheep. They've had been a shortage of sheep. Shortage of sheep. So we're going back to a 2 sheep final. In this challenge, sheep kindly just supplied by White Spur, the long wool sheep. Always a lot easier for the long wool to be shorn with the blades.
Richard Wardell and Tom Wilson up there just taking the droppers off. We don't need them for the blades, of course. And a big thanks to Lister Shearing for their support here at the Golden Shears once again. Well done, guys.
So a little bit of preparation for these 4 blade shearers. You'll notice a little grey sleeve now being put on the front of the board there. That is to hold the very sharp instruments, precision instruments for removing the wool with the blades. They are superior steel, at least 200 mils in length. That's just the blade section, plus the spring-loaded and the driver. And they were shearing these sheep in somewhere around about 2.5 minutes for the guns yesterday. We'll see how the Oldfield boy goes. We've got Phil, the older statesman, and Alan, the young gun, along with a Scottish lass and an Australian lass. So it's good to see. Are they down on the side of the stage? That looks good. Well, we'll pull them up onto the stage, ladies and gentlemen. A big hand for our blade shearers, Nikki Gutler from Australia. Come on, round of applause.
Alan Oldfield on stand number 4 from Geraldine here in New Zealand. Well done, Alan.
The father of Alan Oldfield, Phil Oldfield from Geraldine on the 3.
And last but definitely not least, up on the front stand from Crieff in Scotland is Katie Reid, ladies and gentlemen.
In this Johnson Brothers Challenge, we will be shearing 2 sheep each. So it'll be all go.
So a couple of girls up there amongst the boys. We've got the thorns between the roses this time by the look of it. Katie and Nikki on either side. And Alan Oldfield, who, incidentally, if you never saw this guy in action yesterday, he is the current world blade shearing champion. And his father, Phil, in front of him. Phil has represented New Zealand on numerous occasions as well as a blade shearer. So Alan down there just trying to chat up the opposition. Trying to put her off her stride, John. Yeah, team member, I mean. That's what I meant. So the 2 Oldfields in the middle, the 2 girls either side.
So,
Katie.
woohoo, here we are with the champion of the Powerco Senior Shearing Championships, Golden Shears 2020. That's you, Brendan.
Yeah, I'm pretty stoked, Mavis. It's a great feeling. Thought I was a bit rough out the back, but yeah, obviously done the job right, so yeah.
That's you're putting everything into your one sentence. That's fabulous. Gee, so tell me, how did it feel up there? Because actually watching, it looked so even.
Yeah, it was quite a bit nerve-wracking. It was a bit of a good race going on. I thought I was actually quite a bit behind, but yeah, I was right on the pace, so it was quite good.
Yeah, but you've had a great season, haven't you? You've won, and I had the list in front of me before, but you've won about 4 shows this season, or you've cleaned up the South Island, I think.
Yeah, won a few down south. Didn't have the best season, but yeah, this makes up for it.
That does make up for it. So, did you know many of your, your other finalists? Have you worked with many of them before that you're sure with?
I've never worked with any of them. I met Ross at the, went out for a look at the elite shearing training out at the old pre-shears shed, so that was quite good. Yeah. I just know most of them from the shows, really.
Yeah. Oh, well done. Well, Ross did well, didn't he? Yeah. I mean, unfortunately, it didn't quite work out for him in the final, but fortunately for you, but not unfortunately for him.
No, it was quite good though.
So, what's next for you, Brendan? Where to from here? I mean, senior champion of Golden Shears at its 60th birthday. That's pretty special, you know.
Yeah, it's quite cool. I'm pretty wrapped still. No, I'm not too sure yet. Probably just go back to work, and I'll probably have to move up to Open with the big boys now. So probably just have to go back and train a bit more at work, and yeah.
Well, it was interesting. I had Digger Balm co-commentating with me on here, and you know, there was a lot of really cool tips that he was kind of giving out at the same time, and he was saying things like, you know, the open shearers they're always prepared to help. They're always, you know, they're prepared to share their knowledge. He said it's just about being brave enough to approach them, because he said in his day he was always too shy.
Yeah, well, that's it. I usually just go up to Nathan Stratford, but with going to that elite shearing training, him and Aaron Haynes have gave me a bit of tips and with gear and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, it was quite good.
Yep. So you've got a whole sector out there just ready and willing to help you to do whatever you need. All you have to do is ask. So don't forget that, eh?
Yeah. No, that's it.
Hey, Brendan, is there anyone you want to give a shout out to mention on here?
Oh, just all my family down south. My partner, Lashara Anderson, she made the senior final, so hopefully...
Bit of a power couple, eh?
See how she goes. Yeah, just, I don't know. But lost for words, really.
Oh, well, thank you for coming and sharing a bit of time. I know it's pretty tough when you've just had a big final like that. So, but all the best for you, and yes, for Lashara. How fantastic. You two, you know, you're at the start of your dreams, and just go out there and make it all happen.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you very much,
All the best.
And of course, that'll help keep them alive in the real tough conditions.
That's right, John. And I got to say, it's absolutely fantastic to have you here, John McBride, with your first-hand knowledge of the history of New Zealand shearing. You've just run us through back in the early 1900s when you were a young man, and you were telling us about your experiences with getting the sheep in on horseback and shearing on blades and stone pens and all that sort of thing. Fantastic to have you here, John, and to be able to share all that knowledge with us of you and your young man back in the early part of the century. So up on the stage...
You got me.
Up on the stage, Katie Reid chopping around across the side of the rib cage on her first sheep. Nikki Gutler just working her way down towards what we call a long blow. So they sit the sheep up quite high, as Nikki's doing down there, and just work their way around the side of the rib cage before they lay it down. And there's only a real short long blow on the blade sheep, so she's into the long blow now, working her way up the backbone. So they just shear most of the side off sitting up, and then lay it down for a couple of blows, and then they'll bring her around onto the last side. So Katie Reid finishing touches, and she's going to let this one go very shortly. She's so completely different style, John, you're dead right. A lot of it is aimed at sort of minimising the surface area that they've got to cover with the blade, so they crunch the sheep up rather than stretch it out, so there's less surface area to cover. And of course, crunching it up, squashing it all together, they'll leave a bit more wool on as well. So Katie Reid out with sheep number 2. But the Oldfield boys, so Phil on stand number 3 there, that's the dad. He's said to himself, I'm going to show you a thing or two about shearing, young fella. You think you're pretty clever winning the world championships and everything, but I taught you to shear, and I'm just going to let you know that I'm still here. So he's around into the side of the ribcage right there with Alan, shearing blow for blow, these two. Or is Alan just backing off just to make his old man feel good? I don't know.
He's got a bit of a tougher sheep, I can see that. He's having to work a little bit harder. He's making a narrower cut into the wool. You know, instead of taking 30 centimetres at a time, he's only taking 20 centimetres. Millimetres, sorry. The blade is 20 centimetres long. As he comes over, they both come over the last side together. Here we have Katie Carif coming up the neck. A little bit of finishing touches still going on from our Australian lass, Nikki Gutler down there. Wee shots coming across the shoulder now for Phil and Alan. Pretty much blow for blow. I don't think they're waiting for these ladies at all. They just need to get on with the job. They know that it's a team event and times will count. I think Nikki Gutler, she saw that well yesterday. Did she not have a raspberry and glucose this morning? She's a little bit behind the 8 ball, but she's trying to darn us now. Maybe sheep number 2 might be a little bit kinder to her and be a little bit more open in the wool. She works across that last leg. You can see the pattern. There's only 2 or 3 strokes up that backbone that are parallel with the sheep. All the rest are vertical. And there we go. Out the last leg for her. Out the last leg for Phil and Alan. On the middle there. Not a very nice shot, you can see, for these blade shearers, but they're ready just to flip the sheep forward, flip it away from their blades when it goes down the porthole. See how he withdraws his blade, hits the time button, safety first, doesn't want to have the sheep flicking about and kicking him while he's still holding on to his blades. And likewise, Phil will do the same. And what time was that? 7 minutes odd for Alan to get the fluff off, and Phil's completed the task as well. In goes Nikki Gutler for this one. The bellies are off it, so she's going to start on the first off leg. A little bit of time to make up, but Katie Reid, she's already in the long blow on this one. And I'm sure Katie won't be waiting for it. It's a long time bent over, ladies and gentlemen. Just 2 sheep and already 7 minutes of elapsed plus. So it's going to hurt by the time they get through the job.
Sam Saunders, please, can you come up to the announcer's desk, Sam Saunders? So just the 2 girls left on the stage, and I've got to say it's a lot more pleasant than seeing the boys shearing, that's for sure. So way into the last cheek for Katie Reid. Just the last side to come off for her, the Scottish lass on stand number 2. And Nikki Gutler from Australia down there working away into the first hind leg. A bit of a slower sheep, that first one she had, so as you can imagine with the blades, if they're a bit tricky, it can take you a hell of a lot longer than it normally would. Takes long enough anyway with the blades. So the blade shearers, they get paid accordingly. They get a little bit more than the machine shearers per sheep because it's slower, they do less. Just to make up for the speed. Katie Reid working away around onto the last front shoulder. Like I said, folks, still a lot of sheep shorn in New Zealand on the blades. And Ellen Oldfield up there, one of the younger blade shearers around. She was a big industry a few years ago. The cover comb dealt to a little bit of it, stole quite a few shears off the blade boys over the years, but and blade shearers numbers dwindled a little bit. So it's a bit harder for the farmers to get a good blade crew in when they wanted them because there was less of them around. So that drove some of them to the cover comb as well. The cover comb, of course, is what we call the winter comb, with less teeth than a normal shearing comb and a rider on the back, which leaves a bit more wool on, but not as much as the blades. So just a wee bit of extra insurance for winter shearing. Katie Reid right out onto the last leg. Another couple of blows and she'll be reaching for the time clock button behind her, and she'll be able to let that one go out to the judges.
No secrets in a blade shed, is there? Eh? Because there's no machine noise. You cannot whisper in the ear and get away with it.
That's dead right. No secrets in the shed, but you know what they say, what happens in the blade gangs stays there. So there's probably some secrets that we haven't heard about. Katie Reid over the tail. Give her a hand, folks. All the way from Crieff in Scotland. Well done, Katie. And she's a pretty handy machine shearer as well, that girl.
I've seen her go, mate. She knows how to throw it around, and that's for sure. They're steel on. A little bit of a worry now, of course, there's no more cricket on the radio, so it's going to be a hell of a time in the shearing sheds. How many people listen to cricket at a shearing shed, Norman?
Not me.
Oh, you need the beat going to keep the rhythm.
Do AC/DC play cricket? I don't know.
They probably knocked a few things out, mainly light bulbs and what have you. As we go on up the long blow there for Nikki Gutler, the time clock's still on her. The pain will be starting to set in now. And she drives that blade right up, that big 200mm blade. There's a leather strapping on that spring end of the blades there. And that's what they call a driver. It helps them hold on and force the blade forward through the matted wool. You try and cut wool with a knife, you don't have much success. You need to have another blade on the other side, so you cut it together. About 30 mils at a time, she'll be laying those blades into that wool, so that is a lot. Where a machine shearer gets off over 100 mils a time, 30 mils, it counts for a lot of squeezes of those hands. Power on the wrist, skill of keeping the sheep nice and quiet. And you'll notice these sheep have been very docile. They are not drugged in any way. As they come across the shoulder now, working away. She won't let the men get in and help her out. She says, I've got this mastered. It's easier than shearing some of those big, kicky, wrinkly merinos in Australia. as we come across the last shoulder. Still quite a number of shots to go in because she's going to go round from the backbone down towards the middle of the stomach, shearing the rib cage. So it's probably that sheep that's probably, what is there, maybe 15 to 20 shots across that rib cage before she gets down into the last leg. So there's a bit of time to go yet, and she's working hard at it. The back's starting to scream a little bit. 12 minutes, 13 minutes, she's been bent over. The judge can maybe see 1 or 2 second cuts floating up. They're watching very diligently. Of course, most of these shearing judges up here are machine shearing judges, but a second cut is a second cut. It doesn't matter which side you see it on. Out the last leg. Not too many blows left now, though, ladies and gentlemen, because she would have done a big undermind. And that's going up over the working end of the sheep, opposite to the mouth. Out the last leg she swings. Woolhandler's getting ready to pull the fleece, be carted away and rolled and teased and what have you down in the back room. So you get about start to warm your hands up, ladies and gentlemen, from Nikki Gutler from Australia. Come on, give her the clap and get her home. Get into it. She's doing well. Come on, Nikki. She's starting to lift that wool over the tail now, and that means she's almost at the end of that sheep. One more shot, down the hole. Woohoo! Sheep fleece still intact.
Well done, boys and girls. So absolutely fantastic to have some blade shearers here, just for something a bit different at the 60th anniversary of the Golden Shears. The blade shearers, of course, they're a relevant part of the shearing community in the central part of the South Island. But well done.
Could we have Wayne Johnson and Nigel Shorter, please? Wayne Johnson and Nigel Shorter here to our microphone area. One there. Ready for the presentations. Just before we get into the presentations, could we have Brent Roberts, Dion King and Troy Piper to the T-shirt, the singlet area, please, down here at the left of the microphone. Thank you.
Wayne Johnson also, please, down to the announcer's desk. Wayne Johnson.
industry like this, things have to be made tough. So at MSD Animal Health, we make vaccines specifically for New Zealand conditions, ensuring they're tough enough to work out here. That's why thousands of Kiwi farmers trust our vaccines to protect stock, increase productivity and boost farm income. Maltine B12 is our leading 5-in-1 clostridial vaccine, boosted with vitamin B12 for convenience. Made here, works here. Maltine B12.
Troy Piper and Dion King. Troy and Dion, can you please come and check in for the open semis and receive your singlets?
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to present the prizes for the Johnson Brothers Blade Challenge. We were looking for Wayne Johnson. If there's anybody else here from Johnson Brothers that wishes to speak as this presentation, you are most welcome to come up to the board. After this presentation, we also have 3 others for events that finished previously.
Yeah, that's right, sorry. It's great to see such a good crowd come in today. I hope everybody's been enjoying their their visit to the Golden Shears, and I know we're World Wide Web, and people from all around the world are watching it. And this camera in front of us here, you get a 360 degrees filming, if anyone doesn't know, right around the stadium. And anyone around the world can do that. I think the technology and spreading the word of shearing and woolhandling, I think it's it's getting to great great stages, and I think it's only going to get better.
If you want to keep going, yeah, you can do. Go for it. Yep. So, ladies and gentlemen, just to add to the tension, and we apologise to the shearers on the board, but we just want to confirm that we get this right. So they are just checking up the back. So we thought we'd take the opportunity to talk about tonight. Many of you will be coming along tonight, and normally once we finish the open final and we announce the winners, that's the end of the night. But today is the 60th anniversary, of course, for the Golden Shears, so things are a wee bit different. There is a bar licence till 1 in the morning, and we are encouraging as many of you to stay and enjoy the festivities. You know, the Golden Shears were going for about 10 years and they thought that it would die a natural death. And here we are, 60 years later, still going strong. So it's something worth celebrating. So the band will be going live here, and we're going to clear the seats as soon as we finish, and we encourage all of you that are coming along to stay, mix and mingle, and enjoy yourselves. Yes, after, well, if you leave, you can't come back, so make the most of it. That's the other thing. We'd also like to take the opportunity while we can to acknowledge those volunteers, the resident shearers and wool handlers that have worked hard over the last 4 days to make sure that this competition can go ahead. They all take days off work, they lose income just to make sure that the Golden Shears are going. So thank you for helping us acknowledge them. Perfect timing. Thank you for your patience, but it's really important we get these things correct. The Johnson Brothers Blade Challenge. First place. The first place team gets $400. Put your hands together to Katie and Phil. Congratulations. I know, but she walked away, so you're stuck with me now. I'm sorry. I don't know how you've still got such a strong grip. You've been doing blade shearing. My God, you can't see this, but his hand is buggered. Look at that. There's more blisters on there than I've seen on anyone's. But here you are. You're coming. I know how much it means to be able to do your trade at the Golden Shears itself. So here we are. Once again, you're on the podium as part of the winning team. Congratulations.
Thanks very much, and thanks very much to the Golden Shears for inviting us up here on this occasion. I remember back in the 50th I was here, I won an event there, blade shearing. I was so overcome by the occasion I was unable to make a speech, so I'd like to thank them sincerely for inviting us up. It's a real honour to be here. This is the event in the world I feel for shearing, and it is a real honour to be here. Thank you to the sponsors and to all the volunteers that helped. Thank you very much, and my team member.
And second place, $300. Put your hands together, Nikki and Alan. Could we please have the competitors in the Te Puni Kōkiri Senior Woolhandling? Presenting the awards for the Te Puni Kōkiri Senior Woolhandling is Tito Maira Tito, Senior Advisor at Te Puni Kōkiri.
Kia ora koutou, kia ora Wairarapa. It gives me great pleasure to present these awards to these awesome manawahine. On behalf of TPK, I'd also like to thank White Spurs for the sheep as well, the many volunteers, to the many whānau who come to support, and for those who organised this event. 60 years. Wow. And Māori have dominated. I'm just going to say it and put it out there. Kia ora.
First place in the Te Puni Kōkiri Senior Woolhandling receives $600. Amber Poihepe. Congratulations. You seem quite surprised at this.
Oh, I'm not too surprised now. No, you're pretty surprised, pretty grateful, eh?
Well, look, you heard the cheer in the crowd. Obviously, you've got a lot of support here. Coming to the Golden Shears, you've taken out the senior final now. You can now compete for that open grade next year.
Oh, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I'll do another season in the seniors, I think.
Congratulations. Anything else you want to say to your mates?
Yeah, I want to say thank you to all my mates who have supported me through the shows since I started. Pagan Karodia for being my mentor, DMS Shearing, big shout out to ShearTech down south, and yeah, just the sponsors, the competitors, and everybody who makes the show happen. Thank you.
Second place and $300, Jasmine Tepuke. Third place and $150, Murawai Paul. And put your hands together all the way from Invercargill, Lashara Anderson. Could we now please have the competitors in Te Papa Partnership North Island Wool Circuit Woolhandling and Nigel Shorter up to the board. Presenting the award on behalf of Te Papa Partnership North Island Wool Circuit Woolhandling is Nigel Shorter, a partner.
Thanks, Kieran. Hello, everyone. We're a new sponsor of this event, and we're really proud to be part of the Golden Shears on their 60th anniversary. And we just want to say congratulations to all the finalists, and a big shout out to all those volunteers that make this event happen. Thank you.
The winner of Te Papa Partnership North Island Wool Circuit Woolhandling receives $800 plus a spot in the Trans-Tasman Woolhandling team. First place penalty points 114. Second place 124. First place, Karen Herbert. Congratulations, Karen. I've lost count the number of times I've spoken to you on this stage. Your long reign here at the Golden Shears continues. Well done.
Thank you. Been a while since I've been able to take the circuit out. The circuit final is actually one of the harder competitions you can do in the country, apart from the open wool handling final here as well. I'd like to thank everyone involved with the circuit, the organisation, Golden Shears for holding the event, our sponsor for the event, and also like to thank everyone who supported me over the years, and my 3 biggest fans from home down in the back seats there. And all the best to everyone who features in the finals tonight. Thanks.
Second place and $400, Cherie Alabaster. Third place, $300, Niall Hansen. And fourth place, $200, Emarina Bladdock. Could I now please ask the President of the Golden Shears, Sam Saunders, and Edwin to come up on stage.
We like to reward our loyal workers around the shears, and we have a system of 10 years, 25 and 50 years, as you probably all gathered. And I brought Edwin up here. He's going to present the badges to these volunteers. Edwin's been around here for the whole time, and he knows what the story is with the shears right from the very start, because his father was involved and Edward was involved very early on. So are they the 10 years? These are the 3 10 years. So I'd like to invite Dorothy Munn, Angela Cahoon and Grace Riddell, please.
Okay, we're now going to present the 25-year badges, and I've been around since the first Golden Shears, and I think it's very important that we appreciate the amount of work that people do to make this happen. And if you actually add them up, there's well over 200 people that give up their time to serve on the Golden Shears and make it work. So I've got Bill H, Bruce Casely, Bill Hutchings, okay, John Hooker, Trish Stevens, Stephen Simonic, Greg Herrick. Yep, there's been a few changes here while they get it sorted out. John Jolly. Sam Saunders, how about that? Tracy Stringer, Missy Riddell, Lynn Paku, Kevin Applin, Reba Walker, Bo Paku, Mavis Mullins, and Phil Morrison, and Brian Anderson. What a queue.
There'll be none of that, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm not going to give you a cuddle. Or you. I'll give Reba.
Good on you. Oh, lovely to see you up here.
Oh, sorry. You go down. I'll just announce it. Right, thank you very much for your patience in that. It does take a wee while when you've got so many people, but like I said earlier, we rely on our volunteers and it's important for the Golden Shears to acknowledge them. We have one more award to present as part of this presentation. That is the Alistair Simpson Trophy, recognising a particular effort from a Golden Shears member to this event. And the President, Sam Saunders, will be presenting this.
Well, Alistair was a judge and had a lot to do with the shows around the country, and after his passing, his family presented us with this prize to present to people that have helped in shearing competitions all around the country, and it's quite an honoured thing to have. And this year I would actually like Mavis to come up and accept it on behalf of her and Coro. We all know what Mavis and Cora have done around these shows, not just New Zealand, overseas as well. We have a book that's been put together, a picture book of Cora Mullins, and that goes with it as well, Mavis. You don't have to.
Look, can I just say thank you very much for this. By geez, you guys do some black magic around the back, don't you? On behalf of our family, you know, this is where we want to be, whether Koro's here or not. This is where his heart always was, and it's where our hearts will always be. So thank you very much, Golden Shears. Thank you.
Well done, Mavis. And we have a special final presentation. It is a certificate of appreciation for 54 years service to the Golden Shears, and this goes to the Masterton District Brass Band.
The band's been coming here for 54 years, and I think that's worth as much recognition as our 25-year badges. And thank you, team, for doing it. A lot of people at the Shears here don't see you because you're here on a Friday night, you're putting it up, work till late at night, and then gone again on Sunday. And we couldn't run without the help of the likes of you and others that help us put all the show together. So thank you very much.
Unaccustomed as I am, I'm not used to this stuff. The big thanks goes to like the people were saying, is all the volunteers that helped put this together. I mean, we've done it for that many years, and I've done it about this high. But it's you guys that make it, and it's the community in Masterton that host it, and so I'm really just proud to be part of that team. Thank you very much.
There wouldn't be many international sporting events that are considered the highest accolade in the sport that are entirely dependent on the support of volunteers. So thank you all very much. It's now time to get back to the action. So I'll hand you back down now to our commentators to lead on to the next event. Thank you for your attention.
Sometimes things do get forgotten and just taken for granted, you know.
Well, kia ora everybody, we're back at the 60th anniversary Golden Shears, and we've got with us the senior woolhandling finalist, Amber Poihipi from Woolshed down in Southland there. I said junior because actually Amber started off the season, first event of the season was in junior, and then she more or less self-promoted up to senior class. So Amber, tell us a bit about why you did that first of all.
We're doing pretty well. I had a really good season in the juniors when I first went up. I managed to make all the finals, won one of them, and by the time we got a placing at the Alexandra show, we just thought, oh, well, it's our time to move up, I think. So, yeah. And our mentor encouraged us to move up too. She said we'd probably do a bit better in the seniors.
Yeah. Okay, and it sort of recognises a bit of a ultimate goal of obviously competing in the Open, but you reckon you're ready for that yet? Or?
Not yet. Maybe another season in the seniors, and then I'll be maybe ready to go up to the Opens.
Yeah.
It's a bit daunting.
Yeah. Have you got someone in the Open that you really aspire to be?
Yeah, Pagan Karodia and Joel Henare. They're two really of my biggest idols, probably in the Opens.
Yeah, exactly. You couldn't get better than that. Now, tell us a bit about where you've been working.
I work down south for Shear Tech, Ray Tafada and Matt Watson. Been working there since November last year, and yeah, had a real awesome solid main shear down there. It's been great.
Yeah. Okay, tell us about this one. You've just recently had your first win in senior. Take it from there, and you're eventually coming here to win this.
Down at Gore?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I didn't really make it anywhere at Winton and Lumsden. I came 5th at both those shows, and so I jumped in the Gore show and managed to win that show. I was really happy with that. boosted my confidence a lot, and it helped me a lot for the Golden Shears to be prepared for that too. So yeah.
Yeah. And going into this, were you confident going up before the presentation?
I was pretty confident. I was confident through my semis as well. I'm not usually like that. I'm usually, usually just have no confidence at all. But I went up there just focused and I felt really, really confident through my finals. And I didn't know if I was going to win or not, but yeah, I felt pretty confident.
Yeah. And what's left now? Are you going to go to Te Kuiti or is it a bit far from home?
Yep. Booked our flights yesterday. Actually, we're off to Te Kuiti in 3 weeks. So yeah, that'll be awesome. I haven't done that show before. I haven't done a second shear show before, so it'll be interesting to see how I go.
Oh, well, and got any plans to go overseas, or have you worked already overseas?
Yeah, I lived over in Aussie for about 6 years. I've worked over there. I've worked over in America, classing wool. But yeah, no, probably just go back and do a quick stint in Aussie, and that's about it, just to fill some time in.
Yeah. Okay, well, congratulations, well done, and we'll certainly see you up here again sometime in the future. I think we're about ready to cut, I think, soon to the Open Woolhandling semi-finals, I believe, so.
Yep, no, thank you. Thank you heaps.
Brilliant, mate.
We have the green light. Can we please have our wool handlers to the stands? And judges. Nannies first. Nannies first. You don't have to fight over who goes up. Shear Expertise are the sponsor of this event. Thank you very much to Shear Expertise. That's Paddy Mason and his crew. Paddy Mason and his crew also do the shearing, and he handpicks his shearers. We only want the best. Can we have our shearers to the board? We have the green light. I'd like to welcome my co-commentator, Rowena Duncan. Welcome to the Open Woolhandling semi-finals.
Thanks, Tim. Absolute pleasure to be here. Looking forward to this. We've seen our competitors handle 4 fleeces, 4 long wool fleeces in the heats in the quarterfinals. They're now up to 5 long wool fleeces, and this the semi-final in the Shear Expertise Open Wool Handling. All of the sheep kindly supplied by White Spurs, local farmers here, and as we've mentioned so often throughout this weekend, it's been extremely challenging conditions for the farmers recently, what with the ongoing drought. So full credit to White Spurs for producing us a very even line of long wool sheep here.
Well, here we're back. We're back to winding down we're getting to the, as Digger has said earlier, we're getting to the real business end of things, and that's no different than the next event that we have in front of us, the Sheer Expertise Woolhandling Semi-Final. And I'm really pleased and privileged to have a co-conspirator with me at the moment, Philip Morrison. Philip, you've been in everything in wool handling. You're a competitor, a judge, an examiner. You tell the people.
Wasn't as competitive as you, Mavis, but it was mainly through young farmers that my association with the wool handling took place, and we were a pretty good team together, weren't we?
We were a massive team. You know, East Coast ruled in young farmers back in our day.
Well, the big thing was to beat the Wairarapa teams. That's
Yeah, that's right. So, Philip, we've got the Open. So we are really getting into it. The Sheer Expertise Open Wool Handling Semi-Final, Sheer Expertise, Paddy Mason. What an amazing job he does, you know, for the Shears with his voluntary work, but now also as a major sponsor.
Yes, he is a major sponsor, and you know, behind the scenes, of course, we see the resident shearers. They come organised through Paddy and who work for him. He used to crutch some of the sheep for the shearing at some stage, but with his input, with his resident shearers, he has given that away, and fair enough.
Yeah, for sure. So they're going to be, these competitors, 2 heats, they're going to be handling 5 long wool fleeces, and these fleeces have been supplied by White Spurs property. Amazing condition. You can see through the last few days these beautiful, well-grown fleeces, Philip?
Yes, the Young Farmers Committee went out to the White Spurs Woolshed back in December to give these sheep a little tag up and keep them ready for the shears, and they were in good order then. But he's a great bloke, Donald, and the country he is on is well suited to growing good sheep. Right,
so let's introduce our first heat of this Open Wool Handling Semi-Final. So on stand 1 we have Cherie Alabaster. So Cherie, she's had not a bad season. She's not full-time in this game anymore either, is she, Philip?
Oh, no. She mixes us up with on-call teaching of children at a school, but she doesn't forget how to do it, and that's probably, over the years of experience, that's what you gain.
That's right. So she's had some wins this year. Wairarapa, she won the Waipukaro competition, the Apiti. It's not an AMP show, but the Apiti sports show as well. So, you know, she comes pretty well prepared, and she'll be hungry for this title again. On stand 2, we have Pagan Karodia. You've travelled with her as a manager, Philip?
No, not as a manager, but she was in France, of course, and I was over there helping the French judges and referees who had never done wool handling judging on a big scale. So she's great to watch, and she fully deserved that place back in France last year.
Yeah, so her shows that she's got under her belt for this year: Alexandra, Waimate, Christchurch and Winton. And then we've got 2 that are not strangers to the Open, but potentially strangers to a Golden Shears Open. And the first one is Candy Hiddy from Matoda. She's been a strong competitor for a number of years, always there, always competitive, but just not always that consistency that can keep driving. But she's one of those competitors right on the brink of it, Philip. She's always there. And then lastly, Rachel Hutchinson from Australia. We saw her last night, another very competitive Australian wool handler, well coached, well disciplined. So I think she'll be thrilled that she's been able to push through into the semi-final.
Oh, I think that's marvellous for her, you know, to make a semi-final at Golden Shears. That's the top 8, of course. I'm not sure if we have had an Australian semi-finalist before, so it's well done her. And going back to Cindy, you know, is one of those competitors who keeps competing at competitions, and there's always got to be not necessarily winners, but people who support the competitions, and they keep learning, and hopefully one day she will reach the top.
That's right. So now we're watching Cherie Alabaster here. She's on stand 1. Everyone's got their first fleece out. Look at them busy preparing. It's a big job to prepare that fleece. The more prep work you do now, the better you throw potentially, isn't it, Philip.
Absolutely, and you can see the sort of on edge, and that's good. That's not nerves necessarily, but you know, going back to my days as wool handling, it's a lot of it's in the mind. I'd say 75% of it is just how you've thought out what you're going to do and where you're going to put things.
Yes, look at this in slow-mo. These are those throws. Not bad from Cindy, a little bit of hangover. Kieran looked the best throw there.
Absolutely, yes.
And that we're not using the points through this because it is a semi-final at the moment, but you know, you can assume that Candy would have lost minimal points on that. So then they're all back to that shearer again to ensure that they catch all those contaminating short fibres in the crutch wool and also from around the head. I mean, this is all important stuff, very basic but very important, isn't it?
Well, it really is trying to improve the A-line, and that's wool handling is all about that, but it is also a competition, so it means sorting all lines out, separating them, and we certainly don't want any of the finer B-wools or dirty wools that contaminate the A-line. So here you see them rolling up, and of course that's so important to put in their little flexible tub there to be taken away for judging, but good rolls are much easier to judge out the back than something that's sort of pushed together.
Yeah, and the thing is too, the roll can attract up to, I think it's up to 10 penalty points, and the criteria is it's got to be compact, tight and well placed. Here we go, our second throws. Yep, they're not bad. I think Cherie might have the edge on that. The others didn't quite, you know, make the whole grade in terms of the stretch that it could have had, especially when you look at Pagan when she turns, she's just not giving it. Oh no, that's pretty cool. No, that's good.
I think Pagan's fleece is sort of held together quite well. Cherie's just breaking up there a bit, but I think sometimes, you know, these fleeces you can't necessarily throw them. It's what I would call you place them or put them. We see a lot of that from Joel Hanare, but it's very important you just don't overthrow these fleeces, or they will just take off the edge of the table.
Well, they're so well grown for a start, these fleeces. So, you know, that's what can happen. So we're being joined here by one of our Australian comrades. How are you? So we're watching Candy at the moment. She's got her third sheep out? She does. And as we said before, sometimes you can get to that third sheep, but it's the fourth one, if you're not onto it, that can cause some issues. But gee, these girls are all onto it. They've certainly got it going well.
Interesting in your comments earlier, Mavis, where Pagan has won, I think it's all full wool fleece competitions.
Yes.
Whereas Cherie has more sort of second share competitions. In the semi-final, just full wool fleeces, but look, if they make the final tonight, there's 6 full wool fleeces, 4 second share, so there's a lot of work to do, and if they're competent with both the long and the shorter wools, that's where it counts.
That's right. Look, there's some beautiful throws there. They're not, I don't think any one of them is perfect, but they're all certainly on table, on square, but there is some overthrow, some slight bunching, but you know, the judges will be taking huge notice of that and making sure that the penalties are applied appropriately. Here's Candy Hiddy. If we look at the little dials down the bottom, Philip, it's quite an interesting snapshot of what's happening. So here's Rachel. She's on sheep number 4. There's her time. The colours tell you what the average is on for that heat. So, for example, the board, you can see where the average is. Her board points at the moment are probably just, you know, a little bit too much in terms of where everybody else sits. So, you know, if for the people out there watching, they can have a quick look at that and just see where the red, green is and where the arrow is, because that dial is applied to, for example, in this situation, to Rachel. So, you know, she's got a bit of work to do to catch up. But look at her, she's down under the table at the moment. She's making sure she gives herself every opportunity.
And I see the dial for the board just drop back a little bit there.
Ah, good.
So a few more points, I think that means lost.
Oh, okay.
So if the green goes right round
Yes,
to the
yes.
right, it means good.
That's right, yes.
But
Another great throws. Look at them. You'd be proud of those. So we've just got a bit of a slow-mo here. This is a repeat. Just watching that, you get a really great view of, look at Therese holding it, held it up, just adjusted that back end. Same with Pagan. A little bit on the overthrow.
Yes.
They're not easy fleeces, these. They're doing it well.
Certainly not. And I think Cindy's fleeces have been the loosest of all, and they've all three of them so far, or four, have sort of just a little bit of a break in the way they've laid on the table.
Yes. That's not always any reflection of anything the wool handler has necessarily done. Sometimes these fleeces are like that, although sometimes when wool handlers go to turn those fleeces, they could be just a little bit rough with them, and that could, provide the break. But look at the way Cherie's working around that fleece. She's not going to waste any time running right around the table. She's going to bring it to her.
Yes, you see her working down, looking at the screen, the nearest side of the table. That's where her basket is for her first pieces.
Yes.
So there's no sort of skirting on the far side of the table and having to find the basket on the opposite side.
No, that's right.
That's good workmanship.
Very smart. This is about strategy. Now, when you're at this level, you've got to be thinking, every second and adjusting, flexing. It's just, there's no one road.
That's right. Every fleece is different. Even though you might think, looking at them, that they're very much the same, but every fleece is different. The different amounts of skirting needed, perhaps neck wool that comes off them.
Yes.
Just even the way they're thrown and the way they sit on the table. But obviously the looser fleeces are harder to roll, and once again, very easy to lose points. But, that fleece of Cherie's has just collapsed in the middle.
That's right.
On the whole, I think Pagan would have the best throws of all four on the average.
Yes, they've been, actually, for the type of fleeces that they've been given, I think they've done an outstanding job. None of it's been easy, but now is the crunch time. Look at Rachel. Rachel Hutchings already got the broom in hand. She looks under her table. She's got it sorted. She would have been smarting that perhaps things hadn't gone quite so well, and you can see that there. Her board's just a little bit higher than she would have really liked, but she's got time on her side. Good on you, Rachel. Put the pressure on.
Pagan's finished.
Yes, there's Cherie was on her hands and knees, as is Candy. No pride when you're trying to just make sure you've got every single piece of wool in the right bin. Well done, ladies. That's a frantic bit of a first heat, and we'll very shortly get to a second heat. Thank you, Toby.
Please, competitors, we don't want you to get up before. Well, Rowena, that was a wonderful semi-final. Those wool handlers, man, they were gunning it. I didn't see that Aussie girl skirt her fleece.
Yeah, I think she managed to do it quite quickly. She'd done a lot of work on the board. So we see our competitors start to line up their baskets to put them in the place. Toma, is it kind of down to which school you went to or which wool handler you looked up to when you were getting into the sport as to how you position, or do you just kind of adapt as you go?
Joel was just saying he didn't go to school, he wasn't allowed. But a lot of these wool handlers, they did have mentors. We have Gina Nathan, Mavis Mullins, Orty Mason, to name a few, Patrick Shelford. There's a lot of these mentors that came in. A lot of them were mostly dragons. You know, if you weren't doing your job properly, they'd throw your broom out the porthole and tell you to get on your knees. So she was fairly hard back in the day. But yeah, it really shines through with the new breed that's coming in. Joel Henare, I think he might have been about 8 or... how old were you, Joel, when you first started doing competitions? 11? Joel was 12 years old when he first started doing competitions, so he had a wonderful mentor. All mentors, they all kind of mothered Joel. And he took the best out of all of them, and he became the man he is today. We have the green light. Can we have our judges to the board? All handlers, if you find rattle in the fleece, they're going to disregard it. Okay, wool handlers, if you find rattle in the fleece, you can disregard it. Timekeepers ready. Shearers, get set, go. Okay, here we go again. Heat number 2, wanting to make the top 4.
Here we go, heat number 2, stand 1. They've already started, they've got their first sheep out. Stand number 1, Joel Henare. Now, Joel, darling Joel, he's supposed to be retired, but you know, when you love something like you love it, you don't stay away. And this year, even out of the spare time he's had, Joel's had some wins.
But more importantly, Otago, of course, he won the New Zealand Wool Handler of the Year title, and I thought that had been his first competition, but to come back and to win that against the other guns of the wool handling competitions, it's a fantastic effort.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. I've had a chat to Joel and he's as hungry as ever. And I said, what are you doing? He said, well, when you love it, you know, what can I do? Good question, Joel, good question. Just stay with it then until it sorts itself out. On stand number 2, we have Lani Morel. Now, Lani comes from a long line of champions. Dion Morel, dad. Tina Remene, mother. Pagan, sister. I mean, you know, this girl's got it in her blood and she's brought herself all the way to this semi-final. I mean, this is no mean feat, Philip, at all. And then on stand number 3, we have Monica Portai.
Yes, it's good to have these, you know, the girls from down south up here and down there. I guess they're working with merino wool a lot. Back here on crossbred wool, essentially it's generally the same sort of workmanship that's required, of course, in the competition. The fleece is obviously a bit different to pick up and throw, and a little bit of skirting. You have to be very careful with the finer wools with their seeds and weight in them. But
yeah, no, well, Monica's, I don't think she's even been in the sheds that much this last few months. She's been at Kennedy Bay, eating salad and fish, she tells me. She looks great, but, you know, she's come through here and all of a sudden she's got that get out of my way look on her face. And then down the end, how lovely, Sam Gordon.
yes, another Masterton competitor. So what a great family they are for the competition industry, both shearing and wool handling. But, you know, within their own family, I guess there's a lot of help with preparing for competitions and the way they work even in the wool sheds as they work at various people's sheds.
Yeah, that's right. And the other interesting thing, I've talked a little bit about the resident wool handlers. You know, they've been here since day .2, Philip, and often someone owned a stand, if you like. You know, like Hinido Mason, stand number 1, and then, you know, her daughter, and then her daughter's daughters have been on those stands. Well, there's nothing different than these Gordon girls as well. So, you know, there's some wonderful stuff going, and now she's carving her own way, young Sam Gordon, in this Golden Shears place. Here's Joel.
And just because she's young doesn't mean that, you know, she won't make the final. There is a little bit of luck involved with these competitions, and it depends on the fleece sometimes, the way they can throw it.
You talked before about Joel and his throwing style, pushing. Look at that.
Just placing it.
Just a push out there.
Yes.
Lani did the same, a little bit more height to it though.
Yes.
And here's Moni, she goes from the side. Can't see, there's a little bit of overhang, but nothing that you'd be too worried about. So, you know, they've come on to this third fleece looking really sharp and confident.
You know, it's something really your novice and junior competitors should watch these guns and the way that they operate with the fleece. Joel's very clever at the way he places that fleece on the table. You very rarely see any overhang with him.
Look at this board. You know, he's cracking it. Look at that board points. He's got the best. He's certainly on if the green is where you should, you know, want to be, he's well into the green. So that's a good sign for Joel. I know that he wants this again.
Just look at those hands and the way they move. It's a bit like a hen picking wheat off the ground. You know, it's pick, 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 pick.
Yeah.
And some of our best wool handlers have had that same similar action when they skirt the fleeces.
Yeah, that's right. It is, and I remember, I think it was Joel or one of them, they talk about spirit fingers because they just move, they just glide through the, you know, the work that's in front of them, and they, you know, that's what they aspire to too, because it's got to be fingertip, it can't be hand, otherwise that's when you start the over-skirting stuff, isn't it?
That's right,
Here we go, next throw. Lani's doing a lovely job. Bit of overhang, you know, there's at least 3, 4, maybe even 5 points that I can see out there with that one side. It's the only thing.
As you can see, when she picked that fleece up though, there was some fleece holding off down the edge of her arm, and it wasn't held correctly, so once again when it's thrown that becomes loose and basically will finish up off the table.
That's right, so now they're taking off that neck wheel. You can see there's a little bit of VM, you know, even at this space we can, this distance we could see just the flecks of those thistle heads or seed heads in there. They have to be removed. That's a processing fault that's intolerable really for a quality product. So there they are. It's a great looking scene. Monica, she's trying to work her way around as well. They've been back already to get the eye clip, so now they're free to get back to that fleece and make sure all those processing faults are removed.
Yes, they're on fleece number 3 on the table. Fourth sheep's being shorn.
That's right.
So, you know, there's, but the whole wool handling process of the competition, there's plenty of room where you can lose points, and that's where our judges are got to be quite skilled, and so many processes and things to look for where you can lose penalties.
Yeah, did you see the way Sam just moved that fleece around in terms of preparing it?
Yes.
She tried very hard not to break it, move it, or to allow it to come apart. And look at the result. That's a lovely throw, I would have thought. A little bit of bunching, but all of them. These are outstanding throws.
Yeah, but off the table on table 3 there on the right hand side as we look at the screen.
Yes.
So here comes Joel once again.
See what he does. Push out. Oh, a bit of bunching up
not
the
too
top
bad.
there. He looked a bit rushed anyway. You know, when you turn, you actually do need to just balance yourself. He's normally a master at that. This time he kind of just, see that he was...
Yes.
It was almost
yes.
like his body had turned before he'd finished the throw.
I think he was just a little bit late in picking it up.
Yes.
He does look sort of very controlled, but that couple of seconds has cost him just probably a better throw, and I don't know whether he may have got back and swept his board.
Yes.
He is very quick, of course, but look, sometimes it's you can lose points so easily just by rushing, but you can make it up somewhere else lose a few points here, but make it up somewhere else.
Yeah, yeah. He was giving that fleece quite a bit of a shake. I'm just wonder what he's seeing that we can't see here, but that's a lovely throw, well placed, cleaned that table. Just having a pre-clean up there. Oh, heck. Oh, that tells the story, doesn't it?
That certainly does.
That tells the story.
That's the penalty points they have lost after 4 fleeces.
That's right. And then these walls will all go out the back. Oh, gee, look at that. So controlled. So controlled. Lovely. What's Moni going to do?
Yeah,
nice.
Pretty good, yes,
Yep.
yes.
She changed her style. She started off where she was throwing from the side of the table, and that's when she was getting a bit of overhang. That fleece there, she actually steadied herself to, take it on at the front. I've seen her often in Alex where, the side table throw is a lot more, not a lot more successful for her, but oh gosh, here we go, now's the clean-up. This is when we see who is organised, who's done all the thinking. Look at that.
Nice board to clean up. It's very smooth, chipboard floor.
Yep.
So they can...
Oh, there we go. Sam. Where did she come from? Joel. Isn't it funny? You can take your eyes off just for one little tick and...
We've been watching Joel, but it was Sam down on table 4 who had obviously the shearers had finished in the same time.
Yeah.
But look, there's a bit more wool under the table with Sam.
Yes,
down
there is.
There, and,
just around her fadges too.
Yes. So...
Yeah. So she'll be penalised for that. She'll wear that, but she probably sacrificed that for her time.
That's it.
And 1:20, which I think is still the sealed time.
1:10.
1:10.
Yes.
You don't want to be losing too much after that. The more you can come in, but no, those stats tell the whole story.
Yes.
So it's all in the outside now. So unless Joel's done something ridiculously bad, like leave stuff in or mix his walls up with in those different fadges, it's looking pretty good for him.
Absolutely, to make the final at
That's
this stage,
right.
just to make the final.
No, well, thank you very much, Philip. I think let's just hold breath and see how the outside judging goes. We'll know that very, very soon. But shortly we're going to be going on to the real hyper part of the start of the program with the Golden Shears Bailey's semi-final open shearing. So this is when we're going to see somethings fly.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Masterton 2020, 60th anniversary. We're into the business end of Golden Shears 2020. So I'm really pleased at the moment to have two very distinguished co-commentators with me. We've had Digger for a couple of sessions already, and Jack, welcome to the green room.
Yeah, thanks, Mavis. No, it's great to be back in Masterton here at the Golden Shears. Up next is the Open Semi-Final, and we have seen the top 12 shearers come through out of the top 30 shootout last night. So it's going to be a good burn-up, this one.
It sure is. So we're going to play this by ear as we flick through these two heats of the Open Semi-Final. So why don't we start, and maybe each of you, one-on-one, introduce us to who these competitors are, and just any little, I don't know, good little stories or how they've done up to date.
So on stand one, we have Brett Roberts from Matota. He's a big family man from down in the Southern District there. He's come through the grades relatively quick. He was the senior champion here, I think, 6 years ago, so it's his first Open Semi-Final. He has won the New Zealand full wool title and the Otago title last year. He hasn't had too many wins this season, but he's been placing very well when he's been getting into these big events. So you never know, we could see a new finalist there tonight. And stand two, Dig.
Yeah, we've got Aaron Haynes from Fielding. Aaron's been here before, done that. I think his best result's a second in the Open, maybe last year, and he might have had 2 seconds actually to Roland Smith.
Yeah.
He knows what it's all about, and if everything goes right, we'll probably see Aaron in the final.
And stand three, of course, another King Country shearer, Mark Granger. He was first-time finalist here at the Golden Shears last year. I think he's made the New Zealand Open final in Tikawiti 5 or 6 times and been placing very well this season. He's had a couple of wins, and we'll soon see if he can get in the Open final tonight.
Yeah, it'd be great.
Yeah, stand 4, Leon Samuels from Invercargill.
Man of the moment.
Yeah, it is. He's had a couple of big wins down south, 1 Gore and 1 Balclutha earlier in the year. So he's in form. The first time I think Leon's been in the semi-final. So he'll be enjoying the moment, and I'm sure he's got enough experience to go all the way.
Cool.
And on stand 5 we have Dion King. He's former champion here at Golden Shears. He won the Open title in 2006. And he was former 9-hour world record holder shearing lambs. He shore 866 lambs in 9 hours. And he hasn't showed too much form this season. He hasn't been around. He's been a family man, but he's come back to the Golden Shears, and here he is in the top 12. So he's certainly a man with a lot of talent. He'd be the dark horse to watch, I'd say. It'd be a fair call.
Yep, I agree with you with that.
Yeah, no, good call. He's got the experience, and another one could make their final. But on stand 6, David Buick. Now David is, I think he's going to be the crowd favourite. He's a local boy. He's been in the final many times, but he just hasn't been able to pull a big one off.
He's been pretty close though, eh?
He's been close. They're saying this year could be his year, but we just don't have to wait and see.
There's probably someone about 2 metres tall that's been in the way the last few years, I think. Roland Smith, he's just been dominant and on form at every competition. It's not very often anyone can tip him over, but yeah, we'll soon find out in a few hours.
That's right. So that's our first heat of this semi-final. Now, Jack, Digger's got a habit of sitting on the fence with this thing, so we get halfway through and start to get a feel for things. So let's see if we can get him off that fence.
Yep, no worries.
He sits on it a bit.
Yeah. To me, Mavis and Jack, this is one of the biggest events of the Golden Shears, the semi-final, because it's just, you really wonder out of those 12 who's going to make that big final tonight. Watching the final tonight, it's a little bit different. Yeah, you're in. That's the relief, but this semi-final is just so nerve-wracking for the shearers and for their families and fans down there watching. They just don't know who's going to make their final tonight.
There's nothing quite like the pressure in the stadium. You can compete all season, you could do 20 competitions, but there's just something about Masterton.
Yep, so now we've started, the clicker is gone, and we're getting the wide view for a start, Jack. Everything starts off pretty cool, calm and collected, then it seems to get increasingly frenetic.
Yeah, these boys are going to want to pop the first sheep out in late 40 seconds, maybe early 50s. They'll be hoping to hit the rhythm. Let's see Brett Roberts on stand 1. He's the big Māori boy from Matoda. He's under that first shoulder, setting off to a good pace. Everyone now down into the long blue. Brett Roberts, he's got about 2 more shots. Here he is on camera number 1. Turns for home along with Aaron Haynes and Mark Granger. David Buick down on stick, stand 6. He's up blow for blow with them.
There he is. I don't know if you've seen our graphics. I'll quickly explain to you, Jack, but the graphics, the green and the red, if you're in the green, it's a good thing. You know, in terms of your time, as we see there, where you see the board where the dial is starting to go into the red, that's not quite so good. So the green and red are giving you the average of that heat in terms of the board. So Aaron's sitting about the middle there at the moment. Not a bad place to sit, but as they go through, you'll see, you start to, you know, quickly be able to interpret exactly where they're sitting.
So these guys, they'll be farming, what we call farming their pen. They've probably all started on a reasonable one. Now they're probably getting into their work, trying to do their bigger, woollier ones, Mavis.
Yeah.
And then hopefully the last 4 or 5 they can come home, another sort of smaller ones, one a little bit less wool on around the head, and come home with a rush on those ones. So just looking at Mark Granger from Tikawiti on stand 3, coming under their front leg. First time finalist last year, Mark, so he'll be hoping to make their final again this year.
Yep, son of Paul and Claire.
That's right. So trying to fly that flag for the King Country. He goes in for number 4, and just looking at his graphics here, he's right on the pace with the time. A little bit higher on the board than a couple of the other ones.
Early days.
Early days it is. They've got 10 to share.
Yeah, Mark's just starting to find his rhythm now. It's about sheep number 3 on the board, of course. First in the lead, though, is David Buick. He's on stand 6 into the long blow, so Mark's probably about 10 to 12 seconds back off the pace. You never know, though. He could be getting the tougher ones out first. The other boys could be shearing the slightly better ones. But Mark Granger now, he's down into the long blow. Still slightly in the green. He's looking good. He's just about up with the pace, not getting too far behind.
This is showing that his outside pen's looking pretty damn good.
Yep, he's had a good score on his first sheep.
Yeah.
He's probably scored a 2 or 3, maybe a 4 on it, probably, for his first sheep.
Beautiful looking job. Look at that. He's not mucking around. He needs this. He wants it.
Yeah, these sheep looking pretty slick compared to last night. These are some of the top turtles that have been selected for the semi-final, and they're certainly picking up the pace. They're looking very good combing. Here we have Leon Samuels on stand number 4. He's really stepped up this season, won that big South Island Shearer of the Year title down in Gore. He's up the neck into the base of the ear. Almost like a rubber band, this man. He's very flexible. He can handle anything you chuck at him, any size sheep, including merinos. He's a very experienced shearer. And you never know, we could see him in that open final tonight. He's definitely one of the South Islanders on form. And he's starting to pull away from the rest of the field now, handling the pressure very good. Leon's over that last shoulder. All his scores are in the green. He's doing pretty good at the moment, Mavis.
So you can see our graphics have come up in the top right-hand corner, and stand 4, Leon Samuels is doing the best at the moment.
Yeah.
Aaron Haynes has got a good score. Slightly a little bit further back as Aaron, but it's Jimmy Samuels is looking good at the moment. He's got number 5 on the board. So he's got a really good board, low board, Jimmy.
Leon,
sorry. Jimmy's going to come up in the next semi-final, his brother.
Yeah. Up next on stand 5, we have Dion King, former Open champion here. He won that title 14 years ago, so it's a long time between drinks, folks. This is one of the toughest, if not the toughest competition in the world to win. Now, I just had a quick look at Dion's combs before. He's very thin, making sure to keep that comb flat on the skin. These turtles are quite dry cutting this year, so you want to have your gear going. Dion, though, he's over that last shoulder, right up with the pace with Leon and David. Cleans off that brisket wool down to the flank. Dion King, he's starting to hit his straps, top of the hock. Wool flying off. He's going to pop sheep number 5 down in 4 minutes something.
he's doing amazing considering he's not match fit, if you like, compared to the other guys. You know, he's kind of been in and out a bit, eh?
Dead right, Mavis. I don't think he might have done one competition this season, and then to come down here to Masterton and be in the top 12, just unbelievable.
Yeah.
Just shows you the measure of the man's ability.
Talent.
And yeah, talent, and he's just a natural. As Jack said earlier, 866 lambs in a day's work a couple of years ago, just huge.
Yeah.
Now Dion's still going pretty good. His pen's not too bad. His board's a little bit higher, and that's probably just because he hasn't been on his game in the competitions. The board will be a little bit higher.
One thing you have to remember though, the guys that are in front a little bit, they've had actually a bit more of the sheep judged compared to the guys that are a bit slower. So if the board score's a little bit higher, often the slower guys will creep up towards the end as well because they still have another couple of sheep to do.
Just seen David Buick down there on stand 6. He's changed the handpiece, the Wairarapa boy. So Wairarapa will be hoping like anything that he can make their final tonight. And
so he's changed on sheep 7, is that right?
Yep. So he's Sean 6 and he's got 4 so hopefully he's got 4 good ones to come home on.
Yeah.
And,
beautiful wall coming off that sheep there. David Buick, he's up the neck, round the back of the ear. He'll swing that right leg back to open up that front shoulder. Drops down and under the frib ball.
David's got a really good pen score, well below average. He's got a good board. And he is having a good share, David Buick. He could be him and Leon Samuels. Could be the two to leading this one. Young Brett Roberts down on stand 1 too. He's going very well. Actually, there's nothing in it. It's starting to come down to the time points.
Brett Roberts is actually in front at the moment. He has sheep number 8 on the board. David Buick, he's just popped in the pen. He's probably about 8 to 10 seconds back off Brett. Top knot comes off on stand number 1. Brett Roberts has an awesome pen and board score. He's actually going to be the young gun to watch at the moment. 2 sheep left in the pen for him. So I bet you the family back down in Matota and Gore are absolutely screaming at the television right now because Brett Roberts there, man, is really taking it to the rest of the field.
Well, you've been down the South Island a few times, Jack, so you'd know the local pub down in Matara. I bet you it's going off at the moment.
Yeah, the local rugby club, the boys will be getting in behind them.
Yeah, no doubt. They probably played a pre-season game there and now they're glued to the big screen watching their local boy come down there last side. Just look at the big Maori boy.
Beautiful, isn't that?
Oh, pretty to watch.
One more shot.
Nice one.
Brett Roberts, he's back in the pen. He's got his second handpiece on, so his gear's going pretty good. Little bit of a flip of the handpiece, but he's got the experience, caught it back. Belly wall flicks out for Brett. But on stand 2, Aaron Haynes, he's had a little bit of trouble in this semi-final part 1. He's into the long blow of sheep number 8, turns for home.
I'll tell you what will drag Aaron through. He might be a little bit behind on time, but just his outside job is unbelievable. Look at that, way down in the green.
Yeah.
Very good board. So what he gives away on time points, he probably will make up with his quality. And I was watching Aaron warm up before. He's taken this to a new level. He was outside doing stretching, throwing tennis balls, just getting the reflexes going, and takes him a little bit of time to warm up and get into his game. But by sort of 8, 9, 10, he'd be really hitting his straps.
Well, he's not far away from it now. What about Mark Granger? He's always one of those quiet ones that you don't sort of take much notice of, and next minute, boom, he's right in your face.
Yeah, he just sits in behind, likes to sit in behind. He always a quality shearer, Mark.
Yeah. Yeah, look at his pen.
Yep.
Very good pen score from Mark. His board is creeping up a little bit.
Higher. Yep, maybe his cone's just not quite running. But he'll be another one. His quality could pull him through.
Mark Granger though, down the last side, he's got 1 left in the pen. Brett Roberts is into the long blow of sheep 10, so Mark's a good half a sheep behind. He's going to have to rely on his outback score to pull him through. Sheep number 10.
There's some beautifully shorn sheep going out, that's for sure.
All the boys are on their last sheep. Dion King hits the red button first.
Oh, jeez.
Dion King's, what a fantastic share from Napier boy. Contract sprayer now for most of his...
ag contractor.
Yeah, and maybe he goes back in the shed for 1 or 2 days to get a little bit of practice, but what an effort to put one around some of these shearers. We've got David Buick switched off. Young Corny Roberts down there on stand 1, he's finished off. He's got a good score. Leon Samuels, another one. switched off, just waiting. Aaron and Mark coming down the last side, having a little bit of race of their own. It looks like Aaron's done a go out. 37
One more shot
flat.
for Aaron.
Mark Granger goes out. So, yeah, we'll just have to wait for them to put those last couple of sheep in, and then...
Yeah, well, you know that fence you're sitting on? Just move over. Move over a bit.
Brett Roberts, what a share. What a share from the young fella, eh? I think he's a definite.
Yep, I'd be putting Brett in. Aaron's going to be right on the money along with Brett. Mark's probably a little bit too high on the board. There you go, first yellow score up for David Buick.
Yeah.
37.1. Which
nothing
means
wrong with that, is it?
That's our top. He's our top qualifier.
Which
so
means
far.
David only has to beat one other shearer in the semi-final to get in. So David's in a very strong position at the moment.
Yeah.
So he'll go out into the changing room and have a beer now, will he, Jack? Hey, do you think?
Well, I don't know. He'll probably be going out to be a little bit tense. He'll be getting rehydrated. Let's see. Leon Samuels, 37.6.
So, yeah.
Second qualifier. Let's see where Aaron Haynes is going to place.
Where's he going to finish?
Last sheep's getting judged.
So Leon sitting in a pretty good spot too. He's second at the moment. Still 6 shearers to come, of course, but
Gee,
yeah.
this is tight though, isn't it?
It's nerve-wracking. This is the it must be the same for the Woolhandlers too. That this semi-finals, it's just huge.
Yeah. And you know what you were saying before, this is the hardest one.
Yep.
It was hard to get here and it's damn hard to get out of it, eh?
And
to move onto the next level.
You know, they sure last night in the top 30 and the top 12 went through, and then probably some of them have had to sit around all day. They didn't shear in the PGG this morning, so they've had to sit around and just the nerves and filling in that time.
So we've got those final scores up there already, and Leon and David both sitting on the 37s.
Yeah, with Brett Roberts, third qualifier out of that heap, closely followed by Aaron Haynes, 0.2 of a point back behind Brett. That's equivalent to 4 seconds, folks.
Yeah, and then Mark, 39.23.
Yep, and Dion King in 39.8. Dion had a little bit of a high score on the board, a little bit more out back. He hasn't been doing too much shearing this season, been out spraying in the Hawke's Bay, so he's still very fit, but not quite on form as he has been.
No, still Lincoln worthy though. That was a fantastic first heat of this semi-final. They're not wasting too much time as they bring the next lot up and get everybody ready. We might as well just have a bit of a chat about, we've seen Leon and David, certainly their points look damn good. Brett's not far away. When we look at what's to come, what are we thinking?
Well, just looking at the semi-finals, I actually think this is a slightly stronger semi-final. You've got Roland Smith, John Kirkpatrick, Nathan Stratford and Gavin Much. Not taking anything away from the guys in the first semi, but this is arguably the stronger semi, so, but anything can happen. They've still got to share their 10 sheep.
Yeah, they've still got to pull the first one out and turn the handpiece on.
Yep, she's going to be quite a spectacle, this one, folks. Gavin Much, former world champion, Golden Shears champion, of course, in 2015. He's known for taking off like a cut cat. He's a very quick shearer.
Yeah, Gavin's on 6, and next to him is Roland Smith, stand 5.
Six-time Open Golden Shears champion, Roland Smith. So if he can make the final and win tonight, he will become the shearer with the second most amount of Golden Shears titles.
Yeah, 8 did you say?
He's won 6 so far, I think.
So I think he's tied with Snow.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh no, sorry, here's the wins.
He's
2013, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19.
So he's tied with Snow Quinn. So if he can manage to make that final tonight and win Mavis, he'll be outright second. And there's a guy who won 16. Just his name slips me at the moment, but it'll come to me.
I'm sure it will. I think it's that same one that's got Sir.
Oh, okay.
That's right.
Yep. Lives in Tikawiti, I think.
That's it. So we've got Nathan Stratford. Now he's been, I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 finals that he's been in here at Golden Shears.
Yep.
So maybe this is his turn.
Yeah, to me, I would love to see Nathan win this. He has been here many, many times, and he's just a gentleman, just a guy that I think would be really great to see him win this one. But he's got to make that final, of course. So
He's a renowned final shearer, Nathan Stratford. He's won the multi-breed title at Golden Shears several times.
That's right.
But in recent years, Digger, just watching him shear, he's actually changed his pattern a lot. He's had a very quick hand. He's now filling his comb and shearing to a really nice pattern and strategy. He's changed a lot in the last 5 years, I believe.
Saying that, Jack, yeah, and he used to always get left behind, you know, he'd have 1 or 2 sheep left in the pen at the finish. Now he's right up with the pace, and he's so clean that, you know, when he's right on the pace, it's he's right there.
And on stand 3, of course, one of the most exciting shearers to watch, basically in the whole of the world, is Jimmy Superfly Samuels from Martin. He's a renowned speed shearer. He's won about 43 titles, I think it is, worldwide in the open speed shears. Hasn't quite won an open shearing title yet. And on stand 2, Digger, the man that needs no introduction,
Johnny Kirkpatrick. He's won this a couple of times, Johnny.
Yep, 4 times, I think.
Be the
Finalist 20.
Johnny would be the oldest guy in the semi-finals. Just fantastic to see a guy of his age up there shearing with these athletes. And down on stand 1, Troy Piper.
He's been a finalist twice.
Yep, Troy's always shears really well at Golden Shears. Probably the sheep that he shears in the North Canterbury area, quite tough shearing, so he's probably really liking these tough sheep in Masterton at the moment. So we're just watching the boys settle into it. Troy Piper there on stand 1. He's on what we call a ringer stand 1. That's where when we go to the shed, you put your fastest shearer on stand 1, and you know, it's always, that's the stand when you're coming up, when you're learning or coming through the grades. You try and beat that guy next to you, and you want to move up a stand, and then when you get to number 1 stand, you can start calling the shots in the shed.
But then you got to stay there. You got to work to stay there.
Well, that's right. You know, if you get beaten for 3 days, I think it is, you got to move. You got to move down, and someone will knock you off your perch. But they've all got number 1 done. They've gone in. They would have seen that first semi-final go.
So they've seen it go. They know what the times are. They know kind of where the quality mark is. What are they thinking when they go up there for this?
it's probably quite beneficial being in the second heat, I think, because you can actually see the times and work out how quick you have to shear. If things aren't going quite to plan, you can change your tactics when you're on stage. John Kirkpatrick, he's got a little bit of a tough sheep there, of course. Having to hold that head a bit longer makes it a bit tougher to shear that first shoulder. He settles it down, just trying to keep that sheep calm as he swings around into the long blow. That allows Troy Piper to pull away. He's on the last shoulder along with all of the other shearers. Roland Smith, one more shot for him. So you can just see Johnny's getting a little bit back off the pace. On stand number 2, he's right at that last hind leg. Jimmy Samuels goes in. Here he is, folks, the Superfly. Sheep number 3 out on the board for him. Starts that handpiece, kicks it into gear, and he is away, not too far back off Roland Smith. Of course, he's going to be setting the pace, current Golden Shears champ. But the young guns, Digger, they got to take it to him because they're certainly not going to make it easy for Roland.
Oh, these young guys, first time semi-finalists like Jimmy up there, he's just got to get into it and give it everything he's got. And sometimes you've got to get up there and share a semi-final and to know what it's all about. As you said earlier, the pressure is just like nothing else, and sometimes you've got to make 1 or 2 semis before you can just take that next shot to make the final. But you never know if he's doing everything right tonight or this afternoon. He could make that final, and he's right up with the pace, Jimmy Samuels.
Yeah, look at that.
So I know Jimmy's got a lot of fun now around New Zealand, though. Wherever you're watching, just start jumping up and down. Hopefully he can hear you.
Might just mention too, Dick, Jimmy's quality points at the moment are exceptional. His board score and outback is looking very good, especially compared to the rest of the field. So you never know, we could see a new finalist there if he can keep this pace up.
Oh, look at Nathan. He's, it looks like he's had a bit of a mishap out the back, but oh no, there it is, readjusted.
He's a little bit higher, so he's probably had a couple of sheep judged, and his board. Look at Nathan's board. That's very low, but his job will come back. I'm sure he'll settle into it. He might have just had 1 or 2. He might have done his worst sheep first and struggled to get a job on it. But his pen's coming back now. Look, he's right on the average. So he's in the green for total.
Oh, they're just a bit toey, aren't they?
Well, they certainly are. The guys in this semi seem to be having a little bit more trouble in the first semi-final.
Yeah, they're strong, Wairarapa turus, these sheep, supplied by Donald McRae, of course. Donald and Linda, about 10 minutes out of Masterton. So these are very, very fit, fiery sheep straight off the hills, folks. These are not tame animals. They're not sedated. It's all down to the shearer to keep them in control. Of course, stand 5, the current Golden Shears Open champion, Roland Smith. He's been the man on form this season. I think he's won, or he wins just about 90% of competitions that he enters. So if you're a betting man, you'd be putting your money on him. I think he was paying $1.16 on the TAB last night.
Yeah.
Probably about the lowest odds you've ever seen for Golden Shears.
So I think Roland top qualified out of the heats, top qualified last night out of the top 30, and he's looking pretty good at the moment. Yeah, he's just in incredible form at the moment. Probably not quite doing as much shearing as he used to do. He's got a contracting business, so he spends a lot of time driving a tractor, but still just does enough shearing to keep himself fit, and no doubt keeps him fit with gymming and a little bit of training.
Had a text from Pippa asking what time is this going to be on? Kids will be devastated if they miss. So, you know, everyone everywhere. It's not just here in the stadium. This is a worldwide audience, and it's wonderful.
Hi to Pippa and Matt. Rolly's brother Matt lives in England and down in Cornwall, and the kids Dusty and George. Hi Dusty. And just looking at Gavin Much, Scotsman living in Whangamomina, former world champion, former Golden Shears champion. I think he was the first foreigner to win the Golden Shears Open title, and he's having a good shear down there on stand 6. Gavin, another one who hasn't been doing a lot of shearing this year, but he's just got that experience, and he's just one of those guys that every time he gets up there, he just gives it everything he's got.
Yeah, Gavin's starting to really empty the tank, Digger. He is the pacemaker at the moment. Gavin Much is around the back of the head. Roland Smith has just gone in the pen, so Gavin Much has a healthy lead as he swings round into that long blow. 2 former world champions shearing side by side, Roland Smith and Gavin Much, and of course former team world champion Nathan Stratford. Quick change of steel for him. Gavin Much, he hasn't changed handpiece yet. Sheep number 7 is on the board. He tips over that last hind shoulder, lifts the leg up, shears down to the flank. He's got a very good lead at the moment. If he has a 10-second lead, that's equivalent to half a point.
Yeah.
So hi to Gavin's parents back in Scotland. No doubt hopefully watching the live feed.
All the way up in Aberdeen.
And all of Gavin's friends over there. Big hi from New Zealand. But, we're just getting the graphics now, and it looks like Gavin Much is having a really, really good shear. He's out in front at the moment. So he's sitting on 23.1. Roland Smith 24.3, Nathan 24.4, Jimmy 24.6, Johnny 24.6, and Troy 24.7. So, but all that'll change because the fast guys, their clocks are going to stop the quickest.
Just looking out the back though, Digger, the pen scores from stands 5 and 6 are definitely dominant at the moment. Roland Smith and Gavin Much, they're having a very good shear side by side. The board scores, Nathan Stratford is currently in front there, a little bit higher at the back compared to the rest.
Just look at our shots now of this graph that's come up. There's nothing in that. There's no peaks at all. That's just one flat mountain. So it's going to come down to speed, and as you say, the 2 guys down on 5 and 6 have got a little bit of a lead. Troy Piper's not too far away. Gavin and Rowley have got number 9 on the board. Troy's just going in for his 9th one. Johnny's a couple of shots away, and Nathan and Jimmy just half a last side to go.
God, so annoying.
We've just ticked over 8 minutes, folks. So this heat, well, Gavin Much is going to be on pace with the first heat, but just the likes of Jimmy and Johnny and Nathan Stratford, they're going to be a little bit back off the pace, which could bring Brett Roberts on 38 points. He could be getting a look in at the open final here. Nathan Stratford flicks that belly wool forward, but Roland Smith, he is gaining on the Scotsman. Yeah. Roland and Gavin, they're blow for blow. Cleaning off that frib ball under the last leg. Roland Smith now in front. Right out the sock for him. 2 more shots, 1 sheep left in the pen for the 2-metre tower, Digger.
Yeah, well, Gavin probably hasn't been doing as much training as Rolly, so it'll just be starting to hurt. Just be starting to suck some deep breaths in, and it'll be, might just be running out a little bit of puff. And just look at Rolly Smith, he's going away, he's got a beautiful sheep there to finish on. But saying that, Gavin won't give up. He's got a big heart on him, this boy from Scotland.
Nathan Stratford finishing touches. He's in the pen for his last one. Jimmy Samuels down the last side. Johnny Kirkpatrick is around the back of the head on 10. Blow for blow with Troy Piper, but it's going to be Roland Smith. Turns for home first. We're in about 9 minutes and 25 seconds, folks. So it's definitely a little bit slower than the last heat. But they look cleaner. Roland Smith, 2.3 on the board. He's going to be first off in semi-final part 2.
Oh, look at Gavin's outside job, 3.4 so far for the sheep judge. That's very, very clean. And we see Rolly's buttoned off. So Gavin goes out. So Rolly's got 0.5, he's got half a point on him. Johnny's right there, 34.4. Johnny must have had a brilliant shear over those last 4 or 5 because he didn't get a very good start.
Johnny's board score is 1 whole point lower than Roland's dig, so that's pulled him back down into contention.
Oh, certainly. So we're looking at, we've just got to wait for a few scores to come in, and then we'll be able to give you the
here we go, folks.
Open finalists. But just looking at that, I'm going to go
Jimmy Samuels has finished.
Johnny and Rolly and Gavin. Oh, look at Johnny's score, 34.9.
Wow.
That's incredible.
So something that is of interest, folks, we have David Buick from the first semi-final on 37.1. We could see 5 shearers from this last semi-final go through, because in second place we have Leon Samuels on 37.6. So it's going to be very close. The judges are just checking out the last sheep out the back.
Yeah, you called it, Digger. You did say this was the stronger, in your view, this was the stronger heat, and that seems to have really come true.
Yeah, well, I do know a little bit, Mavis, I think. I like to think I do anyway, and I tell people I do.
And we all believe you when you say that.
But no, it just comes down to the day. But look at those scores. We've got Johnny 34.9, Rolly...
Gee, that's Gavin probably gone, eh?
No, Gavin 36.3.
Gavin would be in, I'd say.
Gavin will be in.
Oh, he is.
Roland Smith 35.5. Nathan Stratford's in.
Top qualifier, John Kirkpatrick of Napier.
So we've got, as Jack said, we've got 5 out of the second heat.
We're just waiting for Troy's points to go yellow. No,
Yeah.
Jimmy Samuels, he's just behind
Jimmy's,
his brother
Jimmy,
Leon.
Unfortunately, Jimmy won't make it. We've just got to wait for Troy's. Just waiting for Troy's points.
The suspense of it all.
Just imagine how nervous Troy is. He knows he's got a sheep to go in there. There's a sheep to be judged. Or maybe 2, he's not sure. He's just waiting and hoping that it stays in around about. He needs to be under 37. And he's 35.7, so...
We can see it changing at the top though, Dig. We have a new top qualifier for the Open semi-final, which is John Kirkpatrick. Now, Roland Smith, he was top in the heats and the top 30 last night. So for Johnny to be top in the semi-final, it's going to be a great boost of confidence for him tonight.
That's right. That's right. It's not much of a lead over Roland, but it's enough.
Yes, it's 0.6 of a point, which is equivalent to 12 seconds. There we go, Troy Piper,
Troy Piper's
41.5, so Troy will be out of that one.
So that brings David.
That brings David and Leon, which means we have a new Golden Shears finalist, ladies and gentlemen. We have John Kirkpatrick, Roland Smith, Gavin Much, Nathan Stratford, David Buick and Leon Samuels.
So we have,
and of course that's unofficial. We've still
totally unofficial.
So
the points will get checked, but at the moment, that's looking like the 6 it'll be.
No.
There we have it. It's come up on our screen. John Kirkpatrick, Roland Smith, Nathan Stratford, Gavin Much, David Buick, Leon Samuels. Well, I would say that is a hell of a strong final.
That is amazing. So we have the 25th open finalists ever. So to date, there's only been 24 Golden Shears finalists.
No.
Open shearing champions.
Open shearing champions, sorry.
So we could see a new one tonight, folks.
We could. Open shearing champions.
I think we're sitting on about 70 open finalists.
Yes, it is 70. It's
So
24 winners.
It's not a huge number. It might be
Not for 60 years.
It might be slightly more than that, but hopefully Doug Lang will be able to clarify that with us for later on. But yeah, it's somewhere up around about 60 or 70 open finalists.
We must get that
And
from
it
Doug.
doesn't, as we saw today, we've got one new one in there for the year. Some years we go and we don't get any new finalists because it is just the experience down here. It just comes into play so much.
Our unlucky next man in, which is probably the toughest spot to be in of the whole competition, 7th place, just missed out on the open final by 0.3, was Jimmy Samuels. Leon's brother, of course, so he'll be a little bit disappointed, but the only good thing you can take home from this is you'll get a lot stronger. You'll get a bit more hunger to come back next year and do it all again.
Yeah, and he's had the experience now. He knows how that feels, whether that's good or bad. I mean, he's at least had the chance to know what that feels like. Wow. Well, that's exciting. We've got a strong lineup. We've got a newbie, a new potential, someone new, someone who's going to put the cat amongst the pigeons, who's proven his worth already through the season. So, guys, let's have a little bit of a rest, take you back to the stadium, and we'll be back shortly for the PGG Wrightson's Circuit Shearing Final.
No worries. Thank you, Mavis. Thank you.
It's one of the most fiercely competitive markets in New Zealand. And that's why we at Bailey's continue to work to rise above the competition. We pride ourselves on being better, on doing our best to build on our hard-earned reputation every day. Since 1999, we've had a dedicated team of country experts whose skills and know-how have made us leaders in the field. We represent every sector of the rural landscape, from large-scale farms, stations, forestry, vineyards and specialty rural properties to lifestyle blocks and homes in the country. And we treat every single one with our legendary professionalism and integrity, whatever the scale. No one knows this market quite like us. We go above and beyond, time after time, day after day, year after year, to achieve the best possible results for our clients. That's why we're the nation's #1 rural real estate brand. Bailey's Country. We're altogether better.
Guys, we've got it pretty professional about it. They have tallies they want to hit, and you know, they generally just work to that tally, and well, they know how to do it. They can set themselves at a pace where they know they'll be within 1 or 2 sheep. It's bloody impressive how they do that, I reckon. I mean, it's bloody hard work though. I mean, they're running a marathon every day.
My main message to farmers would be good toilets, good facilities, maintenance, keeping the maintenance up for everybody. That includes like catching pen gates and holes in walls and springs on doors. It's just common sense stuff. That's all shearers want.
When I was still shearing, I walked into a shed one night about 9 o'clock down in Hunterville, and the place was just gleaming, and it was polished and everything was just gleaming in the shed. It was the first time I'd been there, and I thought to myself, sure, I've got to do a good job here, mate.
Business, it's all about the people. If we don't have good people, well trained, with good facilities, good resources and clean operating going forward, put stress on them, all of a sudden they might get injured or something might go wrong there, then I'm left high and dry because I don't have people running our business.
In relation to performance and everything like that, I would start with your sleep, okay? Address your sleep, because without sleep we will not perform properly. Second to that, nutrition. Okay, so just making sure that within your nutrition, your hydration is adequate, and then also in terms of eating, making sure that you're eating for performance. So the fuel that you're putting in your body, you can't run a Ferrari on diesel. Okay, so if you want to perform at the highest level like these guys are, then there's an element of that needs to come into it.
You've got to learn your limits, and you've got to learn that you need a certain amount of time in bed if you're going to work long hours the next day. You look after yourself, you eat well, and you make sure that you replace what you lose from dehydration. You've got to rehydrate well.
Main message about training and fitness is take a little bit more time to care for your body. Just do a simple few exercises a day. It's going to take 5 minutes out of your day to do a little bit of strength work, 5 minutes at the end of your day to do some stretching out, and the benefits you'll reap from it will be years and years down the road.
When we're striving to do well in the industry and we're trying to make money and perhaps make a name for ourselves, we lose that sensitivity to our bodies. We lose that awareness to when we're actually in trouble physically. It's time to go and see a chiropractor, time to get some physio, maybe look at our techniques and the way that we're operating, because if people are working well and they're making money and they can feel the growth in their skill set, then they'll look after themselves. It creates a very positive atmosphere and environment for everyone to work, and they want to be there.
Breaks and recovery time are just absolutely key and vital if you want to stay performing at the top of your game in the shed. If we compare shearing and so forth to competitive rugby or competitive netball, and you think about how those guys perform, they're not at a high intensity training every single day. They factor in break times, low level training, and definitely some recovery time. So that's how they stay in peak condition and how they can keep going and keep performing and winning. And so it's no different in the shed.
Sometimes, someone's better off having a couple of days off to rest and recover than like thrashing them through it. And I think that's the main one, is just having that time out to refresh yourself and then come back stronger again.
Look, we all have little things that bug us and that are frustrations on the job, and the Woolshed's no different. So is there some things that are bugging you? The earlier that you can speak up about them, the better, because if you can, then you can sort it out. So let someone know, let your head ganger or your shed hand kind of know, or it might be the farmer, what the issue is, and the earlier you do that, the better. But if it's getting really tough and you need someone else to map out what needs to change for you to be back on track, talk about it. Get some other people and connect with other people, and if you've got a bit on your plate, share it around. Other people can give you a good perspective on things.
People in our industry, if you look back 30 or 40 years ago, we were sort of taught to be hard and push through pain, but it's also being aware of when your body's in trouble and looking after yourself both physically and mentally.
Yeah, looking after your staff is really important. It's probably your number one factor. If you look after your staff, they'll look after you.
Finding it very difficult to get young people into the industry these days. So while they're here, we have to show them that we value them. And part of that is being about changing some of the attitudes of the way we did things 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago.
In the end, you know, it is all about the people. We can't operate without having people, and I think the ability to have respect for your contractors, for the people that are working on your property and for your property creates a great outcome for everybody.
It was Bob Chamberlain when the Shears first started out, and he said the committee's going to have to raise, I think, £2,000 in order to run that competition, and that's what I understood they were requiring in those days, and that was a big sum of money back in 1960. But the team went out and got it in those days, which obviously Laurie was involved, Edwin O'Hara's father, Roy, amongst others. And once they raised that money, then they could start the competition. I think the other thing in those days too, which hasn't possibly been highlighted, but bringing the competition, which up until then there had been shearing competitions around the country, but they'd probably always been run in woolsheds. Now what this was bringing a shearing competition and building a specific board and putting it in a stadium in Masterton so that you could have 2,000 spectators. Now that was a new concept, to actually put shearing in a sports stadium. Well, I was told later on that at one part of it in the latter 60s, there was actually a move to make it more sports orientated and to capitalise on that sport aspect of the shearing, which as far as shearers are concerned is very much it. But from a farming point of view, it was something that was felt would actually glamorise shearing perhaps a little too much and take away from the actual basic fact that we need a sheep shorn cleanly and the wool to come off nicely without any animal health problems, which just capitalising as a sport might not have happened so well. Of recent time, I think it has been accepted as a sport in a minor way, and certainly we've had one or two celebrities now. The likes of David Fagan is probably the one that springs to mind for everybody, and he actually took it to a new level as far as sporting goes. That Young Farmers Committee actually had an awful lot to do with the Shears moving on to another stage. They'd grown up helping at Golden Shears, and they moved on from that helping stage to actually take the senior executive positions in Golden Shears, and they brought new life into the shearing, into the competition. And the young farmers, as has been highlighted, you had an art competition, you had a make and model competition, you had a Miss Golden Shears competition, and it involved the townspeople probably more again within the Golden Shears itself. And in those days when it was a four-day competition and 650 shearers all up, you started the shearing on the Wednesday. Wednesday night was a young farmers night, and the young farmers took over that whole night. and they ran the Wednesday night totally. And in many ways, they possibly ran it better than the Golden Shears Committee did on Saturday night, because time tended to get away sometimes. Financially wise, it was Les Field and myself. The sponsorship was a most important part of Golden Shears, and always was. But the days of having 3 major sponsors suddenly started to fall by the wayside, and we had to get a sponsorship for every event at Golden Shears. And I know, working with Les Field through the early 90s, and by the time we'd got into the mid-90s, every competition within Golden Shears had an individual sponsor, and that boosted our sponsorship base, because without that the job would have folded. In those early 90s, if we made $300, we thought we were doing well. And I remember coming to the 96 World Championships, and we'd just been breaking even or making a few $100. That year, there was a sum of $70,000 in cash dropped in at the Secretary's office on Monday morning after Golden Shears. We'd never seen that money before. And our Secretary at the time was quite shocked too, because the Armour Guard people just dropped it off, and here she had $70,000 worth of cash sitting on her desk and no security. So it was quite a concerning time. We upped our game in that regard after that. The first Golden Shears I went to was when I left school and was probably about 16. And to get a ticket on the Saturday night, and I'd got in reasonably early, but I was at the back row of the show. I had help with tipping up earlier in the week, but and that's where a lot of us did start out, was tipping up sheep out the back. And that's something that possibly hasn't been highlighted, is the fact that tipping up out the back was on gravel in those first few years, just in the dust at the back of the stadium. It progressed from that to be under a marquee, and when I started tipping up sheep, we were doing it under the marquee. And then I think it was into the 80s when Golden Shears Committee raised the money to put the building to put the roof at the back of the stadium and have that area concreted. So we actually had a decent area to tip up the sheep and good pens. Before that, it was quite a major job. And now that the part of it's been streamlined again, that the sheep are tipped up as soon as they come down and judged individually straight away. And that through Kevin Applin and his expertise in actually building things. Kevin's done a great job there, and that has streamlined the outside judging at Golden Shears.
Property. It's one of the most fiercely competitive markets in New Zealand. And that's why we at Bailey's continue to work to rise above the competition. We pride ourselves on being better, on doing our best to build on our hard-earned reputation every day. Since 1999, we've had a dedicated team of country experts whose skills and know-how have made us leaders in the field. We represent every sector of the rural landscape, from large-scale farms, stations, forestry, vineyards and specialty rural properties to lifestyle blocks and homes in the country. And we treat every single one with our legendary professionalism and integrity, whatever the scale. No one knows this market quite like us. We go above and beyond, time after time, day after day, year after year, to achieve the best possible result for our clients. That's why we're the nation's #1 rural real estate brand. Bailey's Country. We're altogether better.
I'm here with Alan from Trust House at the Grill, Solway Park, one of the many venues owned by Trust House. Alan, tell us about some of the amazing other venues that contribute back to the community by being part of the Trust House family.
We have a number of businesses throughout the region. We have the Flax and Flaxmere up in Hawke's Bay. In Pahiatua, we have the Post Office Hotel. Here in Masterton, we have the Farrier's Bar and Eatery. We also have Jackson Street Bar and Kurapuni Tavern and TAB, as well as, of course, the famous Apache Jack's restaurant. Here today, we're in the very famous flagship of Trust House, the Copthorne Resort, Solway Park. In South Wairarapa, we have the Pukimano Bar and Bottle O, and we also have the E10 restaurant in Martinborough. In Pururua, we have Legend Sports Bars, and we also have some gaming interests in Tawa as well.
And it's not just venues and hospitality. What other community assets does Trust House own?
Yeah, we also own a renewable energy programme over in Kururau in the Wairarapa, and that's a Kururau hydro scheme.
I had no idea Trust House was behind that. So how does the community benefit?
In so many ways. We provide employment and training for over 200 staff. And of course, all the surplus profits that Trust House generates goes back to the communities in which we trade.
So when you're supporting a Trust House venue, you really are directly supporting your community. Cheers.
Cheers, mate.
Property. It's one of the most fiercely competitive markets in New Zealand. And that's why we at Bailey's continue to work to rise above the competition. We pride ourselves on being better, on doing our best to build on our hard-earned reputation every day. Since 1999, we've had a dedicated team of country experts whose skills and know-how have made us leaders in the field. We represent every sector of the rural landscape, from large-scale farms, stations, forestry, vineyards and specialty rural properties to lifestyle blocks and homes in the country. And we treat every single one with our legendary professionalism and integrity, whatever the scale. No one knows this market quite like us. We go above and beyond, time after time, day after day, year after year, to achieve the best possible result for our clients. That's why we're the nation's #1 rural real estate brand. Bailey's Country. We're altogether better.
our bodies are the tool that make us our money. You know, like that's what's making me my money is me going to work and shearing sheep. And if I can't look after my body and if I don't, you know, go to the mechanics every now and then and get a tune up and just look after things, and then it's not going to work for very long. You blow your wrist, you might be out for 3 weeks, you know, and that might be the busiest time of your year when you're out. So you spend half an hour watching these videos and doing a bit of research on it and doing the exercise and stuff. You might save yourself, you know, 3 weeks off work or whatever, you know, and make yourself a bit stronger and a weak point.
We have got a history of injuries and perhaps not looking after ourselves. There's now tools available, and Tahi na Tahi is one of them, where you can get that education without too much grief.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you've been in the game 5 minutes or 50 years, you're always learning, and Tahi na Tahi just reiterates that fact.
The Tahi na Tahi program, one of the great things about it is we get a little paranoid about maybe being in a group. So, I mean, you can go online in your own time and sit through it and take what you want out of it, what you may need.
Well, Tahi na Tahi, from my point of view, is going to be pretty good for our younger shearers coming through the industry. They're looking after them, they're teaching them.
There's a lot of kids out there that they're not too sure what they want to do, but you know, you can make good money, travel. Like, this is a pretty cool lifestyle if you can get up at 5 o'clock every morning and work hard. If you can do that, which a lot of kids out there can, I think, we can definitely, there's a lot more people out there that would suit the industry.
Yeah, Tahi na Tahi will help with our staff recruitment, you know, just letting people know that we are looking out for them. It is a safe, you know, a safe place to work. Yeah, the more we use it, the better it'll get.
For me, it was a good refresher. A lot of those things in those videos you actually forget about. Yeah, I fit it in on the days off. I'm a busy man myself. I like being out on the hill hunting and out on the beach diving. But I used it as a tool to remember things that I forgot throughout my career. Actually real good to have, to be honest. Yeah.
It makes it easier. If you can share easier, you can share more, and nobody likes doing it hard. Tahi na Tahi is really easy to use. It's all online, and it's really simple. Everyone can understand it. It doesn't take too long.
I think it'll benefit rural communities by lifting the standard of work in the Woolshed in terms of injury prevention, because there's a lot of anxiety and a lot of frustration when people get injured. So if you can remove all that and people can just get on with the job, which is what we all want to do, without having to get people to fill in and all that sort of thing. So I think it'll really lift productivity in the workplace in the rural communities. Get on board with Tahi na Tahi, sign up. It's as easy as knowing your name and your email address.
Shout out to Tahi na Tahi. Thank yous for what you guys are doing.
Get on Tahi na Tahi and check it out.
Head over to www.tahinatahi.co.nz and sign up for your free health and safety certificate.
We charged each person to get into the ram ring 2 shillings, which was a florin in them days. And we collected £80, and you can work that out for yourself. It was so popular that the days after that, we went to Federated Farmers, or they did, Laurie and Ian Douglas went to Federated Farmers and said, we must get this bigger. And it just grew from that, yeah. The popularity of competition shearing. It was always around in the earlier days, but never as fine-tuned as it was in the late 50s, early 60s. Young farmers then went to Federated Farmers, who are a bigger body, financially a little bit better off too, and the president of Federated Farmers, and Roy O'Hara, took over organising what they called Golden Shears. They had demonstrations in town of shearing competitions, and it grew from that. And all of a sudden, that Federated Farmers were, of course, 50% ownership of it, if you like, or members. So it went from strength to strength, and I think possibly it was nationwide. People came from far afield to it in them days. When you look back at the old numbers of people coming across from the South Island, huge. But I think possibly it was a new innovation to have a professional, and Golden Shears were really the first to start off, shall we say, a professional competition, doing things right to the book as such. And more or less today, it's right to the book at Golden Shears after 60 years. It moved in 61 to be in the stadium. Yeah. They had the shearing in front of the Queen and Prince Philip in the hut. That was a demonstration. And then after that, it was in the stadium when it was on TV, and people sat in the swimming baths and watched it on TV. Goodness me, yeah. And everyone was smoking. Not everyone, but a big number was smoking in there, and there was smoke everywhere, and the smell of sheep and that in the stadium. But they came back next year and the next year. But it just sort of revolutionised the shearing world. Godfrey was a big help. Godfrey did commentaries on the radio in the first few years, live commentaries of all the heats on radio. When you were out in the farm or wherever, you turned into 2ZB as it was, or 2XB, and I think in them days, you turned on to the radio, and you would say he was up to heat such and such, and he mentioned the ones in that heat, which it was great, really. The volunteers there put in, and they built, with the help of Reg Shoki, built the shearing board, and it was much bigger, the stadium, because we judged the sheep outside then, so there was more seating. I think the figures of 2,100 seating at the stadium in them days, whereas today it's a lot less. But the sheep was something that was provided voluntary by everyone, and it was a voluntary service. Many outfits in the town volunteered their services. But in them days, there was 60 million sheep, 70 million. There's half that today, so there's half the competitors. I had a bit to do with quite a few things. And the sheep that were supplied by a farmer were prepared days or weeks before. They cleaned the crutch out and selected them, and they were kept separate. And this farmer had two lots of sheep, ones that weren't prepared, and some shearing gang went out there to shear some sheep that were sent out there and actually show the sheep that were supposed to come into Golden Shears, which caused a bit of a kerfuffle, but never mind, it all worked out in the end. There was a stage there where the door came open in a woolshed, and the sheep got out, and it was pouring with rain, and the sheep got wet outside. The show still went on, and I can recall when we had 4 inches of rain, we couldn't get sheep in from the Wongahu, Malcolm Brown's farm, and the river had come up, they couldn't get the trucks in there. We knew that night at 6 o'clock, John Ramson was the sheep officer, and we rang around, and Massey Riverside had 600 sheep for shearers to practice on, trade shearers. So I rang Smith, the manager, and at 6 at night, and said, any chance of using those sheep? We had to prepare them. So we crutched them at 5 in the morning, and at 8 in the morning they were being shown in the stadium. And it was pouring with rain. That's when we had 6 or 7 inches of rain. So the show carried on, even if the numbers were dropped back a little bit. And it's all about people packing in to help one another. There has been characters there at the shearing. There has been characters, and I suppose I tend to go back when they had bets on, and they had half a bottle of whiskey in the changing room, and they drank that before they got up there to see who was going to be first off, as such. They're much more stringent today, but in them days, it was, well, okay. People were getting up in bare feet, and today we've got the appropriate dress and what have you. Yeah. Someone came into the stadium and said there's a sheep on the roundabout. That's only 15, 20 years back. Yeah. The door came open on the back of the truck and a sheep got out. And we've been bringing for years, bringing marinas from the South Island, Alexandria, huge cost, just to put a special event on. And okay, they are the best and the finest wool from marinas in the world, merino sheep, you know, so it's great having them on display as such. I think Blatchford was the show president, and he came in with a case of 6 flagons of beer, and we'd done such a good job, he came back with another 6, so we all slept in the sheep yards that night. But that was originally, to me, that was right at the beginning of the competition. There was such a change in the competition scene. Everyone who was there helping ended up being on Golden Shears. I wasn't on the committee until the mid-60s, but I was a volunteer as such, and I've been around now, and I've been in New Zealand for 67 years. And when you get back to the UK, they'll see you're a colonial, aren't you? Yeah. They were allowed alcohol if you had a keg of beer or whatever there for lunchtime, and they filled themselves up on a bit of a beer, and then they're expected to get back on the shearing board and judge at the competition. You know, doesn't happen today. It's more stringent today, which is good.
Para mi gente, con una pasión tan fuerte. Ay, 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 ahora sigo cantando y sigo gozando, yo sigo cantando y sigo gozando.
Guys, we've got it pretty professional about it. They have tallies they want to hit, and you know, they generally just work to that tally, and well, they know how to do it. If they can set themselves at a pace where they know they'll be within 1 or 2 sheep, it's bloody impressive how they do that, I reckon. I mean, it's bloody hard work though. I mean, they're running a marathon every day.
My main message to farmers would be good toilets, good facilities, maintenance, keeping the maintenance up for everybody. That includes like catching pen gates and holes in walls and springs on doors. It's just common sense stuff. That's all shearers want.
When I was still shearing, I walked into a shed one night about 9 o'clock down in Hunterville, and the place was just gleaming, and it was polished, and everything was just gleaming in the shed. It was the first time I'd been there, and I thought to myself, sure, I've got to do a good job here, mate.
Business, it's all about the people. If we don't have good people, well trained, with good facilities, good resources and clean operating going forward, put stress on them, all of a sudden they might get injured or something might go wrong there, then I'm left high and dry because I don't have people running our business.
In relation to performance and everything like that, I would start with your sleep, okay? Address your sleep, because without sleep we will not perform properly. Second to that, nutrition. Okay, so just making sure that within your nutrition your hydration is adequate, and then also in terms of eating, making sure that you're eating for performance, so the fuel that you're putting in your body, you can't run a Ferrari on diesel, okay? So if you want to perform at the highest level like these guys are, then there's an element of that needs to come into it.
You've got to learn your limits, and you've got to learn that you need a certain amount of time in bed if you're going to work long hours the next day. You look after yourself, you eat well, and you make sure that you replace what you lose from dehydration. You've got to rehydrate well.
main message about training and fitness is take a little bit more time to care for your body. You know, just do a simple few exercises a day. You know, it's going to take 5 minutes out of your day to do a little bit of strength work, 5 minutes at the end of your day to do some stretching out, and the benefits you'll reap from it will be years and years down the road.
When we're striving to do well in the industry and we're trying to make money and perhaps make a name for ourselves, we lose that sensitivity to our bodies. We lose that awareness to when we're actually in trouble physically. It's time to go and see a chiropractor, time to get some physio, maybe look at our techniques and the way that we're operating, because if people are working well and they're making money and they can feel the growth in their skill set, then they'll look after themselves. It creates a very positive atmosphere and environment for everyone to work, and they want to be there.
Breaks and recovery time are just absolutely key and vital if you want to stay performing at the top of your game in the shed. If we compare shearing and so forth to competitive rugby or competitive netball, and you think about how those guys perform, they're not at high intensity training every single day. They factor in break times, low level training, and definitely some recovery time. So that's how they stay in peak condition and how they can keep going and keep performing and winning. And so it's no different in the shed.
Sometimes, you know, someone's better off having a couple of days off to rest and recover than like thrashing them through it. And I think that's the main one, is just having that time out to refresh yourself and then come back stronger again.
Look, we all have little things that bug us and that are frustrations on the job, and the Woolshed's no different. So is there some things that are bugging you? The earlier that you can speak up about them, the better, because if you can, then you can sort it out. So let someone know, let your head ganger or your shed hand kind of know, or it might be the farmer, what the issue is, and the earlier you do that, the better. But if it's getting really tough and you need someone else to map out what needs to change for you to be back on track, talk about it. Get some other people and connect with other people, and if you've got a bit on your plate, share it around. Other people can give you a good perspective on things.
People in our industry, if you look back 30 or 40 years ago, we were sort of taught to be hard and push through pain, but it's also being aware of when your body's in trouble and looking after yourself both physically and mentally.
Yeah, looking after your staff is really important. It's probably your number one factor. If you look after your staff, they'll look after you.
Finding it very difficult to get young people into the industry these days. So while they're here, we have to show them that we value them. And part of that is being about changing some of the attitudes of the way we did things 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago.
In the end, you know, it is all about the people. We can't operate without having people, and I think the ability to have respect for your contractors, for the people that are working on your property and for your property creates a great outcome for everybody.
Hi, I'm Brent Gear, and we're going to find out today a little bit more about what Trust House is and how much they contribute to the community. I'm here with Alan from Trust House to find out a little bit more about what Trust House is.
Yeah, thanks Brent. Trust House Limited is a community-owned organisation. We own, operate and manage close to $100 million of community-owned assets. Masterton Community Trust is a major shareholder, and we distribute over $4 million back to the communities in which we trade.
Tell us about the Trust House Foundation. How does that work?
Yeah, Trust House Foundation distributes annually close to $4 million back by the way of grants through its gaming operations. And we have gaming operations that spread as far as, Pururua, right up to Paitua in northern Wairarapa.
It sounds like everything Trust House does is about the community.
Yeah, Trust House's core purpose is to enhance community well-being. That's one of the fundamental cores of the organisation. And we're immensely proud of what we put back into this community. Last year, over $4.2 million was returned back to the communities in which we trade in. Myself and all of the staff and stakeholders that are associated with Trust House are immensely proud of what we do.
There was a fear in town that a pretty bad element, shearers are rough people, we'll have to be very careful. So they were certainly covering the bases as far as that goes. Don't forget that it was all very fine for a young farmers club shearing competition where you probably had a maximum of 20 or 30 entries to do all the bits of paper and work out the score and everything. Somebody had to organise a system to do all of that for big numbers. And I don't think they had any idea how many numbers and things there'd be. It was pen and paper work. There were no computers. All of the little ticks on the cards had to be added up. They had to be put on another card, and then the scores worked out, multiplied by the number of sheep and whatever the method was used. Fairly heavily weighted at the time because of the way it was working, and I think we started off with 10 seconds.
Per shear. 10 seconds point.
Yeah, for a point. So time was pretty important. There was over where the TV cameras are now up there, TV screens are up there now, there was a platform up the top. And the idea was that the judges, the board judges, would be able to stand up there on the platform, look down at the shearers like that and judge them. I think that lasted about the first heat or a little bit later because they couldn't see once the shearer bent over and did on his long blow. But nevertheless, the referees and various people who shall be nameless used to be up on top of there, looking down. We reckon they were up there so they could see down the front of the girls' dresses from upstairs. We always worried. It was only a plank of wood on the poles that held the whole lot together. And people up there, we reckoned at one stage that sooner or later somebody was going to get too keen. And remember that the early judges and things used to be allowed to have a beer in between heats and things. So that wasn't always quite as clear what they were actually judging or anything at the time on those first few sessions there. And we thought if they leaned too hard, we're going to have somebody on the stand. But fortunately, it never happened. And I spent umpteen hours, I was old enough at that stage to do a bit of arithmetic, working out the calculations on an enormous great spreadsheet on paper so that you could take the points on one side and the time on the top, go down the two, and in the middle there you had your result. And all of that, all of those points were thoroughly checked by two people at least in a little room upstairs after each event. So it was we had a team of whiz kids at adding up numbers and things up in the top room, getting the results right. But we were dealing with McRae's Romneys, and they were beautiful sheep. They really were superb animals, but they literally had wool on every part of their body that you could imagine, right round the face, right down the legs. And in those days, you had to take all the socks and everything off. And there was a lot of extra work on those sheep, but they were a real test of a good shearer. we had little digital counters, which you may recall, and they were displaying the number of penalties that a shearer got on the board. Now, when we first started doing that, they only went to 99. And a lot of shearers were actually, not a lot, but enough shearers were actually making it tumble over to start on 1 again, because the machine only counted to 99 with 2 digits. Nowadays, if you actually look at the results there are shearers that are only losing 1 or 2 faults per sheep, and in some cases none. Now, that's something I personally am very proud of, that we've not only built up the standard and the status of shearing, but the overall quality of our competitors is absolutely light years away from where we started. One of my fun times used to be when we had the models and things up here, and I remember thinking I was Christmas taking out a woolboard model that was up there on the stage modelling clothes and things, and there was a party out on one of the sheds a bit further out there, so I won't say who the other person was because they might even be here later, but we took these models out to this party. Lovely girls, absolutely beautiful, but they both hit they couldn't handle the sort of young farmers' style of drinking and coping with that. We ended up taking them both home, much the worse for wear, being sick all the way. The Miss Golden Shears was something that we ran for quite a time until really the town people decided they didn't want it because they didn't want their girls to be up there with the sheep, which they considered were somewhat smelly. And I remember my moment of glory when one of the girls walking across the stage, and the lights, to be fair, were pretty bright, shining directly into their faces. And she walked round to the edge of the stage and to turn to come down the stairs. Thoughtfully, we had put somebody on the bottom of the stairs on both sides. I happened to be on the one where she came round. She just blithely kept on walking straight out into space where the stairs were. So I had armfuls of girl at the bottom. Yeah, that went for quite a number of years in various forms. We ended up with making model competitions once that died out. We had some pretty good entertainment.
Yeah.
I can remember Maria Dallas up there dancing around in high boots and a miniskirt, saying her boots are going to walk all over you, with Dave McPherson helping her out at the other end.
Where it's come from since about 1957 till now gives me a great deal of pleasure.
They're better than Olympic champions. They're absolutely amazing men and women that have come through and shown their skill and competed at world level. And I think that's something we can be proud of, that we've produced some athletic heroes.
It grew from a young farmer's interest in shearing competitions, and the first thing that made a mark was the fact that we ran a shearing competition at the Masterton A&P show, and much to everybody's surprise, you couldn't get in to see it. Everybody wanted to go in and see it. And that was when we finally broke through and got a bit of interest from other than the young farmers. Roy O'Hara, as Edwin's father, he was a senior advisory member of the young farmers, also well up in federated farmers, and he was the only friend we had for quite a while. The young farmers used all their ability, but of course they were the juniors as far as federated farmers were concerned, and they regarded us probably as upstarts a wee bit, trying to take on a bigger competition. We realised that the competitive shearing, or shearing itself, was a very competitive thing, and everybody likes to know just where they stand in it, whether they're the ringer or the drummer or whatever. and we kept hammering away at them. The Wool Board and Federated Farmers insisted in the early days that no wide gear be allowed, and Bob Chamberlain, after talking to the young farmers, decided that that they could use any sort of comb they liked. In fact, he told the Wool Board that they could come up with a hot spade if they liked, but if they cut the sheep or damaged the wool, they'd be penalised out of it. And Bing McDonald arrived, and it's the first time in my life I'd seen really wide pulled combs. And I thought, he'll never shear with them. But he sure with them all right. He made a beautiful job, and we never heard another word about wide gear after that.
If you can bring the show down and put it on somewhere down in Wellington, we'll get your Queen to see the show for you. So they thought, oh, we can manage this. So they actually went down to Fraser Park in the hut. They took the stand down there, put it on the back of a couple of trucks, set it up down in Fraser Park, and they put on a fairly short show, invited shearers to compete in it, and they managed to get Queen Elizabeth to see the Golden Shears early on in its thing. They were hoping to get thousands of crowd from the Wellington people to pay to come in and see the Queen and see a shearing competition down there. Well, the day was horrible, that didn't help, but people weren't prepared to pay to see the Queen when they could line up on the street just about anywhere and see her going past. And so that was a failure, but there was still something like about 2,000 people hanging around outside the gates where it was all locked off so you couldn't get in without paying, and the Queen still hadn't turned up. The actual stadium grandstand was full. There was enough people to fill that up. But I'm pretty certain, as my father said, for goodness sake, go and open the gate and let them in. They're not going to pay anyway. So they opened the gate, and then we had a crowd of probably about 3,000 or 4,000 there to watch that show. But I remember that day very well because I actually pranged the car trying to get there.
Waikato A&P at that stage probably had the biggest competition going, and there's various ones around the country, but there was no uniformity in it. And then Godfrey got a committee going, and the rules started to evolve then and make some sense. But some had more points for time and less points for time and this sort of thing. But it took a while for the actual rules to evolve. And it wasn't until 1982 that the original rules were changed and to what they are now.
country like this, things have to be made tough. So at MSD Animal Health, we make vaccines specifically for New Zealand conditions, ensuring they're tough enough to work out here. That's why thousands of Kiwi farmers trust our vaccines to protect stock, increase productivity and boost farm income. Multine B12 was our leading 5-in-1 clostridial vaccine, boosted with vitamin B12 for convenience. Made here, works here. Multine B12.
Property. It's one of the most fiercely competitive markets in New Zealand. And that's why we at Bailey's continue to work to rise above the competition. We pride ourselves on being better, on doing our best to build on our hard-earned reputation every day. We're New Zealand's largest full-service real estate brokerage. We work across residential, commercial, rural and business sales, property management, leasing, renting and more. So our ability to connect New Zealanders to each other, to opportunities, is second to none. Since 1999, we've had a dedicated team of country experts whose skills and know-how have made us leaders in the field. We represent every sector of the rural landscape, from large-scale farms, stations, forestry, vineyards and specialty rural properties to lifestyle blocks and homes in the country. And we treat every single one with our legendary professionalism and integrity, whatever the scale. Over time, our country team has formed strong links within rural communities, supporting many charitable organisations, schools, sports teams and events across the country. You'll find us in all major cities, provincial towns and regions from the far north to the deep south. All of our agents have a passion and a knowledge for their local region. They collaborate with other agents and officers and support staff from the wider business to attract more sellers, to bring in more buyers and to close more deals for our clients. No one knows this market quite like us. We go above and beyond, time after time, day after day, year after year, to achieve the best possible results for our clients. Importantly, the team is also backed by comprehensive market research, a highly effective auctions team, and valuable marketing tools like Country Magazine. That's why we're the nation's #1 rural real estate brand. Bailey's Country. We're altogether better.
I'm here with Alan from Trust House, outside one of the newest houses that Trust House provides in the community. Alan, tell us about the Trust House Affordable Housing Program.
Well, thanks, Brent. Trust House provides affordable rental accommodation for people in our community most in need. We provide rental accommodation in the Tararua and Wairarapa regions.
It sounds like something the government's been trying to do. How do you work with government agencies?
Interestingly, Trust House was the first fully registered community housing provider in New Zealand back in 2015. And we've been working very closely with the government around many of the community housing initiatives to make sure that the houses that we provide for the people in our community are warm, safe and dry.
And what are your future plans for community housing?
Yeah, we would like to expand the social housing portfolio that we currently have, but probably more importantly, what we would like to do is make sure that the houses that we currently have are fit for purpose for all of the members of our community, and that we're continually redeveloping and refurbishing the properties that we've got.
And how can people find out more information about community housing that Trust House provides?
People go onto the Trust House website, trusthouse.co.nz. All of the information on Trust House rental accommodation and the people to contact is readily available on there.
I'm here with Alan from Trust House at the Grill Solway Park, one of the many venues owned by Trust House. Alan, tell us about some of the amazing other venues that contribute back to the community by being part of the Trust House family.
We have a number of businesses throughout the region. We have the Flax and Flaxmere up in Hawke's Bay. In Pahiatua, we have the Post Office Hotel. Here in Masterton, we have the Farrier's Bar and Eatery. We also have Jackson Street Bar and Kurapuni Tavern and TAB, as well as, of course, the famous Apache Jack's restaurant. Here today we're in the very famous flagship of Trust House, the Copthorne Resort, Solway Park. In South Wairarapa we have the Pukimano Bar and Bottle O, and we also have the E10 restaurant in Martinborough. In Purirua we have Legend Sports Bars, and we also have some gaming interests in Tawa as well.
And it's not just venues and hospitality. What other community assets does Trust House own?
Yeah, we also own a renewable energy program over in Kurarau in the Wairarapa, and that's a Kurarau hydro scheme.
I had no idea Trust House was behind that. So how does the community benefit?
In so many ways. We provide employment and training for over 200 staff. And of course, all the surplus profits that Trust House generates goes back to the communities in which we trade.
So when you're supporting a Trust House venue, you really are directly supporting your community. Cheers.
Cheers, mate.
Hi, I'm Brent Gear, and we're going to find out today a little bit more about what Trust House is and how much they contribute to the community. I'm here with Alan from Trust House to find out a little bit more about what Trust House is.
Yeah, thanks, Brent. Trust House Limited is a community-owned organisation. We own, operate and manage close to $100 million of community-owned assets. Masterton Community Trust is a major shareholder, and we distribute over $4 million back to the communities in which we trade.
Tell us about the Trust House Foundation. How does that work?
Yeah, Trust House Foundation distributes annually close to $4 million back by the way of grants through its gaming operations. And we have gaming operations that spread as far as, Purirua, right up to Pahiatua in northern Wairarapa.
It sounds like everything Trust House does is about the community.
Yeah, Trust House's core purpose is to enhance community well-being. That's one of the fundamental cores of the organisation. And we're immensely proud of what we put back into this community. Last year, over $4.2 million was returned back to the communities in which we trade. And myself and all of the staff and stakeholders that are associated with Trust House are immensely proud of what we do.
I'm here with Alan from the Trust House Foundation to talk about how the foundation contributes to our community. Alan, tell us about how the Trust House Foundation does exactly that.
Well, Brent, Trust House Foundation distributes over $4 million back to the local communities, and it does this to local not-for-profit organisations such as local charities and incorporated societies.
That sounds amazing. So tell us, how do you get a grant?
You can either apply through the Trust House website, or we have grant forms throughout the various gaming halls that we operate, and you basically fill in a grant with all the information required, and that is reviewed by the various net proceeds committees who distribute and make recommendations back to Trust House Foundation, who approve the grants to the various communities.
And how do you decide who gets those grants?
Basically, the local regional net proceeds committees from the regions in which we operate, which is Flaxmere, Wairarapa, Rimatuka and Purirua, they make recommendations to Trust House Foundation. The Trust House Foundation trustees then review the recommendations from the various committees, and they either approve or decline the grants.
And what sort of things do you provide grants for?
Like where we are today, then the local Trust House Wairarapa netball courts. This is one that received a significant grant from Trust House. Wings over Wairarapa, Pukaha Mount Bruce, and of course the local Trust House Memorial Park. So there's a wide variety of organisations, associations and clubs that receive grants from Trust House Foundation.
It sounds like we're really lucky to have Trust House in our community. Where can people go to get more information?
You can download application forms for grants on trusthouse.co.nz.
I'm here with Alan from Trust House, outside one of the newest houses that Trust House provides in the community. Alan, tell us about the Trust House Affordable Housing Program.
Well, thanks, Brent. Trust House provides affordable rental accommodation for people in our community most in need. We provide rental accommodation in the Tararua and Wairarapa regions.
It sounds like something the government's been trying to do. How do you work with government agencies?
Interestingly, Trust House was the first fully registered community housing provider in New Zealand back in 2015. And we've been working very closely with the government around many of the community housing initiatives to make sure that the houses that we provide for the people in our community are warm, safe and dry.
And what are your future plans for community housing?
Yeah, we would like to expand the social housing portfolio that we currently have, but probably more importantly, what we would like to do is make sure that the houses that we currently have are fit for purpose for all of the members of our community, and that we're continually redeveloping and refurbishing the properties that we've got.
And how can people find out more information about community housing that Trust House provides?
People go onto the Trust House website, trusthouse.co.nz. All of the information on Trust House rental accommodation and the people to contact is readily available on there.
I'm here with Alan from the Trust House Foundation to talk about how the Foundation contributes to our community. Alan, tell us about how the Trust House Foundation does exactly that.
Well, Brent, Trust House Foundation distributes over $4 million back to the local communities, and it does this to local not-for-profit organisations such as local charities and incorporated societies.
That sounds amazing. So tell us, how do you get a grant?
You can either apply through the Trust House website, or we have grant forms throughout the various gaming halls that we operate, and you basically fill in a grant with all the information required, and that is reviewed by the various net proceeds committees who distribute and make recommendations back to Trust House Foundation, who approve the grants to the various communities.
And how do you decide who gets those grants?
Basically, the local regional net proceeds committees from the regions in which we operate, which is Flaxmere, Wairarapa, Rimatuka.
Good evening, everybody. With the Winston Watch, we're here to entertain you tonight. That was amazing.
Guys, we've got it pretty professional about it. They have tallies they want to hit, and you know, they generally just work to that tally, and well, they know how to do it. They can set themselves at a pace where they know they'll be within 1 or 2 sheep. It's bloody impressive how they do that, I reckon. I mean, it's bloody hard work though. I mean, they're running a marathon every day.
My main message to farmers would be good toilets, good facilities, maintenance, keeping the maintenance up for everybody. That includes like catching pen gates and holes in walls and springs on doors. It's just common sense stuff. That's all shearers want.
When I was still shearing, I walked into a shed one night about 9 o'clock down in Hunterville, and the place was just gleaming, and it was polished, and everything was just gleaming in the shed. It was the first time I'd been there, and I thought to myself, sure, got to do a good job here, mate.
Business, it's all about the people. If we don't have good people, well trained, with good facilities, good resources and clean operating going forward, put stress on them, all of a sudden they might get injured or something might go wrong there, then I'm left high and dry because I don't have people running the business.
In relation to performance and everything like that, I would start with your sleep. Okay, address your sleep, because without sleep you will not perform properly. Second to that, nutrition. Okay, so just making sure that within your nutrition, your hydration is adequate, and then also in terms of eating, making sure that you're eating for performance. So the fuel that you're putting in your body, you can't run a Ferrari on diesel. Okay, so if you want to perform at the highest level like these guys are, then there's an element of that needs to come into it.
You've got to learn your limits, and you've got to learn that you need a certain amount of time in bed if you're going to work long hours the next day. You look after yourself. You eat well, and you make sure that you replace what you lose from dehydration. You've got to rehydrate well.
The main message about training and fitness is take a little bit more time to care for your body. Just do a simple few exercises a day. It's going to take 5 minutes out of your day to do a little bit of strength work, 5 minutes at the end of your day to do some stretching out, and the benefits you'll reap from it will be years and years down the road.
When we're striving to do well in the industry and we're trying to make money and perhaps make a name for ourselves, we lose that sensitivity to our bodies. We lose that awareness to when we're actually in trouble physically. It's time to go and see a chiropractor, time to get some physio, maybe look at our techniques and the way that we're operating, because if people are working well and they're making money and they can feel the growth in their skill set, then they'll look after themselves. It creates a very positive atmosphere and environment for everyone to work, and they want to be there.
Breaks and recovery time are just absolutely key and vital if you want to stay performing at the top of your game in the shed. If we compare shearing and so forth to competitive rugby or competitive netball, and you think about how those guys perform, they're not at a high intensity training every single day. They factor in break times, low level training, and definitely some recovery time. So that's how they stay in peak condition and how they can keep going and keep performing and winning. And so it's no different in the shed.
Sometimes, someone's better off having a couple of days off to rest and recover than like thrashing them through it. And I think that's the main one, is just having that time out to refresh yourself and then come back stronger again.
Look, we all have little things that bug us and that are frustrations on the job, and the Woolshed's no different. So is there some things that are bugging you? The earlier that you can speak up about them, the better, because if you can, then you can sort it out. So let someone know, let your head ganger or your shed hand kind of know, or it might be the farmer, what the issue is, and the earlier you do that, the better. But if it's getting really tough and you need someone else to map out what needs to change for you to be back on track, talk about it, get some other people and connect with other people, and if you've got a bit on your plate, share it around. Other people can give you a good perspective on things.
People in our industry, if you look back 30 or 40 years ago, we were sort of taught to be hard and push through pain, but it's also being aware of when your body's in trouble and looking after yourself both physically and mentally.
Looking after your staff is really important. It's probably your number one factor. If you look after your staff, they'll look after you.
Finding it very difficult to get young people into the industry these days. So while we're here, we have to show them that we value them. And part of that is being about changing some of the attitudes of the way we did things 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago.
In the end, you know, it is all about the people. We can't operate without having people, and I think the ability to have respect for your contractors, for the people that are working on your property and for your property creates a great outcome for everybody.
Hi, I'm Brent here, and we're going to find out today a little bit more about what Trust House is and how much they contribute to the community. I'm here with Alan from Trust House to find out a little bit more about what Trust House is.
Yeah, thanks Brent. Trust House Limited is a community-owned organisation. We own, operate and manage close to $100 million of community-owned assets. Masterton Community Trust is a major shareholder, and we distribute over $4 million back to the communities in which we trade.
Tell us about the Trust House Foundation. How does that work?
Yeah, Trust House Foundation distributes annually close to $4 million back by the way of grants through its gaming operations. And we have gaming operations that spread as far as, you know, Pururua, right up to Paitua in northern Wairarapa.
It sounds like everything Trust House does is about the community.
Yeah, Trust House's core purpose is to enhance community well-being. That's one of the fundamental cores of the organisation. And we're immensely proud of what we put back into this community. Last year, over $4.2 million was returned back to the communities in which we traded. Myself and all of the staff and stakeholders that are associated with Trust House are immensely proud of what we do.
Kia ora koutou. G'day everyone. My name is Kieran McAnulty. It is my absolute pleasure to be your MC this evening. The final night of the 60th Golden Shears. We have a jam-packed schedule for you and your entertainment this evening. We're going to start off with the national circuit, where shearers have gone around the country, competing against each other to earn the right to compete here tonight. They will be shearing 3 merino, 3 Corriedale, 3 long wool, 3 second shear and 3 lambs. They have to be at the top of their game to take the top prize tonight. After that, the Trans-Tasman shearing test. Australia versus New Zealand. It doesn't get better than that. But the Aussies have won 5 in a row. Maybe tonight is the night that the Kiwis can get one back. After that, the open wool handling. Joel Henare is going for 8 Golden Shears titles in a row. Will that happen? Or will we have a brand new Golden Shears open wool handling champion? Then the big event, the open shearing final. Roland Smith has the chance to be the second most successful shearer at the Golden Shears tonight. Or will we see a new winner? Or will we see an international winner for the second time only in 60 years? Or what do you think, Masterton? Will we finally, for the first time, see a local winner? We will have to wait and see. Before we get going, there's a few things I have to touch on. Please take note of the fire exits. In a state of an emergency, please follow the directions of the wardens. To the tens of thousands watching online, ngā mihi nui kia koutou katoa, no mai, haere mai ki whakaoriori. Welcome to Masterton, the home of the greatest shearing competition in the world. On behalf of Golden Shears, we wish to acknowledge the dignitaries here tonight, starting off with the Mayor of Masterton, Lynn Patterson. Welcome, Your Worship. We have local MP, Meka Whaitiri, MP for Ekaro Rāwhiti. Welcome, Meka. The National Party Agriculture spokesperson and MP for Bay of Plenty, Todd Muller. It's wonderful to have you here. We want to acknowledge, of course, shearing legend Sir David Fagan. And the Golden Shears wish to in particular welcome the Prime Minister of New Zealand, Jacinda Ardern. Well, Masterton, I have a very special question for you. And I want you to take the opportunity to tell those watching around the world how excited you are. Are you ready for some shearing? I'm going to hand you over now to our commentators tonight, Tuma Mullins and Gerald Spain.
Good evening and welcome to the final of the Golden Shears 2020 right here in Masterton. You've just heard the welcome from our MC, Kieran McAnulty, and again, I'm really pleased to have my 2 guest commentators, co-collaborators, conspirators, whatever you want to call us, here in the green room to take you through this evening's program. But before I do, why don't we just I'd like to introduce you to Jack Fagan. Now, Jack is masterful, but anyway, Jack, you give the World Wide Web a bit of a précis on who you are, why you're here.
Yeah, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Jack Fagan. I'm from Tikawiti in the King Country of North Island, New Zealand. I travel the world doing these competitions. It's a lot of fun. You make a lot of good friends. And tonight, this is the big one, the Saturday night of Golden Shears 2020. So you never know, we could see some new champions, but we're going to see how it unfolds and hopefully coach you through the way with a bit of delightful commentary. But to my right, we have Digger Balm.
Yeah, evening everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with Mavis and Jack. Been coming down to Masterton probably close to 40 years, I suppose, competing. And they finally dragged me off the board and up into the commentary room, so hopefully I can just shed a bit of light on what some of the shearers are thinking, what they're going through, and keep you updated during the night.
Thank you very much. So, look, just a little bit from me though. Digger's been a finalist here at Golden Shears. How many times, Digger?
9 times I think I made the...
9 times finalist. To get out of the heats is a competition of its own. To just get out of the melee of all the competitors that are here is a big deal. So Digger's now giving back, paying forward, whatever you want to call it, and great to have you here, Digger, and to enjoy your commentary. He's a little bit cheeky. He's been told he has to be good, but he tells it how it is, and that's how we like it. And of course, Jack Fagan, son of David, but Jack is forging his own pathway. All over the world, he travels, and especially up in the Northern Hemisphere in Europe. So they're going to bring a different set of eyes. I'll just be the one to kind of referee in the middle. But we're just now starting to introduce the Golden Shears Trans-Tasman finalists. And this is sponsored by Lister Shearing. Lance Wardell, he's been with us for many, many, many decades, and we're so appreciative of Lance and the wonderful stuff that he does. Okay, so...
just butt in there, Mavis, I'll pull you up. I think you've...
Yes, I just see that.
This is the PGG circuit. So
Thank you, Digger.
Big plug out to our sponsors, PGG.
That's why you're here.
That's the National Shearing Circuit, and this is one of the hardest titles to win. You've got to go travel around New Zealand to qualify to make the top 12, and we saw the top 12 in a semi-final this morning, and now we've got the 6 in the final.
Yeah, thank you for that, Digger. I'm looking at the wrong page.
So
you're a bit slow, Jack.
They're shearing 5 different breeds of sheep.
Yep.
And Jack, they've got 5 different breeds of sheep, but they're only allowed 3 hand pieces. So they've got 3 types of combs on there. They've obviously got a comb for the merinos. So what are they? How are they going to balance it?
So the 5 wool types, there's merinos, Corriedales, full wool, second shear and lambs. Now generally going by how the sheep are shearing this evening, I would say they'll go 1 comb for the Corriedales and full wool, being a little bit thicker, maybe a little bit sharper to get into the dense entry. And for the second shear and lambs, it'll be a very similar comb, probably a little bit thinner, a little bit more ball on the point. But there's 5 competitions we have to do during the whole season to qualify for this, which is Alexandra on the merinos, Waimate on the full wool, Christchurch on Corriedales. We shear lambs in the heats at Masterton, and the second shear at Paietua, which was last weekend. So they take the top 12 shearers out of that circuit. We have a semi-final, which was Saturday afternoon here, and tonight we have the top 6 up for you. And on stand number 1, we have the young gun from Matoda, Brett Roberts. He's been starting to come up through the grades very well. He's been in the Open about 4 seasons, starting to peak good. This is his 2nd time in this big PGG final. And on stand number 2, Dig?
Nathan Stratford, one of my favourite shearers. He's won this event numerous times before, shears a lot of merinos, and if he's up with the pace when they've finished the merinos, I'd be trying to get some money on him at the TAB.
From a non-betting man, that's pretty cool.
From a non-betting man. And on stand 3, defending champ Pirata Abraham, Jack.
Yeah, Pies, he's a renowned speed shearing specialist. However, last year he pulled off the big one. It was his 2nd Open title he had ever won. He happened to win one of the biggest Open finals on earth, which is this PGG, Wrightson's National Shearing Circuit. Pies did very well, and he'll be hoping to take that nice Hyundai car home again tonight. Let's see if he can pull it off. But on stand 4, another very good merino and final shearer is Troy Piper, also very experienced on the crossbreds. He's made the Open final here before. Troy's from Amberley down in Canterbury. He's been shearing about 20 years, Dig.
That's right, and I was talking to Troy just earlier, and he had the misfortune in the Open semis to just miss out. He cut one just bad enough, and it cost him getting into the final. But he said his main focus this year, he's really looking forward to this PGG. So another one who will be hard to beat. And on stand 5, Aaron Haynes. Aaron, more of a crossbred shearer, Jack?
Yep, he would arguably be one of the fittest men on tour. Aaron Haynes, 32 years of age, I believe. He's been in the Open for a good 12 years, very experienced, been 2nd at the Open twice. And on stand 6, Angus Moore of Seddon from the top of the South Island. But they're underway, folks. Brett Roberts flicks out the belly wall of Merino number 1. These boys will want to get settled into the pace pretty good. Brett's found some nice hand speed. 2 shots down into the hip, and 2 or 3 shots over that backbone, 3 blows, there he goes, top knot off for Brett Roberts, otherwise known as Corny from Matoda.
So this is a real marathon of shearing, because it's probably going to take them 15 sheep. It's probably going to take them maybe well over 20 minutes. You know, most open finals are done sort of around about that 17 to 18 minutes, so a real test of stamina. Some of these boys have got to come back and shear 3 times tonight, I think. And maybe, or 2 in them anyway. We'll see Troy later on in the Trans-Tasman. Nathan, is he in the Trans-Tasman team?
Yes,
yes.
Nathan Stratford
He's in the New Zealand team. So Nathan's got 3 shears tonight, so he'll be a busy boy.
Big night for them.
Nathan Stratford though, he's pushing along very well. He's into the long blow. A little bit, he's about 2 shots behind Angus Moore on stand 6. Corny, Brett Roberts into the long blow, but the old master, Nathan Stratford, clears down that wrinkle, shooting over that last shoulder. He's setting off to a good pace on stand number 2.
I'll tell you what, I bet you it's humming down in Matara, down at the pub there, or the rugby club. They'll be jumping up and down, seeing their own Brett Roberts up in the final. Great to see him up there tonight. Young fella coming through, top speed shearer, and he's had a couple of, last year I believe he won a couple of big shows in the South Island, and he's consistently getting places down there in all the shows. It looks like it's Troy Piper, Angus Moore, and Nathan Stratford. Wairarapa, they've all got number 2 Merino on the board.
There we go, good shot of Nathan Stratford on stand 2. The renowned Inky Pinky shearer. Very experienced. I think he's won this title 5 or 6 times, maybe a few more than that. And certainly if he's up with the pace, he's going to be the man to watch. He's into the undermine now. Alongside Wairarapa Abraham, blow for blow, but just a little bit in front is Troy Piper and Angus Moore. They've already broken that neck wall open. Nathan Stratford though, very good technique around those horns. You'll notice he's using his top tooth to get below and his bottom tooth to get on top of that horn.
Just look at the wrinkle on that sheep of Nathan's. We've just gone off there now. We're watching Wairarapa Abraham, defending champ. Just half combing up around that neck, trying to get in and out of the wrinkle.
He's a crowd favourite, local man from Masterton. There's never been a local man win the Open title, but we've got David Buick in there tonight. Wairarapa, he was in the Open final a few years ago, but he's been consistently making this PGG final, putting in a lot of effort through the South Island and Otago, shearing the big bad Merinos, and of course he's been to Australia several times. Current New Zealand team member to, I think it was Bendigo last year, where the Australians pipped the Kiwis again, but tonight they've got the big challenge up next. Surprise, he's doing very well on this Merino.
His board's just with the graphics coming up on screen there, his board's just a little bit higher, but that's probably to be expected with the boys that don't share as many Merinos as someone like Nathan or Troy. But, you know, once they hit the crossbreds and the long wool, Wairarapa will come into his own. Certainly have the speed if he's up there with the pace after these Merinos. Just looking at Troy Piper now. Troy shears up around the North Canterbury region when he's not in Australia. And he's the sort of shearer that just loves tough sheep. Tougher the better, the better he goes. And just look at Troy's board. Really, really good. Just using that experience. And hey, I'm going to come off the fence, Mavis, and I'm picking Troy to win this one tonight.
Well, that's very cool because he's certainly putting every effort into it. And as you said, he, you know, he's the kind of shearer that the hard stuff doesn't scare him. In fact, he probably welcomes it.
He's what you call a contractor's dream. You know, you get a lot of shearers, they moan because the sheep are a bit tough, or I don't want to go to that shed because they're too big. Troy just goes there and he just works and gets into them and goes home happy as. So yeah, a real contractor's dream.
Yeah, just looking at the sheep dig that Troy's got here, that had an absolutely beautiful neck on it. There was no wrinkle. You could see Troy, he just smoked straight up there, broke the wool open. I can't see any second cuts coming off. So Troy's going to make a very big lead on this sheep. He's into the long blow already. He's starting to pull away from the rest of the field. So Troy's certainly got the bit between his teeth, gaining a bit of confidence.
I just think you better look down the board, Jack. Angus Moore down there on stand 6. He's actually in front, about 4 or 5 blows in front of Troy. So we'll get down. There we are with Angus Moore down on stand 6, and look at Angus's board. He's another merino specialist from the Blenheim area, down there in Marlborough. So in goes Angus Moore. 5 merinos, 4 merinos, no, three merinos. So he is into his corridors, and he's using the same comb. I don't think he changed the handpiece, Jack.
No, I don't think he did. So there you go, folks. It's up to the shearers to select their gear. Angus is very happy with his merino comb. It maybe have been a little bit safer, and he's happy to use it on these corridors. An interesting fact, it wasn't long Angus Moore was out of the senior. I think it was only his 4th or 5th season. He actually won this title, I believe it was 2011. So he was very young when he did it, probably the youngest person to ever win the PGG. And he's really starting to set the pace in this PGG final. Long blow time for Angus Moore. I think the next closest person to him is Troy Piper. He's around the back of the head, so a good healthy lead for Angus on stand 6.
Yeah, and he's got the family here tonight. He's got a tribe of kids, and I think there's about 5 or 6 of them down there. So they'll be jumping up and down for Dad. Go, Dad. Come on. But very talented shearer, young Angus Moore, and he goes in for his second half-breed.
Here we have Aaron Haynes on stand 5. We haven't spoke much about him yet. The young gun, he's like the young Hulk. He has a change of steel on stand 5. He's finished his 3 merinos, and now he's in for the corridors. So he's 2 sheep behind. It's quite a big gap between the first man, Angus Moore, but the quality can still pull him back. Let's see what he's got in store.
Yeah, a lot of it in this event comes down to how well you've shorn your merinos, because you can just lose so many faults on them. So if you've made a good job on those merinos, you can certainly make up some time points later on.
So still out in front at the moment, it looks like Angus Moore on stand 6. He's into the long blow first. Wairarapa Abraham of Masterton. He is up the neck and into the base of the ear. But it's Angus. He's setting the pace early. 2 sheep around Aaron Haynes. And Troy Piper's starting to come back into the picture a little bit. He's down into the long blow. There we go, a good widescreen shot. You can see the pace at the moment. Brett Roberts of Matoda. He's got sheep number 5 on the board. Little bit back off the pace. Brett, very good merino shearer though, so he could still have the job. Last side time for Angus Moore.
Just looking at the graphics that have come up in the top right hand corner, and it's Angus who's just in front from Nathan Stratford, but he's probably, it says he's 0.1 in front, but he's probably actually closer to half a point in front, because Nathan's still got half the last side of his sheep to shear. So Angus is going really, really well.
So you can see at the moment Angus currently has the best board score of 1.3 out of the 6 shearers. Now with him being the fastest at the moment too, he's in a very strong position to take home this title. If he can keep this up, I think my money would be on Angus tonight, Digger.
Well, I'm going to stick with my man Troy. He's still sitting in there. There's not a lot in it. Probably the only one who's just up a little bit is Wairarapa. He's probably just his board's letting him down a bit. But there's not much in it between the other 5 shearers.
I don't think there's much in it either with Nathan. Stratty's right there. He's not too far away.
Yeah, Nathan Stratford back on the board with Corridale number 3. It's his 6th sheep in this 15 sheep final. He's working around into that front shoulder. Brett Roberts, there you go, good shot of him. He's into the undermine, not too far behind the other Southlander.
So you're picking Nathan to win, Mavis? Hey, I thought you'd be supporting the local boy, being a Wairarapa girl.
Of course, Wairarata's certainly got as much chance as any, but at the moment it kind of looks like with Angus and Troy and Nathan, might be a bit dodgy.
Yeah, I think
might be a bit tough.
Just the way it's heading, we could be one of those 3, but we can't discount any of the other boys. Look at big Brett Roberts down here on stand 1. He's not far off the pace.
He's always impressive to watch too.
Yeah, Brett's got a beautiful hand. He's a very nice shearer, especially for such a young one. He's come up extremely strong through the grades. But now we've got a good, nice wide pan of the shearer folks, and in fact we have a new leader in the speed stakes, which is Wairarapa Abraham, your local gun from Masterton. He's down the last side on sheep number 7. That is his first full wool in this final. One more shot for him. He shoots in the pen for sheep number 8. Angus Moore, he pops that one down the porthole. He's probably 5 seconds back, so there's still nothing in it, folks. Pairata's board just sneaking away from him a little bit.
Yeah.
Angus and Stratty still holding it together, so there's a lot going to come into it from out the back, ladies and gentlemen, with the quality from the judges.
Tell you what, there's a power of wool on those ewes with the full wool. That'd be clipping, what, close to 5 kilos, 4 kilos, Jack?
Yeah, definitely, I'd say 4. 12 months wool on these ewes, and the wool cover is very immense. You can see Pairata working under the shoulder there.
So just for the audience out there, those who don't know, we have a set of judges here, and they're judging second cuts, or where you cut the fibre in half. And then there's a whole new set of judges outside down the back who will then be cutting penalties, if you like, on any ridges left, on any skin cuts or scratches. So, you know, what we see here is a big part of the story, but it's not the whole story.
No, so it works very simple, ladies and gentlemen. On the board, the judges are looking for second cuts. Now, if the wool has to be cut in one clean stroke. Now, if you cut the wool twice, that is a penalty point, which is why the judges click the button on the board. So it's a very simple system, and out the back, the sheep get scrutinised by professional judges. They're looking for skin cuts and any wool left on. Now, these are the top 6 shearers in New Zealand tonight, so I'm expecting the quality to be very high.
Yeah.
First along though, Pairata Abraham, he's still in front. His third and final full wool on the board, sheep number 9.
He's just opening up a little bit of a gap, isn't he, over Angus Moore and Troy Piper. He's probably got 6 or 7 blows on Angus Moore.
Pairata down the last side, Angus Moore, he's at the top of the shoulder.
I'll tell you what, Pairata was a defending champ, but at the last qualifying show at Paeatua, he actually wasn't in the top 12. He needed to top qualify at the show and hope that a couple of the other guys didn't pick up too many points. So he did get it, he top qualified, got his 12 points, and then the 2 guys or 1 guy that he needed to beat didn't quite have such a good shear, so he snuck in 12th place and qualified. And then in the semi-final today, he was 6th qualifier into the final, so he's riding his luck a little bit, but he's giving it everything he's got tonight, and he's building on that lead. He's coming down the last side as Angus Moore just dropping into the long blow. But Brett Roberts down on stand 1. He's got a good board, Brett, just below the average. Just finishing off his last long wool there. He's done a change for his second shear. Change a handpiece for him.
So this is where Brett will probably start coming into his own, folks. He has won 2 very big titles on the crossbreds, on the second shear and the lambs. So you just watch him start to open these shoulders now. 1 big shot into that undermine. Beautiful shearing from Brett Roberts. 2 big strokes over that backbone. Nathan Stratford, he's a little bit in front of him at the moment. Another interesting stat, folks, you can see Pairata's board is just starting to sneak away on him, and the other 5 contenders in the final are very, very close on the board scores at the moment. So there's not a lot in it without the front judging, but if you're going off the speed stakes at the moment, it is still Pairata Abraham. Long blow time on sheep number 11 digger.
Yeah, there's certainly not a lot in it on the board. Nothing between Angus, Troy. Angus just going up around the back of the head. Troy just starting the belly. Nathan Stratford, he's not far away. Number 11 on the board for Stratty. So yeah, it's Mavis's pick might be coming to fruition.
Pairata though, finishing touches for him. Sheep 12 on the board. This is his last second shear ewe, last second shear two-tooth. He's certainly found the rhythm now. He says to hell with everyone else, I want to be first off, this is my hometown.
Yeah, and then he's got 3 lambs to come home on and 2, and it'll be hard to pick up on those lambs because he is one of the best lamb shearers around, young Pairata.
So guys, just a question. Pairata's board points are really sneaking up, you know, probably more so than he would have liked. He would know that, wouldn't he? He'd know that he's sort of starting to probably push himself out of contention. Is that when you put the hammer down and make speed the, you know, part of your strategy?
I think Pies could be playing a slightly different tactic here. If you look at the points, he's on 5.8, say, compared to Nathan Stratford on 2.5. Just over 3 points difference now. In time stakes, that is about 1 minute, 3 whole points.
Yeah.
So if Pairata can put a whole sheep around Nathan Stratford, he will balance up the board points with speed. Then you go out back and it's down to the judges outside. So Pies is just trying to apply a bit more pressure to the rest of the field.
Yeah.
And trying to take off and just trying to put the other boys under that much pressure, they start making mistakes. So Pairata though, here come the lambs. Sheep 13 on the board, 2 left in the pen. Angus Moore, he's starting to pick up the pace though, he's not too far behind. Pairata, Angus flicks the belly wall out. Aaron Haynes is a bit back off the pace, I think he's had a few tough sheep, he's on number 11. Pairata though, he turns for home digger.
Pairata's he's going to need a good time advantage, I think, to just pull back those penalty points that he's incurring on the board. And then, as you say, it's going to come down to out the back, but he's in for number 14. Nathan Stratford just starting. He's on number 13. Brett Roberts finishing off number 12. But there's not a lot in it between time stakes between Pairata and Angus at the moment. Angus just coming down the last side, but they're on lambs, so they'll be shearing them in about 40 seconds each. So Angus is probably only about 20 seconds behind Pairata, which is 1 point. But he's got a better board than Pairata.
So 2 shearers on sheep 14, folks. That's Pairata Abraham and Angus Moore. Pairata now, he is exactly 1 whole sheep ahead of Nathan Stratford, so those board points could cancel out by the time they both hit the red button. On the screen now though, Pairata, 1 more shot. He's in his pen for his last sheep, ladies and gentlemen. The locals will be going wild.
I'll tell you what, Masterton will go off tonight if Pairata can pull this one off. She'll be a big night over at the Horseshoe, no doubt.
Pairata absolutely fires that belly wall out. All the lambs slipped out of his legs. Got it back under control. There's a lot of wool on these lambs, Dig. I'd say they're a Texel cross. I reckon these would be clipping about 1.5 kilos. That is a lot of wool for lambs.
Yeah, they're big lambs, all right, Jack. About the size of some of the ewes we shear up in the King Country, I suppose.
Yeah, Pairata Abraham though, he's absolutely loving it, folks. Look at him go over that last shoulder. He's got about another 8 seconds and he will finish first in this PGG Wrightson's National Shearing Final. 1 more shot and Pairata Abraham gets the red button first, ladies and gentlemen. 60.77 total time points and board points.
Yeah, so now we're going to focus on Angus down there on stand 6. He's going to be the second one finished. And no doubt he'll have a good job on those merinos and half-breeds, I'd say. So just has he done enough on the crossbreds to try and make up those points on Pairata?
He's got an exceptional board.
He's in a very strong position as Angus, 59 points flat. So he's 1.8 points better than Pairata before we go out the back. It's a very healthy lead. Next along those sheep 15 is going to be Nathan Stratford, I believe. Stand number 2, Stratty's over that last shoulder. Ooh, Aaron Haynes on 14. Troy Piper, he's over that last shoulder on 15.
And you just look at Stratty's points. He's just clicked up to 60, so he's only 1 point behind Angus. And Nathan Stratford, renowned for his quality. I showed him everything I knew.
Brett Roberts goes out too, and Troy Piper.
So yeah, I'm going to sit on the fence. I'm going to change my mind. I don't know who's going to win that. Mavis?
No, well, it's not for us to know, is it really? Not right at this very point in time. So we're just waiting. Aaron Haynes is on the last sheep, so he'll dispatch that as quickly as he can. This is a lamb. He's used to these sort of these animals, so he'll be doing his best. But like you said before, Diggy, you get to a certain point and then everything just starts to ache.
Yep, he'll be feeling the fatigue. What's he been up there? Close on 20 minutes. And just over the 20 minutes for Aaron. So yeah, it'll be hurting a little bit, but as Jack said, he is one of the fittest shearers around in New Zealand at the moment.
There we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, Aaron Haynes has just finished So between the 6 shearers on the board, there is only 5 points, 5 whole points that separate the lot of them. So it's a very close final for the PGG.
And that's without the outside points, the outside judging points, which will be calculated and part of the presentation later on this evening. But that's a fabulous, as the boys have mentioned, a fabulous event. That's almost like the super marathon. This is the Ironman of shearing, and the winner of this tonight not only receives cash, but also receives 12 months lease of the Hyundai Santa Fe. You can't ask for too much more than that. The other thing that comes with this is the McSkimming Memorial Trophy, and that's pretty special too, especially for the McSkimming family from Central.
Oh, it's a huge trophy in honour of the McSkimming family, and great to see Lane and Willie here for the 60th.
Yes, yeah. Haven't seen them for a little while, so it's nice to see them back. You're absolutely right, Digger. Okay, so that's the conclusion of the PGG Wrightson's National Circuit Shearing Final. There's a presentation that's going to be occurring in the stadium, so why don't we cut to that, and we'll be back shortly for the Lister Shearing, Trans-Tasman Shearing Final test.
Continue to work to rise above the competition. We pride ourselves on being better, on doing our best to build on our hard-earned reputation every day. Since 1999, we've had a dedicated team of country experts whose skills and know-how have made us leaders in the field. We represent every sector of the rural landscape, from large-scale farms, stations, forestry, vineyards and specialty rural properties to lifestyle blocks and homes in the country. And we treat every single one with our
from all around the world that is entirely dependent on the support of volunteers. And so we have a very special item here tonight to acknowledge some of those. And to do this, I'd like to invite onto the board the President of Golden Shears, Sam Saunders, and past President and past World Shearing Council Chair, Greg Herrick.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We come to the first formal part of our program tonight. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this magnificent night as we celebrate 60 years of Golden Shears. Golden Shears acknowledges her presence in the stadium tonight. The Prime Minister of New Zealand, the Right Honourable Miss Jacinda Ardern. Welcome, Prime Minister. Thank you for your company and being part of Golden Shears. Great to see you here. We also welcome, of course, the Mayor of Masterton, Mrs. Lynn Patterson. Thank you, Lynn, for your company. Thank you for all the support of Golden Shears over many years. For those of you who have a program, there is a story written by Mr. Edwin O'Hara, a life member of Golden Shears. The first paragraph is very poignant and relevant as we honour three gentlemen who have each given over 50 years of service to Golden Shears. The paragraph simply reads, the beginning. What is it that sparks the imagination and gives people the drive and the determination to make things happen? The answer, I believe, it is men like Gavin Tankersley, Murray Tomlin, Bruce Christensen, who over 50 years ago had the passion, had the dreams, and weren't afraid of the unknown, weren't afraid of hard work throughout the years to make Golden Shears this great iconic event as it is today. If you young people out there tonight can answer that question, as you live your lives, one day you also shall be acknowledged by society. So give it some thought, all you young ones. Tonight, Golden Shears pays tribute, acknowledges and honours three special members for their contribution and services to Golden Shears over 50 years. I would like to call the first recipient to the board, Mr. Gavin Tankersley. Okay, a familiar face is Gavin. Gavin started tipping sheep for Golden Shears when he was 17 years old in 1968. He belonged to the Masterton Young Farmers Club. Elected to the Golden Shears Committee in 1978, Gavin was part of an instrumental team that organised the Miss Golden Shears contest back in the mid-70s, right through to the 1980s. I'm sure many of you out there will remember the Miss Golden Shears events. Gavin was elected president of Golden Shears from 1992 to 1997. He is a life member of Golden Shears and is the current chairman of the Woolshed Museum after 20 years on their committee. We also acknowledge Gavin's wife, Linda. If you're watching on the live streaming, Linda, thank you. Thank you for sharing Gavin over the years, and thank you for being part of Golden Shears as well with your loyalty. Ladies and gentlemen, give Gavin a big hand. The second recipient to receive their badge of honour as such, Mr. Murray Tomlin. Murray, would you come forward, please? Murray started tipping sheep in the yards when he was 19 years old. He belonged to the Wairarapa Young Farmers Club. Elected onto General Committee in 1977, Murray coordinated the YFC woolhandling competitions at Golden Shears for many years. He was instrumental in starting the Trans-Tasman woolhandling tests and brought them into the stadium. A lot of the woolhandling competitions were held out there in the wool sheds, so you woolhandlers out there, thank that man there for bringing them into the stadium. Murray is a life member of Golden Shears and is currently the treasurer of the Woolshed Museum, which he has served on for 20 years. Murray, we also acknowledge your wife Lucinda down there. Thank you, Lucinda, for sharing Murray and your loyalty to Golden Shears as well. Our third recipient to receive their badge of honour, Bruce Christensen. Up you come, Bruce. Bruce started in the pens out the back there way back in 1965. And you know, he was only just 15 years old. Bruce said he used to tip sheep, and back in those days there was a tent, a sort of a marquee out the back. There was no concrete, no grating like we know it today. It was all on bare metal and stones. He said it was really hard going. When he tipped the sheep up, they'd skid out with the stones. So way back, he was just probably a young man, a boy, 15 years old. He was elected to the Golden Shears Committee in the late 1970s. Bruce helped with the pressing of the wool back in the foyer, back in those days, for many years. He helped control the wool movement of the front stage here for 12 years, organised the committee bar through many years, and after 20-odd years has personally trucked all the wool from the stadium to the wool stores, which he still does today. What an amazing achievement. Bruce is one of those unsung heroes, never won for the front stage or to be up on the executive or anything like that. We also acknowledge Rosemary, his wife. Thank you, Rosemary, for sharing Bruce with us, your commitment over the years. Ladies and gentlemen, we give you Bruce Christensen. It is a rare accomplishment to have 50 years of service, absolutely marvellous. There's only 8 people, 8 gentlemen that have received this award. I would like to call the other 4 or 5 up if they're around. I know Mr. Bruce Arcus is very fragile, very frail, but I see Mr. Laurie Keats. Laurie, would you like to come forward, please, sir, and take a seat? Laurie, of course, is the patron of Golden Shears, and I believe Laurie is one of the only original people with that dream of forming Golden Shears still alive. All those original ones back in 1960 have gone. So there we go. Thank Laurie. There he is. Mr. Edwin O'Hara, would you like to come up too, please? Edwin's a past president, received his 50th Medal of Honour a year ago. Well done, Edwin. Thank you very much. Mr. Ian Scotty Stewart, would you like to come up, please, Scotty? Scotty is so well known. He's the man that puts all the flags up, still works like anything here. These are amazing people. Mr. Selwyn Tomlin. Selwyn, would you come up, please? There we go, Selwyn, the sheep man. Gets all those sheep organised over 50 years. Absolutely incredible. And Mr. Bruce Arcus, I can't see Bruce anywhere. Bruce was a timekeeper up the back there. Hardly missed a Golden Shears over 50 to 60 years. What an incredible feat. So we finalise, ladies and gentlemen, these 8 men here, without their input back in those early years, I'm not sure we'd be sitting here tonight. So give them the big hand they deserve. Thank you, guys. There's gift packs here, kindly sponsored by FMG. I think they deserve it, something, don't they, over 50 to 60 years of service. So thank you, FMG. Thank you, gentlemen. I presume we've got all the photographic shots, have we? And of course, thank you to our President of Golden Shears, Mr. Sam Thraundis. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Give them a big hand as they exit.
result for our clients. That's why we're the nation's #1 rural real estate brand. Bailey's Country. We're altogether better.
Guys, we've got it pretty professional about it. They have tallies they want to hit, and you know, they generally just work to that tally, and well, they know how to do it. They can set themselves at a pace where they know they'll be within 1 or 2 sheep. It's bloody impressive how they do that, I reckon. I mean, it's bloody hard work though. I mean, they're running a marathon every day.
My main message to farmers would be good toilets, good facilities, maintenance, keeping the maintenance up for everybody. That includes like catching pen gates and holes in walls and springs on doors. It's just common sense stuff. That's all shearers want.
When I was still shearing, I walked into a shed one night about 9 o'clock down in Hunterville, and the place was just gleaming, and it was polished, and everything was just gleaming in the shed. It was the first time I'd been there, and I thought to myself, sure, I've got to do a good job here, mate.
Business, it's all about the people. If we don't have good people, well trained, with good facilities, good resources and clean operating going forward, put stress on them, all of a sudden they might get injured or something might go wrong there, then I'm left high and dry because I don't have people running our business.
In relation to performance and everything like that, I would start with your sleep, okay? Address your sleep, because without sleep we will not perform properly. Second to that, nutrition. Okay, so just making sure that within your nutrition, your hydration is adequate, and also in terms of eating, making sure that you're eating for performance. So the fuel that you're putting in your body, you can't run a Ferrari on diesel. Okay, so if you want to perform at the highest level like these guys are, then there's an element of that needs to come into it.
You've got to learn your limits, and you've got to learn that you need a certain amount of time in bed if you're going to work long hours the next day. You look after yourself. You eat well, and you make sure that you replace what you lose from dehydration. You've got to rehydrate well.
Main message about training and fitness is take a little bit more time to care for your body. Just do a simple few exercises a day. It's going to take 5 minutes out of your day to do a little bit of strength work, 5 minutes at the end of your day to do some stretching out, and the benefits you'll reap from it will be years and years down the road.
When we're striving to do well in the industry and we're trying to make money and perhaps make a name for ourselves, we lose that sensitivity to our bodies. We lose that awareness to when we're actually in trouble physically. It's time to go and see a chiropractor, time to get some physio, maybe look at our techniques and the way that we're operating, because if people are working well and they're making money and they can feel the growth in their skill set, then they'll look after themselves. It creates a very positive atmosphere and environment for everyone to work, and they want to be there.
Breaks and recovery time are just absolutely key and vital if you want to stay performing and at the top of your game in the shed. If we compare shearing and so forth to competitive rugby or competitive netball, and you think about how those guys perform, they're not at a high intensity training every single day. They factor in break times, low level training, and definitely some recovery time. So that's how they stay in peak condition and how they can keep going and keep performing and winning. And so it's no different in the shed.
Sometimes, someone's better off having a couple of days off to rest and recover than like thrashing them through it. And I think that's the main one, is just having that time out to refresh yourself and then come back stronger again.
Welcome back, and while we've got a bit of a break in proceedings, Digger's been down into the audience and scoped us out a couple of interesting people to talk to. And so thank you both for coming to join us to share some time at the 2020 Golden Shears 60th birthday. And why don't I start with you, Mr. Mystery Man? Introduce yourself to the World Wide Web, although I'm sure everybody knows who you are.
Yeah, I'm Paul Avery from Stratford. Yeah, it's been a while. 2011, I think I retired, so it's good to be back down here. Yeah.
So, Paul, I mean, I know you're a shy, very shy person. Koro used to always refer to you as the baby-faced assassin because you looked 15 for most of the 30, 40 years that we knew you. How many finals did you do at Golden Shears?
Good question. I can remember 14. There might have been 14 or 15.
Wow, that's pretty cool, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, and a couple of, how many wins?
2.
2 wins?
2005, 2007, yeah.
Oh, fantastic, Paul, you're looking great. And then you've gone on to do crazy stuff like run over mountains and that, haven't you?
Yeah, coast to coast, I did that twice, 2011, 2012, but yeah, no, not doing much these days.
Still farming?
Still do a little bit of shearing and farming, yeah, so it keeps you fit enough.
Oh, it's so great to see you, Paul. And let me introduce you to Glenn Hopapa here.
Yeah, sure.
On our other side. So this has been a 60th anniversary of champions, really. Past champions, future champions, and we're seeing some of them. So, Glenn, you're a past champion.
Yeah.
1992.
Yeah, I'm the opposite of what Paul's done. Coming here 14 years, Paul, congratulations. I came here twice and won it once. I won the pressing champion award in 1992. So, yeah, I'm showing my age.
Oh.
30 ages ago, yeah.
No. Look, everyone's looking pretty good around here. So, Glenn, what have you gone on to do now? Where are you?
Well, it's a little bit of a funny transition for me because I was a rural kid, but I was making a transition into study and I was becoming an engineer.
Yeah.
And so I was filling my seasonal breaks as studying my diploma in civil engineering with what I know well, born and bred rural kid, growing up on the farm. So it was logical for me to try and fill the holidays with getting back into the sheds. And a chap called Steve Cochran gave me a chance to work for him. And I didn't know it, but he entered me into the shares into here at Masterton. And, I must have been reasonably good at it. And he saw a chance and put me in it, and I ended up bloody winning it. So,
fantastic.
Yeah,
so you're an engineer now based in...
Now I'm an engineer, and I've carried on and done a degree and worked in Wellington and then went over to Australia, and then finally now I'm 15 years, unfortunately, I'm going to say it, in Auckland. I'm an Aucklander, but I'm a true blue King Country kid from Taumaranui, to be honest.
Oh, that's fantastic, Glenn. Look, Glenn, Paul, thank you very much for that very short introduction to everybody. I see we've got the Trans-Tasman test introduction starting to happen. I think we should be there, but Glenn, as we discovered, I'm a very good friend with your sister, Tracy Hopapa, who certainly is well-renowned in Māori agribusiness.
Yeah, okay, thanks. Thanks for the acknowledgement.
Lovely to see you, Paul. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, Mavis. Thanks, Paul.
McIntyre, Nathan Meaney, Damien Boyle and Max Flood. So we've got a representative from New South Wales, South Australia, Western Australia, and a judge from Tasmania, and I'm from Victoria, so we've got a reasonable spread. So without further ado, I'll hand over and wish the best team the best.
Just one more question. Can your team do it?
Yes.
Over to here. I'd like to introduce Dave Brooker, the manager of the New Zealand team. I'll hand the mic to you, Dave, to introduce our team.
Thank you once again. Just like to welcome Peter and his shearing team, the Golden Shears. I hope you enjoyed your time here as much as we enjoyed it in Dubbo back in November. Shearing team here is Troy Piper, Nathan Stratford, and your local man, Pairata Abraham. I'd just like to add that I managed these guys along with the Woolhandlers and the blade shearers to Dubbo back in November, and just like to say how much of a pleasure and an honour it was to lead these guys. They represent the country and New Zealand shearing sports with a lot of distinction and a lot of pride. So you can be very proud of them, and I'd just also like to acknowledge the help I got from my partner Joanne. Thank you very much.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you please be upstanding for the national anthems.
Australians, all let us rejoice, for we are young and free. We've golden soil and wealth fertile, our home is God by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, then let us sing, advance Australia fair.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll leave these guys to psych up, team talk, and then business. Back to you, Johnny.
Just one of those things, if you want to go outside through the main foyer, you will need to have your ticket scanned, otherwise you will not be getting back in. So just a word of warning to the patrons, if you want to go outside, you'll need to have your ticket scanned at the front door, or you will not be allowed back in. Well, we've got an interesting little burn up here coming before us now. The Australian shearers, quite a lot of experience here with Daniel McIntyre on the front stand, got 22 years shearing career. He's been in the Australian team 8 times. Down on the third stand, we had Nathan Meaney. Nathan's just had a short career at the stage, only 14 years. But his idea was if he could beat his mentor, Shannon Warness, the legendary man. So
we've just had the national anthems of the New Zealand and Australian teams for the Trans-Tasman Shearing Test, sponsored by Lister Shearing. And this is going to be an exciting one, Digger.
Oh, too right. Another one of the top events on Saturday night at Masterton, the Trans-Tasman. And quietly, I think New Zealand's got a really, really good chance in this tonight. We've got 3 shearers that are all really capable of shearing the merinos well. Troy Piper, Nathan Stratford and Wairarapa Abraham. So they were all just in the PGG earlier, so they've had a short break. Just gone out the back, they've changed their handpieces and combs and cutters and ready to get back into it again. And the Australian team, slightly different looking team this year. No Shannon Warnest, no Jason Wingfield. So, a couple of new guys in there, and Nathan Meaney and Damien Boyle, or Damien, renowned for a merino shearer from Western Australia. But maybe he might just struggle a little bit on the crossbreds. But, I think the anchor man will be Daniel McIntyre.
Yeah.
We saw Daniel, he made the top 30 last night in the Open. No mean feat getting into the top 30, and especially for an Australian to come over here on our crossbreds.
You were doing pretty good, Digger. You went from sitting on the fence to now putting it out there straight up. So I like that. Good on you.
Well, we've got to back the Kiwis, don't we?
But it is, we've struggled against the Australians for the last few years in the shearing Trans-Tasman. Their teams have been so strong, and as you said, no Shannon Warnest. It just kind of feels a bit weird. But Shannon, I'm pretty sure that you and your family will be plugged into the live streaming, and we miss you.
It was a bit like, I suppose, when David Fagan retired. No David Fagan in the New Zealand team, and well, what are we going to do? But we've managed to find a few guys that have stepped up and taken his place, and we've got a pretty good lineup tonight.
That's right. Daniel McIntyre, he is the anchor, but Damien Boyle, he just dominates in WA, doesn't he? He dominates.
Oh, and dominated for a long, long time. 24 years, I think he's won the Western Australian Open.
Yep, and as you've mentioned, we've seen our New Zealand team already in the PGG circuit final. So, yep, they're warmed up. They're getting ready to start very, very shortly.
Yeah, so we've got Daniel McIntyre from Australia on 1, Nathan Stratford on 2 from New Zealand, another Australian, Nathan Meaney, on 3, Troy Piper, the Kiwi, on 4, Damien Boyle, the Australian, on 5, and Wairarapa Abraham, a local boy, so he'll get a lot of hometown support tonight for New Zealand on stand 6. So what they've got is 8 merinos and 8 second shear sheep to shear. So look for the Australians to try and establish a little bit of a lead on the merinos.
It's actually 6 merino, 3 long wool and 3 second shear.
Okay, 6.
Yeah.
6. So it's changed it a little bit. Back in my day, I think we had to shear 8, and we gave away our big time advantage to the Australians, and they took some pegging back. But so 6 merinos. And we can see now just straight away that the Australian, Daniel McIntyre, is down into that long blow. Nathan Stratford's just going up the neck. Nathan Meaney, long blow time for him as well. So they are going out. And the Aussies will know that they've got to go out and try and get a lead on these merinos and just try and hang on to it on the crossbreds. Because the Kiwis, they are quicker on the crossbreds.
Yep, they sure are. So there's Daniel McIntyre, and for if you've just joined us, the little dials along the bottom is just a little tool to help you to understand what might be going on. You can see the first one is the sheep numbers. So he's on sheep number 1. We all know that, that's green. The time, and this is the average of those on the board right now, this heat. So the average time there, and Daniel's sitting dead square in the middle of it. The other dial was around the board point. So this is when they provide a fault or create a fault by cutting the wool twice. Instead of having one lovely long staple of wool, for some reason they've lifted their handpiece and that's cut that fibre in two. So, you know, we see here Nathan Stratford, he's in the green, that's good. His time's about right, and he's on sheep number 2. Nice little tool just to help. And of course you've seen Nathan shear already in the PGG final, and he will also be shearing in the Bailey's open shearing. So he's got a big night ahead of him, big stints.
Too right, Mavis. That'll really be, excuse me, really testing Nathan's fitness.
Yeah. And of course, that's how it works. But you see there with Daniel McIntyre and Nathan, they're both hammering it out right at the front there. There's not a lot in it. You know, I've always felt that to shear the merinos well, and listen to me, I'm no expert, obviously, but, you know, it needs a bit of a calmer demure. You can't attack them like perhaps you do the crossbreds, but then, as Diggers pointed out, you look at these Australians and they're attacking them all right. They're just in there.
Yeah, I think you're right, Mavis. It comes back to the Kiwis are used to shearing the crossbreds, but and when you hit the merinos, you really try and drive it, chuck it in, and it sometimes on a merino, the faster you try and go, the slower you end up going. But just look at those Australians; they are really attacking those merinos. And Daniel McIntyre on stand 1, he's going up around the horns on that his third one.
Yeah.
Nathan Stratford's, he's coming down the last side on a second merino, so they're really opening up a good lead. And how it works is you're paired up alternative stands for each of the teams. So when you're up there, your job is to try and look after that guy in front of you. So Nathan will be watching Daniel, and he'll be thinking, I've got to stay close to him. He's the one that I've got to keep up with. Same with Troy, he'll be trying to cover Nathan. And Pirata will be trying to stick with Damien.
Okay, so it's almost like a full court press, eh?
Yep, too right. You cover your man, and
you cover your man.
You say to your teammate, you look after so-and-so and I'll look after this one, and if we can do that, we'll be right. But, yeah, Nathan Meaney, don't know much about Nathan. And,
no, we haven't. I don't think we've, well, and I'm probably going to be proved terribly wrong here, but I don't recall seeing too much of Nathan over here in New Zealand, but in the book it says that he's certainly been a member of the Australian team in the New Zealand Worlds held in 2012, and that potentially, I think this reads 2015, that he's also been here, and of course now he's here in 2020.
Yeah, he's from South Australia, and good to have him over here. He's made a lovely job of that merino, and he goes for his 4th merino.
Yep, merino number 4 out for all of them except Troy and Parata, just holding back a little bit, but Troy will get there. He's on his 3rd, coming down the last side.
So we've got two Australians have got number 4 merino. 3 Australians have got, because Damien Boyle's just going in. So Pirata's got number 4 on, so we've got 3 Australians with number 4 and 1 Kiwi with number 4. So hopefully we don't let them get too far ahead.
But this is how it goes, isn't it? I mean, the Australians get ahead on the merinos, and it's not until we get to the crossbreds that the Kiwis start to sort of pull them back a bit.
Pull them back, yep. Hopefully we can pull them back and do enough to get the win, but it's going to be tight.
Yep, well, we had last night with the Woolhandling Trans-Tasman, and the New Zealanders won that in great fashion. That was a brilliant test as well. So, you know, once these hefty merinos get out of the way, and we see some probably shearing more as we're accustomed to, things might change a bit more.
Yeah, we're just looking at Troy on the screen there. He's got a good board, Troy Piper.
Yes, very good board.
Very good board. He's right up with the average time. So, yeah, he's going along pretty nicely. He'll be just thinking, oh, a couple more merinos and then we can hit those crossbreeds and I'll pull these Aussie boys back in. Nathan Meaney, he bounces in for number 5. So they're making short work of it, these Australians.
Yep, they're not mucking around, and you know, I keep going back to what you certainly said earlier on. They're not shy or they don't hold back.
No.
They're just in their boots and all.
They've come over here with a mission, and that's to take the Kiwis down, and they're giving it a good shot.
Yep. So there's Troy again. He's still got a good board, so he's maintaining his quality, isn't he?
Yep. He certainly is. Down, we're looking at Damien Boyle now. Damien, he's probably the cleanest merino shearer in the world. Probably a little bit slower than some of the other boys, but he just does a fantastic job. And his quality is unbelievable on the merinos. And they're not an easy sheep to shear. You know, wrinkles all over their skin, and big wrinkles up their neck. The wool's a lot finer.
So he's won Alex a number of times too, hasn't he?
He's won the Alexandra Show, New Zealand Fine Wool Champs, eight times.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
So that's beating us on our home ground, on our own turf.
Yeah, it's a bit like beating the All Blacks at Eden Park, I suppose. Doesn't happen very often, but gee, this guy's done it a few times.
Yeah. I think he's almost a local down there.
I'll tell you what, there'd be a few contractors down there like Peter Lyons and co would love to have him working there for the prelam.
But see, his board, you know, it's kind of just good average, isn't it, really, in comparison to the rest. There's somebody who's certainly got a stronger board.
Yeah, Damien Boyle's board's right up there. It's sort of, you know, just average. I would have expected it to be a little bit lower. But, you know, Troy Piper, he's having a good share with his quality inside at the moment.
Yeah, that little graphic there certainly gave an indication of where things are starting to go. Pairata Abraham. We haven't seen too much of Pairata through this time, but here he is on, what sheep number? He's on number 6, so this is his 6th and final merino. He'll be glad to get that going.
Pairata's board's just a little bit high. You know, probably hasn't shorn as many merinos as some of the other boys, and maybe just giving away a few second cuts. But down on stand 1, we've got Daniel McIntyre. He's done a go in for his first crossbreed sheep. Change of handpiece. There he is. Change of handpiece for Daniel McIntyre, sorry. And he's first to the 3 long wool and then 3 second shear.
Yeah, and he won't muck around with these either.
No, he's a good crossbreed shearer.
Yes,
He'll get around them pretty good. So he's got, at the moment, he's got over half a sheep lead on Pairata. So probably by the time Pairata finishes merino, Daniel will be 1 sheep in front. So Pairata's going to have to shear 6 second shear while, or crossbreds rather, while Daniel only shears 5. So hopefully Pairata can pull him in.
Yeah. Well, look, Nathan's there as well. He's, you know, Nathan's a quality man. He'll be keeping the job right, but there's Pairata.
Yeah, there goes Pairata. He's done a change of handpiece now. He's done a go in for his first long wool. So Daniel's not quite 1 in front. I reckon Pairata will pick him up.
Yeah,
Mavis.
I think he can pull him back. Everything's going to have to go right for him, but you know, Daniel's not hanging around waiting for him. He's saying, "Oh, whatever. I'm on my way. I'm on my way."
He's on his way, all right, and he'd be saying, "You won't catch me, Kiwi."
Yeah.
And Nathan Meaney there in the middle. He's nearly finished his. He's on a crossbred as well.
He is on a crossie.
Yep, he's in for his second crossbred.
These guys are doing all right. We're going to have a few challenges.
Yep. Damien Boyle, he's just about to go in for his first crossbred. Troy Piper.
How's Troy going?
He's just about to finish his last merino. Nathan Stratford's got a couple of blows to go. Troy's in for his first crossbred. So the Kiwi boys will start to open up their shoulders now and try and pick them up. And look at that. I'm pretty sure Pirata's making ground on Daniel McIntyre. Nathan Stratford, he's going in for his first crossbred. There's Pirata.
Yeah, well, Parata's got some work to do. He's got some work to do.
He's only probably picked up 2 or 3 blows on that first of his crossbreds. His board's just a little bit high. He is pulling it back a little bit now that he's hit the crossbreds. So he'll have to draw on all his hometown support.
Oh, there'll be plenty out there, don't worry. And he's a man on a mission. You know, he wants this as much as any. How proud it is to wear the silver fern.
Oh, too right. Nothing better to have a hometown boy shearing for New Zealand. Nathan Meaney, Nathan's board's pretty high. And probably stay high too, I think, just with the crossbreds. Probably won't be quite used to shearing these sheep. Not too many crossbreds over in South Australia. He looks like he's getting around them all right though.
Here comes Stratty.
Stratty goes in for his second crossbred sheep. And you were talking earlier in the day about the tape around there, around the shoulders. We're seeing some of these shearers wear, Mavis. Can you just enlighten us on what that's about?
Well, I was talking to Pagan, who also had the strapping, and it was more a preventative, you know, it's more rather than a rehabilitative practice. It was about helping blood flow, and you know, it's all the sports science stuff.
Yeah, so they're being proactive rather than reactive.
That's right. It's a preventative and an enhancement rather than.
I'll tell you what, here's a great shot on the wide screen. Look at Pirata. He's coming down there. He's just about finished sheep number 9.
Yep.
He is only half a sheep behind now. He's catching Daniel McIntyre. You wait till he hits the second shear, which he's on now. He'll go even quicker.